1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Has someone in your family lost a job recently, and now you can't afford your mortgage payment? Or do you have a rental property and your tenants aren't paying you? We can come to the rescue and pay you cash for your home immediately. Yes, sell your home and get cash all over the phone without dealing with real estate agents or having to waste time showing your home to lukewarm buyers. You don't need to lose your house to foreclosure. If you have equity in your home, we'll buy your home and give you cash within days, all in a simple over-the-phone and virtual process. Call now before your situation gets worse. Sell a home you can't afford or just need anymore and get the cash you need today. Call this number now.
Call 800-527-4903. That's 800-527-4903. 800-527-4903. Again, 800-527-4903.
Paid for by airtime.
KNBR and KNBR FM, your home of San Francisco 49ers football.
Eight seconds. Chris Paul, side rim on a three. Clear it off the Looney rebound. They need it. Thompson can't hit. And that is it. The Suns come into San Francisco and knock off the Warriors on opening night. 108-104.
Next offering, hit on the ground, up the middle and a base hit. And Rivera around third. He's coming in to score. Corbin Carroll an RBI single, and the Diamondbacks have evened it up. It's 2-2. Swing and a line drive. That's a base hit into right field. Carroll to third, around third, on his way to the plate. The throw is cut off. Carroll is in to score, and now they got Moreno in a rundown, and they tag him out. But the run comes in, and Arizona has taken the lead. Sewall, the 1-2. Swing and a high fly ball, right field. Playable for Carroll, near the line. Carroll under it. He's got it, and that does it. The Arizona Diamondbacks are going to the World Series. The Cinderella run of the Arizona Diamondbacks continues. They're the National League champions, and they knock off the Phillies in 7. Wow.
And that should do it.
The Arizona Diamondbacks plant the flag and send themselves to the World Series to take on the Texas Rangers. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, back with Overnight Dave, recapping the NLCS and also taking a look at the start of the Warriors Invitational. Dave, my soundboard's down this morning. I'll say it so that Draymond Green doesn't have to. Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
And last night, the Warriors welcomed us back with an L, a 108-104 loss to the Phoenix Suns. Kevin Durant made his return to the Bay. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul made their debut yesterday with Draymond Green sitting out. But this is kind of the conundrum I'm in this morning, because I know basketball is probably the second most popular sport in the country, right behind football. And there's really not too much 49er news today. They'll be back at practice today at Levi Stadium. Shout out to Kyle Juszczyk. He'll be joining the Murphy Mac Show this morning at 7 a.m. as the 49er Player of the Week. But when I'm sitting down last night on a Tuesday night, when I'm going back and forth, flipping around my TV, I decide, hey, you know what? I know it's opening night. I know Nikola Jokic is out here getting his ring ceremony versus the LA Lakers. By the way, shout out for the Nuggets for taking care of the Lakers last night, and the Nuggets fans starting to chant, "Who's your daddy?" in the fourth quarter to LeBron James and the Lakers. But even with it being opening night in the NBA, I still leaned over towards the NLCS and towards the baseball action, because I've said this multiple times before. I love opening day in baseball, the pageantry, just being outside, seeing the uniforms on the field. I get hyped up every single year for opening day in baseball, but that's probably just because I'm a Seamhead. Now in football, I think everybody gets excited because, hell, everybody's got fantasy football teams, everybody's got their favorite football team, and everybody likes to gamble a little bit on NFL, so everybody gets hyped up for that first Sunday of the season. In basketball, I never really feel like there's that hype, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you were hyped up yesterday for the back-to-back doubleheader on TNT. The Nuggets versus the Lakers, and of course the nightcap, the Warriors versus the Phoenix Suns.
Lakers stink. We can get that out the way.
Hey, that's what Charles was saying last night about the Lakers, and he was also saying about the Warriors. It took Charles Barkley one game of seeing Chris Paul in this old-ass Warriors lineup to go out there and say, yeah, this team's cooked already. They're not going to win anything, but that's what Charles does. That's his bit, and he's probably going to be doing it for the next 81 games of the season. And that's the thing about the NBA. It's a marathon, not quite as long as the MLB season. But when we're comparing NBA opening night to Game 7 of the NLCS, to me, I swing the pendulum towards baseball. And that's why last night I was locked in at Citizens Bank Ballpark, where the Philadelphia Phillies were hosting their first ever Game 7 in franchise history, folks. And guess what? Now they have a record of being 0-1. Because they lost to the Arizona Diamondbacks, Brandon Pfaadt, and Corbin Carroll. Yes, no, you're not getting like static this morning on your radio. You heard me correctly. The Arizona Diamondbacks are going back to the World Series for the first time in over 20 years. And now we're going to get a matchup against the Texas Rangers led by Bruce Bochy. So we're either going to get a team that's winning a World Series for the first time out in Texas, or we're going to get maybe the best underdog story that we've seen in a few decades, it feels like, in the MLB. Because I'll put my hand up, I did not pick the Arizona Diamondbacks to make it to the World Series. Hell, I didn't pick the Arizona Diamondbacks to win the NL West this year. I don't think really anybody did. Now, shout out to guys like Buster Olney, Tim Kirchin, who we interviewed on our show and on the Murph and Max show before the season started. And we were talking about kind of like the power rankings in the NL West. And those guys were quick to put the Arizona Diamondbacks ahead of the San Francisco Giants. And I remember that morning seeing on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line, people were like, oh, what are they talking about? The Diamondbacks are going to be better than the Giants? Turned out they were right. And you know who else was right? Madison Bumgarner, the man that said he's going to the Arizona Diamondbacks because they're building a roster, they're building a ball club, they have young talent, and they're heading in the right direction. And then everybody was out here mocking Madison Bumgarner for his takes. Now, if the Arizona Diamondbacks win, Madison Bumgarner's going to get a ring.
Want to watch the World Series?
I mean, how about that, Dave? At the end of this World Series, either Bruce Bochy or Madison Bumgarner is going to get another World Series ring. Now it's a little different with Madison Bumgarner, of course, because he was DFA'd and he's no longer on the roster. But hey, per the MLB rules, he would still get a World Series ring. But hell, we might be at a situation where we just heard the story last week of the Rangers going into Game 7 of the ALCS and Madison Bumgarner shooting out a text to Bruce Bochy saying, hey, Bruce, I'm available if you need me to pitch tonight in Game 7. So maybe we'll see Madison Bumgarner pop up in the World Series pitching for Bruce Bochy. I say that tongue-in-cheek a little bit, just like I tweeted out yesterday. It is Bruce Bochy's Rangers versus Madison Bumgarner's Diamondbacks. But it's also Evan Longoria's Diamondbacks. It's also Corbin Carroll's Diamondbacks. Maybe that should be the story this morning because this kid has been absolutely fantastic. We've been talking about him since the beginning of the season, how he was the favorite to go out and win the National League Rookie of the Year. He's got that all tied up, but hell, maybe we'll be talking about this guy being the World Series MVP in a couple weeks because yesterday he put on an absolutely clutch performance. 3 for 3 in his first 3 ABs, 2 RBIs, a couple stolen bases, putting himself in conversations with guys like Ty Cobb for being the youngest guy to have 3 hits and 2 stolen bags in a postseason game. He's been phenomenal all series long, and it was a little poetic justice that he actually caught the final out of the game in that 9th inning. And we do got to give a tip of the cap to the Arizona Diamondbacks bullpen. I mentioned Brandon Pfaadt earlier, top pitching prospect for the D-backs, a guy that struggled during the regular season, got sent up, got sent down. Well, hell, he was sitting down people left and right. Another 7 strikeouts yesterday, pitching in Philadelphia. It's one thing to do it in Game 3, I believe, which was in Arizona, but to come back to do it in Game 7 in that hostile environment and for the Diamondbacks to win back-to-back games in Philadelphia is absolutely unbelievable. when you're getting performances like you got last night from a guy named Ginkel. That's right. Ginkel comes into the game and strikes out the side. There's a Seawald, the guy that got traded from the Seattle Mariners earlier this season. There's Mantiply, the former All-Star. Guys that don't have these big names as superstars, but you look across the diamond, and there's guys like Craig Kimbrell, who's one of the active leaders in saves, and you see him struggling in the postseason. So here's our guy, turn up Torey Lovullo, having the time of his life. We played that sound for you after he won the wild card of him saying, let's blank and party.
Let's party all night!
I'm sure they're partying still out in Philadelphia. I mean, they literally planted the flag on the field after the game. You want to talk about disrespect? Well, hey, the Diamondbacks are the same team that heard all the disrespect from all the analysts out there. Dave, I think we might have that sound from Chris Russo saying that he will retire if the Arizona Diamondbacks take down the Philadelphia Phillies. And this is actually some sound that got back to the D-backs yesterday. Let's play that clip for you real quick. I know we usually don't hit sound in the first segment, but here's the Mad Dog, Chris Russo, announcing that he would retire if the Diamondbacks moved on to the World Series.
I'll say this right now, and Bob Raceman, write it down. If they win the next 2 days, they win the next 2 games and win this series in 7 games, if they win, I will retire on the spot.
That's it. And boy, oh boy, are the Arizona Diamondbacks letting him hear about it now. Whether it's turn up Torey, post-game calling out Chris Russo and Stephen A. Smith saying, yeah, I'd like to see him retire. Or if you just go to the post-game locker room celebration where you're popping champagne and you can hear these chants going on.
Mad dog, mad dog, mad dog, mad dog, mad dog, mad dog.
I mean, you want to talk about poking the bear? Here they are poking the dog.
Mad dog.
Mad Dog chants. Sounds like some of the college parties back in the day when I was drinking MD 2020. Shout out to all the Mad Dog drinkers out there. Dave, you know what I'm talking about. But man, oh man, turn up Torey's going to be partying tonight. Maybe off that Mad Dog. Maybe off that MD 2020. Celebrating the fact that the Diamondbacks are going back to the World Series. Unbelievable story in the world of baseball. But we've also got some big news in the world of baseball right here in the Bay Area. Because coming to you soon in about 5 hours this morning, 5 hours and 20 minutes to be exact, the San Francisco Giants have sent me a press release saying that they're going to hold a press conference this morning, 10:30 a.m., to make a quote-unquote big announcement. Now, I know there's some speculation out there what the big announcement is. I'll tell you right now. Spoiler alert. It's that Bob Melvin's going to be the coach of the San Francisco Giants in 2024 and moving on. That's going to be your new manager. We talked about it on Monday morning after A.J. Preller and the San Diego Padres gave him permission to interview with the Giants. It's all but done. Andrew Baggerly reported it yesterday through The Athletic. Susan Slusser has checked in on it. Basically, every Giants beat writer has said, yeah, this deal is essentially signed, sealed, and delivered, and it sounds like the announcement's going to be made official today at 10:30 a.m. this morning, right in the middle of the Pop and Lunch show. So I'm sure we'll probably take some of that press conference and get some Bob Melvin sound for you today, tomorrow, and for the next year or so, as we'll be talking about the former Hum Baby coming back to the Bay, the kid that grew up on the peninsula, a guy that put on the Giants jersey, and of course coached across the Bay out in Oakland with the Oakland A's for however many years. I broke it down on Monday. I broke it down for you last week. I broke it down when Gabe Kapler got fired. Coincidentally, the weekend after Bob Melvin and the San Diego Padres came to town. I think this is a great move. I think Bob is the perfect middleman to build that bridge between old school baseball and analytics. We've seen previously, Farhan Zaidi and Bob Melvin have worked together before with their time with the Oakland A's. It was between 2011 and 2014 that Farhan was in Oakland, and so was Bob Melvin. And that was also the stretch in time where Bob Melvin went out and won the 2012 Manager of the Year. He's been the Manager of the Year 3 times, and I know there's a lot of people who will point to his lack of success last year in San Diego with all those superstars on the roster. I'll also remind people that the San Diego Padres won more games than the Giants last year. They went 82-80, finished off the year pretty strong, but seems like that's a relationship that was just unable to rebuild between A.J. Preller and Bob Melvin. And the bottom line is we saw Bob Melvin win all those times with the Oakland A's, with John Fisher, with that Oakland A's salary cap. I know we joke a lot about the roster here in San Francisco, but he's going to have more resources. Hopefully, he'll have some few new players on this roster if Farhan goes out and finds some free agents this offseason. But that's another big thing. Bob Melvin has been known as a great recruiter, so maybe he helps get some superstar talent right here in the Bay Area, because it's something that we've talked about a lot with the Giants. When you're competing with teams like the San Francisco 49ers, who have Bosa and McCaffrey and Debo and Ayuk and Brock Purdy for that matter, and then you look across the street, actually down Terry Francois, and you got Steph Curry, you got Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Chris Paul. There's a lot of superstars on the Bay, and you look at the San Francisco Giants, and I love my guys, Logan Webb and Camilo Duvall. Those aren't the superstars that you're looking for, and those aren't the superstars that are going to fill out the ballpark. Last year, he had those superstars in San Diego. You saw those attendance numbers. I just want to see those attendance numbers back at Oracle Park next year. And I think Bob Melvin is heading back in that direction, or at least taking a step back in that direction. Again, this morning, 10:30 a.m. is when the big announcement's going to come. Stay locked into the sports leader. And also, stay locked in for our Warriors breakdown on the other side. We'll get into the start of the NBA regular season. I apologize. I spent the entire A block talking baseball because it's that time of year. It's postseason baseball. It's Bruce Bochy's Rangers versus Madison Bumgarner's Arizona Diamondbacks. And Bob Melvin sounds like he's coming back to the Bay. Let's get back into the Bay's team on the other side and break down Chris Paul's first game as a Warrior and Kevin Durant coming back to Chase Center for the first time with fans in the building. We'll get you some post-game sound from the Dubs' first game of the season on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I'm Kevin Durant. I just don't like their team going forward. They've had a great run, great organization, but the Lakers, Sacramento, and the Clippers are all better than the Warriors.
The leadoff spot with the water boy, Marcus Boucher, continues.
Check with Waterboy. All right? Check with Marcus.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Checking in with Charles Barkley, a.k.a. Chuck. And it took all of one night of the NBA season for him to start ripping the Golden State Warriors, which you know means the NBA season is back. And it got started last night out in Denver, actually, as the Nuggets hosted the banner up into the rafters. Nikola Jokic finally got his ring, finally got a chance to go home and ride his horses over the summer. But now basketball is back in your life. Nikola and the Nuggets get the job done, taking down LeBron James and the Lakers. Fans chanting, "Who's your daddy?" to LeBron James in the fourth quarter. A great way to kick off the NBA season. But then we get to game 2. Then we get to the doubleheader of the TNT nightcap, and we take a look at the Golden State Warriors and the Phoenix Suns. And all of a sudden, there's chance for Kevin Durant making his return to the Bay Area for the first time in front of fans since the pandemic years. And there's also chance of CP3. And I think that was a question going into last night's home opener for the Warriors. How was the crowd going to react to A, Kevin Durant coming back, and B, Chris Paul putting on that Golden State Warriors jersey for the first time in a regular season game? Well, let's start with the Kevin Durant angle, because yesterday he got a standing ovation, even got a video tribute by the Warriors. And I'm not going to say he got emotional after the game, was actually pretty quick with his answers. We'll let you hear from Kevin Durant himself. Here was KD postgame talking about the emotional reaction, or maybe lack of emotions, that Kevin Durant had last night, being back in Chase Center, playing back in front of the fans, the same fans that were supporting him when he was winning championships here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, it felt good. It's good to come back here and see some people that I've built some relationships with. So it was good to come in here and get a W, man. First game of the season, we needed this one.
Yeah, and so that's the thing we got to talk about also. It was cool to see Kevin Durant back in the building, but I also don't like losing to the Phoenix Suns. Now, it's not like KD came in and lit the world on fire. He actually started off pretty slow. I think he was 2 of 9 from the field, only had a couple points. Did hit a pretty clutch 3-pointer plus an and one right before halftime. But he finishes the night playing 37 minutes, only had 18 points on 7 of 22 shooting. So you think on a night where Kevin Durant doesn't go off like that, the Warriors have a chance to win. Well, no, because they shot the ball absolutely terrible. Whether you're talking about a guy like Chris Paul, who shot 4 for 15, actually started the game 0 for 6. Steph Curry shot 8 for 20 from the field, had 27 points. Klay Thompson, 15 points, 6 of 18 from the field. It wasn't a great shooting night for the Dubs, but it was a great shooting night for Devin Booker, who absolutely balled out during that first quarter. I think he had like 15 points in the first, scored 8 of the first 13 points for the Phoenix Suns. And that's something we got to talk about because, of course, without Draymond Green on the court yesterday, Chris Paul was in the starting lineup, which meant Devin Booker had his choice. Do I want to go up against 38-year-old Chris Paul? Do I want to go against Klay Thompson coming off Achilles and ACL injuries? Or do I want to go up against a 35, 36-year-old Steph Curry who's never been known for his defensive prowess? Well, it really didn't matter. It was pick your poison last night for Devin Booker, who really was the best player on the court. He finishes the day with 32 points, 8 assists. That pick and roll at the end of the game to Nurkic was really the final nail in the coffin of the Warriors. I'm not saying like the final nail of the season. It's only game 1 of the season, but I do think that Nurkic is going to be a big part. He was a guy that was involved in that 3-way trade, moving DeAndre Ayton out of town. Of course, the Suns actually getting some depth in that trade, some depth that maybe the Warriors could use. Definitely some size that I thought the Warriors could use. Because with Chris Paul in that starting lineup yesterday, they look small. It's one thing to look old, but it's another thing to look old and small. And Chris Paul did get it going a little bit in the third quarter. I thought he did a great job kind of running the offense a little bit. Did have a 9 assist on the day. Enabled Steph Curry to play off the ball, which gave him a few more open looks, which is something I like. But I think once Draymond Green comes back, you're not going to see Chris Paul in the starting lineup. You're going to see him come off the bench for the first time in his NBA career. But hey, last night was a good opportunity for CP3 to be in that starting lineup and to also get a nice little standing ovation from the crowd. It's still kind of mind-boggling to me to hear CP3 chants at Chase Center because he's out here drawing fouls, something that used to drive Warriors fans crazy. But hey, once he puts on that uniform, all is forgiven. We've seen it in sports all the time with guys like Richard Sherman coming to the 49ers, guys going back and forth from the Giants and Dodgers. It happens in baseball all the time, happens in sports all the time, guys going back and forth with their rivalries. And this is the same Chris Paul, who, of course, played for the Clippers, played for the Houston Rockets, and played for a Houston Rockets team that maybe put on a worse shooting performance in the playoffs than the Warriors last night. Because this might be the sound of the day from the podium yesterday. It's Chris Paul talking about the Warriors' lack of shooting yesterday, how as a team they shot 35%, 36 for 101. Yeah, Dave, give me one of those clanks.
You still throwing up bricks?
Yeah.
Clank!
Yeah. It's a Mason convention. That's what the drop says, right?
What is this, a Mason's convention?
I mean, they missed almost 70 shots last night. Shot 10 for 43 from three-point range. That's 23%.
Far out.
This is supposed to be one of the greatest backcourt shooting duos in all-time history. Klay Thompson did struggle a little bit. Klay's got to get his legs going this season. He started off the season slow last year.
Klay.
And also led the NBA in three-pointers. So, again, I'm not worried too much after game one, but here was Chris Paul talking about how he's not worried because he has been involved on teams that have missed more three-pointers than the Warriors missed last night.
Yeah, I ain't really worried about the shooting. You know, I've been on a team that missed 27 straight threes. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's going to be the case over here. I'm not going to, you know, with the shooters that we got, you know what I mean, and guys being unselfish and passing up shots. I live with the shots that we got every night.
Yeah, and I don't think, again, with Steph and Klay on this roster, you're not going to miss 27 three-pointers in a game, but who knows? Since CP3's on the roster now, it's going to change the way that the Warriors play. It's going to change a lot of things. Now, some people say it might be like an Andre Iguodala role. Andre was obviously great running the point, getting open shots for guys like Steph and Klay, and that's what I think you're going to see with Chris Paul. I also think you're going to see a lot of Jonathan Kuminga pick and rolls. You're going to see Dario Saric get involved in the pick and roll, even though he was a guy that also struggled in his Warriors debut yesterday. But this is a different roster this year, and you're going to see a lot of different lineups and a lot of different rotations. Shout out to Moses Moody yesterday, who I thought had a fantastic game coming off the bench. He's probably going to get a lot of minutes this year too. But it's all going to be up to Steve Kerr to do the mixing and matching, the back and forth, and how guys like Chris Paul are going to deal with this. Because, again, if we're making the comparison to someone like Andre Iguodala, he was a full-time starter in Philadelphia, then had to make the transition to becoming the sixth man with the Warriors. Was obviously one of the best six-mans in the league. He won an NBA Finals MVP, and who knows if that's the same track that Chris Paul will accept since, you know, he's still looking for his first NBA championship and his first ring. So he'll probably accept any role that Steve Kerr and the Dubs give him. But here he was at the podium last night talking about being in the starting lineup and, more importantly, being in the closing lineup in that fourth quarter.
Just it's communication. Like I said, we're all getting used to each other. You know, me and Steph play two totally different ways, you know, and so that's an adjustment for a lot of these guys. It's an adjustment for us. But we have so many different units that can play, especially when Dre get back. You know what I mean? So that's going to be a whole nother group of us sort of getting used to each other. But it's promising because one thing about teams is you can tell the spirit. You know, spirit is something that you can't hide, you know, when guys is frowning or mad or whatnot. So what I'm excited about our team is, you know, the spirit is right.
The spirit is right. What is this, like a Spirit Halloween store? I know Halloween's like a week away. We're talking Spirit after game one of the NBA season, but hey, who knows? Because spirits were low last year with Jordan Poole on the roster. Guess what? Poole's closed. Jordan Poole's out of town, and now you bring in CP3, who, you know, has his own track history going back and forth with Draymond Green. But from everything we're hearing from Steph, Klay, CP3, and Draymond Green himself, it sounds like these guys are all getting along right now. We'll see how it pans out through the future, and we'll see how it pans out when Draymond Green does return to the starting lineup and Chris Paul then gets moved to the bench. But again, I think that's probably the best way to take advantage of his skill set at this point of his career is to have him lead that second unit, have him play with guys like Kuminga, Moses Moody, Dario Saric, and some of these young guys, And that will give you another kind of weapon in that second unit when Steph and Klay are not on the court, because we all know CP3 is eventually going to be a Hall of Famer. He's one of the point guards of this generation and has been one of those guys that can distribute the ball damn near better than anybody else. Did have 9 assists last night, and here was Steph Curry talking about that decision-making of Chris Paul and how effective he can be in this Warriors offense.
It's who he is as a player and understanding the momentum and how things are going and having a feel out there on the floor as a point guard to know if we need to keep pushing, settle it down, what play to call, and we're only going to continue to get more comfortable in that. And we all trust him, to make the right decisions and the right plays. And that comfortability is there now, and it's only going to go deeper.
Yeah, and I think this is a team that their chemistry is going to get better and better each game of the season. Again, it's game 1 of an 82-game season. It's a marathon in the NBA. I saw people throwing out hot takes yesterday about the Warriors' lack of shooting, Chris Paul, if he's old and slow. I think this is going to be a team that's going to develop. They're going to be one of the top teams in the West, and they will get better when Draymond Green is back on the court. They just got to figure out some of these rotations and who can play together. I guess that's what, preseason basketball is for, but Draymond Green didn't play in any of those games because of that ankle injury that he's currently dealing with. By the way, shout out to Draymond yesterday, sitting down with the TNT broadcast during the game. They tried to throw over to him like for a mid-game interview, and Draymond didn't even have his microphone hooked up. Kind of a funny moment with Stan Van Gundy and the broadcasting crew for TNT. He eventually got on air and broke down some of those relationships with guys like Chris Paul, talked about the evolution of Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody and how much of an impact those guys can have, maybe an impact in the closing lineup, because that seems like it's more of the topic. I feel like we've gotten away from, who's going to be the starter, who's going to be in the starting lineup. The question is, who's going to be in that closing lineup? Here was Steve Kerr talking about those final few possessions against the Phoenix Suns and what this closing lineup is eventually going to look like with the return of Draymond Green.
Yeah, it'll be feel. We've already had that talk with the team. We got a lot of guys, especially when we're fully healthy. We've got a lot of guys who are capable of closing, including Dario, including JK. Guys who, if they're playing well and the group that they're with is functioning, we just stay with that group. It doesn't mean people are going to be happy every night, but our guys understand the depth is really a big factor for our team. It's one of the strengths of our team, and if you're going to be good, you have to be committed to the group and to the success of the group. So it'll make for some tough decisions at times for us, but I think our team is aware that this is a good problem to have, and we have to deal with the individual stuff without letting it affect the team.
Yeah, it's going to be some tough decisions for Steve Kerr to make. But getting back to what he was just saying, it's not going to be fun for everybody. But you know what is fun? Winning ball games. And if the Warriors want to win games this year, they need everybody to buy into this team culture. After Steph Curry had to yell at guys to get on or get off the bus last year after Game 6 in Sacramento. That was what slowed down the Warriors last year with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. Those problems are outside of the locker room, and we'll see how Draymond and CP3 coexist going forward. Hell, we'll see when Draymond's back in the court. He has been cleared for 5-on-5 activities, but he did not play last night. We'll see if he's playing this Friday against the Sacramento Kings. But hey, coming up on the other side, we've also got Week 8 of the NFL season, and we've started this new segment of Waterboy's Weekly Winners on a Wednesday. Last week we had a lot of losers, but we'll go through the schedule, pick out some winners, and then we'll get back into the baseball discussion this morning. Bruce Bochy facing off against Evan Longoria in the Arizona Diamondbacks in the World Series, and the rumors of Bob Melvin becoming the manager of the San Francisco Giants as soon as today. So we'll hop into both those topics on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Wednesday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Wednesday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, a.k.a. Bobby Boucher, getting you ready for Week 8 of the NFL season. Because last week, Dave, we decided to add a new segment to the leadoff spot. We're calling it Waterboys Wednesday Winners. And I got to give a shout out to the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line. We got a few texts, one from the 408, one from the 415, kind of workshopping the name. The only problem is, Dave, last week, we didn't have too many winners. And of course, it's the same week after I come on air and brag about how I went 13-2 the previous week. I won money in my big money pool, picking winners between 170 different people. Well, last week, I fell back to reality. And you know this already if you listen to Bobby Boucher's best bets last week. We went 0-3 with our best bets, and we didn't do much better with our winners. 13 games, and we went 5-13. But man, oh man, Week 7 of the NFL season was a crazy one.
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
Yeah, I thought I needed to do some homework. But apparently, I need to do some homework on Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots beating the Buffalo Bills. The Minnesota Vikings took down the 49ers on Monday Night Football. There was just a bunch of weird games this past weekend. And shout out to all the books out in Vegas. All our boys out in the desert made a lot of money with all the losers last week, me being one of them. But let's try to get back on the winning track, because even with last week's dismissal of our picks, I'm still in second place in my big money pool. I've got 70 winners so far. So that's on average 7 weeks of the season. I'm at least giving you 10 winners per week. And we'll start off with our Thursday night matchup this week, which is a pretty easy game to call for me. It's the Buffalo Bills at home versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, we picked the Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield last week against the Atlanta Falcons. They ended up losing on a walk-off field goal by Younghoe Koo. Well, this week, it's two losers trying to get off their losing streaks in Buffalo. Bills coming off that embarrassing loss to the Patriots. They got to turn around. I'm guessing they're a huge favorite in the game. It's an 8.5-point spread. Bills are taking care of business on Thursday night. Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. We'll take them for our first winner this week. Then to stick with the Atlanta Falcons taking on the Tennessee Titans, this is essentially a coin flip for me. You got a Falcons team led by Desmond Ridder and Bijan Robinson, who was MIA last week. Kind of a weird story with the NFL investigating the Atlanta Falcons right now for not sharing information about Bijan Robinson's status before the game. He did get into the game, but got 0 carries, screwing over everybody who had him in fantasy football. Who knows if he's going to be back in the lineup this week? And who knows who's going to be playing quarterback for the Tennessee Titans? As Ryan Tannehill is dealing with an ankle injury. We saw Malik Willis come into the game for the Titans. Now it sounds like the rookie, Will Levis, is going to come into this game.
Does it really matter?
No, it doesn't really matter. This is going to be an ugly one. I'm really flipping a coin here, to be honest with you guys. I'm going with the Tennessee Titans at home because I think they'll run the ball. I think Derrick Henry is going to get his trade value as high as possible before they ship him out. Ends up looking like the Titans are actually an underdog here, so maybe that will be one of our Bobby Boucher's best bets. You really don't know who you're going to get until you get that quarterback news, so I would not put in a pick yet until we get an update on Ryan Tannehill. Moving on next in the AFC South, we've got the Houston Texans traveling to Carolina to take on Bryce Young and the Panthers. The same Panthers that haven't won a game this year, the same Panthers who haven't covered a spread, and that's why I'm going with D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud. Coming off a bye week, C.J. Stroud did finally break his interception streak. Him and Brock Purdy both threw their same interceptions on the same day 2 weeks ago, but we haven't seen the Texans in 2 weeks. I like them this week against the Carolina Panthers, one of my favorite picks. Then we got a matchup between the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I think the Pittsburgh Steelers surprised a lot of people last week, taking down the L.A. Rams. Well, here's the thing. Mike Tomlin has an incredible record coming off the bye week. They're not coming off a bye this week. Now they got to deal with a Jacksonville Jaguars team who we saw with Trevor Lawrence put up points last Thursday night. They get an extra week. Now they got a week and a half to prepare for an offense that I'm really not too intimidated by. Kenny Pickett, shout out our guy Najee Harris, got into the end zone last week, but Jaylen Warren continues to still carries in that backfield. I like the Jaguars this week to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. Then we got a matchup between the Rams and the Dallas Cowboys. And oh boy, are the Dallas Cowboys back after winning last week? No, I'm not quite there yet. But I do think this will be an interesting game to see who is a real contender in the NFC. Because the LA Rams, yes, they have a 3-4 record, but we know that they've been playing teams tough this year, especially since Cooper Kupp has returned to the lineup. With him and Puka Nacua, Matthew Stafford is picking apart defenses, so we'll see if Stafford can pick apart this defense like Brock Purdy did a couple weeks ago, but I do like the way that the Cowboys are playing right now. I know it's only been 1 week since they beat the 49ers, but overall, I think they're more talented on both sides of the ball. I'm taking the Cowboys over the Rams this week. Then let's take a trip up to the NFC North, where you got the Minnesota Vikings taking on the Green Bay Packers. And boy, oh boy, are the Green Bay Packers a bad team. They lost last week to the Denver Broncos. They lost a couple weeks ago to the Las Vegas Raiders. So there's no way in hell I'm picking them against the Minnesota Vikings, especially after seeing Kirk Cousins tear up that 49er defense on primetime. Hell, increasing that record from 2-10 to 3-10 on primetime games. This is a division battle. I know it's a short week for the Vikings, but I like them to go into Green Bay, to go into Lambeau, and take care of the Packers. Then let's go from the north to the south, where the South Beach, a.k.a. South Florida Miami Dolphins, the greatest show on turf, will be looking to bounce back on the surf, get back on the wave this weekend against the New England Patriots. Patriots had their biggest upset of the year. Hell, we talked about how Bill Belichick was the biggest underdog of his career last week against the Bills. They outright got the victory, and I'm not jumping on the bandwagon now. I still don't think the Patriots are that good of a team. Shout out for Bill Belichick for getting his 300th win. I think he gets an L this weekend against the Miami Dolphins. Them getting back on track at home. I'm going with Mike McDaniel and Tua Tagovailoa and the Dolphins to get back on track. Then we got a matchup between two South teams from the AFC South and the NFC South. It's the New Orleans Saints and Derek Carr taking on Gardner Minshew in the Indianapolis Colts. Because that's the reminder right there. Anthony Richardson, the rookie AR out of Florida, is done for the season. So this is going to be another ugly game between two teams that want to run the rock. Well, hell, I guess with the Saints, it's a team that wants to check down the rock because that's all Derek Carr is doing right now, checking the ball down to Alvin Kamara. But this is also a Saints defense that I've said before on this airwaves is the best defense that Derek Carr has ever played with. I think they get the job done against the Colts this weekend. Jonathan Taylor did get back in action last weekend, but I like the Saints here in that defense to hold them close in a close game. I'll take the Saints on the road over the Colts. Then we'll go out to New Jersey for a battle between the New York Jets and the New York Giants. And man, oh man, I'm surprised this isn't a Sunday night football game, a primetime game with New York loving themselves a little bit too much. But these are two bad football teams. I'll go with the better defense. I'm taking the Jets here over the New York Giants. Then we got another division matchup, a lot of division matchups this week, one being between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Washington Commanders. You'll remember a couple weeks ago, these two teams actually went to overtime. I thought Riverboat Ron had a chance to get the upset victory. He did not go for two, kicked the extra point, and lost in overtime. Now the Eagles have to go to Washington, and these two teams always play close, but we all know the Eagles are the better team. We'll take the Eagles this week over the Commanders in a division matchup. Then maybe the game of the week, the Cleveland Browns versus the Seattle Seahawks. Seahawks are coming off a victory last week without DK Metcalf. Cleveland Browns were able to sneak out a win against the Indianapolis Colts. But now there's some confusion over who's going to be playing quarterback because Deshaun Watson has been medically cleared, but he's also saying he doesn't want to play. Yeah, that's what happens when you give a quarterback $240 million guaranteed. Why would he have to work when he doesn't have to? But here's the thing. Maybe the Cleveland Browns are better with P.J. Walker. They look like a better offense with him, but because of that confusion and because I think the Browns are due for a little bit of reality check, I actually like the Seahawks this weekend to take down the Cleveland Browns. A few more games left on the schedule, one being the Baltimore Ravens against the Arizona Cardinals. I'm not picking the Cardinals all year. Maybe when Kyler Murray comes back, but we talked about them running out of magic last week. Ravens, one of the hottest teams in football, after putting the beat down on the Detroit Lions. We're going with Baltimore over the Arizona Cardinals. Then we'll get a AFC West division matchup between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Denver Broncos. Again, easy game to pick here. Nobody is picking Russell Wilson over Patrick Mahomes. We're going with the Chiefs in that matchup, and we'll stick with an AFC West pick of the LA Chargers taking down the Chicago Bears. Who knows if they can handle Teabag, Tyson Bagent, the secret agent, man. Sounds like he's going to be playing again this week without Justin Fields, but I like the Chargers in this matchup. They're 2-4. They got to start winning games or their season is going to be over. And then, Dave, we get to Monday night where we got a matchup between your two squads, the Raiders and the Detroit Lions, and we're still waiting on injury news from Jimmy Garoppolo. But I've said it once, I'll say it again. It doesn't matter if it's Jimmy Garoppolo, doesn't matter if it's Brian Hoyer, doesn't matter if it's Aiden O'Connell, it doesn't matter if it's Overnight Dave playing quarterback for the Raiders.
I think he's got cramps.
Yeah, they're not going to win the game on Monday night against the Detroit Lions team that's looking for some revenge after losing to the Baltimore Ravens. We like the Lions on Monday night, and then, of course, we got to get into the Sunday special, the Cincinnati Bengals against the 49ers. This is a game that I'm going to be flip-flopping all week on, to be honest with you. 49ers are a 5.5-point favorite. I think this is going to be a close game. I also think the Bengals can win. You saw the Niners defense get picked apart by Kirk Cousins and Jordan Addison. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase can do that same thing. Now, the Bengals defense has been a bit questionable, but they are coming off a bye week. Again, I'll give you my official pick for this game on Friday. I think the Bengals keep it close. I think they cover the spread, but I also don't think the 49ers are going to go a month without winning a game. Because if they lose 3 in a row, then they go into their bye week on a 3-game losing streak. Then it's going to be a big chunk in the middle of your season with the 49ers not winning a game. I think they squeeze it out. I think they win that game, but stay tuned all week long. We'll continue to break down that matchup for you. 49ers short week and a lot of things to talk about this morning. We got our picks in. We got some basketball breakdowns, and we talked a little baseball earlier this morning. But on the other side, I do want to give you guys an update on the Giants press conference coming up this morning and what the big news here is in the Bay Area. It's Bobby Boucher on the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, what's going on, Dave? We got Gabe Kapler bringing us back on the leadoff spot. You know that he's no longer the manager of your San Francisco Giants. It seems like we might be having to have Bob Melvin call in and say, this is Bob Melvin. You're listening to the leadoff spot, because that sounds like it's the breaking news this morning. Of course, it was broken by Andrew Bagley a couple of days ago with the news that the San Diego Padres have given permission for the San Francisco Giants to interview Bob Melvin. And Murph, last night we got the press release from the San Francisco Giants saying, hey, stand by. The Giants are going to hold a press conference tomorrow morning to make a big announcement. Spoiler alert, it's Bob Melvin. Sounds like he's coming back to the Bay. And so now we've got Bruce Bochy versus Madison Bumgarner and the Diamondbacks in the World Series, but also some baseball news here in the Bay Area with Bob Melvin coming back home. Murph, what's up, man?
The press conference, the press release literally says to make big, it almost like, and listen, I'm teasing the Giants a little bit. I guess I don't know why, maybe because the contract wasn't signed or whatever, but that's kind of like what you do for like a kid. They're like, your assignment is to write a press release. You're like, okay, the Giants are going to make a big announcement tomorrow. That's my press release.
That's it. That's literally all it says, Murph. It's a big announcement.
It's really funny.
It's a big announcement, man.
It sounds like something you get in grade school. But anyway, I'll be down there, buddy. I left my car in pole position so that right when we sign off at 10, I'm going to blaze down and stare deep into the soul of Bob Melvin and find out what makes this man tick. Is this the man to take your Giants, Waterboy, your Giants back to the Fall Classic?
Is this the man that's going to take down the Arizona answerbacks, Murph? And here they were answering back last night in Philadelphia. Back-to-back wins at Citizen Bank. Game 7. Your boy Turn-Up Tory getting the job done. Let's blank and party, dude. The Diamondbacks are going back to the World Series.
And can we start by saying couldn't happen to a nicer city? Right, you know what I mean? Couldn't happen to a nicer city. I was probably get settled here. I have some preschool dad Peter texts on Philadelphia. Okay. You're going to get just absolute nuclear carpet bombing of Philadelphia and their fans. Yeah, Jersey, Philly.
And then did you guys see after the game the Diamondbacks literally planted the flag?
I wondered actually,
right,
is that going to have some repercussions?
Oh, 100% it is.
Well, what's the repercussion? Your A is going home.
Yeah, you're sitting back. They're going home. You're going to get some spring training inside pitches.
You know what the repercussion is? You send Nick Bosa in to sack the Arizona Diamondbacks because when Baker Mayfield waved his flag, Nicky Bosa came up as a rookie, sacked his ass a few times, waved his own flag.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Oh, Nicky Bosa?
Who?
Yeah, well, he's that guy they just paid. He's the guy that got the, what do you say, stacks get sacks.
Well, he had the sacks. He equaled stacks. He got the bag, but he ain't backing up any quarterbacks right now.
Barrow's film review said that he had 6 quarterback pressures on Monday night.
See, that's the thing, because I've kind of defended Bosa the entire season. You look at his Pro Football Focus numbers, you look at the win pass rush rate, all the analytics say that he is still one of the most impactful players on the field. But at the end of the day, you got to get the quarterback on his back.
That's like when somebody tells me they have a good WRC plus. I'm like, wait, what? I'm watching the game.
That's like when Flem told us last year, the Giants are actually better than their record according to the analytics. I was like, well, the analytics ain't winning any games.
Oh, man. Well, listen, shout out and we'll have to ask at some point, is it good for ball, Rob Manfred's expanded playoffs, that you're getting these 84-win teams in the World Series? Is it good for ball?
Here
Maybe
it is. Two wild card teams that were both down 3-2 coming into these final 2 games, and both won on the road.
Which I got to ask help for the listeners, because I tried to look it up. How many times have baseball teams won games 6 and 7 on the road? I looked it up. I found a Reddit thread that said the Nationals did it in 2019, and then this year's Rangers and Diamondbacks, that might be it.
Wow.
Dude, you don't go in and win games 6 and 7 on the road.
On the road,
Probably in your brain,
Bank.
can you remember any of growing up?
It's a great question, man. And
winning game 6 and 7 on the road. I think Giants won game 6, 2010 NLCS.
I don't remember a 6 and 7 on the road. I don't. And I'm thinking about other sports too. I
don't know.
You just don't see that. That is extremely rare.
Question for today, and by the way, welcome
CP3
CP3.
and the Dubs back in your life last night too.
And they lost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Kevin Durant back in the building.
Yeah,
Devin Booker was in the building.
Yeah,
I don't know if he went the distance last night, but the guy made all the plays down the stretch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he was.
All right, we got to let Dave home.
All right, shout out to the Warriors, shout out to Overnight Dave, and shout out to the fact that at the end of this World Series, either Bruce Bochy or Madison Bumgarner is going to have a World Series ring. Yes, that's a fact. You can look it up. Bumgarner will get one, but we'll talk about those rooting interests for Bumgarner, for Bruce Bochy, and of course, Bob Melvin supposedly coming to the Bay with the Giants' big announcement coming at 10:30. We'll break it all down on the Murph and Mac Show this morning. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac Show starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, the Warriors are back in our lives. There they were. It's like they never left, man. Last seen losing to the Lakers in the freaking playoffs last year. I'm still not over that, by the way. Good to see the Lakers lose in Denver last night and have Nuggets fans chanting, "Who's your daddy?" at LeBron James. But then I got in on the Warriors. Yeah, and I was toggling back and forth. I couldn't believe Arizona was doing it. I was like, wait, is Arizona? Wait, what? So I definitely gave the Diamondbacks my sort of 7th, 8th, and 9th inning attention.
I got pulled in. Yeah, dude, you know who dazzled me last night, bro? My new favorite D-back.
Dude, I
can't believe I'm saying it. My boy Ginkel. You can't touch Ginkel.
One word.
Bro, they didn't want.
One word.
Ginkel. I might be getting. Listen.
Ginkel.
The Phillies did not. They didn't want any part of Ginkel. They're waving. They're lunging. Ginkel's just up there. Who's next? Who's next?
He's coming off the mound screaming.
What do you want? Another slider? Here it comes. You can't hit it.
Screaming like Ginkel.
Bro, are you feeling Ginkel like I was, bro?
So
I was dazzled by Ginkel.
So just a little funny little domestic story. Over the summer one time when I was watching a game with the teenage Murphy, and Ginkel was on, I said, "Who's this guy Ginkel?" And I just said, Paulie Mack, I brought up you. I said, Paulie Mack's a name guy. I said, I said, I feel like this guy Ginkel.
I want to hang with
This
Ginkel.
was back in like August or September when we were playing him. We even did a little deep dive on him, and we found out he was from Lakeside, California, which is the town that we went to for Rory's summer baseball tournament, which is kind of out in the dusty eastern end of San Diego. So we kind of laughed, and we actually went to this really rando bar and grill in Lakeside that was super random and obscure and way off the beaten path. So it became this running joke. And so what did Declan say last night? He goes, "Dad, here it is. The legend from Lakeside, California, Ginkel." So he's been our guy for a couple of months. And there he was last night. He was the hero of the night for the Diamondbacks. Absolutely buried the Phillies in the 8th inning. Then they handed over to Paul Sewald, who they got in the trade deadline. Oh, wait, you can get guys at the trade deadline? Wait, you can get... Oh, I didn't understand. I guess you can get guys at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
That's who the Diamondbacks... Apparently. The closer for the Diamondbacks was picked up at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
That guy didn't get his first save until August 12th.
Dude, you could never have convinced me. I'm kind of with Russo on this whole bit. Chris Russo saying if the D-backs come back, rally, win the series, he'll retire. I was right there with him. I think Mike Krukow was.
That became a thing on Twitter last night.
Yeah.
Will Russo retire?
They were chanting Mad Dog in the clubhouse. Mad Dog, Mad Dog. Did you hear that?
I did.
Yeah, they had a Mad Dog chant go. It was crazy. But anyway, Ginkel, he got the job done. He didn't care if they were in Philly. And Philly clearly was not seeing him. They couldn't touch him. And from there, once Ginkel hit the scene, honestly, I'm like, D-backs are winning this game.
You've been Ginkel.
Y'all just got Ginkel.
Y'all just got
you know what I mean?
And then over to the Dubs. And there they were. Hey, by the way, wearing their home uniforms.
Well, that was nice to see. So, yeah.
That's a start.
Well, that's a classic look there, yeah.
And then clank, clank, clank. Missing threes all night. Once again, we can go over whether, Kuminga or Wiggins should have been playing down the stretch. We can go over the Warriors' tendency to foul too much. We can go over the fact that their size issues showed up on some offensive rebounds last night. We can go over the Chris Paul appearance. We can go over all that, and yet it all comes down to this. How'd they shoot from three? That's really like, you can go analytics all day, X's and O's, films, because they had a lousy night from three. They did, and that's probably why they lost.
Lousy night from three. Also, the return of Kevin Durant. After all these years, you finally get him in a real game with a real crowd.
He did not have a great night. 7 of 22 from the field.
He flashed a little bit of KD stuff with the mid-range and the fadeaway. He did his KD thing.
Kuminga was on him a couple times. Looking like, and you could see the difference between a young buck and an old buck. You know what I mean?
I don't want to be like that. I forget who it was on ESPN. Was it Marcus? Who was it? Mark Spears, who said he's grown to 7'2" or whatever?
No, that was Kendrick Perkins.
Oh, it was Perkins?
Yeah.
Perkins goes, he's grown to 7'2". I actually think he did get a little bigger. I think he did grow out, stretch out a little bit.
On the Perkins strain on this
I'm
one?
not going full 7'2", but I think he actually got a little bigger and he put some muscle on.
And all of a sudden, like, you can see the difference.
There's some athleticism, yeah.
And also you can just tell right away how much more of a factor he will be on this year's team.
No question.
As
I
opposed
hope
to last
so.
year's team.
I think it would really serve the team well.
I'll tell you this. I like Chris Paul. I liked it.
I know, I kind of do too.
I mean, 34 minutes, 14 points, 9 assists.
That's
6
a Chris
boards,
Paul night. Yeah, there it is.
It's just kind of sad he was approaching triple-double territory. Now, listen, no Draymond last night, and he, of course, makes the defense go. Of course, they were playing without Bradley Beal.
Draymond with the fly shades, though, on the sideline, doing that in-game interview.
How about that? Doing the in-game interview, yeah.
Yeah, tinted. He's such a great, I love listening to Draymond talk ball, and I hope this also means the return of You're Going to Get This podcast by Draymond Green. I've been looking for it on Spotify. He hasn't updated it since July.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Listen, the Warriors went 10 of 43 from three-point land last night.
Boom, end of story.
23%.
And there's your summary.
You want Chris Paul 0 for 6. Now, I looked it up. He's a career 37-point guy, so he can shoot the three.
He was launching them, too.
And, dude, your boy Clay, 3 of 11.
It's distressing. I mean, it's one night, but yeah.
6 of 18 from the field. Clay did not look great last night.
No.
Did not. Wiggins, he gets the absolute stinker of the night. They benched him down the stretch. They went with Kuminga instead of him. I know plus-minus for one game is a fool's errand, but sometimes when it helps your argument, you use it.
Go ahead, man.
Wiggins was a minus 22 last night, a minus 22. So he has these games where somebody described it like Slater or somebody is just sleepwalking.
Wiggs?
That was the knock on him when he came from Minnesota, was that sometimes he'll just
Not a lot of fire, yeah, sometimes.
And then there's old Steph doing his thing.
Wow.
Man. 27 points. He went 4 of 14 from 3, below his average, 7 of 7 from the foul line. Warriors actually, I know they get knocked for too many fouls, and Steph and Kuminga had 5 fouls each down the stretch. But Phoenix only shot 17 free throws to the Warriors 28.
Hey, we talked about this with Marcus Thompson yesterday. Losing opening night at home is kind of a great Warrior tradition during the Steve Kerr era. Don't matter if you won 73 games or 44 or whatever it was last year. Yeah. They're going to drop an opening night at home. They're big on that.
And let's be honest. I mean, the Suns are a legit title contender.
No, dude, this West, I'm telling, watch out. I don't even know what to make of it because you had the Lakers getting after the Nuggets before that. They got their rings. I caught some of the ceremony. You see any of that?
I did not.
The Joker's,
I caught a great post-game Shaq.
Oh, we had the headset on?
And he did the
interview?
He spoke to him in Croatian.
You could that was great. That was great.
He told him, I love you. And then they started leading the chant, Vendyana, whatever it was.
You got guys like, you hear about guys in NBA lore like Chris Mullin, who was a gym rat, right? He had the keys to the gym in Brooklyn. He'd be there at 2 a.m. working on his game. I get the feeling like Joker is the exact opposite. He's like the exterminator. He wants to get the hell out of there as soon as the game's over. Like, you could tell he was doing that interview with Shaq, and he's like, yeah. And as soon as it was over, bro, the headphone, he threw those things off his head.
That said, did you hear Kenny Smith put a gun to his head and was like, dude, tell us what you did in the offseason. Were you just doing your horses? And he goes, no, I was in the gym every day.
He did say that.
He'll deceive you.
They wait through him sometimes.
But you don't notice
I
it.
think I took 2 days off. Remember he said I took 2 days.
I heard somebody slagging him on the way in on a national show, like, his game is boring. I'm like, yeah, you're boring,
Yeah,
dude.
thank
Give
you.
Me Joker
no,
all
you're
day.
boring, dude.
Give me Joker all day, 24/7, 365.
So, dude, I was
just going to say,
busy day.
Real quick, just back-to-back nights. I know it's a loser's lament to say this, but what do you give me for Kirk Cousins and Devin Booker? I mean, our local teams sort of were undone by brilliant individual performances. I mean, I'm still getting over Cousins. What the hell was that? That guy came from some other planet that night. And then Devin Booker was the best player in the building last night. He was better than Steph Curry. He was better than Chris Paul.
No, he's upper echelon now, man.
Klay Thompson.
He's
he was
right
better
there.
than Kevin Durant.
One of the great scorers in the league.
And down the stretch, he was dishing. And the key play was a beautifully executed pick and roll in which he dished to Nurkic.
Yeah.
Who went for 14 and 14. But as you were saying, we haven't even mentioned.
Oh, dude, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot going on now.
10:30 this morning.
Hey, now.
10:30 this morning.
I know. We got press conferences. We got announcements.
Bob Melvin. My kid didn't know. He goes, what do you mean, Bo Mel? I said, Bob Melvin. He goes, what's that? I said, Bo Mel. That's
I like how he's like kind of pissed on him.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Bo Mel?
Yeah. So Bob Melvin, we're going down. I left my car in the starter position so I can blaze down there. I'm going to stare deep into his soul.
Good. Actually, take us through. What's your history with Bob Melvin?
You know what's funny? I do not have a rich and raging history with Bob Melvin. We'll have to develop it. Yeah, I mean, he was over there in Oakland for 10 years, and we were like, the A's, Anytime I spoke of him, though, if you'll notice, if you go through the archives, I always called him the hum baby because I always thought I was needling A's fans.
I'm thinking about the A's.
Like, your manager, he's real good. He's a hum baby. You know that, right?
Totally. I remember we ripped out all the time. So it went, let me think. So it went Howe, Maka, Melvin. Was that the order? Is that when he came in?
Was Bob Guerin in there somewhere?
Oh, Guerin. Yeah.
Was he in there somewhere?
Yes, he was, I think. I forgot about him.
Well, Melvin only took over the A's in 2011, so somebody...
Yeah. Guerin.
I'll look it up.
Okay.
I'll look it up for you. But yeah.
So you didn't have like a relationship back in that?
Unfortunately. But we will, Paulie. We will.
Yeah, totally.
I think Papa's pretty close with him. So I think
I've known Bob for years, John.
Seriously. So anyway, we'll look deep into his hole, man, his soul. And already they're talking about him bringing Matty Williams.
Great.
And I can't confirm it.
Yeah.
And then maybe a Sluss has written, maybe Vogie and all that.
Well, I love the idea of that.
What I'm seeing is like, and listen, I get it. When Bochy came, he brought a whole new staff. We didn't know Flannery, although he kept Dave Righetti.
He did.
Which was big.
Yeah.
And was Bam Bam a holdover?
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
I think he wasn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he was. And Roberto Kelly. But anyway, the point is this, is that you want...
Yeah.
Giants fans like family.
Yeah.
Giants fans like family. And with all due respect to Gabe and the search for the burger and all that, he brought in just all... It was Alice and Kay, man. It really was. It was like, when the new kid... It's like, I get it. You guys have this whole new thing going.
Well, he had his own family, but it was like the Addams family.
Oh, are you going to play the Warriors Addams family for us?
Good. I always, if you want me to.
Yeah, when Howe, Maka, Guerin, Melvin.
There it is, Guerin. That's right.
Maka, Guerin, Melvin. But anyway, and what I see is, and I know this isn't the only reason they're hiring Bob Melvin, but I'll tell you this: for the fan base that's been disaffected and turned off, and you can see by the attendance numbers.
Could you say disenfranchised?
Disenfranchised.
Why not?
From the franchise. To bring back a Melvin and a Matty Williams, and again, I'm assuming Matty Williams is coming. Because like, if Will Clark walks into that dugout, those are his teammates. He played with Matt Williams and Bob Melvin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, and then...
And Giant fans love Ryan Vogelsong.
Like
Giant fans love Pat Burrell.
And those guys, I suppose most fan bases love their own, but Giants fans, I think in particular, love their own. And I know some people liked Gabe, but we felt, like I said in the Jock blog, you didn't know if you were getting Gabe or Chat GPT.
Well, I think there's two facets to it here, because like Mike Krukow told us yesterday. So Murph just said it. First off, the Giant fans do love their community and they love their family. I'm like that too. I like that too. I like to be connected to the history and everything. So Pat Burrell and Ryan Vogelsong, you're going to win over a lot of guys just with those two names alone and all their pedigree and what they accomplish in the Giant uniform. And then two, like Mike said, they have a lot of baseball insight and knowledge to offer. Those guys can become great teachers. Like Vogie really, to me, would have a lot to offer like this generation of pitchers. So I like the idea on both levels.
Yeah, I agree too. So listen, we'll go. We're gonna find out. I imagine we're carrying that thing, right?
Oh, you got to. We're the leader. We're the flagship. I mean, unless
Marcus, you hear what he said? Yeah.
We're the flagship.
We'll talk about that later.
We have all the games.
We'll talk about that later. Yeah. Okay, here's the deal. It's a Wednesday. Melvin gets introduced. We got Bochy in the World Series. We got the Warriors losing last night.
What am I saying? Bochy in 6? Should I say it right now?
You know the Warriors? Well, you can. You
Bochy
just
in 6? Yeah.
You just did.
I was saying Bochy in 6. I'll give him a couple, Marcus. A couple in the desert. That's it.
It gets tough for the Warriors, by the way. The next 8 games are in 8 different cities. They go at Sac Friday, at Houston Sunday, at New Orleans Monday, home for Sac next Wednesday, at OKC next Friday. So it's a lot of, and then at Cleveland, at Detroit, at Denver. So yeah, they're next. I mean, can
you imagine what the atmosphere is going to be like Friday night in Sac? It's going to be a madhouse.
I mean, talk about it's like
they're going to be dudes like taking the day off from work and stuff just to get geared up and like tailgate.
Yeah,
it's going to be mayhem.
It's a hard. I mean, you could see realistically an 0-2 start. I mean, but that's those are against 2 tough games, Phoenix and
there's going to be a lot of those
at Sac, unless they go and win at Sac. Who knows?
Why not?
Last time they were out, Steph Curry dropped 50. You know what I mean? But you're right. Friday night's going to be gnarly in that town. All right, man. Fun stuff.
Okay,
Good Wednesday. Lot going on. Rip the knob off, as Waterboy might tell you.
You're damn right.
Why would you go anywhere else?
Rip it off, baby.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Mountain View. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Mountain View's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Greg Cosell stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to break down what went wrong for the 49ers on on their Monday night loss to the Vikings. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
for Thompson. 8 seconds. Chris Paul, side rim on a 3. Clear it off the Looney rebound. They need it. Thompson can't hit. And that is it. The Suns come into San Francisco and knock off the Warriors on opening night. A new look for Phoenix. They get the result. 108 to 104. The final.
Yeah, it felt good. It's good to come back here. See some people that I built some relationships with. So it was good to come in here and get a W, man. First game of the season, we needed this one.
Well, there they are, man. Kevin Durant. I know I didn't get to see the video. My bad. I guess it wasn't like people weren't weeping in the aisles. You know what I mean? I think it was described as sort of warm applause. So, hey, if you were out there, let us know how that video was. In fact, Triple A was out there. We should get his view of it.
I thought KD looked somewhat affected positively by it. I think
it was all warm, but it wasn't like...
It wasn't Lou Gehrig.
Thank you. That's what I'm looking for.
He wasn't the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
That's what I'm looking for. Thank you very much. No. I mean, it's been so long, and he has been back. He played in a COVID Chase Center, so anyway, and it's been a while, too. So anyway, listen, the guys, as we know, Paulie, as we know how we are with Kevin Durant. I mean,
Kevin Durant with the Murph and Mac show is about as solid as it gets.
Murph and Mac, what's up, man? It's KD. I would say the first, but you're second behind me and Steph as the best duos in the Bay Area.
Well, there it is.
And that's not AI, by the way.
Yeah. So, listen, I just got a text from my buddy Daryl who's checking around. He goes, sloppy turnovers, terrible turnovers. I actually, I'm going to disagree with him. I thought one of the positives last night was the Warriors' lack of turnovers. They only had 11, which is for them a very good number. A very good number. They did have a few in the fourth quarter. But in general, listen, here's the thing. You forget about the NBA, man. You're watching the NBA, right, Paulie? Suns go out to a lead. You're like, Warriors surge back. They take the lead. You're like, Then they're down 15 at half. You're like, And then you go over to the Phillies game, and then you hop back, and it's all tied up. You're like,
unbelievable.
I mean, the NBA is like, it's such a joke, man. It's like, I tell you, my buddy's dad from England, and he just passed away. R.I.P. Jack Lloyd, the great Jack Lloyd, who led a great life. He took us to a Warriors game for Jeff's 13th birthday, and we're sitting up there, and he says to me in his English accent, he goes, I don't understand why they just don't start the game with 2 minutes left, because that's really the only time it matters.
Well, they wouldn't be able to charge the same prices for 2 minutes of ball.
I said, I guess what you do is you just enjoy the athleticism for about 44 minutes, and then watch the competition for 4 minutes, basically is what you should do. So, because there it was, a tie game.
Yeah.
Down the stretch. Okay, who's going to make the plays? And a couple things happened if you missed it. Kuminga missed 2 free throws at a big opportunity.
He sure did.
That was a tough deal.
Yeah.
That was after, by the way, a couple times, there's footage out there on Twitter, he bullied Kevin Durant for a couple rebounds.
He did quite nicely, yeah. That's what I like. That physicality is going to become more and more a part of his game, I think.
And then,
I hope.
And then the Warriors just flat missed their threes down the stretch.
Lots of them.
Chris Paul missed them. Clay missed them. Steph missed them.
Yep.
And then Devin Booker turned into a dishing machine. He had three outstanding assists down the stretch. And then Eric Gordon, who was 0 for 7 from 3, he made one. So, listen, it adds up to a 108-104 loss. No calling of Adam Silver as we welcome Marcus back.
No Key and Peele, not today, Marcus.
No,
nothing.
No Key and Peele, buddy. Good morning, Marcus.
What's up, boys? How we doing today?
We're doing good, man. I mean, we got a lot going. We got Warriors. They're back in our lives. We got to remember the football team.
Mm-hmm.
They got the Bengals on Sunday, and we got a new manager.
And you got a World Series that's now set.
Yeah,
you got a World Series.
Boys, there are a lot of topics. I think for the first time, and I can't remember how long, I barely mentioned the 49ers at all on the leadoff spot because I was talking all about Bruce Bochy. I was talking Torey Lovello and the turn-up Arizona Diamondbacks, and we're talking Bo Melvin.
Did you see, do you remember that personality, Katie Nolan is her name? Mm-hmm. She achieved some fame through Barstool, I think, or somewhere in Boston.
Yeah, and then she was on
Apple TV.
And she was with the Dan Le Batard show a lot.
Oh, was she?
Also.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember she was on the Apple TV broadcast last year. She put out a tweet last night. Did you see this?
Mm-mm.
She put out a tweet last night. She says, hey, Diamondbacks, Paul, you might like this. She goes, hey, Diamondbacks fans, I just want you guys to know your skipper is hella cool. She said, when we were doing a game last year, we came in for the pregame meeting, and this was waiting for us. And it's a picture of, look at this, Polly. Excuse me, she says, your skip is cool as hell. We walked to his office for the pregame interview tonight to find this. And Torey Lovello, Waterboy, had stacked out about 10 ice-cold Coors Light
silver bullets
for the crew to a sip on while they enjoyed talking to Torey. So the guy, hey, man, you guy's a proper host.
Yeah.
You're going to come into my room. I'm going to
grab a silver bullet. Let's relax.
You need a beer.
Yeah, well, that's how the Boch likes to make people comfortable. You offer, whoa, okay.
Okay, we got a situation?
Whoa.
Got a situation?
Wow.
There was an OPEX redo last night. Did it affect things? Yeah.
Oh, is Paulie Mack missing stuff too?
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
I just went to a page. It's like, what?
Welcome to my world.
Sorry to do this on the air. Sorry, I'm just.
Can I get a Carl Lewis national anthem?
Oh, boy.
That was I know, right? So,
boy. Don't ask for anything. I'm just telling you right now, Murph, don't ask for anything. Don't call out for anything. I didn't know this was going on.
So if I
this is the first time I'm seeing this. Did you have this too?
Oh, Paulie Mack, I came in this morning about 10 minutes ago. I just noticed my entire front page is missing.
Me too.
So if we're going, I'm just making an announcement.
Yeah, Murph, don't ask for anything.
We're going bare bones this morning. We're going bare bones.
Okay.
Wait a minute. We actually have to riff without the crutch of audio?
Well, don't.
Well, Murph, it's just not the sound bites. We don't have a traffic bed. We don't have our sponsors. We have nothing this morning.
Hey, man.
I got this, though.
Hey, there we go.
I got a few of them.
Like Murph, I'm literally like a golfer right now showing up to the course without any clubs.
Nice. And I'm a golfer showing up with no balls.
That's going to be a problem.
It'll be a fun show today, boys. Fun show.
You just kick the ball down the...
like Judge Schmales.
Oh, boy.
Don't count that.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah, nice and blank, the way I like it.
Well, boys, in the words of Tori Lavellu,
let's f***ing party!
Let's party, boys.
All night.
Did you see, you sent to the thread his speech about Russo retiring. He turned it into this inspirational moment about everybody in life has been doubted somewhere. You all have been told you can't do something. He's like, we relish that. We're using that as just a chance to bond together and try to achieve something. And Tori Lavellu is winning he's winning the charisma war, man. He is. They went into Philly. And as preschool dad Peter said, I should probably read you some of his texts because it's really, really funny. It's good comedy. But he said, you and Paulie fell into the trap of believing that Philly was some sort of impregnable fortress because you bought into this effing illusion that somehow Philly fans are so effing amazing and hardcore.
Spoken like a true Jersey boy,
this
man.
atmosphere is so incredible.
Yeah.
Because newsflash, they're just like any other fan base. When the team is good and exciting, they show up and pack the house. When they're bad, they're indifferent and the intensity.
See how deep it runs? Rags is the same way.
And then he says, blank Philly now and forever.
No, they hate Philly.
I hate Philly so much. I might actually root for the Niners when they play the Eagles, and I'll throw up a little bit in my mouth, but I'll take the pain.
It's hard to explain how much those guys in Jersey hate Philly's guts, and vice versa. It's a two-way thing. They really clash, and there's more evidence right there.
Permanently pissed off that they're overlooked. Trash. He goes on Trash City, trash fans. He goes on. He goes, and you goes, it's so blank and blue collar and tough. Blah, blank and blah. He goes, I got news for you. 80% of the country is blue collar. You're not special or tough or cool or compelling. You're just blank and half-wits drunk on your delusional narrative that you're anything other than human detritus.
Hey, preschool dad Peter for
I will
president.
concede, though, Rocky rules. Go Stallion.
I think preschool dad Peter's the kind of uniter we're all looking for, man.
Oh, man. So there you go. All right. Very, very funny stuff, man. Well, listen.
What do you got?
Is it bad for baseball that these are the two teams playing?
Probably not going to be. Honestly, to answer your question, it's probably not great for ratings. It's not going to grab the national interest or anything. These are pretty low-level kind of, teams that don't really move the needle, say like a Dodgers or a Giants or a Yankees or even the Phillies might. But I am very interested in this series. I'm stunned at what Arizona was able to pull off. They're riding that magic carpet right now, and it's all Boch in the other corner, man. So, yeah, I'm all in on this World Series. I'm actually really looking forward to it.
How about you, Marcus?
I think it's bad for the TV networks, but for a baseball fan like me, I absolutely love it. Like, we talk about parity and how we want it in the sport. This is what Rob Manfred wanted by extending the playoffs. Now you got more wild card teams. Now you got the Texas Rangers going for their first World Series titles, and the Diamondbacks being one of the best underdog stories in recent years.
Would Braves, Orioles be more buzz?
Yeah, there's a lot more history there. A lot more. And by the way,
200-win teams.
Yeah, were you dazzled by Genko like I was? He was incredible last night.
How about him striking out the side and then just losing his mind?
Well, good. I would have too. I mean, they couldn't touch him.
No, they couldn't. It was great. So, all right. Well, listen, the Warriors start off with a loss, 108-104, and of course, Chris Paul debuted. And by the way, did you see when he took that little sneaky foul to get into the bonus in the third quarter?
There you go.
He figured out that the Warriors were the Suns were one foul away from bonus. So Devin Booker had the ball in the back court, and he kind of slid in front of Booker and sold the foul, and they called it
all the time.
And that put the Warriors in the bonus, and the fans started chanting, CP3.
Well, it's about time it's happening for us instead of against us.
I got to tell you, I'll give you these quotes here, actually. It's really funny you said before we get the guest list. There were specific quotes from Curry.
A lifetime of him doing that to the Warriors.
Specific quotes from Curry and Kerr on that exact thing. Here, let me find this. This is from Anthony Slater in The Athletic. I was laughing. By the way, who invited Josh Okogie? I had to look this guy up. He's been a journeyman. He's like, oh, the guy was he was like, he was the X Factor last night. A Koji. I was like, I don't know a Koji. Anyway, I had to look him up. He's averaged like 6 points a game in his career. He had a huge night last night. Anyway, here's the story on CP3. Look at these quotes, Paulie. Here's the one from Kerr. He says, it's part of Chris's game. He's so smart. He understands the angles. If someone's running behind him, he's going to get in front of him, draw the foul, and make the free throws. It's a nice bit of gamesmanship we add to our team. And then Curry says, we're joking about it a lot already. Last year or the year before, he got JK in Phoenix 92 feet from the basket. It was a great play in terms of understanding when contact was coming and selling the call that was actually there. But yeah, definitely some laughs. Obviously smart basketball. He goes, it was nice to not to have to look at the refs and say, hey, he's on our side now. So that's pretty funny, man. They're like, the stuff you hated, you're like, yes. Yeah,
it's about time. It works for us.
Yeah. CP3. All right, let's get the guest list on.
Give me the horns, baby.
If we have them, do we have them?
Well, that's the thing. We don't have the horns.
Oh, wow. They're gone.
Hope y'all enjoyed that.
Cut that.
Yeah.
Save it so he doesn't have to do it every
I'd rather
day.
do it better.
Those are the new horns. We're just going to play Paulie Mack every day.
I'm going to be hitting blank screens all day, you guys. You know what they say on the streets, Marcus? I'm firing blanks. Yeah.
Stand back. Yeah. All right, boys. So we got a good guest list this morning, and it starts off in about half an hour with our 49er Player of the Week. We're going to check in with Juice. Kyle Juszczyk stops by the show 7 a.m. today.
You know, it's funny because we were asked, what players of the week do you want? And after that game, like a listener, I ask you, if you were asked to pick a player of the week, who do you take? I sent him, I have to tell you, I suggested a couple guys I thought would be just, and with the Niners, at this point in time, because the Niners are a little low point, what you do? You send out Juice.
Juice is the best
because he's like the spokesman.
Well, he's an Ivy Leaguer, man. Yeah, he's a great guest. I love talking to Juice.
When like the house is on fire,
bring in Juice.
You send out Juice.
Send me the Harvard guy. Yeah.
Hell yeah. We'll talk to Juice this morning at 7:35, and then at 7:35, Juice at 7:35 is Dwayne Kuiper.
Yeah.
Kuiper's going to come on, talk a little postseason ball and about the Giants' big announcement this morning at 10:30 this morning.
Yeah, man. 10:30. Here he is. Big announcement. So funny. It's like the press release is written in crayon. Giants to make big announcement. It's like, it must have been contractual reasons. Like his agent hadn't signed off on the last clause yet or something.
Yeah.
So anyway, hey, like I said, I anticipate us carrying it, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Here's the thing. Spoiler alert, the big announcement is Bob Melvin. Yeah. So we'll talk to Dwayne Kuiper about that at 7:35. Maybe make it our big hit this morning at 8 a.m. We'll discuss that, hop into a cooler of content, then check in with the man that broke the news about the Padres giving permission to the Giants to interview Bob Melvin. That, of course, is Andrew Baggerly at 8:50 this morning. And then we'll top off the show 9:35, talking some dubs with a man who was on the call last night, Stan Van Gundy.
Good booking.
9:35.
All right, I look forward to that very much. And by the way, another one of those games 6 and 7 on the road, 2004 Red Sox. Scott,
of course.
Scott in the 604.
Sorry, Marcus, but that's the obvious one. Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
All right, let's hear what the Warriors had to say after last night. They lost. Ouch. We'll get into it next on The Sports Leader.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Phoenix is 1 of 10 in the third quarter. Paul to pull up puck. Book it.
His first bucket of the night. 1 for 7 now. That mid-range jumper has been a staple of his game.
Yeah, I ain't really worried about the shooting. You know, I've been on a team that missed 27 straight threes. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's going to be the case over here. Not going to, you know, with the shooters that we got, you know what I mean, and guys being unselfish and passing up shots. I live with the shots that we got every night.
That's our guy, huh? That's CP3? That's our guy, Chris Paul?
How about that sentence right there? That's our guy, comma, CP3. Something I never thought I heard Brian Murphy say, and something I never thought I'd do, Marcus. Murph, watching the game last night, I'm like, yeah. Like he's hitting the mid-range. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, damn, I'm rooting for Chris Paul. What a weird night this is.
I do have to say that when you look at him in your own uniform, you look at it, you
feel a little bit different.
Definitely look at him differently.
Feel a little different.
And you start appreciating him.
I got a Hall of Famer right there.
Like, to me, I'm going to say this is pretty simple. I know he's not the only guy doing this, but he had a two-hand chest pass to a cutting Kuminga or Wiggins for a bucket or something.
Oh.
And I was like, look at that two-hand chest pass.
He can dish, man. Yeah.
But I mean, it's like what you teach the kids in CYO, man. You got one hand on either side of the ball. All right, you're gonna push it out with you come out with your palms. I'm gonna do it on the YouTube. Put palms extended.
I like that. Right to the camera. Right down the barrel.
It's like that's the two-hand. I was like, I'm gonna cut that and show that to the 6B squad we have here. So like he's just so fundamental.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's so fundamental.
And let's be honest, dude. I mean, the amount of fouls he'll be drawing this year on behalf of the Warriors, it's going to be great to have that going for us instead of against us, as it's been like his entire career. So it's great to have that.
He got some in the third quarter when they made their run. He was the guy driving it. He got all those switches on Nurkic and was taking him to the basket. And I was like, look at this guy. He's crafty, man.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Totally.
Hey, anyway, on the other big story, Bob Melvin being announced today, Dallas Braden is going to join Papa and Lund today.
Oh, good.
At 1:15. Yeah, in fact, that's some of the stuff you're seeing is people. We'll get into that a little bit later. I want to talk about the Warriors here. So the box score tells you a lot. I mean, the box score tells you Wiggins had a terrible night. And, you know, that's just, you know, as Kerr said after the game, this is not Wiggs' night. He's not Wiggs' night. That's what he said. You know, the question is who you play down the stretch, because he played Kuminga, and that was a big deal. And now, because I think he's getting, and he said, Kerr said, basically, I'm going to play the five guys who are playing the best that night. So right now, they don't have after one game, but right now, they don't have a quote unquote death lineup. We'll see. Maybe it is Kuminga. Maybe it's Wiggins.
Yeah, it's going to take shape, right? It'll reveal itself over time.
But there is some theories out there that if you do have Chris Paul and Steph Curry in the death lineup in the final 4 minutes, there's some negatives. Size, baby. You will get beat.
Huge.
You will get beat. You will get beat for that rebound.
That's a concern.
Could change the game.
It's a legitimate concern, the size element.
And take a look at that lineup yesterday in the first quarter, not even the closing lineup, but with CP3 being in there for Draymond Green, Devin Booker was destroying this Warriors lineup. Like, he was just picking his poison, whether it was Steph, Clay, or CP3 trying to guard him.
Yeah.
None of them good.
Yeah, and Clay, guys, I mean.
Well, see, it's unfortunate because Clay was a premier defender before the injury. He was a lockdown guy, and he never kind of quite got back. Maybe he will this year. I hope he gets closer to it, but his defensive prowess is not quite what it was.
I'll tell you a guy whose defensive prowess hasn't changed. That's GP2. He's still looking at me. So, what, in the final possession, the Warriors.
Plus, no Draymond Green. Sorry, Murph, but no Draymond last night. That'll make a big difference.
Again, they didn't have Beal. Yeah. It's kind of like the Niner game. We didn't have Debo. They didn't have Justin Jefferson. You know what I mean? So, but if the Warriors are going to win, they're probably going to have to win with smart defense like Draymond. So what they do is they do the offense for defense sub late. When they were down to the one possession, Curry sits, GP2 was in. And I was just, Devin Booker held the ball out near half court for about 10 seconds. It was just so funny to see GP2 just hawking him. He was leaning into his body. He peers around your hip to look at the ball when he's leaning into you. And then he just ran this little two-man game with Nurkic. And Peyton was fighting, and it came down to, could Devin Booker feed Nurkic through the lane, and could Nurkic finish? And unfortunately, the answer was yes. In a high leverage situation. And the thing is, when Nurkic got the pass and he's cutting through the lane, going to give help D was Chris Paul. Nurkic is like, what is this, like a flea? I don't even notice you. You know what I mean? He went right to the basket. So that's, to be honest, guys, a little bit of a problem.
Right. And who knows how long that'll last, though, too. It's going to be, I'd like to see Chris Paul work with kind of the B unit a little bit more, to be honest with you. Help those guys get more NBA, ready and NBA.
Well, when Draymond
caliber.
comes back, we'll figure out what they're going to do.
Exactly.
And I Paulie Mack, I'm with you. I think he's going to be in that second unit. Moses Moody looked good last night. Kuminga had
That's
some moments.
exactly what I'm talking about. That kind of pairing, yes.
Yeah, he's got to work with some of those young guys. Even Dario Saric, who struggled a little bit in his Warriors debut, but I think he's going to be good with Chris Paul.
Saric or Saric, by the way? I'm trying to figure this out.
Saric.
You got the etch or the...
Dude, you could put a gun to my head. I got a guy all over my A on the Twitter because I'm not saying Lavello instead of Lavulo.
Because it was confusing.
And I actually freaking know. I went to college with the guy, and we made him athlete of the week every other week. Tori Lavello, Tori Lavulo, Tori Lavello, Tori Lavulo, Tori Lavello.
A lot of confusion.
Dario Saric, Dario Saric, Dario Saric, Dario Saric.
You know what I mean?
Luka Doncic, Luka Doncic.
You can do it. It's easy to slip up. I know.
How about if we just go with Chris Paul? How's that?
Doncic. We'll go with Chris Paul in that starting lineup. But, boys, I'm with you. I think when Draymond comes back, he's obviously going to be in that starting lineup, which obviously improves the Warriors' defense. Now, I don't know if you boys heard any of the Draymond back and forth during the game yesterday.
Yeah.
He was interviewed with TNT.
With those killer shades on.
With those shades on, looking fly.
Do you have some?
And no, we don't have the sound because, of course, nobody cut it, Murph. But we'll get it for you later in the show.
Or if they did, maybe they just erased it off my board.
Yeah, that's
one or the other.
But one of my big takeaways was Draymond talking about this team playing defense this year, and he laid it out pretty simple. When we're a top 10 defense, we win championships. I think that's a big focus this year for the Warriors is to improve defensively.
Yeah, but I will just say, one of the things I kept saying during the offseason was man, Mike Dunleavy, he doesn't like a big. He's just going out of his way to not get a big, and sure enough, it showed up last night. I mean, if you look at the rebounding totals, 60-49 Phoenix. I mean, that's 11 more possessions right there. You lose by 4. So, I mean, listen, one game, Suns are really good, came down to the wire, they missed their threes. It's the NBA regular season.
You hear Charles Barkley has already decided to rank the Warriors as the 4th best team in California. You hear that one?
Okay, so we're going Kings,
He's
Lakers,
power ranking
Clippers.
us as 4th in the state.
Well,
it's
4
showmanship.
good teams, although the Lakers did not show well in Denver last night.
No, they didn't at all. No.
See, the Nuggets fans were chanting, "Who's your daddy?"
They got all over the King. Yeah, he wasn't crowning himself last night.
And they're playing him only between 28 and 30 minutes this year, they say, because of his age.
Right.
Only Tommy Brady can defy Father Time.
So far. Steph Curry, we'll see.
Yeah, 4th best team in California.
That's what he says. That's Chuck just getting right into it, not wasting any time.
You got it?
I have the sound if you want to hear it.
Yeah.
I just don't like their team going forward. They've had a great run, great organization, but the Lakers, Sacramento, and the Clippers are all better than the Warriors.
Okay. Well, listen, I mean, those are all really good teams, so it's not like an outlandish statement. They're all pretty even.
Somehow the Clippers, though, they always self-destruct somehow. Something will happen with Kawhi. They just can't.
I can't get over the. I mean, I just can't get over the incredible organizational
futility
of the Clippers. I really can't.
You. Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, listen, I'm not
and it's generational too. It's been going on
like our whole crazy statement, and I mean, I think it's by a minuscule you could make an argument that the Warriors are 4th, but it's also you can make an argument that the Warriors are 1st.
I think it's just Chuck being Chuck.
They beat the Kings in the playoffs last year.
Listen,
Lakers knocked them out last year, so you got to say they're our daddy. Tip your caps and say they're your daddy.
For now.
I mean, the Clippers. They're the Clippers.
Well, that's just Chuck.
I mean, all right.
Chuck and a Chuck, right?
Listen, it's so funny. I mean, he goes, they've had a great run.
In past tense, they've had a great run. Dude, it's opening night.
But during that run, he was saying they were no good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, dude,
the first year,
they're ripping off titles.
I remember it was the first year he just could not wrap his head around the fact that the Warriors going to win with that death lineup and shooting threes.
Jump shooting team.
Yeah, he was exactly.
Hey, man, any chance we bring Bogut back at some point?
The Angry Aussie? Sure.
What is he, 50 now?
Bring him back as a diplomat, yeah.
All right, but they are missing that big, unless Kuminga and Saric and Looney, we haven't even talked about Looney.
Loondog.
28 minutes last night, 11 rebounds, 7 points. Warriors lose to the Suns 108-104. It's a really good Suns team.
It is.
Booker went off. Yeah. Nurkic is a nice ad. Remember people were saying in the trade, that, what was the trade? Was that
DeAndre Ayton trade?
The DeAndre Ayton trade, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, they got no, Nurkic looked like it. He went 14-14 last night.
He did.
So, anyway, there's some Warriors for you. We can get you some more of that on the other side. But, hey, we got a World Series on Friday. Is it a nightmare for baseball? Is this the negative effect of Rob Manfred's expanded playoffs? Is it?
It could be.
Talk about that.
One way of looking at it.
Start thinking about the 49ers and the Bengals, y'all. That's coming up on Sunday. That's all next. Oh, Kyle Juszczyk is next is what I meant. When I meant thinking 49ers, Bengals, That's because we're doing our 49er Player of the Week. The always agreeable and very gentlemanly and scholarly Kyle Juszczyk. He's always great. The perspective you need after 2 straight losses. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Who's your daddy?
And I'm Marcus Boucher telling you that traffic report was sponsored by Chitlin Auto Body. Now let's check in with Paulie Mack with a live read.
Oh, hi. Thanks, Marcus. Appreciate that. Paulie Mack saying good morning on a Wednesday. Hey, hope everybody's feeling good today. And hopefully I can pass along some advice. If you're stressed out about money, and I understand, I've been there many times myself, really, honestly, kidding aside, like that's the adult life, that's the adult reality. You grow up, you have expenses. Suddenly, it's just like every time you feel like you get caught up, boom, something else happens. And I got this other huge expense with my car, with my house, with my credit card bills. Maybe it's a tuition you're trying to pay down. That's where Loan Pronto comes in. The good people at Loan Pronto are offering up their Express Equity line of credit. It's really an amazing program that allows you to get cash out of your home in as fast as 5 days. Don't lose sight of that. That is your most valuable asset. And Loan Pronto can pull 50, they can pull 100, all the way up to $200K out of your record high home value. And then that money is yours to do whatever you want. Like I said, solar panels, home improvement, credit card debts, whatever it might be. That's where Loan Pronto is going to assist you with their Express Equity line of credit. Make sure you ask about it specifically when you call the good people at Loan Pronto and just ask them about the program and say, hey, man, I do need some cash. How can we get this thing happening? And they'll do it within 5 days. They do it very quickly. Give them a shout at 415-808-5721. Visit them online as well at loanpronto.com. Again, it's 415-808-5721. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Helmet is off, and his mic is on. Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Matt. Touchdown! On KNBR, the sports leader. Sponsored by
Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. And by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
You've got Kittle and Ayuk tight left and Jawan Jennings right. Handoff, McCaffrey. McCaffrey dives into the end zone. Touchdown! CMC!
Yeah, ends up getting a really good double team block by Jalen Moore and Aaron Banks. They absolutely caved down the entire left side of the defense. Kittle gets a good kick out block, and CMC finds the crack on the cutback.
There it is, man. 49ers. You go back to that game, and I'm thinking about it. One possession game, down the stretch. I mean, we're going to talk to Kyle Juszczyk in just about 3 minutes here. He's about to call in at 7 o'clock. And we're going to be like, how's the crisis? How, is the building still standing?
Yeah.
It's like both, they make a kick in Cleveland.
This is the NFL, man. Yeah.
And Purdy somehow squeaks the ball down the field, down the stretch. I mean, listen, they're 5-2 now, and they're tied with the Seahawks in the loss column. Don't bring the Seahawks into my life. I'm like,
no,
come on, man.
I'd like to live a Seahawk-free existence. Would it make you feel any better, Murph, if you recall, we have a colleague down the hall who's a very big 49er fan.
Yes.
Lifetime fan like us, and I remember after the Dallas game, he just kind of matter-of-factly told me in the hallway the day after the Dallas beating, he goes, yeah, Niners are going to lose in Cleveland. Anyway, have a good day. He just kind of dropped it very matter-of-factly. This morning, I popped my head in on the way into the Murph and Max studio. I just checked in with him. I go, hey, what up, man? I go, how do you like the Niners against Cincinnati? And he looked over at me. Same kind of attitude. He goes, yeah, Niners will beat the Bengals. And he went back to what he was doing.
Well, this is a man
he was very matter
we
of
should trust
fact.
this oracle.
I guess so.
This oracle of wisdom.
He called the Browns loss, and now he's calling a Bengal win. So does that help your head a little bit?
Yeah.
Me too.
It does,
me
actually.
too. Because he's kind of like a wise. He's like
wise owl.
Yeah,
an old owl.
He's like a wizard or something with a robe. Yeah.
Ooh. We had a listener say that there was an owl outside their window somewhere in Sonoma County.
I got the owls too.
And he said when he literally is lying in bed and he hears the owl, he hears Paulie Mac's Zaza sound. Who are you? Who are you? How good is that, by the way? That you're in these people's heads.
Who are you? Who are you?
Just like that.
Oh, man. Very good. All right, guys. So Kyle Juszczyk about to call in. Hey, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So, obviously, no Deebo Samuel, but will Trent Williams be back this week? That's one of the questions.
That's a big question.
It's funny. Most of the people who do the film study say Jalen Moore held up okay.
I thought he did too. I mean, he was like a bright spot of the game, actually.
The problem was McKivitz. He gave up 6 pressures to Danielle Hunter. So, but that's, listen, we knew going into the season, Colton McKivitz. He's not a shutdown. Listen, we used to beat up Mike McGlinchey.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, McKivitz isn't getting as much abuse as McGlinchey. McGlinchey was a first-round pick.
He was.
Big difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at who McGlinchey's had to go up against so far this year. T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett. Last week it was Danielle Hunter, who was top in the league in sacks this year. I thought he's done a decent job, but you're right. He did get beat by Danielle Hunter, put a sick inside-outside move on him.
That was the one that led to that intentional grounding.
And that's when Brock Purdy should have just took the sack instead of trying to make a play.
Yeah. By the way, I may need some help on this one, Paulie.
What do you need?
Because listen, we're keeping it light here in the and right?
We're trying to. If that's okay.
So Waterboy's saying that, McKivitz has had to go against all these great pass rushers, And I'd say the same about the tackles that have to face the Niners, but they're going up against Nick Bosa, so it's okay.
You know what I mean?
I'm just riffing.
I feel you, bro.
I'm just
No, I feel you. You got to riff. There's no way.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on. So, look at how fast did we. It's been. Nick Bosa was a deity in these parts. Now we're like, man, where is this guy?
Well, there are expectations. Listen, you signed that big deal. There are a lot of This is the freaking. He just got award. He was the NFL Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
So the standard is.
We're looking for plays.
The standard is set very high. He set the bar himself, and I'm sure if you asked him privately, there's no way he could be satisfied with what he's done so far. And it really wasn't a talking point until this week. I think this is the week people said, man, Kirk Cousins had way too much time. That is Nick Bosa's primary responsibilities to get to, and not just pressure, throw his ass to the ground. That's what we're looking for. We need sacks. Niners didn't record one, and when that happens, I think most people turn their attention to 97, and they say, well, it starts with him.
Yeah, and a lot of, we're getting into this sort of analytics game where they tell you, no, he's doing his job and he's doing that, and it reminds me of analytics when I hear about WRC plus and WAR.
Well, there's no
and
substitute for sack.
There's the game.
There's no. You know what I mean?
There he is. By the way, I was wondering as the Niners get ready for the Bengals on Sunday. Bengals 3-3, by the way, and as we said, they're heading in the right direction after their bad start.
Oh my God! Remember,
they've kind of come on a little bit, and they've already beaten the Seahawks, Rams, and Cardinals. They're going for the sweep. All right. Do you remember when Jerry Glanville brought the California Trophy in?
I do remember
that.
I do remember
Marcus,
Glanville.
Back in the day, Jerry. There was a. Do you even know the name Jerry Glanville? He was a real maverick.
Coach in the 90s.
He was a
big personality.
Big personality. Talked a lot, kind of like Rex Ryan, but even more so, even more of an S-talker and more of a
and the
shoot
Niners,
from the hip guy.
The Niners were a powerhouse during that era, and he came in just running his mouth. Yeah, we're going to beat them.
He coached the Falcons, and they had beaten the Rams. They had beaten the Rams and the Niners. So he came to Candlestick Park with this tinfoil. They jogged onto the field. It was this tinfoil fake Lombardi trophy. He was holding it up. They're like, what the hell is that? He goes, that's the California trophy because we own California.
Shout out
to they've beaten the Rams and the Niners.
Shout out Dave Cavill and his bridge trophy. Waving that thing around like it matters. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of right now. That's the Bengals coming in. That's the Bengals coming in on Sunday. They're going to be bringing this big W for the NFC West.
Yeah,
They're going to
right.
try to sweep them. So 49ers are 5.5-point favorites. It is a 125 kick. It is Jim Nance and Tony Romo.
Gentleman Jim.
On the call.
Makes me feel good.
And if you missed Nance yesterday, I would highly recommend you go to KNBR.com. Looks like the connection is being made right now with our 49er player of the week. Marcus, we do not need to play the Open, correct? We are all good. We are ready to have number 44 come on as the Niners get ready. And what I really like is the downside of the Monday night is waiting so long. The upside is it's already Wednesday, and we have a game on Sunday.
Let's get to it.
Heading into his lab day today, practice day, and getting back on the horse for the 49ers and Bengals on Sunday is the reliable and trustworthy fullback.
This is our guy.
Kyle Juszczyk. Kyle, it's always great to talk to you. Great to talk football. Welcome back
Kyle.
to the Murph and Mac Show with Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey. So good morning. How's your morning going, man?
Hey, man.
Hey, good morning, guys. It's a good start to the day. Get to hang out with you guys and talk a little football.
Yeah, right. So what's the Wednesday morning routine for a Kyle Juszczyk? What you got going? What's next on the agenda?
Well, I'm driving into work right now. First thing I do is go hit the cold tub, 3 minutes up to the neck. From there, we go to the red light room for 10 minutes, grab breakfast, and then we'll start meetings at 8 o'clock.
Wait a minute. Two things. So one, cold tub.
That's a long 3 minutes. Yeah,
that's like a trendy thing now. Now, did you do that way back when, or is it new for you?
Relatively new. I started doing it actually about this time last season and started just seeing incredible results from it. Recovery, much faster, much more awake. Energy levels are a lot higher. So it's become a ritual, and every single morning I do it, and I feel great.
Wow.
What's the how mentally tough did you have to get to 3 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, that's tough,
Or
bro.
was it, conversely, was it a piece of cake?
No, I'm not going to lie. It took a while to get there. At this point, now that I'm a year into it, it's pretty easy, but it was definitely a build-up. I had to start at a minute.
Okay,
and then work my way.
Now, Kyle, are you going headphones? Because I could see trying to trick myself. You know what? I'll throw my earbuds on. I'll listen to one song, and then I'm out. Because that way, something's going on while you're sitting in there. Are you doing any methods like that?
So, yeah, I definitely I used to do it at my house. I would just jump in my pool at this time of the year. Well, it starts to get cold enough that you could just do that. And when I was first trying to psych myself up, I would listen to Nelly, "Hot in Here."
Hell yeah!
Oh, that's great.
That's great.
I can just handle it. I can just go in there, and usually there's other people in the room. I can talk to them.
Oh, that's really funny. Now, you mentioned the red light room. What's that?
So we have a red light therapy room with Juve lights. So it's a combination of these different red light and infrared lights that help boost ATP production in your cells, and again, just helps with energy and recovery, and actually helps with your skin looking younger too, which is
Has your wife checked in on that?
There's all kind of benefits. Yeah.
we have one at home now.
Oh man! All right. Well, so that means you're in a totally great headspace, like physically and mentally, going into a Wednesday, and then you guys hit the film room, and this is the hard part now. So that's the cool part. You got your ice tub and you got your red light room. Then, do you guys go look at the film of the Bengals of the Vikings game, or is it on to the Bengals already?
Yeah, no. This is a little different Wednesday because we played on Monday. We had yesterday off, so we haven't watched the film yet. So that's actually what we'll do first. Is we'll watch the Vikings first, and then we'll move on to Cincinnati.
So what do you think you'll see in that Vikings game? I mean, you guys flew home. It was a long night. You got in the middle of the night, messed with your sleep schedule. You had to recover yesterday. We wake up on Wednesday morning. What's your opinion of that Vikings game?
I mean, there's a lot of ways I could come at that. Just from the offensive side, you're definitely not going to see a lack of effort. I felt like, we played as hard as we played any other game. It's just, it really came down to turnovers. We only punted once on the offensive side, which, usually leads to more than 17 points. So, it says there was a breakdown somewhere else, and that was taking care of the football. And, it's something we stress every single week. So, that's not something that just, snuck up on us. It's something that we're very aware of and something that, we'll address going forward.
Yeah, I mean, turnovers, Kyle, is for. We're talking to Kyle Juszczyk. He's our 49er Player of the Week. It's great to have him. He's driving into work today, getting ready for his cold tub and his preparation for the Bengals. I mean, as long as you watch football all your life, turnovers is that ultimate bugaboo. It's like sometimes it's fluky, right? I mean, Christian McCaffrey, you trust this guy 10,000 times out of 10,000, and he stands up after the game and says, "I cost my team the game." For you as a veteran. How do you guys, do you just brush that off onto the next, or is there something you can learn from it?
There's always something that you can learn from every mistake, but, I think that says a lot about Christian and, like, his accountability. But like you said, 10,000 times, like, we're going to go right back to Christian. Christian's the reason that we're in position to win games. That we trust him with the ball more than anybody. So, that's going to happen. You carry the ball so many times. You get the ball 20, 30 times a game. Eventually one of those are going to get coughed up. So, we have no issues with Christian going forward. But, it's on all of us to be accountable and make sure that when we do have that ball that, we do everything we can to hang on to it.
We're talking to Kyle Juszczyk, our 49er Player of the Week. It's great to have him on his way into work in Santa Clara today. So we got to ask about the quarterback. So everybody loved Brock Purdy. Everybody. And he's a darling. He's a darling story.
Played a lot of great football, too.
He's played a lot of great football. And now he's hit his first, quote-unquote, losing streak, right? Do you have a role to play in talking him up, coaching him up mentally about the adversity of the NFL? Is that something you see as a veteran as your job?
Yeah, I definitely, I take on at least a little bit of that. It's not just me. We have a lot of veterans on this team, so he's got a lot of guys that he can lean on, and, we're all quick to let him know, like, man, this is the NFL. Not everything's going to be perfect, and we're all going to make mistakes. But I still felt like I saw so many great things from Brock in that game. Minnesota pressures the quarterback more than anybody in the NFL right now, and, at the end of the day, he is still a young quarterback, and I felt like, for the most part, he did handle that pressure pretty well. He had 2 errant throws that he wishes he could have back. But also saw some really really good scrambling from him, like his ability to avoid the rush and make some plays downfield is an awesome added element to this offense. So definitely, we all still feel just as good about Brock as we did, 2 weeks ago, and we know that he can turn around and have an incredible game this week against Cincinnati.
I mean, if there's one constant in the NFL, it's, adversity. I mean, it's a 17-week season. You're not going 17-0, although, Kyle, we were thinking that after the Cowboys game. So, I mean, it is, but it's his first taste of it, right? So that's why I think Niner fans are going to be really interested to see how he bounces back, right?
Yeah, no question. I mean, I think I get reminded every season of just how long an NFL season really is. 17 weeks is a grind, man. It really is, and there's so many seasons within the season. And, Kyle always talks about breaking it up. And, so we broke it up our first 3 games, then we had a Thursday night game, we had a little break. Now we're on this 5-game stretch. We got 1 left, then we go into the bye. And so, we try to look at it in I can't think
compartments?
Of the word right now.
I got you, man. Yeah, compartments.
Compartmentalize. That's the word. The season into little chunks like that. And so, we feel that we got 1 more left in this block. If we can go 6-2 into the bye, we're feeling really good, and then we can break it up, our second half of the season into little chunks like that.
Like the way you're thinking, Kyle Juszczyk. He has this game and then the bye, which will be obviously big for their bodies and their minds, as in 6-2 would look so good compared to the alternative. Do have to ask you, Kyle, before I let you go, about the run game in general. 22 carries for 65 yards. Now, you did not carry any, and we would like to see you touch the ball, of course. I know you would like to, but 22 carries for 65 yards was not like what you guys needed to get done in that game. 3 yards a carry. So, I don't know. You tell me. Taking a hard look at the run game on Monday night, you always have to establish the run. To your mind, why wasn't it as effective?
Yeah, honestly, it's a good question. I'm going to have a better idea when we break it down as a team here in a little bit. But, having just watched the game by myself afterwards, it's still hard for me to say. We didn't have a ton of offensive plays, and so, it takes plays and get more carries to eventually kind of, break through and, start hitting some longer ones. But for whatever reason, we really we didn't have any of those, big explosive runs, and did a good job. At the end of the day, Minnesota did a good job of containing us. They really, that's kind of a boomer bust defense, with the way that they pressure. They count on you having negative plays, and unfortunately they were able to get a few there. And once you get behind the sticks, sometimes it's hard to stick to that running game. So it really can be a combination of all those things.
So if I'm reading my stats right, Kyle, you have 3 carries this year. Can we get you more?
I hope so, man. I really do.
Yeah, especially down near the goal line. I want to get you in the end zone a little more, man. I think we all like that. Everybody loves when Juice gets in there.
With 6 catches, too. Can we get you more?
Yeah.
I definitely would love more of both of them. So, yeah. Okay. You guys want to keep yelling it out here for me. I don't want to be the guy asking.
You don't do that. You just go into the ice tub in the red light room. We'll say you got it. Good things happen when Kyle Juszczyk touches the ball. Story. Hey, last one before you go is your view on the brotherly shove, the tush push. As a man who specializes in short yardage situations, part of you has to salute the fact that it's the most effective short yardage play we've ever seen in NFL history.
Unstoppable.
The other part has to be this is rugby, man. This is not American football. It seems to be fundamentally against the concept of the game, which is to have a ball in your hand and to advance it down the field without the help of 11 people pushing you. What's your view, man?
Honestly, I'm not too against it. I think it's within the rules, and it's on the defense to stop them. I mean, you saw Fred found an effective way to stop the Vikings. He did it on the goal line.
Dude, that was awesome.
That was sweet. And maybe that's a formula going forward. Maybe somebody's able to do that against Philadelphia. So I don't know. We'll see. But I'm really not against it. I don't think the fact that it's effective should be the reason that they outlaw it.
Interesting. Yeah.
That is interesting. I just, like, fundamentally, like, what should be in the rules and what shouldn't. Like, for example, Kirk Cousins spiked a ball in the turf.
Oh, dude.
And they didn't call intentional grounding.
Yeah.
And they can tell me, like, rule book wise why, but, like,
I was intentional grounding, man.
That was intentional.
He was getting sacked and he spiked it in the ground.
And that's kind of how I feel about the brotherly shove. Like, I know in my gut that's not a football play, but you're here to tell me, as a man who makes his living in the NFL, you're okay.
I'm good with it.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this then on the way out. Are you guys working on your own version?
I think every team in the league has their own version. And it's just a matter of time of, like, when they need to get to it. Because, at the end of the day, like, we all have short yardage packages and there's a limited amount of plays. The nice part about that play is that you can continue to run it over and over. Like, you really don't need to develop many wrinkles off of it. So
right. No. It's not nuanced.
Basically, you could theoretically march down the field running that play every play. You know what I mean? So, I mean, like, if you get like 3-4 a pop, and next thing you know, every time you just keep doing it. And then Kyle, finally, a listener wants to know, what's it like to be on the road? You're in Dallas or wherever,
LA, yeah,
and you hear the crowd saying "juice." That must be.
I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty awesome. I heard him in Cleveland on, it was just like a simple 9-yard catch, and I could hear the faithful yell Juice, and it really means a lot, man, because I've put a lot into this organization, and so to feel the love from the fans, that just want them to know that I do feel it, and I really do appreciate it.
So we're gonna end it on this, Kyle. You're not saying it. It's the Murph and Mac show saying to Kyle, we want to hear more juice from the crowd.
Man.
All right?
Yeah, you're a fan favorite,
you
buddy.
didn't have to say that. We did.
True story.
I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, that definitely.
All right, man. Hey, enjoy the cold tub, the red light room.
Always good having you, Kyle.
It's always a great conversation, and it just kind of reassures everybody. And so, you're going to beat the Bengals, right?
I'm not here to make guarantees, but I feel good about what we're going to do this week.
I'll take it. I'll take that.
Thanks for your time, Kyle.
All right, thanks, guys.
There he is, Kyle Juszczyk. He's awesome.
Yeah,
Good
I love
stuff.
those Harvard guys, man.
Yeah. Well, he's just, listen, the Niners knew what to do. 2 losses in a row, send Juszczyk to the Murphy
And
Mac
plus,
show.
he's like a throwback. He's like the position itself is a throwback position, the fullback. You don't see fullbacks out there, Marcus, but Juszczyk is carrying that
I know
flag.
we got to go. I'm riffing. We were joking, but not really joking. I'd like to see more Juszczyk. I
Me
really
too.
would.
No, always. I feel that way in every game.
He always catches the defense napping.
It's always a positive play.
They are focusing on McCaffrey. They are focusing on Debo. They're focusing on
He's
Ayuk.
multidimensional. Like you said, he'll catch it. He'll run it in short yardage. He can do a lot of things.
So Paulie Mack wants to say, juice. Something was made official in the last 5 minutes, and you're going to hear it next on The Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon Sports Leader.
Okay, everybody, it's Paulie Mack saying good morning. We chant juice for Juszczyk. I think Steve Moskowitz comes on the air. I go, Steve. I'm going to do my Steve chant. Hey, listen, Steve's a friend of mine, and he's a friend of the program, friend of KNBR, great tax attorney here in San Francisco for over 30 years. And we have great conversations in the morning, and Steve basically just hands out free advice to all of our listeners because he's a good guy. So, Steve, good morning to you on a Wednesday, and we're all waking up in the Bay. What are we going to discuss today, my friend?
Good morning, Paul. We're going to talk about ERC.
Okay.
Employee Retention Credit, where the government is giving away up to $26,000 for every employee that the employer had during 2020 and 21. But rather than just talk about, it's like the difference between talking about the game and playing the game. I actually see the difference. Just yesterday, I talked to a new client who received some ERC, but not nearly enough. And I see the difference in what it's going to make in his life and his business. It's just thrilling to me. And I want your listeners to know that if you've been turned down for ERC because your CPA told you your gross revenue go down enough, or even if you think you should have gotten more, just call us for a second opinion like you would with a medical doctor.
Awesome, Steve. Thanks so much for that. And if you are curious, maybe you do qualify for ERC help. Talk to Steve about it. He will get you on that road. So it's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Have the conversation with Steve. And visit Steve online as well at MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Parker.
All my old buddies in Menlo Park. Come to the Padres game on Sunday, and Lions will give all of Bob Melvin's friends a free Giants cap.
Well, we all know his ability to read a game, his intelligence to the game, and he's also a tremendous people person.
Strong Bay Area ties. The dude went to Menlo Atherton High School, so local guy.
I'm from the Bay Area, and I went to Candlestick Park and watched the Giants, and, it was always a dream of mine to play in Candlestick.
And Melvin now, 4 hits in his last 4 at-bats.
He has decades of experience being a major league manager. Instantly commands the respect. He also has a past relationship with Farhan Zaidi. His career record is very, very good.
He's one of those guys as a player you feel like you can confide in, which I think is something you absolutely have to do as a manager.
Well, we don't have any guys here that are just thinking about themselves. We're thinking about the team, and we have a goal in mind, and that's what we're striving for.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is official. Welcome back to the hum, baby. You hear that? I'm snapping that press release. I'm holding it up on the YouTube stream. Seems like the camera's a little off today, Paulie.
I see. Oh, look at Scorsese getting involved with angles. I like that.
My kid saw Killers of the Flower Moon, said it was really long, is what he said. Anyway, here it is. The news release. It is official. The quote-unquote big announcement written in crayon last night has been translated to Giants named Bob Melvin as the 39th manager in club history. We're talking 1883 here. But the Giants announced today Bob Melvin is the 39th field manager in Giants history. Here's Greg Johnson's quote in the presser. I'm thrilled to welcome Bob back home. Hence Marcus's rejoin.
Well done, Marcus. Very nice.
Back home to the Bay Area and to the Giants organization. Having been a member of this organization before as a player and growing up in this area, Bob has seen firsthand the importance of Giants baseball to this community and region.
It's important. It's important. It is important to the region, right? I believe it is.
Debatable, according to some.
They run deep, they run wide.
And we couldn't be more excited to have him leading the club. Here's Farhan's quote. Bob Melvin is one of the most well-respected managers and people in baseball today.
Story.
That's true.
That is true.
He brings a wealth of baseball acumen from all of his experience in the game, first as a player and then over the last 20-plus years as manager or coach. Yeah, this is his 21st season as a manager. Having worked with Bob in the past, I've seen firsthand the positive impacts that he has on a team and organization. I'm thrilled to be working with him once again. And can't wait to get started. That's Farhan. And then here's Bob Melvin's official press release quote.
Okay, hit me.
I could not be more excited to come back to the Bay Area and manage this great organization.
Yes, sir.
I would like to thank Greg Johnson, Farhan Zaidi, and Larry Bear for giving me the opportunity. He didn't mention Buster. Come on. Buster's like, you know what Buster probably said? Leave me out of it.
I don't want to be involved. Yeah.
Buster probably said, don't put my name
I want
in the
to stay in the shadows. No, he probably did. You're probably right.
For giving me the opportunity to add another chapter to my Giants career. This is a tremendous opportunity, a great responsibility to lead this organization. I'm eager to get started. A lot of little details about this. For people who don't know, most of you do know, Bob was born and raised on the peninsula. You know, A's fans know this, and old Giants fans know this. Born in Palo Alto, he went to Menlo Atherton High School. Pretty good sports high school, Waterboy, right? Public high school.
Yeah, they beat us in CCS in football one year.
Yeah.
See, there you go.
The kid up at Oregon, the star receiver up at Oregon, Troy Franklin, is a Menlo Atherton kid. He'll be in the league. He'll be playing on Sundays.
Okay.
Anyway, before continuing, can I offer an olive branch to my friends in Berkeley? Go Bears. He's a Cal Bear.
That's a rare, wow.
He's a Cal Golden Bear.
A rare concession from KNBR Murph.
He also played, Marcus, he played at Kenyatta College, which I think you know that turf pretty well, don't you?
I also played up there, too, with their all-yellow jerseys up in Kenyatta.
Look at Marcus, okay.
So, yeah, he went to, transferred to Kenyatta College, and then obviously gets drafted by the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah.
First round pick, second overall.
What year was that?
81.
Oh, yeah. Strike
and he
year.
Breaks in with the Tigers in 85, and then the Giants trade for him. Everybody should know this. He was a hum baby. Roger Craig, the hum baby, and Al Rosen traded for Bob Melvin. And he played on the 86, 87, and 88 teams. And those were, the 86 team was the you got to like these kids team. And then the 87 team was the team that won the West, breaking a 16-year playoff drought.
Shout out Will Clark.
So this guy was teammates with Will Clark, Jeffrey Leonard, Chili Davis, Mike Krukow, I mean, Dave Dravecki.
That's important to
Robbie
me.
Thompson,
I can tell you that's meaningful to
Jose,
me.
the
Yes,
late,
see, this
great
is it.
Jose Uribe.
These are,
this is guy who knows the deal.
Yeah,
knows
beautifully
the deal.
said. So let me ask you this, Murph. You're like the great, the author of all these giant books. A lot of people go to you for giant takes and opinions. What is the Brian Murphy reaction to this hire?
Well, I'm very excited. And I don't mind this I don't mean this as an insult to Gabe Kapler.
No.
I don't mean this as an insult to Gabe. Gabe was okay. He's a nice person. He helped us in the Giants Community Fund a lot.
Good guy. Super nice guy.
But I feel like there's an adult in the room now. You know what I mean? Like I feel like with Gabe, a lot of it was like there was a lot of sort of experimenting and sort of we're going to go out here on the new frontier.
A lot of people don't know this, Murph, but I feel like we need an adult here at the leader as well. I'll just throw that out there for consideration. Go ahead.
Don't we all need an adult in the room?
Yeah, and
we certainly don't have one in the Murph and
it's
Mac
not me.
show.
I can tell you that. Yeah.
But I kind of feel like the Giants became a more serious ball club. That's what I feel. I feel like the Giants became a more serious baseball club. I understand Kai did good stuff, and Brian Bannister and Donnie Ecker, they all did some good stuff. And I understand. I'm not discounting it all. But I think what we know about baseball is that baseball is a game where you have to have, and Alex Rodriguez has spoken to this, and he's right. Oceans of knowledge matter in baseball. They matter. Analytics are great. We said some analytics are great. It's interesting to know where a guy hits the ball. It's interesting to know how a pitcher's pitch breaks, and Driveline can help you make your slider snap that much more or increase your velo that much. That's all great. We're not discounting that. But when it comes to two things, one, the 162 grind.
Yeah.
It's good to have a lifetime baseball man who knows the game. And when it comes to those micro 9 innings, it's good to have a lifetime baseball man.
No question.
To me, they got an adult in the room who makes them a serious ball club again, and he's a Giant.
Yeah,
he's a
right. That's important, man.
And I know he wore the green and gold for 10 years, and he kind of became identified with them for a long time. He took him to the postseason 6 times.
Yeah.
6 times.
He's won Manager of the Year how many times? Three times?
Twice in Oakland.
Yeah.
You should also know this, guys. He managed the Seattle Mariners after Lou Piniella in 03 and 04, where he befriended Ichiro Suzuki and is still, according to Susan Slusser, still friends with him. Now, as the Giants recruit Yamamoto,
let's hop a plane.
Ichiro and Melvin are still
Somebody
texting.
grab Ichiro, throw him on a plane with Bo Mel.
I think I read that the Yamamoto plays for Ichiro's old team.
I'll tell you this right now.
There's connections here.
As far as a tandem goes, you bring Bo Mel and Ichiro over to my house, they convince me to do anything. You know what I mean?
You think Ichiro might show up just for a little fungo session?
Yeah.
In the black and orange?
Yeah.
He might.
Oh, that'd be killer.
The other thing is, if indeed it's true, he would bring Matt Williams with him. All in this. Giants fans like the family. We like the legacy. It's part of the fabric, man. It really is,
and they've really embraced it.
And to have Matt Williams in the dugout, or where Will Clark can come to a dugout session, and there's his teammates there. I mean, just talk of Chili Davis maybe being part of the scene. Who knows? He could come back. There's talk of Vogie.
I love that.
Joining the scene. There's talk of Pat the Bat joining the scene.
I think Vogelson would be a great pitching coach. I really do. I think he has a lot to offer.
Now, obviously, it ain't the X's and O's, it's the Jimmies and Joes. You know, I mean, you're not going to do it again if you're running out the same lineup over and over again. But this is a really positive high. Like, they could have gone with other names, and it wouldn't have been as solid. This is rock solid. It's local. It's serious. It's baseball.
Hey, man.
He's an adult. He's 62 on Saturday. He looks youthful. He acts youthful. Susan says in her piece, high emotional IQ in relating to human beings.
Beautiful.
Whereas I told you, we weren't sure with Gabe whether it was Chat GPT or Gabe.
To go do your research. Let me ask you this fundamentally. I mean, do you think is Bo Mel the kind of guy that's going to trot out endless amount of bullpen games, or is he going to go traditional starting pitching?
Well, you have to have the starting pitching, right?
I would think so. I mean, yes.
That's what people would argue against. Some people defended Gabe saying he didn't have it. DeSclafani stunk. Alex Wood stunk. Manaea stunk.
Well, again, the trade deadline came and went, though. They didn't bring in an arm. They could have.
By the way, you noticed the close for the Diamondbacks last night was trade deadline pickup Paul Sewell.
I know. He was nasty, too.
So, anyway.
Yeah.
I'm excited. It's a great start. When Farhan hired Gabe, it was like, wait, what? When Farhan hires Melvin, it's like, yeah, I get it. And by the way, I mean, it's not lost on everybody. I know we got to go. Kuiper's coming, but
okay.
The hilarious Bochy comp, former big league backup catcher, managing the Padres, leaving for the Giants. I mean, it's check. So, I mean, Nobody can have the charm of a Boch, but Melvin's pretty close.
Yeah.
And he's a hum baby.
Well, Murph's happy. That's a good sign right there, kids.
So there you go,
Yeah.
man. All right, guys, here's the deal. Dwayne Kuiper starts us off. What does he think of this hire? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Gotta say, baby, when you see these Giants feel, baby, when you watch them play.
It's Takamici's East Coast Pizzeria. So you know the deal. First of all, it's the best pizza in town. I'm going today, by the way. I had a little lunch at Amici's today. Excited about that. And meal times with your family's busy schedule can be tricky enough. And then let's talk about what's coming up next week, Halloween. Halloween gets nutty. It's a real challenge to get a meal into your kids before they head out trick-or-treating. So that's where Amici's can help out. Amici's been making and delivering great food to the Bay Area for more than 35 years and now in Oakland and San Jose. So why not make them a part of your Halloween festivities this year? So what you do is you go to Amici's.com and choose your favorite thin crust, New York style pizzas, plus pastas, salads, and flame roasted chicken wings. That's a great one too. Order those early to guarantee your ideal delivery or pickup time. So as well as getting Amici's famous thin crust pizzas fully cooked, you can also get them half-baked. So that means on a hectic night like Halloween, you can just kind of slide it into the oven, finish cooking in less than 5 minutes. So there you go. There's your plan. You got the perfect ready when you want it Halloween meal for your family. Amici's delivered.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
The sports leader welcomes you to Melvin Max Power Hour. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Melvin Mack to catch up with Kuiper.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, we did it. The Giants made it official. I'll also make official that Steve Kerr joins Tolbert and Cope State at 5:30. You can talk about that Warriors game, which we talked about extensively in the 6 o'clock hour. But right now is the time to say that the Giants officially announced Bob Melvin as their 39th manager in franchise history. Press conference at 10:30 a.m., which will be carried on KNBR, so you're not going anywhere. And then stick around because Melvin himself comes on Papa and Lund at 12:30. But we got Dwayne Kuiper right now at 7:38. Kuiper, they got a manager. Good morning, Dwayne. How are you?
Well, you know, when you start thinking of all the things the Giants want to do and have to do during the off season to get the postseason, I I guess the first thing you need to do is check the box on a manager. And now you got a box that's checked, and now there's a few more to go. So this is all a good thing. And when you talk about checking boxes, Bob Melvin basically checks every box that you would want for a San Francisco Giants manager. And the fact that he's a local kid really even makes it even more special. So good. I can't wait. And I can't wait to hear what he's got to say because, it's always interesting. Look, it's going to be a who's who today at the press conference. So I can't wait to hear it.
Kai, so what's your history with Bob Melvin? What have you? When did you first meet him, and what have you known about him through the years?
I missed him by 1 year as far as being a teammate.
Yeah.
85 was my last year. 86 was his first year with the Giants. 85, I did. Well, I mean, look, I pinch hit in Cincinnati like July 1st, and on July 6th, I was in the radio booth. So my first year as a broadcaster, where I was doing, 60 to 70 games, was Bob Melvin's first year as a player with the Giants. So we each kind of got started in our own path, one as a player and one as a broadcaster at the same time. And he was great. And, look, if you look back at his numbers, he wasn't a guy that was going to hit for a high average, but he could knock the ball out of the park. And the one thing that he could do is catch. And Mike always talks about it all the time, how it's hard being a really terrific catcher if you're tall. And Bob Melvin was at that time one of the taller catchers that you would see, and he was really good. Plus, you know what? He had a very engaging personality. I don't think any of us were shocked when, at one point, when the Mariners hired him, he was the youngest manager in the major leagues, and I don't think anybody was shocked that he became a manager. I mean, look, that seems to be the position where you see a lot of managers come from, that catcher spot. So that's my history. And, look, Mike and I would touch base with him every time the Giants would play Seattle or Oakland or San Diego. We would definitely touch base. Plus, Glenn had a great relationship with Mel, having been all those years with the A's together. So it'll be great to see him.
Yeah, it's funny, just for his Giants history. So this was, definitely my era when that trade was made. His name was a little bit, his name wasn't mud, that's an exaggeration, but Melvin and Juan Berenguer came to the Giants, and the Giants traded away a catcher named Matt Noakes, who we didn't know much about. And then Matty Noakes went off in Detroit. He became an all-star, hit 32 bombs, and everybody's like, oh, that's a terrible trade. So we'll have to needle him about that, right? Al Rosen didn't miss too many, but that one he missed.
Yeah, but you know what? Matt Noakes went to the perfect spot. A left-handed hitting catcher that pulled the ball. So, I mean, when he got to Tiger Stadium, he was like, well, this is the best. And, he had some good years with the Tigers. But you know what? If you don't make that trade, maybe Melvin's not your manager today.
Right, exactly. Right, and he's how fast before we needle him? And I think we had Bo Mel on once and asked him, where Mike had to admit that he preferred Bob Brenly in the crouch to Bob Melvin.
He does tell us that.
So
yeah.
have to have that the needle will have to come out, Kuiper.
Yeah.
I think he's sick of the needle, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So I think I'm probably going to let it pass for a while.
I got you, Dwayne, totally. Yeah.
Yes. It was a lot more fun when he was in another uniform.
I know, right? That way. Well, now we're going to emphasize his roots. So, it's been reported, and I don't know if you have any knowledge of who he would bring as a coach, but it's been reported that Matt Williams would likely come with him. Susan Slusser has thrown out the names Ryan Vogelsong joining the pitching staff and Pat Burrell joining the hitting staff. Now, that's a ways away. I don't know if it's happening. But the question is, Kuiper, how much that means to, Giants fans, like most fan bases, love their own. And unlike maybe the Rockies or the Diamondbacks, and by the way, shout out the Diamondbacks, going to the World Series, the Giants have a history and a family, and that this feels like it appeals to the family nature of the Giants, right? And
I agree.
And as innovative as Gabe Kapler was, and his new coaches, none of them had a connection to the team. That this returns maybe to the Bay Area connection.
Yes.
Is there something there?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, Murph, these guys that you're talking about, they haven't said anything about being interested in doing this. I mean, so I think we have to be careful that we don't select this coaching staff before we even know if they want to do it. Look, Ryan Vogelsong and his wife, I think their son now is just beginning his teenage years.
Yeah.
I mean, does he want to walk away from his house for 8 months? I know Pat Burrell now has established himself as a dad in the south of our city. Does he want to get back into this thing full time? I mean, we're not talking about a job where, it's 9 to 5 and, we're going to get up and be home for dinner. It doesn't happen.
No.
So, yes, the long-winded answer is yes. I'm like all Giants fans, and I'm like you guys. I would love to see some history back into that dugout as far as coaches. But we have to be careful that we don't even know if they want to do it. So, we'll see. And you know what? Matt Williams belongs in a Giants uniform.
Yeah.
He never looked good in an Indians uniform. He looked terrible in a Nationals uniform, and he certainly looked terrible in a D-backs uniform and a Padres uniform. Yes, he needs to be in a Giants uniform.
Yes, I like that, Dwayne.
Hey, Dwayne, when my buddies and I took our trip to San Diego this late August of this year, we had good seats right down by third base, and it was one of those Friday nights.
Uh-oh.
So Matt Williams was coaching third, and he was wearing that Friday Padre uni.
Yeah, with
all the
blue and the
and I was like,
pink
you know
and
what?
everything.
I think he needs to be in black and
Come on
orange.
home. Yeah, come on back home. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. There's a few guys can make that uniform look good. And he was one of the guys that he could make a uniform look good. There's also one of those guys like Jack Clark where in person, in street clothes, he looked like a normal guy. But you put the uniform on him, all of a sudden he got a lot bigger.
So
anyway, look, as important it is to hire a manager, and it's huge. There's also a great deal of importance in hiring your staff.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a few of the current guys from Gabe Kapler's staff that are going to come back. But it also is important that the manager gets a say-so in some of the people that he wants to bring into the dugout. So there's a lot of important things going on in the next 2 or 3 months before we start thinking about FanFest.
So the naysayers, they're out here. Every morning we see them. They come at us on the text line. The naysayers. They're there. But God bless them for listening and texting into the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line.
That's the important thing.
They would say he had all the All-Stars in the world in San Diego and couldn't get them to the World Series. So I imagine he'll be asked that today. Why is this a good hire when you couldn't take Juan Soto, Fernando Tatis, and Manny Machado and Blake Snell to the World Series? I don't know. Do you have an opinion on that?
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, look, they knocked out the Dodgers the year before.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So their expectations were extremely high. And sometimes it just doesn't work. Can you explain to me what happened to the Cardinals?
Man.
Right.
I mean, when you got Arenado, when you got Goldschmidt, can you explain that?
No.
So some things I just don't think you can explain.
Yeah.
And maybe Bob can explain it, but then sometimes you can't.
Right.
I mean, they really played well at the end, but by that point, it was too late.
I mean,
in all honesty, look, I'm really happy the D-backs are in the World Series because it's just a great example of if you're hot at the right time, you can go.
Isn't that something? Yep.
Because in all honesty, talent-wise, they don't belong on the same field as the Phillies. But it's not talent that always gets you to the World Series. We know that because we saw it. So hats off to the D-backs, and I think a lot of the credit should go to John Miller for their success.
John Miller,
because Because when he called him Bush this spring, it really ticked him off.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay.
We got a little spice.
Right.
There it is.
Well, you know what we were shocked about too, Kuiper, is the fact that and we couldn't really recall this happening aside from the Red Sox doing it to the Yankees in 04. We couldn't think of a team that went on the road and won a game 6 and 7 on the road like that. I mean, that's really impressive.
Yeah. Well, plus in that environment.
Yeah.
So I think our original question was what happened in San Diego.
Yeah.
The answer is I don't know. I do know what happened in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what every manager tries to achieve, is to get your team hot at the right time. The only fly in the ointment on that one is the team that was spinning their wheels were the Texas Rangers, and they're going to the World Series. They were spinning their wheels at the end of the season. But boy, they sure gained traction when postseason started.
Yeah, we have a few more minutes here with Dwayne Kuiper, and the Giants just announced, it is public, at 10:30 this morning, the introductory press conference for Bob Melvin, the former hum baby, former catcher for the Giants, 86, 87, 88, longtime Oakland A's manager, 3-time manager of the year, will be announced as the 39th manager in Giants franchise history. But really, Kuiper, I mean, San Francisco Giants, I know I say 39, that goes all the way back to, we're going back to the 19th century in New York and all that. But if you look at it, this run, starting in 85, hum baby from 85 to 92, Dusty from 93 to 02, Felipe from 03 to 06, Bochy from 07 to 19, and then Gabe from 20 to 23. 5 managers going back to 1985. I mean, there's tremendous stability. And, you know, you'd hope that this guy, you know, as John Shea or Sluss, one of them wrote, or Andy Baggerly, one of them wrote, maybe this is where he sees his final resting stop. You know, like maybe this is a guy 62 on Saturday. Let's have a nice little run here back in his hometown.
Well, I mean, that would be nice, right? Finish out a great managerial career in your hometown.
Right.
With a team that you played with, team you played for. I think that's a great possibility. But you also have to have talent on the field. And talent on the field will dictate a lot of how long you stay somewhere. And that's what this organization is going to try to achieve, not just in the next 2 or 3 months, but in the next year or 2 or 3, where we start to see some of these younger guys develop, and you start to find out what you got. And then you start to find out what you need. And you know, now you've got stability, you know, in that spot where the manager is, and now you get yourself a nice coaching staff, and you're off and rolling. But you need talent.
We should add to the last little X's and O's note is Pat Bailey. We have high hopes for this kid. Bob Melvin, catcher. So maybe a nice relationship there.
Well, I mean, look, it's always nice if one of your top prospects happens to be a catcher and your manager is an old catcher.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed to work out pretty well with Bruce Bochy and Buster Posey.
Indeed. Yes, sir.
So yeah, I mean, this is all good stuff. And, you know, we have to find out what Patrick Bailey is. We have to find out, is he an everyday guy or is he going to be a terrific backup? And he's going to get every opportunity to show what he really is for next season, because he's got the potential to be a guy that could play every day. But what he can't say is he can't say at the end of the year that he's tired.
Right.
He can't say that.
You mean he needs to be in better physical shape, or just shouldn't say
he
that?
needs to. He can't say that.
Yeah.
Just you can't tell everybody that you're tired. You can't.
I got you.
Maybe that's something Bob Melvin will tell him.
Yeah, right.
You can be tired,
but don't say it.
And you are tired.
Yep.
But you can't let everybody know that you're tired. You can't do it.
Attitude manifests everything. If you don't say you're not tired, you're not tired.
And believe me, Murph and Mac show, we're tired. We just don't say it. We just don't say it.
We're alive and well.
Yeah, but you guys are tired in a lot of ways.
Oh, well, that's true. That's sad, but true.
According to some, yes.
Yeah, according to many.
Yeah.
Hey, Kuiper, on the way out, how about the stat? Either Bochy or Bumgarner gets a World Series ring.
Yeah, that's true. You know, although I'm not sure given the situation that Bum was in and how he left, that if the D-backs do win this thing, then he would wear it around town.
No.
Yeah.
But I expect Bum to be in spring training with somebody.
Okay.
And I don't know who it's going to be with, but I expect him to get an invitation.
Yeah.
Because he earned the right to give it another shot.
Did you?
And I don't think he's ready to hang it up yet.
Okay.
Did you? Buster only reported this over the weekend. We kind of lost it in the shuffle of the 49ers. That Bumgarner texted Boch before Game 7 and said, "I'm available if you need me."
I love that. That's great.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Give me a
mean,
shout.
he texts Mike and I throughout the season, even now. A lot of it we can't repeat, but it's all good. I mean, he's watching.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Yeah. I mean, look, he was a guy that would text us after he got taken out of a game where we would put up some number about, and he would text us and say, that graphic ain't right. You better correct that.
Nice.
So
okay.
We would go back and look, and he was right.
Yeah.
He's awesome. Well,
so I miss that guy. I really do.
Well, hey, who knows? Maybe he'll be in the Giants camp. You say he'll be in a camp. Maybe it'll be the Giants. All right, Dwayne.
Yeah, you know what? You know what he did and that whole team did is they made the other team feel you.
Yeah.
And the Giants got to get back to that.
Yeah, well, Bob Melvin, who's done this thing a long time, and I think he'll help them over 162, and I think he'll help them over 9 innings, too. This is a guy who knows what he's doing. So, great stuff, and he cares about the black and orange very, very much. So, all right, Kai, fun one, man.
Thank you, Dwayne.
As you said, box checked. We'll talk to you next week.
Check the boxes. See ya.
Check the boxes. Check with the boxes. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. There are naysayers, man, on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It is not a 100% approval rating on this hire. So just letting you know.
I wonder who would have been more appealing to the naysayers. I wonder who the other names were that they.
One of the naysayers that texted in said, keep Gabe, is what they said. So.
Well, that ship has sailed. That ain't happening.
So, here's the deal. So we decided about the big hit. Obviously, the Warriors debuted last night, and it was fun and exciting, and Chris Paul. They lost.
We do have to do a big
108-104.
hit, though, Murph. I got dubs. I got
Lately,
managers.
the big hit has been involving you all. You guys have texted and called and made the big hit that it is.
Thank you.
So, the Bob Melvin hire, as Triple E, using his Cal Poly journalism roots, he always likes to write a little headline. He says, the return of Bo Mel, how you feeling? How you feeling? 808 KNBR. 808 KNBR. How you feeling? So there it is.
That's a reasonable question.
I like Triple E's headlines. Remember yesterday it was, we're upset about the Niners' dog water defense. Are you? 808 KNBR.
Boy, nothing more powerful of an image than dog water. Not appealing on any level.
He was trying to keep it. Although, actually, it's kind of funny you say that. I always get a sense of satisfaction when Trixie and Flash are lapping
What's
up
a great
that water.
sound? Yeah, that drinking they do. Shout out to John Candy, too. I forget which one it was, Uncle Buck or whatever. He's pouring the beer in the dog bowl as he's watching TV. He's just having a beer with his dog. Yeah.
There you go. Great dog feeding scenes. Once upon a time in Hollywood. Just that, that can opener.
Great call. I'd say that's the greatest dog feeding scene in history. Yeah. Because Brad Pitt with the unforgettable line. The train has left the station, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yes. Yeah, there you go. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. How you feeling about this big hit, new manager for your beloved Giants on KNBR, the home of the Giants? 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Kite with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Bob Melvin is coming back to the Bay. That's right. This morning, the San Francisco Giants officially announced that Bob Melvin will be the next manager of your San Francisco Giants. To read more about Bob Melvin's return to the Bay Area, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murphin Max. Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Marker. All my old buddies in Menlo Park. Come to the Padres game on Sunday, and Ryan's will give all of Bob Melvin's friends a free Giants cap.
Well, we all know his ability to read a game, his intelligence to the game, and he's also a tremendous people person.
Strong Bay Area ties. The dude went to Menlo Atherton High School, so local guy.
Hi, I'm from the Bay Area, and I went to Candlestick Park and watched the Giants, and, it was always a dream of mine to play in Candlestick.
And Melvin now, 4 hits in his last 4 at-bats.
He has decades of experience being a major league manager. Instantly commands the respect. He also has a past relationship with Farhan Zaidi. His career record is very, very good.
He's one of those guys as a player you feel like you can confide in, which I think is something you absolutely have to do as a manager.
Well, we don't have any guys here that are just thinking about themselves. We're thinking about the team, and we have a goal in mind, and that's what we're striving for.
There it is. That was sound for the Giants promotional video announcing Bob Melvin as the new manager of the Giants at 10:30 this morning. A new era right away, right out of the gate. 808 KNBR is the phone number. We'd love to hear from you guys. If you're feeling great and if you're not feeling great, because there is on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line a healthy amount of people saying he couldn't win with the Padres. Why is this a good hire?
Well, sometimes if you have a dysfunctional environment like that, I mean, it's really not going to help no matter who you bring in to kind of ride herd over that. Because that was my impression. I got the feeling that clubhouse was extremely dysfunctional.
I would agree.
And I don't know that anybody really could have gotten that thing on track, frankly.
I would agree. And I would say, when it comes to managers, you can choose any manager you want. Joe Torre, Bobby Cox, Tony La Russa, Bruce Bochy,
Dave Roberts, yeah, whatever.
You're going to find some stinkers, man. You are going to find some stinkers in there. Baseball's a weird situation. You go on the massive track record. Now, Melvin has not gotten to a World Series.
All right.
He's never. He took that Padre team to the LCS the year before in 2021 or 2022, so that was good, but he has not gotten. So some people say, hey, he hasn't done it. Bochy's done it. He hasn't. I get it. That's part of the deal. But the bottom line is this. You're looking at the pool of candidates out there. Stephen Vogt was out there, first-timer, though, rookie. I wrote a jock blog. I didn't think Melvin was available. I said, give me Vogt.
I think a lot of John fans like the idea, the possibility of Stephen Vogt. Yeah, that's reasonable.
There had been talk of Craig Counsell in Milwaukee, but he still hadn't been let go. Also, odd fit for me. Milwaukee guy all the way, grew up in Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin, the whole kind of thing. Jason Varitek had been mentioned, which is another one, kind of odd fit. Red Sox guy all the way. You know what I mean? Really. So, Bob Melvin, a Giant, a hum baby. And so, do I see that he didn't win with the Padres? Yeah, I saw that. Did I also see that he took the A's to the postseason 6 times? Have I seen the guy, Paulie, as they like to say, the cut of his jib? Mm-hmm. The cut of his jib.
Could you define jib?
I can't.
No, nor can I.
People say that when it means like
it's
generally
a nice phrase.
Who you are.
Yeah.
Like how you go about your business.
Cut of his jib. Yeah.
And this is a baseball lifer from the Bay Area who has had a lot of success. He's been 3-time manager of the year. Now, Gabe was manager of the year, don't forget, in 2021. So manager of the year is, but the guy is, like I said, and some people disagree with it, that's fine. I said it feels like an adult is in the room. And I felt like with Gabe, there was a lot of experimental stuff, like we were on this frontier kind of, and then some of it worked and some of it didn't, and some of it worked and some of it didn't, and it was kind of like, the 16 coaches or the 13 coaches and all that stuff.
Well, the other thing that was frustrating, especially about last season, I think, at least speaking for myself, is the fact that it was full of starts and stops. Like, they would have like a 6-game win streak and then they'd lose 5 and then they'd win 9 and then they'd lose 7 of 8. It was like they could never really get into a groove.
And given his Philadelphia record, that seemed to be starting to look like Gabe's deal. Like he was a 500 manager for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And, again, manager in baseball, you could have an argument. Which coach makes the most difference? A head coach in the NFL, a head coach in the NBA, or a manager in MLB?
It's a good conversation, yeah.
I don't think there's any question head coach in the NFL is number one. I think probably the least is NBA.
Yeah, at this point.
This point. You either have Michael Jordan or you don't.
You want proof of that? Watch the timeouts. Kerr ain't even in the huddle, bro. He's over there talking to other guys. He's not even in the huddle.
Steph either made the 3 or he didn't. You know what I mean? So, anyway, we asked for you guys to check in at 808 KNBR because this is all about y'all.
Yeah.
It's all about this Giants family, and Tony in Santa Rosa starts us off. Tony, good morning. You're on KNBR, man.
I think Melvin's a great hire because with the Giants' youth that they need to bring up,
he's going to develop it. If you look at his A's teams, he developed talent with the A's. I mean, he had 2 great runs with them, taking them to the playoffs majority of the time. So when it comes to him developing that youth, it's going to be phenomenal.
Okay, so you're all in on
like
this. Yeah?
Yeah, it was a great hire.
Okay, cool. There's Tony in Santa Rosa, first one in on the books here. Sarah, somebody right, 408 says, 209 says, Bob Melvin has had success with young teams. 408 says, I love the hire. Don't listen to the fans that are down. 209 says, hey, in Oakland, he learned how to manage a budget-friendly club. Let's hope Farhan gets a big bat and big pitcher. Now, we should talk about this. There's a lot of evidence that they are pursuing Yamamoto from Japan and Lee from Korea. There's talk. I mean, Blake Snell's a free agent. He just pitched for Bomel. Maybe
hey, now,
did they get along?
Oh, bring him in.
You want that face?
Yeah, I do.
You want that mug?
Snell, and I want to let Snell go to work, too. By the way, and on behalf of all of the texters who have come in with this same riff, and it's a good one, I feel like I should probably share it with the audience because it's been repeated like 3 dozen times so far. Murph, the obvious question at this point regarding Bob Melvin, we're all excited about the hire. Has he passed his physical? And again,
I do have to say, we have gotten
that's for you guys.
Pretty much every area code.
Yeah.
Pretty much every area code in the book. 707-415-408-925-916.
I like comedy. That was a good line.
We've gotten it from every single area
I felt
code.
my responsibility.
Has Bob Melvin passed his
yes,
physical?
I wanted to share that on behalf of every single one of you guys. Thank you very much.
510 says, Bomel has a nice resume, but I've always felt baseball's driven by players. Players perform, you win. Players struggle, you lose. It is true. So what is a manager's job? It's to set that culture, which Mike Yastrzemski, Andy Bagley keeps recycling this quote from the last 2 weeks of the season where Mike Yastrzemski said, for whatever reason, we turned into a sort of a fend for yourself type atmosphere. We didn't have a sense of unity.
Not good. Yeah, that's not what you want to hear.
So the manager's job is to create that culture. Maybe there were too many cooks, spoiling the broth. Like, hey, go see this specialist, go see that specialist.
That's entirely possible based on the size of the staff he had, yeah.
Whereas, I was reading Susan's story this morning. She talked to Josh Donaldson and Chad Pinder, guys who played for Bomel who love him.
Yep.
And they all said, he's not afraid to sometimes put a foot in your rear. He said, and maybe the young generation doesn't like to hear it, but he'll come in and say, hey, man, this isn't how we're playing ball.
What kind of ass is this? Yeah.
So 808 KNBR is the phone number. We are taking your calls. We are getting a ton of texts on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials hex line, so I got to try to go through these here. 916 says, here it is. 916 says the locker room goes from a new age Sedona, Arizona retreat to a baseball clubhouse.
Yes, that's not bad.
I mean,
I like a nice retreat. Don't get me wrong.
916, you're kind of picking up what I'm laying down here.
Triple E's a big retreat guy. Yeah.
I kind of, like I said, my take is there's an adult in the room, and they become a more serious ball club. I don't know, Marcus. What do you think, buddy? You're you're kind of
you're a seam head.
You're a Yankee fan.
Yeah.
What do you think, buddy? By the way, Bob Melvin, forever Yankee. 4 games with the Yankees in 1994.
Never forget. Never forget.
Tying together those Yankees and Giants bonds. But I'm a big fan of this move. I know a lot of people point to the lack of success he had last year in San Diego.
Yeah.
But do people forget 2 years ago when he went into the postseason and upset the Dodgers as the manager as the Padres?
Yeah, right. See?
Like, here's the thing. Last year, the Padres, they had an abysmal season. They still finished with a better record than the Giants. They were 82-80 and actually had a head-to-head record 8-5 against the Giants last year. Bob Melvin knows what he's doing, and he won that many games with the Padres. But even prior to that, all the success that he had with the Oakland A's, how much do we come on air and beat down the A's and talk about John Fisher and the lack of ownership and the lack of support and the lack of free agents? Bob Melvin got to the playoffs 6 different times with the Oakland A's. Now he's got the resources. He's repaired with Farhan once again. I like this move. I think it's the bridge between analytics and old school baseball.
That's great takes, man. Loved it. Great stuff. That's Rack Him, Marcus Boucher. Rack Him. By the way, I would love it if Melvin sat down. The first thing he did today at 10:30, by the way, just to refresh everybody, 10:30 today, Giants introduce him. Then he's on with Papa and Lund at 12:30. So you'll get the, and I think Papa and he have a nice relationship. We will build ours with him. I want him to sit down first thing and say, first and foremost, I'm still pissed about that Dubon bunt. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Remember he and Matty Williams?
Yeah.
They wanted to hop over the rail.
Yeah.
They had to hop over the rail, yeah.
They were pissed.
Yeah, before we get going on the questions,
I want to address the bunt.
I'm coming for Dubon. His ass is mine.
Let me just tell you, payback's a bitch, Doobie. Yeah.
Now, here's a negative one. 415 says, here's the problem. If you want to be intellectually honest, you are falling all over yourselves to make excuses for Bob Melvin, and Gabe Kapler certainly didn't get the same treatment. Well, I would say this. Gabe Kapler came from Philadelphia where he was fired and came with extremely mixed reviews. I knew Phillies fans that were like, who is this dude? And we riffed on prior Bob Melvin's coming with 20 years
that's the other thing, the body of work.
winning baseball.
No, this speaks for itself. But Gabe Kapler's
415. I'm going to have to politely
Me too. I'm
disagree
sorry. No,
with your
but Gabe
text here.
Kapler's body of work is you can't even compare it to what Bob Melvin's done.
Here we go. 209 says it's just more. 209 says this is more ammo for my conspiracy theory that Farhan's goal is to turn the Giants into the A's. If you go look at Bob Melvin's, they won like 97 games with A's like 3 or 4 times.
So Murph, the rumors of a green and gold Friday are false. We're going to stick with orange, but no green and gold Fridays.
Yeah, no, and that's what we mentioned earlier. Obviously, Farhan was with the A's from 2011, 2014. Bo Mel was there, and he won Manager of the Year 2012. Now, how much of an impact did Farhan have on him winning Manager of the Year? But, hey, there's some success if you're looking for it.
It's got to get him some horses, right, for sure. 925 says the reason it didn't work in San Diego is they had a freakish 2-12 record in extra innings this year, which is, you can make an argument, an actual factor because it's not a fair judge of your performance.
No, it's not. I still hate it. I hate the runner on
The
second.
Manfred man is fluky and weird. You know, you can lose a game, do everything right. Like I said, pitcher comes in and gets 2 ground balls, and you lose the game.
You rack up an L. Yeah.
So Kevin in San Mateo is not a fan of the hire on 808 KNBR. Kevin, good morning. How are you, man?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you guys are way too optimistic.
Okay.
They could hire me and you guys would be happy.
Well, I don't
What are
know.
your credentials, Kevin?
If they had hired Kai Correa, with respect, I don't think we'd be falling all over ourselves right now. And if they had hired Mark Hallberg, I certainly would not have been falling all over ourselves right now. So that's not true.
Really quick, and I'll hang up.
Okay.
Arizona's only going to get better. San Diego, I promise, will be better. And L.A., their payroll next year is only like 164. The Giants is 144. So LA is going to spend money.
Well, you think they get? Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it, man.
I love this guy.
So
thanks.
Well, to be fair, I'd like if it was Hallberg or Correa, I wouldn't be. If it was Veritek, I'd be like, huh?
No, it'd be a very lukewarm reaction.
I would be excited about Vogt because he's got a great personality. But no, Melvin is a giant a hum baby giant. Like this is return to family. 510 says, as a diehard A's fan, I'm glad to see the Giants getting Bob Melvin. Glad to see he's back home where he belongs.
Good.
So there you go. Menlo Atherton. Shout out to Peninsula. We got this for you. This is for you, Waterboy. Although 650 and 408, 2 different cultures.
Oh, no.
Yeah. There's a line in the sands. Everything on south of Stevens Creek is Sunnyvale territory.
That's Marcus's turf.
Yeah. Better baseball, 650 or 408. 808 KNBR.
Here we go. You're going to start a civil war.
Now you're going to get a peninsula civil war.
You really are.
There's some good ball on the peninsula.
There is.
There's some good
They
ball.
play some ball on the peninsula.
415 says, I'm stoked on the Melvin hire. The old school people skills and the vibe create motivation more than statistical dogmatism. Wow. That was heavy duty.
What about the burger reviews? Will he share those?
We have had a number. I decided to stay away from these texts, but you went there.
I could use another one
of
real
people
quick.
saying, yeah, I get the hire, but has he found a burger? Has he found the coffee?
Thank you.
I get it. 925 says, despite the success in San Diego, I love the hire, despite the lack of set, and I hope he'll bring these individuals in as coaches, a Ron Washington, a Matt Williams, a Barry Bonds, a John Smoltz. Oh, well, I don't think they're bringing Bonds and Smoltz.
John Smoltz has a good gig.
Probably Matty Williams. 650 says, baseball's like real estate. They say location, location, location. In baseball, it's talent, talent, talent. Melvin had talent in Oakland. He also had talent in San Diego. I get it, but you pointed out, Paulie, these are,
I watched those guys argue in the dugout. I saw arguments in the dugout during Padre games. That told me all I needed to see. Like, nobody could really control that environment. I don't care if it was Bob Melvin or anybody else.
And again, Paulie Mac, I like to remind the people that prior to last season, Bob Melvin beat the Dodgers in the postseason.
Yep.
When's the last time the Giants beat the Dodgers in the postseason? It's never happened before.
Yeah, 62. But it wasn't considered postseason.
Okay, good knowledge.
Wait a minute. Shout out the show Bob's Burgers. What's he talking about? What's Triple E talking about?
Bob Burgers. It's a animated show on Fox.
Oh, and he's saying
Bob
Gabe's
Melvin, Bob's Burgers.
Okay,
it's a wordplay.
You guys want to see Triple E in that rectangle on? You can see him when he gives these little hand signs, and then he cackles at his own
And we're
jokes.
still debating whether or not he should be contributing comedic lines, but he is, and he's very forceful about it.
And then he tells me, he always sends me the sign. You guys need to see.
He gets very excited. I know. He's like, use my stuff, and I look down. I'm like, I'm not using that. Sorry.
You can see him right there in the rectangle, cackling away.
Only once in a while they get
415 says, this is a nice olive branch to bring disgruntled A's fans to the Giants. And, because they're going to Vegas.
That's some deep,
going to Vegas.
Yeah.
650 is a good one here. Wait, I got to read this one because this one starts with, you two dorks need to get over the local narrative. Who cares if Melvin is from here? true fans care about winning. Bochy wasn't from here. So there you go. I just want to make sure we got the dorks in there.
Yeah, no,
That's
dork is good. I think it matters that he's got local ties, actually. I do. I think it matters.
Well, not 6'5".
Not to that guy.
That's what makes you a dork.
Not coming from a dork like me. I actually kind of like the word dork. I might bring it back, actually. I'm going to thank that guy. Thank you for calling me a dork.
I'm such a dork that it makes me want to be like Peter Tork from The Monkey.
Yo, what are you looking at, dork?
6510 says, there's no way Bob Melvin can compete with the amount of Gabe Kapler sound drops.
Really? Is that what you imagine?
There it is. He says, but as an A's fan, you guys got a pro. You guys got a pro.
And that's the thing.
That's
Yeah, he's a polished baseball guy, man.
If you want to squeeze in any more calls on this before we get out of the big hit, 808 KNBR is the phone number.
Okay.
And more, the Golden State Lumber Buildings and Building Materials and Text line is...
Would you say... Go ahead, Murph.
...is blowing up. 650 says, Bruce Bochy was a previous catcher who worked with Buster Posey. Now Bob Melvin, a previous catcher, can work with.
Yeah, I think the overall kind of impression and feeling I'm getting here in the studio is a positive one. I think most people are feeling pretty good about
like
this.
I said, they got an adult. And they became a more serious ball club here. And I love that text. It said the clubhouse went from a new age Sedona retreat to a clubhouse, right?
Back to a clubhouse.
Sean Estes did a pod with Carlos Ramirez on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Okay.
So let's get a little Estes take on who Bob Melvin might look at.
Bob Melvin has a resume. And not only that, his reputation is that he's a player's manager.
Right.
And not only that he has a great relationship with the Asian contingent over there. He had Ichiro Suzuki in Seattle that he's very close to. Yu Darvish in San Diego.
Pass on Kim.
Yep, Kim, the Korean in San Diego. And it's kind of funny because there's a couple guys that the Giants have had their eyeballs on here in the last couple of weeks, and one happens to be a Korean player and one happens to be a Japanese player. The young guy, Yamamoto, I believe his name is from Japan. I mean, he's young, so he's probably going to pitch for a long time, but that's a good 1-2 punch with Logan and Yamamoto. I like it to try to work a pack, maybe a trade for an Alonso over in New York. I like a trade potentially trying to get Soto to the Giants. I mean, 25 years old. I mean, how can you not want a guy? And Bomel just had him as a player for the last couple of years as well.
Pacifica, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pacifica's sports leader.
Yeah, somebody did text in and say, is he bringing Soto with him? You know? I mean, that would have to be a big trade, obviously. 916 says, as a Giants fan living here in San Diego, I'm excited for Melvin, and my Padre friends are pretty annoyed that Preller let him walk. A.J. Preller is a big part of this now. As Walter checked in, we got Walt checking in, by the way. He said, A.J. Preller is the Taylor Swift of GMs, 7 managers in 9 seasons. Good Lord. Walter's got material.
That's a nice good line, man. That's not bad at all.
Better than the Bob Burgers line from our
It's a little bit
producer.
better than what Triple E offered up, yeah.
All right, last couple calls here. Angus in San Francisco. Angus in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Angus, good morning.
What's going on?
What's going on, man?
Hey, man.
So talking about Gabe, right? You guys ever notice, what he's wearing during game day? The small Under Armour with the cutoff hoodie.
No, I know.
Kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Kind of ridiculous.
Yep.
Kind of unprofessional there, but
You
like Bob Melvin. I think he's a good fit.
You think Bob Melvin's going to wear the jersey?
That's the big question. Will he throw the Giant jersey on, bro?
I don't know. I hope so.
Me too.
All right, Angus, thanks for the call.
See,
man.
I wasn't the only one, Marcus. It was driving me crazy.
You know, Torey Lavello has frequently, he'll go with that little pullover thing. It's nuts. But last night I noticed he was wearing the uni. He looked great.
I got to be honest, even Boch had the hoodie on Game 7. I don't even know if he had his jersey on underneath it because he went the hoodie the whole time.
Boch, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Brandon in Lodi closes it out.
What's up, Brandon?
Good morning. How are you, man?
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
What's up? We're pretty excited. Looking forward to Melvin's presser today at 10:30.
Yeah, me too. I personally, as a Giants fan, I think the kind of biggest difference we're going to see between Melvin and Gabe is it seems like Gabe was kind of looking for his happy place, quiet retirement retreat. Like you guys are saying with the whole Sedona point. And I think Bob Melvin's hungry. I think he's going to come in and work.
Yeah.
I think he's also going to wear the uni. I think that's a big point.
People like a uni,
Boy, that's
man.
important
They
to me,
do.
too.
Anyway, Brandon,
matters.
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it, man. There you go. Well, all right. I'd say most people are pretty excited about it. Other people are asking, is there any chance of a Polymac automatic song? Well, I believe you wrote a Bochy song the week or day he was hired.
Yeah, I sure did, but don't ask for it anytime soon because that's gone now.
You want to talk about Garage Band Paulie Mac.
I'm dead serious, too. Just so you know, I hate to do this on the air, but it just happened. Murph, do not ask me for any Bochy songs. It's the page that got wiped out was all my Giant stuff. So don't ask for anything Giant related.
Is that a good thing?
No, not good at all. By the way, maybe the song I should do for Bob Melvin should be, Murph, by the Melvins. Shout out the Melvins. You guys remember the Melvins out of Seattle? They're doing the whole grunge thing. Okay. They toured with Nirvana, for God's sakes.
There you go.
I'll do the What, do you want to see me do the Melvins, Marcus? I'll do it. Yeah.
But they never say the Melvin, do they?
Not really.
That's going to be a hard one.
Yeah. I'll come up with something. I got something.
408 ends the text line on Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text. I said, the problem with San Diego is they have way too many big egos, all caring about their stats. Bottom line, this is a great hire.
Okay.
So
good.
There you go. All right. Thank you guys for the big hit today. And what we'll do is we'll have the 10:30 presser carried live, and then, of course, he'll be on with Papa and Lund at 12:30. Yeah! All right, the big hit is carries on into the cooler of content next. Oh, by the way, Andy Baggerly at 8:50, Stan Van Gundy.
Stan Van.
9:35. It was good hearing him last night, and he was commenting, the Warriors look a little small out there, as occasionally rebounds were bouncing away. 60 rebounds for Phoenix, 49 for the Warriors last night. Cooler of content next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational. Last night, the NBA season kicked off, and the Warriors hosted Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns. But to find out why they lost down the stretch to Devin Booker and KD, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, Brad Mansion just changed your life.
Whose?
Well, Brad Mansion is the best sports photographer in the country.
Mm-hmm.
He just sent me a text.
Yep.
From the San Diego Union-Tribune. The only pictures in Bob Melvin's Oakland Coliseum office when he managed the A's from 2011 to 21 were black and white photos from concerts he attended as a teenager.
Okay, lay them on me. I love this.
At the Coliseum.
Nice. Oh, what are you talking? Day on the Green?
Leonard Skinner.
That's Day on the Green. Yep, I know the gig. I know it's a famous gig.
Peter Frampton.
Yeah, it's like 76, I think.
Grateful Dead.
Yeah, Grateful Dead and the Who, I bet.
Ronnie Van Zant. And his favorite, The Who.
Yeah, no, I can't wait to talk to him now. Brad, thanks for sharing that.
Taken by the Z-Man.
Yeah.
All Zagaris photos. Those were in Bob Melvin. So there you go.
I love it.
Did your stock just go?
Yeah, totally. Well, it's great to learn. And by the way, just a quick plug for Zagaris. There's a PBS series going on right now called Through the Lens. It's all about great photography and music and stuff. And I turned it on. Bam, there's Zagaris right there.
He's
breaking down stuff about Jimmy Page. I'm like, I like this show.
And Zagaris is still pissed about the loss in Minnesota, too. He lives and dies with his Niners, man. Okay, well, we start with the cooler of content. Sometimes the stuff comes from our own building.
Yep.
And this is from the Monday night broadcast. A moment between Greg Papa and Tim Ryan. Triple E found this one here. Take a listen.
And what they do with him is because they send so much pressure, Greg, is they end up getting a lot of one-on-ones, and they get him matched up one-on-one.
Did you call me Greg?
I did.
That's the first time he's ever done that.
Well, we're getting serious now.
Wow, Tim. Timothy,
we're down.
We need to stop here. We're on offense. 2nd and 13.
Down by 9. Down by 9, Greg. Let's go,
Gregory. Wow, you sound like my Bob.
Pretty funny, man, because it is true. I mean, Paul, you start calling me Brian. Boy,
I don't think I could. That'd be too weird.
Man, let me tell you. So stuff is getting real on the domestic front when Candace hits me with a Brian.
Check with Candace.
Yeah, then it gets real.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. Hammer used to get pissed at me, too. He'd be like, hey, Paul, close the door. Hey, Paul, come in here, Paul. He'd drop a Paul on me. Yeah, I knew I was in trouble.
Do we when we have him on Fridays, I know I like to call him G-Pop, but have we dropped a Greg on him?
See, I don't think, though, and that's a question I had for myself.
I don't think I've called him Greg once.
When I was co-hosting with Papa, Murph pointed out that I called him Papa a lot.
I always hear you do that. Yes, you do call him Papa.
And, that's just how I've known him my whole life
Papa,
as Papa.
Yeah.
But then I started getting my own head. It's like, do I start calling him Greg?
Yeah, you should just ask him. What do you want me to call you? Call me whatever you like, John. I call him G-Pops. I call him Papa. But you're right. I never call him Greg.
When you use
too formal.
808 KNBR, first names used in weird, odd, disdain situations. It was not the best breakfast I ever had in my life. Brad.
Hope you had a hell of a blank, Arnold.
Yes. That's really, the customer is the one who really uses it.
Looks at his name tag, Brad.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. On to Charles Barkley was hot last night, doling out takes. This one I think most people agree with.
Okay.
The new load management rules are in. There's a certain amount of games you have to play, right? So Barkley checked in. I think maybe speaking for the people here.
Okay.
Well, let me say this. I'm talking to the players, man. Forget the ownership. Forget the fans. As a player, if you're going to make $50, $60 million a year to play basketball 3 or 4 days a week, play basketball, man. Now, if you're injured, don't play. But everybody hurts after the first 2 weeks of the season. Your legs sore, your knees sore. If you're injured, I don't want you to play. But the notion that, number one, bless these guys. You're making $30, $40, $50 million to play basketball 4 days a week. Y'all got the best shoes. You got the best medical staff. You got these guys sleeping in chambers. You got ice baths. Man, if you can play, shut the hell up and play.
Barkley winning over the fans. Well, it's true. I mean, here's a radical concept, Murph. You go to work, we expect you to work. Instead of just chilling in the back.
Listen, we got to blame. Of all the people to blame, it's an old boomer, Greg Popovich. It's not a new age thing. Papa's the one who invented the damn thing.
You're right that he started the trend, but I also think it has to fall on the commissioner, too, for allowing it to go on so long.
And also just he's right. And I get it. I heard somebody on the way in trying to be a contrarian saying, they're paid to win championships, not beat Indiana on a Tuesday night. I'm like, well, there's this thing called doing your job.
Yeah, and the problem is, too, is when you go...
And maybe beating Indiana on a Tuesday night gets you that win that gets you home court advantage, too.
The thing that'll get you, too, is if you just open up the NBA history books and look at the games played by, I don't know, say a guy like Mike Jordan, he basically went between 80 and 82 every single season. So did Magic Johnson. Those guys played. So growing up and seeing that, you expect the big players to play.
Yeah, it's just
you plunk your money down. You want to see the best players.
It's kind of like you
shouldn't have to explain that.
Kind of like, what are we doing here?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So, meanwhile, last night Denver Nuggets opened the most disrespected champs I can remember in a while. Nobody's talking Nuggets. They handled the Lakers.
Or if it was like that, like when they were in the finals, it was like that when they won the finals, and it's carrying over into this year. People disregard the Nuggets. I don't know how to explain it. It's not to anybody's benefit. Nuggets are a phenomenal team. They're champs.
Well, they knocked the Lakers out of the Western Conference Finals, and they knocked them off last night. Yeah. So Nuggets fans reminded the Lakers that they got knocked out in the spring. They got knocked out last night with the old school high school chant.
Having a good time.
Here it is.
Yeah.
But Peyton Watson, who's in his second year out of UCLA, is a guy that you can see where he's beginning to earn it with his defense, his rebounding, his reach, and what he can do as LeBron sits in frustration.
Who's your daddy? That's was that a high school chant in your days, Marcus?
You'll hear that every once in a while, yeah. Who's your daddy? It's big with, obviously, the Red Sox, Pedro, the Yankees.
I would say, so I go to high school sporting events. It's a standard now. It's a standard. If you score a bucket, you go on a 4-0 run in a basketball
is it
game.
really in high school?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
They do it at each other all the time.
Wow.
Who's your daddy?
Who's your daddy? My dad's he's right over there.
Yeah.
Well, we know who's the daddy on this show.
Who's your daddy? That's what daddy does to pay the bills. When a public school plays a private school, I've heard the public school chant, "Daddy's money."
Yeah, you got to let them know.
Daddy's
right.
money. Who's your daddy? So Nuggets fans crushing the Lakers. I'm here for a Laker loss, by the way. I'm
Always.
here for it.
Always.
All right. So you want more Barkley?
Sure.
You want more Barkley?
Yeah. It's a big night for Barkley. I do.
You want more Barkley coming at your Warriors?
Well, I expect that. It's a tradition, unlike any other.
A tradition.
Yeah.
Here it is.
But, man, I tried to tell you guys. Hey, everybody can say what they want to. I saw these fools on TV today, but we're not going to underestimate the Warriors. The Warriors are cooked.
Okay. All right. The Warriors are cooked. I mean,
That's one game, by the way.
It's kind of like if it's a day that ends in Y, Barkley's ripping.
Yeah.
Now, don't forget, he did this at Chase Center in front of the crowd. Marcus Boucher was there, the water boy.
Oh, the Chuck You Suck night.
And he rolled tape.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I believe Shaq was directing that, wasn't
I didn't
he?
know. Marcus, did you actually record that on your phone?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know
footage
that was
from
from
the water
you.
boy.
I didn't know you were the source. That's awesome.
That's the thing, Paul and Mac. I've got that from my phone, and you know what other soundbite we have that's filmed on my phone?
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Still sounds like you're crashing your car into a brick wall, but you're not.
Draymond is next in the cooler. He was on the bench last night wearing a pretty cool outfit.
If I remember, if he looked, he was wearing shades that I can only describe as fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of fly, we lost the great Richard Roundtree, the actor who played Shaft. And I believe
Oh,
he
no
was
way.
I believe. Oh, you didn't know that?
No.
Oh, yeah, 81.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And
we should play
you might want
Shaft
to come back
later.
with a Shaft
Yeah,
Ranger at
we
some
should
point,
play
yeah.
Shaft.
It's the
for
great
real.
moment. He says, that Shaft is a bad mother.
Oh.
And she says, shut your mouth. And he says, but I'm talking about Shaft.
Yeah.
I always love that part where he's kind of his response, but I'm talking about Shaft.
Well, that's a lot like, but Dad, it's Smokey.
Yeah.
They tried to remake Shaft a few years ago. They threw Samuel Jackson in there. Just wasn't the same. They shouldn't have done that.
Draymond on the TNT broadcast, the Warriors got smaller. You kind of noticed.
And a little bit older. They got older and smaller.
You kind of noticed it last night. Here's Draymond, though, defending it.
Draymond, you guys are one of the smaller teams in the NBA. Does that concern you at all?
No, I don't necessarily overly worry about that. With that very small team, we won a championship a couple years ago. And then there's other things that the bigger teams have to handle when they're playing against us with our speed. So I don't necessarily worry about that. And the reality is, you got a few bigs in the league that are absolutely incredible, and everybody else you kind of just deal with.
Okay, yeah, but the problem is, if you're trying to win a championship, those two bigs are who you got to worry about. One guy named Nikola Jokic. But hey, problem for another day. The tiny Warriors go to Sacramento Friday night. Last couple ones for this one made me laugh last night. Jokic came on after his game. By the way, another triple-double, right? Just rolled out. He looks like, so his act is to look like he doesn't care. But Kenny Smith made him reveal that he was. They're like, dude, did you just play with your horses all summer? He goes, no, I worked every day in the gym. He admitted it. And then I guess Shaq speaks Serbian.
A little bit. He tried to, yeah.
So they had a little moment here at the end.
We would be remiss if we did not allow Shaq to speak to you in your native tongue.
My gosh. I just want to say,
let's go, Shaq.
I just want to say, brother, volente.
Volante, good job, Shaq. I like the suit. Really good suit.
What did he say? Says, I love you.
I love you. That's a good job, Shaq.
Volente.
Hey,
Volente.
Shaq, next time. Next time something different. Come on. We're given plenty of time to prepare. Nikola, thanks, man. We appreciate you. Guys, all those
Speak all the languages, Eddie. Volente. 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 Volente.
This guy's incredible, man. From Outside Lands, where he lit it up, man. The place went nuts in Outside Lands.
They were moshing.
Ladies! And that's Volande. Volande. Volande.
By the way, I want Shaq. Yeah, I want Shaq back at Outside Lands again next year. He should come back every year.
Think he'll lead a Volande chant?
I'm going with you, Triple E, next time. That's DJ Shaq. I want a piece of that.
I was watching that live. It made me laugh, man. And then finally, this got a lot of traction last night. Our buddy Chris Mad Dog Russo had gone on either his SiriusXM show or High Heat or First Take or whatever and said he guaranteed that the Phillies were going to win Game 6 and 7 or 6 or 7, either one. Such a guarantee that he said he would retire on the spot.
I'll retire
if Arizona won.
I'll say this right now, and Bob Raceman, write it down. If they win the next 2 days, they win the next 2 games and win this series in 7 games, if they win, I will retire on the spot.
There it is. So now
Walk away from that ESPN money, Chris. That's crazy.
Last 2, should we do Lavello and then the D-backs in the club? So then here's Torey Lavello, who's turning into like mini Boch, desert Boch, because he's like everything he does, people like him. He's bringing beers for writers, and then here is his cool response to Mad Dog saying he's going to quit on the spot if the D-backs win.
That type of stuff is kind of entertaining to me because I know that Mad Dog has a show and he's got to do his thing. But I would love to see him quit if we won today. You know what I mean? But there's nothing better than a wise guy New Yorker saying something and then having to chomp on those words. So that's how I'm processing it, and it'll be great. He's a friend of mine. I love Mad Dog, and I know that he's going to end up hearing this, and I didn't want to really get into this, but I did. And we have a little thing going on about it, and I think you just internally use it as motivation. You have a sense of pride when you play this game. Like, you want to do your job to the best of your ability, and you want to help your team win a game. I want to manage these players the best way to help us have the best outcome. I am extremely motivated at the end of the day on my own. But when you can prove some people wrong, and we all walk around with chips on our shoulder, and I guarantee everybody in this room has been told by somebody that they couldn't do something, and it led you down this road to be great. So I know that there's an underwriting theme here that we A, don't deserve to be here, B, that we're going to get our butts kicked, and C, there's bullies all over the map, all over the National League that can manhandle us. It really excites me to know that we're playing in Game 7, and we're right on the verge of doing something that's unbelievable, and we love proving naysayers wrong.
I gotta say, this guy,
hey man,
Torey Lavello,
that's a nice little
out of the
rap
San
he had
Fernando
there.
Valley too,
Nice little
LA
rap.
guy, UCLA guy, but by the way, his given name Salvatore Lavello. So there you go. Really cool. And so what happened then? They win. They beat the Phillies in Philadelphia, Game 6 and 7, and they chant in the clubhouse. Here. Hey, man, it's great. You got to love it.
It's going to be funny.
fun.
Somebody better be rolling tape on Mad Dog today while he eats his hat.
Pretty robust cooler today. I really enjoyed it.
Almost too much.
Volande. Volande. Mad Dog. Mad Dog. Mad Dog. Mad Dog. Who's your daddy? It was a chant. It was a chant cooler. Who's your daddy? Volande and Mad Dog. Mad Dog. All right. That was fun. Okay, back. We got to hit some Warriors on the other side.
Opening night, baby.
What happened?
KD in the
Next
house.
On the Sports Leader. Who's your daddy?
All right, hey, listen, it's a good morning here in the Bay. Giants have a new skipper. We're excited about that, but so much going on in the sports world, and a lot of us, people like Marcus, to be honest with you, talk a lot about the action, quote unquote. He likes to get in on games. So if you are inclined of the same way that Marcus is, test out your skills on Prize Picks, the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. You get over there, you select 2 or more players, and then you basically pick their statistics in a wide variety of categories. It's entirely up to you. You got yardage, you got passes, completions, touchdowns, sacks, whatever. However, whatever part of the game you want to get into, Prize Picks is allowing you to do that. It's quite easy, too. If you have the skills, you know football, you can turn, I would say, $10 into $250 rather easily with just a few taps. Very easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, an enormous selection of players and stat options are all available and waiting for you over at Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Now, when you're ready to test your skills, join the 7 million football fans who are already over there having a good time. They've signed up, and you're next. In fact, right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100, meaning you throw $100 down, they're going to do the same thing. Now you're working with $200 just for joining. So visit prizepicks.com/leader. That is the code word leader to get that deposit match. Prizepicks.com/leader. It is Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Phoenix is 1 of 10 in the third quarter. Paul to pull up top. Book it.
His first bucket of the night. 1 for 7 now. That mid-range jumper has been a staple of his game.
Yeah, I ain't really worried about the shooting. You know, I've been on a team that missed 27 straight threes. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's going to be the case over here. I'm not going to, you know, with the shooters that we got, you know what I mean, and guys being unselfish and passing up shots. I live with the shots that we got every night.
There it is. Chris Paul, your Warrior Pauly, Chris Paul.
I'm still wrapping my head around that. But
what was your visceral reaction to seeing him in the uni?
It was, I'll tell you what, it was, I don't even know if I have the words right now. It was different. I've never been a big fan of Chris Paul. I got to be totally honest. I've said that on the air before. He used to drive me crazy, along with a lot of other Warrior fans and basketball fans in general. I mean, it's the flopping, it's the taunting, it's the fake laugh with Kerr, all that stuff. He built up that body of work as a villain. And then in one night, now I got to embrace this guy. But you know what, Murph? I think I was able to do it.
Yeah.
I think I was kind of able to do it.
I told you, I had that sink moment. I was at the sink putting a bowl in.
He starts dribbling, he's hitting mid-range.
Yeah, of a midweek game in January in Orlando where his second quarter he came down and he led a capable, cool possession that ended in a loony layup.
Well, there it is. You just said it. See, capable and cool, and that's it. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame someday, and he's a great point guard with a very, very high IQ. So I think it will be good for the Warriors in the long run. I don't know about the starting lineup thing. I think that's going to change. But I do. I was able to embrace it. How about you? Where are you at CP3?
I told you ever since the cereal bowl incident in the sink, I was like, I'm ready for him. So bring him on.
You've let him in your heart.
I've let him.
Okay.
Shout out the what's that Disney song? "You'll Be in My Heart" from one of those cartoon movies, wasn't it?
What's the other one? "My Heart Will Go On," right, Marcus? We're going to sing that one too.
By the way, which Rory Murphy is now playing on the cello.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
How's that sound?
I'm hearing Celine Dion every day.
Yeah, how's it sound? How's the melody?
I start inexplicably weeping.
Yeah, it's a very emotional moment.
I mean, there's Leo on the piece of wood.
He's got no business too.
He's got to go. By the way, he's got material. You know, right before he lets go, he's riffing. He's riffing. He's like, I'm going to write a very sternly worded letter to the ocean liner. I'm like, look at you.
That's a hell of a recall.
Yeah, he's like the chattering. We just watched it.
You might as well riff. I mean, at that point, it's over. Yeah.
Will you riff at the end?
Why not? Paulie Mack, he went out riffing. Yeah. He went out swinging and riffing.
I ain't going to lie, guys. I mean, double tap to my heart, man. My boy Harmsy went out riffing all the way.
You got to
really
try to, yeah.
He was riffing all the way. I was like, damn, are you really riffing to the end?
Yeah.
He did. It's a model. It's a model, right? You know what I mean? What else are you going to do?
No, exactly.
Paulie, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Well, it was me. Might as well go out riffing, Marcus. Me and you.
By the way, the game was hilarious because, it's my first NBA game in a few months. So I'm like getting back into the rhythm. Like, oh, man, the Warriors are down 15. Oh, wait, the Warriors are winning by 5. Wait, the Warriors are down 7. Oh, wait. Let's just get to the final 4 minutes, tied at 88, and take it from there. Basically, is what it comes down to every time, man. And so then it comes down to your closing lineup. Warriors got outscored in the fourth quarter, 28-18. They lose. If you missed it, they lost 108-104. And Devin Booker was the best player down the stretch. Not Chris Paul, not Steph Curry. He was dealing, too. He was dishing and dealing, and the Warriors missed a bunch of shots down the stretch. It's a make-or-miss league. Here's the one thing I wanted to get into, though.
Okay.
Is that Steve Kerr did not play Andrew Wiggins in the final few minutes. He played Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, listen, Wiggins wasn't having a great night.
Paul,
yeah.
Curry, Paul, Clay, and Looney, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Kuminga. And Wiggins just sitting over there on the bench.
I know. He'll be fine. It just wasn't his night. But I'd like to see Kuminga take on more minutes. I would.
So here's Kerr on why did you choose Kuminga over Wiggins?
Yeah, it'll be feel. We've already had that talk with the team. We got a lot of guys, especially when we're fully healthy. We've got a lot of guys who are capable of closing, including Dario, including J.K. Guys who, if they're playing well and the group that they're with is functioning, we just stay with that group. It doesn't mean people are going to be happy every night, but our guys understand the depth is really a a big factor for our team. It's one of the strengths of our team, and if you're going to be good, you have to be committed to the group and to the success of the group. So it'll make for some tough decisions at times for us, but I think our team is aware that this is a good problem to have, and we have to deal with the individual stuff, without letting it affect the team.
Yeah. So, in other words, there's no death lineup right now. He's feeling it, and who knows? He said maybe it's Sarich one night. Who knows? By the way, that same Steve Kerr you just heard will join Tolbert and Copes today.
Murph,
at 5:30.
Did you feel like I don't know if luster is the right word, but pageantry may be a better word. Like, was there any pageantry to the KD return? I mean, it's been 4 years.
I mean, they put up a video.
I know. No, the video was fine. They would show him dunking and stuff. That was cool. I thought KD looked he looked moved.
Did you feel like Chase in general was not jumping last night?
I hate to say it, a little bit.
Yeah.
A little tiny bit. Why? Why do you think that is? Because I did notice that.
They're not coming off a title.
No. Chris Paul's out there. I'm going to blame him. I'm kidding, Chris. Well, I'm sure you'll be on the show at some point.
I don't know. We'll have to investigate that a little bit. By the way, so if you want to take it, it was 100-99 when Johnny Kuminga ripped down an offensive board, which was Chris Paul had missed a three. He ripped down the offensive board. Devin Booker fouled him, and then Kuminga missed both free throws.
That's tough.
They come down. Devin Booker shoots a pass to the corner to my man, Josh Okogie. I was like, where'd this guy come from? Josh Okogie. I had to look him up. I had to bone up on my Okogie. He hit a three, and the Warriors were just basically playing uphill from that point on. They were down 4 at that point in time. Yeah, dude, Josh Okogie, I kept saying, so he started. Give me a little Okogie bio for you here, because you never know. I mean, guy out of Georgia Tech. Okay, Georgia Tech, 25-year-old. He had been drafted in the first round by Minnesota in 2018, and his stats were basically unremarkable for most of his career. He averaged in the minutes in the 20s and the 10s in Minnesota. He averaged 7 to 8 to 5 points in his career. He averages 6.6 for his career. He was the dude last night. Mm-hmm. So proud to be Okogie from Muskogee.
I'll take it, man.
I don't know.
I'll take it.
Hey, one more cut here, Marcus. What do you want to go with the CP3 saying he still thinks that that this team will? Do we have L or M next? Was it the? Oh no, it was the K. He's excited, even though sometimes he has that frowny face. He's excited.
Yeah, and that pace of just shooting pull-up threes, and you got a lot more space a lot of times now too with those guys out there, and just knowing that the ball ain't gonna stick. You know what I mean? Like with me either. Just trying to. Play through the bigs, dribble handoffs, and things like that. That's what's been fun. Even in practice, 2 on the side, got cut through, all this stuff. So I'm just excited.
So he is excited. As 831 says, CP3, yes, he's an a-hole, but now he's our a-hole, right? There you go.
It's a good text. I saw that.
He had the play where he knew the Suns were 1 foul away from the bonus.
Oh, he'll draw that foul for you.
And he stayed in the backcourt to run into Booker and drew the foul.
That's his specialty.
Kerr and Curry both said after the game that they were laughing. They were like, yo, we used to hate that stuff.
Usually drive me crazy.
He's like, now it's like,
you know what, though? You want to do it for us?
Now it's go Dubs,
take it.
Yeah. Right? All right. So anyway, Warriors have a tough one Friday night in Sacramento, man. Really tough one.
Oh, well, Mark, they're going to treat that like it's New Year's Eve, Christmas, and
as Logan Webb might say. Light the beam.
No, it's going to be like Game 7 of, even though it's only Game 2, might as well be the NBA Finals.
Did you lose that one too in the Great Purge? All right.
Yeah, there was a purge now, Marcus.
All right,
they purged my stuff.
Andy Baggerly next on this big press conference. If you're just waking up, 10:30 in the morning, Bob Melvin gets introduced in the club level, third base side.
Oh,
same place where Buster retired.
You're going club level.
Yeah.
Oh, fancy schmancy.
Well, they finally found a spot.
Okay.
Right? I mean,
well, the computer was in the other room.
After we did Farhan in the dugout.
The computer was in the media room.
And then our guy Stan Van Gundy at 9:35. That'll be fun on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Warriors.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, Marin Health. Let's talk about it. We know the North Bay is beautiful, and we also know that it has a world-class health secret called Marin Health we want to tell you about. Marin Health, it's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Bags alert. Bags alert.
Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Murph and Mac. Now, sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
I've worked with 7 managers in my time in baseball, and they all had different styles, and I think 5 of them won Manager of the Year. So, and my relationship with them, I mean, my role's been different in those different organizations, but my relationship's been different with them too. So, to answer your question, there's no template. I've worked with managers who have different experiences and different styles, and I think we want to be as broad as our search as possible.
That was Farhan Zaidi in the dugout the Dugout Summit from a couple weeks ago, there was talk then that if Bob Melvin got released from his contract, the Giants would be a logical candidate. Then it appeared he wouldn't be released, but our next guest was somebody who kept reporting, like, it's not over yet, and keep your ear to the ground. And then he broke the story that Bob Melvin had been granted permission to interview with the Giants, and boom, it was done within 48 hours. So, Andy Baggerly, congratulations on the scoop in The Athletic. And today we get to see Bob Melvin back in San Francisco, where he played 86, 87, 88.
Yeah.
Good morning, Bags. How are you, man?
Hey, Bags.
I'm good. How are you? I also have to give a shout out to Tim Kawakami because he was writing about Bob Melvin while Gabe Kapler was still in the chair. I mean, before, I think it was maybe 24, 48 hours before they announced that they were moving on from Gabe, that final weekend. He was already right on it as Melvin being the guy to zero in on. So quite a lot of foresight by TK there, too.
You're 100% right. I am a big Athletic reader, and he went to a Giants-Padres game and did a thing where he did the Gabe dugout, then he went over to the Melvin dugout, and he wrote, I'm sensing that like this Melvin guy might be the voice of the Giants, and wasn't that kind of his his theme?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, and obviously, it's kind of funny. It works almost like, you see it in politics and presidential administrations. You see it all kinds of ways that, you sort of vacillate between one extreme to the other. The successor is sort of the polar opposite of the person that they're succeeding. And, I don't know if that's necessarily the case between Bob Melvin and Gabe Kapler. I think they do have some similarities, but I think clearly what the Giants wanted was a manager that could really interface with all elements of the front office, while also just demonstrating some feel. And it's feel for game situations and feel for people. And, being someone who is, you always hear that he's a great communicator, where you stand with him. And you know what? I think that a big part of the coaching staff he puts together is going to be maybe some people like that too, who, they're grounded in all the advanced tools that we have nowadays to evaluate performance and to get marginal gains in games. But you also you're around coaches who help players compete better. And I think that's what you see, especially in the postseason, especially with a team like the Diamondbacks. I mean, there's just guys are just out there competing, and winning moments and winning situations. And, that's obviously a lot goes into that. That's emotional as much as, physical talent.
Talking to Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. We'll be there today at 10:30 when the Giants introduce Bob Melvin. We'll carry that live on KNBR, and then Melvin will come on with Papa and Lund at 12:30. So in your years, Andy, so he was in the Mariners in 03, 04. I don't know if you were on the Angels beat back then, were you? Yeah?
04 was my first year on the Giants.
Oh,
actually.
wow.
Oh, nice.
So,
Congrats,
yeah.
man. Then he goes to
I was on the Angel.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was on the Angel beat in 2001. I'll never forget when the Mariners were the first team to clinch. Of course, they won all those games that year. It was after 9/11.
Yeah.
Everyone was, how will they celebrate? Mark McLemore brought the flag out to the mound. But that was when Lou Piniella was still the manager. Obviously, Bob Melvin took over, I believe, in 03. So didn't have as much opportunity to cross paths with him then. But then, obviously, when he came over to the Diamondbacks, I was covering the Giants by then. So in the same division for a while.
And so what was your and then through Cross Bay, the Bay Bridge rivalry from 2011 to 2021, let's just say Gabe was not, let's say this was August and we were just talking to you and there was no Gabe job security watch. And I said, hey, Andy, what have your experiences been with Bob Melvin through the years? What would you have said?
You know what? It's funny. It's very random, but the only thing I think of, because I haven't crossed paths with him a ton, because the A's are always out of town when the Giants are in town, obviously. But I do remember one time I went over to Ho-Ho camp because I needed to talk to an A's player. I think it was Daniel Gossett, who went to college with Stephen Duggar, and I was writing a Stephen Duggar feature. And I walk in the clubhouse, and the first person I see is Bob Melvin, and he crosses the room to shake my hand, and he says, "Welcome to A's camp. Good to see you. Thanks for coming." And I thought, when's the last time a manager of a team I don't cover has done that? It's like, you just instantly feel at ease, like you're welcomed in the room. And I thought, oh, maybe this is why everybody has such good things to say about this guy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously. And then when you started to sense that he was the guy that maybe the Giants were homing in on, so there's the local narrative, which, a lot of people take heart in, some people dismiss. He wore the jersey, he's a veteran, he's been around. Like, how did you see, from your perspective as a Giants beat writer, the Giants seeing the appeal of Bob Melvin?
Well, so what the Giants really need is stability, and they need it tangible, secure stability, and they need the appearance of stability because you're trying to sell yourself to free agents, and they cannot afford to have another off season like they had last year, where there were obviously reasons why they didn't get the star player they were looking for. The Correa thing was really unfortunate. Really, probably couldn't be helped. The Judge thing, we knew that was probably going to play out the way it did, but they had to try. So they can't get caught in that again. And you're going to ask free agents to sign into an organization that hasn't been winning lately, that just fired a manager, that has a president of baseball operations who is entering a prove-it year, and you could be, another 75-win season away from a total upheaval, and you don't know what you're stepping into as a free agent. So I think that's one thing, aside from obviously the dollars, and that's usually what carries the day. But I think the Giants really need to show to their fans, to free agents, that if you sign here for $40 million, you're not going to get pinch hit for in the seventh inning. It's I think they need to show that appearance of stability. Not that they're going to go back to doing everything in a super conventional way, but that they're not going to be trying to outthink the world and outsmart the world and run these games like they're the Rays. When this is a big resource organization, and they can go out and afford star players and plug them in and play them every day. Great example is Ha-Sung Kim. Great example. He's a guy who played, I think, 111 games his rookie year, was kind of okay. They didn't really know what to do with him. And Bob Melvin played him every day last year and the year before. And he was, I think, the 8th most valuable player in terms of WAR in the National League. And that's one thing that, he can point to his really good buddy, Lee in Korea, who's going to be posted by Kiwoom, and say, look, this is a guy who's going to play you every day, and he's going to give you that opportunity. And that instantly makes the Giants, I think, more appealing to someone like Lee with Bob Melvin in that seat.
Well, that's the other. My next question was going to be about that Asian connection. Seems like we're kind of, I don't know if we're rushing to judgment on this, but, how real is that Melvin has a connection to Ichiro, you mentioned, who played, I believe, for the same team Yamamoto, the pitcher, is coming from.
Wow, that's cool.
Is there enough smoke there to think there's fire there, or are we getting our hopes up too high if you're a Giants fan?
Well, I don't think that's going to be a factor that's deciding. But, I think the Giants realize from these free agent overtures and finishing second a whole bunch of times and just sort of feeling empty-handed after going after all these free agents. And we're not just talking about like going back to Bryce Harper. We're talking about like John Lester. I mean, they've chased a lot of guys that they haven't been able to sign. They finished second on. And I think every little bit helps. That's probably the takeaway is every little bit helps. And having a manager that really sort of interacts and interfaces well with free agents that's a little bit. So, I don't think it's going to be a deciding factor, but it is something that I think puts the Giants in a more favorable position.
Okay, Andy Baggerly is the voice you hear. He broke the story that the Giants are hiring Bob Melvin, the kid who played for the Hum Babies back in 86, 87, 88, and then, of course, managed the Seattle Mariners for a couple of years, managed the Diamondbacks for 4 or 5 years, and then a 10-year run in Oakland where he took the A's to the postseason 6 times. The knock we're hearing, Andy, is, he was in San Diego with all this talent, and he didn't get it done. So, if you're kind of looking at that from a baseball analytic or baseball perspective of like, I wonder why. And then it's very nebulous how much a manager can do if there's a cancer in the clubhouse or whatever. But what was your opinion of how Melvin managed those Padres?
Well, I think it was a lot of chaos from the top down. And that was, I think it was very difficult. When you don't know who's going to get traded the next day, or a good example, Melvin had a very sort of standoffish post game toward the end of the season when he was asked about using Josh Hader over multiple innings, which I guess they'd sort of eased off on him all year so that he could be available to do that in September. And here they are, barely mathematically alive, and they don't pitch Hader in the 8th, and they lose the game. I think I forget the exact the circumstances there, but you could tell Melvin was really upset that he couldn't use Josh Hader in the 8th inning. And I think that there were a lot of players in that clubhouse that came with rules attached to them, and a lot of promises that maybe were made and not kept. And it's just really hard. I think that all that trickles down when your chief executive and your manager are not on the same page. That really does trickle down, I think, to the rest of the clubhouse and make it difficult for everybody because everyone's wondering what's going on. So, obviously the Giants needed to talk to Bob Melvin. They needed to hold some face-to-face meetings with him. I think they went into this process probably realizing that he was going to be the right choice, but I'm sure they wanted him to explain, hey, what was your view of what happened in San Diego? What could you have done differently? To what extent do you blame yourself for anything that happened there? And ultimately, they didn't hear anything, obviously, that made them shy away from or move them off their position. So, I'm sure he'll be asked about that today. I'm sure he'll be asked about, why he agreed to interview and not sort of finish out his contract there when they said that he would be back. And it'll be interesting to see how he answers those questions.
How about the cosmic comedy of the backup catcher coming from the Padres under contract to the Giants? I mean,
I'm sensing a trend here, Bags.
It's like you can't make this up, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
Bochy, Melvin, it's so weird.
Hey, it worked the first
Yeah,
time.
and the other guy's wringing champagne out of his underwear right now.
Sure
So,
is, man. Yep.
How about that?
Yeah, great story.
In fact, how about either Bumgarner or Bochy getting a ring?
Yeah.
How about that?
I know, isn't it great?
Yeah.
Oh, my
Yep.
God. Hey, last one
I
is...
guess,
Go ahead.
Did I hear that Bumgarner texted Bochy before Game 7?
We just talked to Kuiper about that.
Buster only reported that. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was some sort of prank.
Yeah.
Bags Kuiper also said pretty emphatically that he believes Bumgarner's going to get an invite to somebody's spring training next year, which will be interesting.
Could it be Scottsdale?
I don't know, but Kuiper's pretty adamant about that. Anyway, Bags.
The only thing I can tell you is, because we've been trying to work that situation, try to figure out what he's been up to.
Yeah.
The only thing I've heard is that he has not, he's not sort of roping cattle right now. He's trying to figure it out. After he got released.
Okay.
He didn't just stop throwing a baseball.
Interesting.
He's trying to figure it out and see what he can, how he can reinvent himself.
Wow,
And,
very interesting. Okay.
So that's the only thing I've heard is that he's not shutting it down.
Okay. Very interesting. I like that.
See, I couldn't believe Kuiper said that he texted. That Bum texts him a lot. I was like, Bum has a phone. B, he's like in contact, but they said he is. In fact, Kuiper said that they would, during games, when he would come out and be in the clubhouse, he would text Kruk and Kuiper criticisms of their...
you got that stat
like,
wrong.
hey, man, you guys got all this wrong.
Yeah,
He said that. So.
Madison Bumgarner complained? Really? I will tell you, I've gotten more return texts from Mad Bum than I have from Brandon Belt over the years. So Brandon, I think, he throws his iPhone in a lake somewhere in Texas in the offseason, and he buys a new one before spring training.
He's one of those Jimmy G ghosters. Like Jimmy G apparently never texted the Niners back. That was the big problem. And they're like, hey, man, does this guy even care? So there you go. All right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some guys say that off season is sort of sacred to them. And I don't blame them.
I know.
As much as you're on the road and in spring training and how long the season is, and how your family makes so many sacrifices for you to do this. It's, hey, I would make that time precious too.
Throwing it in the lake is a very... there's an intriguing option. I'd love to do that. All right, Andy, we'll look forward to seeing you in a little bit.
Thank you,
looking
Bags.
forward to your report from the Bob Melvin
No.
press conference. So
Yeah, knowing Belt, he probably just left his phone in the back of a taxi or something like that.
Good call. Totally.
all right, Andy, thanks for the hit.
Thanks, guys.
Andy Bagley. All right, man. Listen,
exciting day.
We did it on
It
the
is.
big hit. If you need to see how we feel about it, we all feel about it. I feel like there's an adult in the room, and the Giants got to be a more serious baseball club right now. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, Giants fans like family. We need connections. If he brings a Matt Williams,
yes.
If Vogie comes back,
come
or
home,
Pat
Vogie.
Burrell, somebody like
Come
that.
on home.
That too. By the way, 415 ads. Don't forget, Longo's going to the World Series. Evan Longoria.
Yeah, he is. Longo's going to the World Series. He'll be right there with my boy Ginkel, hanging out with Ginkel. By the way, Murphy, I just want to tease this real quick because I know we got a lot going on.
No, you're not teasing it.
Oh, good. Okay.
You're not teasing it.
I didn't want it to get lost.
You're not teasing it. You're doing it.
Take
This
it
ain't a
for real.
tease.
Yeah.
This is a delivery.
All I knew is like people are like, when's it happening? When's it happening? Because it's been late in the show today, but here you go. You guys know what this means. Yeah.
You know. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Anytime you hear Blink 182 on our show today, tomorrow, Friday.
Y'all know what that means.
Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. Wins 2 tickets to see the boys out of San Diego. I wonder if they write a song about Bob Melvin. Bobby Melvin's gone, and I miss him today.
Where have you gone, Bobby Melvin? Hey, by the way, Marcus, you're going to go.
It's not what's my age again. It's who's my manager again.
Who's
There
my
it is.
skipper again? Are you going to the gig, the Blink 182 gig, Mark? I know you're a
It's
fan.
next July.
No, I know. Well, you circle it on your calendar. You block block that S off.
Well, Paulie Mack, if I call 808 KNBR right now, I got a chance to win those tickets.
Perfect
So
answer.
call into Triple E right now to get those Blink-182
tickets on
tickets.
sale Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. So call right now. And anytime you hear Blink-182 today, tomorrow, or Friday,
I like that.
That's when you call 415.
I need a skipper because he left. We could easily write like a new Blink-182 tune about Bob Melvin.
All the Melvin things. 415-896 KNBR. Okay. Kyle Juszczyk, our 49er player of the week.
Okay.
Niner talk next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Bob Melvin is coming back to the Bay. That's right. This morning, the San Francisco Giants officially announced that Bob Melvin will be the next manager of your San Francisco Giants. To read more about Bob Melvin's return to the Bay Area, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we do our 49er Player of the Week on Tuesdays, and man, it's after losing 2 in a row. You probably need the voice of reason. It's a good thing the 49ers sent us Kyle Juszczyk, the great fullback, number 44. We got him in the car driving into work this morning. 49ers fans getting ready for their 49er Player of the Week talk, lamenting the loss to the Vikings, looking ahead to the Bengals. Here he is, Kyle Juszczyk. Hey, good morning, Kyle. How are you, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. It's a good start to the day. Get to hang out with you guys and talk a little football.
Yeah, right. Like, so what's the Wednesday morning routine for a Kyle Juszczyk? What you got going? What's next on the agenda?
Well, I'm driving into work right now. First thing I do is go hit the cold tub, 3 minutes up to the neck. From there, we go to the red light room for 10 minutes, grab breakfast, and then we'll start meetings at 8 o'clock.
Wait a minute. 2 things. So one, cold tub.
That's a long 3 minutes. Yeah,
that's like a trendy thing now. Now, did you do that way back when, or is it new for you?
Relatively new. I started doing it actually about this time last season and started just seeing incredible results from it. Recovery, much faster, much more awake. Energy levels are a lot higher. So it's become a ritual, and every single morning I do it, and I feel great.
Wow. How mentally tough did you have to get to 3 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, that's tough,
Or was it, conversely, was it a piece of cake?
No, I'm not going to lie. It took a while to get there. At this point, now that I'm a year into it, it's pretty easy, but it was definitely a build-up. I had to start at a minute.
Okay, a minute.
Now, Kyle, are you going like headphones? Because I could see trying to trick myself. You know what? I'll throw my earbuds on. I'll listen to one song, and then I'm out. Because that way, something's going on while you're sitting in there. Are you doing any methods like that?
So yeah, I definitely. I used to do it at my house. I would just jump in my pool at this time of the year. Well, it starts to get cold enough that you could just do that. And when I was first trying to psych myself up, I would listen to Nelly, "Hot in Here."
Hell yeah!
Oh, that's great.
That's great.
I can just handle it. I can just go in there, and usually there's other people in the room. I can talk to them.
Oh, that's really funny. Now, you mentioned the red light room. What's that?
So we have a red light therapy room with Juve lights. So it's a combination of these different red light and infrared lights that help boost ATP production in your cells, and again, just helps with energy and recovery, and actually helps with your skin looking younger too. Which is
Has your wife checked in on that?
There's all kind of benefits. Yeah.
We have one at home now.
Oh man! All right. Well, so that means you're in a totally great headspace, like physically and mentally, going into a Wednesday, and then you guys hit the film room, and this is the hard part now. So that's the cool part. You got your ice tub and you got your red light room. Then, do you guys go look at the film of the Bengals of the Vikings game, or is it on to the Bengals already?
Yeah, no. This is a little different Wednesday because we played on Monday. We had yesterday off, so we haven't watched the film yet. So that's actually what we'll do first. Is we'll watch the Vikings first, and then we'll move on to Cincinnati.
So what do you think you'll see in that Vikings game? I mean, you guys flew home. It was a long night. You got in the middle of the night, messed with your sleep schedule. You had to recover yesterday. We wake up on Wednesday morning. What's your opinion of that Vikings game?
I mean, there's a lot of ways I could come at that. Just from the offensive side, you're definitely not going to see a lack of effort. I felt like, we played as hard as we played any other game. It's just, it really came down to turnovers. We only punted once on the offensive side, which, usually leads to more than 17 points. So, it says there was a breakdown somewhere else, and that was taking care of the football. And, it's something we stress every single week. So, that's not something that just, snuck up on us. It's something that we're very aware of and something that, we'll address going forward.
Yeah, I mean, turnovers, Kyle, is for. We're talking to Kyle Juszczyk. He's our 49er Player of the Week. It's great to have him. He's driving into work today, getting ready for his cold tub and his preparation for the Bengals. I mean, as long as you watch football all your life, turnovers is that ultimate bugaboo. It's like sometimes it's fluky, right? I mean, Christian McCaffrey, you trust this guy 10,000 times out of 10,000. And he stands up after the game and says, I cost my team the game. For you as a veteran, how do you guys, do you just brush that off onto the next, or is there something you can learn from it?
There's always something that you can learn from every mistake, but I think that says a lot about Christian and like his accountability. But like you said, 10,000 times, like we're going to go right back to Christian. Christian's the reason that we're in position to win games. That we trust him with the ball more than anybody. So, that's going to happen. You carry the ball so many times, you get the ball 20, 30 times a game, eventually one of those are going to get coughed up. So, we have no issues with Christian going forward. But, it's on all of us to be accountable and make sure that when we do have that ball that, we do everything we can to hang on to it.
We're talking to Kyle Juszczyk, our 49er Player of the Week. It's great to have him on his way into work in Santa Clara today. So we got to ask about the quarterback. So everybody loved Brock Purdy. Everybody. And he's a darling. He's a darling story.
Played a lot of great football, too.
He's played a lot of great football. And now he's hit his first, quote-unquote, losing streak, right? Do you have a role to play in talking him up, coaching him up mentally about the adversity of the NFL? Is that something you see as a veteran as your job?
Yeah, I definitely, I take on at least a little bit of that. It's not just me. We have a lot of veterans on this team, so he's got a lot of guys that he can lean on, and, we're all quick to let him know, like, man, this is the NFL. Not everything's going to be perfect, and we're all going to make mistakes. But I still felt like I saw so many great things from Brock in that game. Minnesota pressures the quarterback more than anybody in the NFL right now. And, at the end of the day, he is still a young quarterback. And I felt like, for the most part, he did handle that pressure pretty well. He had 2 errant throws that he wishes he could have back, but also saw some really, really good scrambling from him, like his ability to avoid the rush and make some plays downfield. Is an awesome added element to this offense. So definitely, we all still feel just as good about Brock as we did, 2 weeks ago. And we know that he can turn around and have an incredible game this week against Cincinnati.
If there's one constant in the NFL, it's, adversity. It's a 17-week season. You're not going 17-0, although, Kyle, we were thinking that after the Cowboys game. So, it is, but it's his first taste of it, right? So that's why I think Niner fans are going to be really interested to see how he bounces back, right?
Yeah, no question. I think I get reminded every season of just how long an NFL season really is. 17 weeks is a grind, man. It really is, and there's so many seasons within the season. And Kyle always talks about breaking it up. And, so we broke it up our first 3 games, then we had a Thursday night game, we had a little break. Now we're on this 5-game stretch. We got 1 left, then we go into the bye. And so, we try to look at it in I can't think
compartments?
Of the word right now.
I got you, man. Yeah, compartments.
Compartmentalize, that's the word. The season into little chunks like that. And so, we feel that we got 1 more left in this block. If we can go 6-2 into the bye, we're feeling really good, and then we can break it up, our second half of the season into little chunks like that.
Like the way you're thinking, Kyle Juszczyk. He has this game and then the bye, which will be obviously big for their bodies and their minds, as and 6-2 would look so good compared to the alternative. Do have to ask you, Kyle, before I let you go, about the run game in general. 22 carries for 65 yards. Now, you did not carry any, and we would like to see you touch the ball, of course. I know you would like to, but 22 carries for 65 yards was not like what you guys needed to get done in that game. 3 yards a carry. So, I don't know. You tell me. Taking a hard look at the run game on Monday night. You always have to establish the run. To your mind, why wasn't it as effective?
Yeah, and honestly, it's a good question. I'm going to have a better idea when we break it down as a team here in a little bit. But having just watched the game by myself afterwards, it's still hard for me to say. Like, we didn't have a ton of offensive plays, and so it takes plays and get more carries to eventually kind of break through and start hitting some longer ones, but for whatever reason, we really we didn't have any of those, big explosive runs, and did a good job. At the end of the day, Minnesota did a good job of containing us. They really, that's kind of a boomer bust defense, with the way that they pressure. They count on you having negative plays, and unfortunately, they were able to get a few there. And once you get behind the sticks, sometimes it's hard to stick to that running game. So it really can be a combination of all those things.
So if I'm reading my stats right, Kyle, you have 3 carries this year. Can we get you more?
I hope so, man. I really do.
Yeah, especially down near the goal line. I want to get you in the end zone a little more, man. I think we all like that. Everybody loves when Juice gets in there.
With 6 catches, too. Can we get you more?
Yeah.
I definitely would love more of both of them. So, you guys want to keep yelling it out here for me. I don't want to be the guy asking.
You don't do that. You just go into the ice tub in the red light room. We'll say you got it. Good things happen when Kyle Juszczyk touches the ball.
Story.
Hey, last one before you go is your view on the brotherly shove, the tush push. As a man who specializes in short yardage situations, part of you has to salute the fact that it's the most effective short yardage play we've ever seen in NFL history.
Unstoppable.
The other part has to be this is rugby, man. This is not American football. It seems to be fundamentally against the concept of the game, which is to have a ball in your hand and to advance it down the field without the help of 11 people pushing you. What's your view, man?
Honestly, I'm not too against it. I think it's within the rules, and it's on the defense to stop them. I mean, you saw Fred found an effective way to stop the Vikings. He did it on the goal line.
Dude, that was awesome.
That was sweet. And maybe that's a formula going forward. Maybe somebody's able to do that against Philadelphia. So I don't know. We'll see. But I'm really not against it. I don't think the fact that it's effective should be the reason that they outlaw it.
Interesting. Yeah.
That is interesting. I just fundamentally, what should be in the rules and what shouldn't. For example, Kirk Cousins spiked a ball in the turf.
Oh, dude.
And they didn't call intentional grounding.
Yeah.
And they can tell me rule book wise why, but
I was intentional grounding, man.
That was intentional grounding.
He was getting sacked and he spiked it in the ground.
And that's kind of how I feel about the brotherly shove. I know in my gut that's not a football play, but you're here to tell me as a man who makes his living in the NFL, you're okay.
I'm good with it.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this then on the way out. Are you guys working on your own version?
I think every team in the league has their own version. And it's just a matter of time of when they need to get to it. Because, at the end of the day, we all have short yardage packages and there's a limited amount of plays. The nice part about that play is that you can continue to run it over and over. You really don't need to develop many wrinkles off of it. So,
right. No, it's not nuanced.
You could theoretically march down the field running that play every play. So, if you get 3, 4, next thing you know, every time you just keep doing it. And then Kyle, finally, a listener wants to know, what's it like to be on the road? You're in Dallas or wherever.
L.A., yeah.
And you hear the crowd saying, Juice. That must be.
I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty awesome. I heard him in Cleveland on, it was just a simple 9-yard catch, and I could hear the faithful yell Juice, and it really means a lot, man, because I've put a lot into this organization, and so to feel the love from the fans, that just want them to know that I do feel it, and I really do appreciate it.
So we're going to end it on this, Kyle. You're not saying it. It's the Murph and Mac show saying to Kyle, we want to hear more juice from the crowd.
Man.
All right?
Yeah, you're a fan favorite,
you
buddy.
didn't have to say that. We did.
True story.
I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, that definitely.
All right, man. Hey, enjoy the cold tub, the red light room.
Always good having you, Kyle.
It's always a great conversation, and it just kind of reassures everybody. And so, you're going to beat the Bengals, right?
I'm not here to make guarantees, but I feel good about what we're going to do this week.
I'll take it. I'll take that.
Thanks for your time, Kyle.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, we enjoyed that very much. We'll also enjoy Stan Van Gundy from Chase Center last night to the Murph and Mac show next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Draymond, you guys are one of the smaller teams in the NBA. Does that concern you at all?
No, I don't necessarily overly worry about that. With that very small team, we won a championship a couple years ago. And then there's other things that the bigger teams have to handle when they're playing against us with our speed. So I don't necessarily worry about that. And the reality is, you got a few bigs in the league that are absolutely incredible, and everybody else you kind of just deal with.
Well, there was Stan Van Gundy, the great NBA commentator for the opening night last night of the Warriors, interviewing Draymond during the game. There was Draymond with a mic. It's a pleasure to have Stan on the Murph and Mac Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey. And hey, Stan, welcome to the show and welcome back home. Although I don't know if you're on your way out, but welcome back. Always good to have you back in the Bay Area, right?
Morning,
how are you,
Stan?
Stan?
Yeah, it was great to be back in the Bay Area. Was able to have dinner on Monday night out in Walnut Creek with 4 of my high school teammates.
Oh, that's great. That's Alhambra High, right, in Martinez?
That's exactly right. Yeah, and we had a good time. So it's always good to get back to the Bay Area, and it's always exciting when you go to the Chase Center because it's such a great atmosphere. And even going back to Oracle, the Warriors have always had great fans. I mean, my favorite team growing up was the '75 Warriors. So, that was it's always great to get back and see the Warriors.
All right. So the broad question before we get to brass tacks: what'd you think of the Warriors last night?
Well, I mean, clearly the biggest thing that stood out is they for the best shooting team in the league. Usually, they shot the ball so poorly. And that was the difference in the game. But I thought there were some real positives. I thought going into the year that the two things that the Warriors have to do is, they have to quit fouling, which we talked about several times on the broadcast, and they've got to cut their turnovers. Now, the turnovers crept up on them again in the fourth quarter where they had 5, but for the Warriors to go into their first game and have 8 fewer turnovers than Phoenix and to shoot 11 more free throws than Phoenix. Phoenix only shot 2 in the second half. I thought that was a great first step in 2 key areas for the Warriors. And then I thought, they got great play from Moody. I thought Gary Payton II gave them great energy off the bench. Looney did his normal thing. I thought there were some good things. I thought their defense overall was very good. I thought especially on Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson did a great job. Other guys on him did a great job. They got into him. They were physical with him. When you hold Kevin Durant to 7 for 22, you're doing some very, very good things.
So, Stan, for Warrior fans, last night was significant for a lot of reasons, but especially because Chris Paul is now wearing a Warrior jersey. I mean, this guy, for really the entirety of Steph Curry's time here in Golden State, I mean, Chris Paul's been like the premier villain for the Golden State Warriors. So now he's with the Warriors, and I don't know, with your coach's instincts, what's Chris Paul going to bring to this team, and what's his contribution going to be in your mind?
Well, I think for one thing, and you saw it last night, and again, he was another guy like Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins and Steph Curry. None of them shot the ball well, but you saw Chris Paul really gets the ball to other people, and he brings a stability. There's just a maturity to Chris Paul's game where there's not going to be a lot of mistakes made. And again, this Warrior team, even in their best years, they had to overcome being a high turnover team. The ball being in Chris Paul's hands is going to cut your turnovers. Steve Kerr mentioned that in his interview last night after the third quarter with Stephanie Reddy, that cutting the turnovers, a lot of it had to do with Chris Paul. And I think they will just be a more solid, stable team.
Right.
That will help them.
Okay, we need to talk about size. Stan, you said it to Draymond last night. And there were times you could just see with the naked eye. You didn't have to be Pete Newell to figure this out. Like, oh, my God, they're tiny. And, what'd you think of that?
Well, first of all, the fact that you just referenced Pete Newell impresses the heck out of me.
Oh, no, we love Pete Newell. Yeah.
Oh, my God, the best.
Yeah, man.
When I started coaching back in 1981, my dad, who is a Cal grad and was at Cal when Pete Newell was coaching, he gave me Pete Newell's book. That was his gift to me when I started coaching. So first of all, impressed with
Stan,
that.
if we're going to take one more step on that digression, I'm a UCLA grad, and while we revere and worship the ground John Wooden walks on, it's my understanding from knowledge of John Wooden didn't win until Pete Newell said he could, right?
How about that?
Well, I don't know if that's quite true, but Pete Newell was tremendous, one of the great teachers of the game.
Yeah.
So, but as far as the Warriors,
the size.
Look, I think it's a problem, and I agree with Draymond Green. Now, first of all, he characterized, their championship team. Yeah, the most recent one.
Mm-hmm.
Same starting lineup, yes.
Yeah.
And a lot of it does, but they had more size off the bench, okay? Bielitsa, and, they were a little bit bigger. This team doesn't have much size. And a lot of it depends on matchups, and Draymond referenced that, only a couple of teams. Well, the problem is probably your two greatest competitors or three greatest competitors in the West right now are Denver, and they seem to have a pretty good center.
Mm-hmm.
With size.
Yep.
Phoenix, and we saw Nurkic's size, I thought, several times played a big factor.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Davis with the Lakers, and even when you get to the Clippers, who, if they could stay healthy, could be a factor with Zubac. So I think matchups are part of it. You can run through, maybe make a playoff run where you don't run through those guys. But it is really hard to be great defensively being that small. And I do think will be a problem for him throughout the year. Now, Draymond coming back, even though he doesn't have great size, he will improve their defense. He'll improve at both ends. I think it's not just that Draymond's a good player. Their entire team is different when Draymond Green plays. They play differently offensively, especially they're just a different team. And so he will make a difference, but the size is something we've got to watch all year. And I personally would love to see them try to make a deal at some point to at least have size as an option for Steve Kerr.
So I'm completely with you, Stan. Stan Van Gundy, the kid out of Alhambra High in Martinez. And, of course, last night was calling the game with Iron Eagle as the Warriors fall 108-104 to the Phoenix Suns. Couple other items here, Stan, from the box score and from watching the game last night was the rise of Jonathan Kuminga. And still so young, still such an incredible story, coming out of nowhere, really. Performed well last night. Missed 2 big free throws, but also the second part of the question is, his minutes down the stretch put Andrew Wiggins on the bench. And Steve Kerr said after the game he's going to go by feel every game. But anyway, if you had a reaction to that.
Well, look, the reason Jonathan Kuminga, I think, was in the game ahead of Andrew Wiggins down the stretch was his defense. I mean, he really did a better job, surprisingly, because Wiggins is a great defender. But I thought Kuminga did a much better job last night on Devin Booker. They went to double in Devin Booker down the stretch, which I thought was a good move. But, the last 8 points of the game were on Booker assists, 2 threes to Okogie and Eric Gordon, and then the layup down the lane on the roll to Nurkic. So, but I thought Kuminga defensively was good. He's usually good on the ball. Where he's got to get better is his decision-making. We saw him, with that charge, just full speed ahead, put his head down. Saw him get out of control on a couple of occasions. But if he can get his decision-making a little bit better at both ends, certainly he's got the athletic ability and his skill level has vastly improved. The guy who really played well, though, was Moody. I thought Moody was tremendous off the bench. If those two guys can both take a step forward this year, then that's going to be a very solid bench, one of the best in the West, and could give them a much better chance as they get ready for the postseason.
Last couple of minutes here with Stan Van Gundy. He was kind enough to hop on after working late last night. Phoenix Suns 108, Golden State Warriors 104. You mentioned Booker, and just a word on the Suns, because this West is nutty, man. It's crazy.
It's loaded. Yeah,
like
it really
usually,
is.
Stan, you kind of know who's going to, this team's the favorite. I mean, I guess Denver would be the favorite, but there's just so many teams. And then there's the Suns. And Devin Booker last night, I thought he was the best player in the gym. I did. What did you think? And what did you think of that Suns? Because, they got knocked. They said they have no depth. But they did last night.
Well, look, I thought Devin Booker was clearly the best player. I mean, he got off to that great start. He had 6 turnovers, and I think that's something to watch with their team is they don't have a true point guard, and so pressure could bother them, and their 19 turnovers last night nearly cost them a game where the Warriors only shot 36% and 23% from 3. So the turnovers could come up, them not having a point guard. But Booker scored the ball early, and then when the Warriors came at him with 2 guys down the stretch, he made all the decisions. Plus he had 6 rebounds in the game to go with his 8 assists. So he was good. But I thought the real difference maker for them was Josh Okogie. 4 offensive rebounds, 17 points. Guarded Steph Curry, 7 for 9 from the floor, and then hit that big corner 3 in his only attempt. He was tremendous. So I do think, it's early. I think if you look at all the contenders other than maybe Denver in the West, they are teams who have had guys miss a lot of games over the last 2 years. I mean, I know every year we're saying, hey, if the Clippers could just stay healthy, if the Lakers could just keep Davis and LeBron James healthy. The Warriors have had a lot of guys miss games. You look at Portland's team, Phoenix's team, all those guys have missed games. So it's a long way to go, and I think health's going to have a lot to do with it.
Great stuff, Stan. It was great having you guys on the call. Great having a Bay Area guy back home. NBA on TNT is where you go. And where are you off to next? Where's the Have Microphone Will Travel?
Yeah, I'm in Milwaukee now, and we've got the Milwaukee-Philadelphia game tomorrow night, but I get back out to the Bay Area twice in January.
Oh, good.
So,
well, hopefully we can hop back on again. It's always great to talk
let's connect,
to you
man.
and keep it,
Anybody who's talking about Pete Newell, we can hop back on.
Okay, we're the Pete Newell guys. You'll remember us.
Hey, man, we still remember the Pete Newell Challenge.
I
when
used
they
to
had
go.
that,
Well, you know who else, Stan, for real? Like you were talking about, the relationship with Wooden and everything. Bobby Knight was also a huge disciple of Pete Newell. Like those guys had a really close bond as well.
Yeah, look, I don't want to stay on forever, but one of the biggest thrills in my life growing up, hearing about Pete Newell, I was working a basketball camp, Snow Valley basketball camp in Santa Cruz, and the director of the camp, Herb Livesey, said, hey, would you go down and pick Pete Newell up at his house and drive him up to camp? He's going to be here for a couple of days teaching.
Yeah.
And then he wanted me to shadow him and just do any demonstrating, anything he needed when I was young.
Wow.
I wore Pete Newell out. I'm sure he ended up hating me because it was question after question after question.
Yeah.
But it's one of my greatest memories, and I was so excited as a young coach to be able to spend 2 days with Pete Newell. Now, I had worked at camp with Pete Newell Jr., who was also a great high school coach and a great teacher of the game. So to be able to be with his dad for a couple of days was just the thrill of a lifetime for a young coach.
I don't know how you drove the car with your hands shaking,
That's exactly right. You're right about that. So,
that's so great. That's so cool. All right, Stan. Well, we'll bond on that, and we'll have you on again on the Murph and Max Show, and enjoy the game tomorrow night. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Stan.
Stan Van Gundy. Always liked him.
Me too. I'm like a fan of it. I like that dude.
In a more leisurely setting, maybe next time he hops on, he was the guy that the Warriors wanted to hire.
I remember.
And he's like, no, I'm going to Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
He took over the Pistons.
Yeah. But now
Steve
everybody
Kerr's like,
wins.
well, I'll be your sloppy seconds.
I'm not just saying this because he was just on too. I really mean this. And we've talked about him before when he's not a guest or anything, but I'm a fan of him on the mic too. I like when he's on the mic.
Oh, he's great. There's the Van Gundy brothers. I mean, I'd love to meet Pops.
Oh,
I mean,
he's
about
probably
Pops.
a gem. He's probably an
you
old
produce
school.
Jeff and Stan like
dude.
that. I mean, those two guys are
He's
fun.
drinking Schlitz out of the can. That's how in my head. That's how I see him.
And I mean, the comedy and the ball breaking that must have gone on at their dinner table. You know what I mean? Out in Martinez, Alhambra High School. So, all right, that was fun. Good booking, Triple E.
Yeah, well done.
All right. Well, I'm off to the Melvin press conference, man.
Hey, by the way,
I'm going to be like, excuse me, Bo Mel, isn't it true? You know, I mean, one of those.
Totally. Word on the street.
Mm-hmm.
I got to say, too, shout out to Brian Murphy for bringing up the Pete Newell Challenge. I used to go to the damn tournament, dude, and enjoy it because you'd be there, Marcus, in the old days. Pete Newell Challenge over in Oakland, you would get like I forget how many, you either get 3 games or 2 games a day of like big schools, like marquee schools would come in and play.
Would come into, because he knew him. But, and then remember they changed it eventually to the Otis Spunkmeyer.
Didn't it become like the
challenge?
What's the Cable Car Classic? Is that the new
Santa
one there?
Clara. That's from Santa Clara. Although they're trying to revive it, though. But finally they got a sponsor, Otis Spunkmeyer. Remember the cookies?
Yeah, it's a hell of a...
And that led to the great Pete Carrill. Remember Pete Carrill from Princeton, who then wound up with the Sacramento Kings forever. He was a little Yoda.
Yeah, sure.
Little Yoda guy. And
legend. No, he's a legend.
I mean, and he had and he was doing his pregame in front of the... Princeton was playing like USF. And they're like, how do you feel about being out here out west because he came from Princeton all the way out to San Francisco. And they're like, how do you feel about here being the Otis Spunkmeyer Classic? He's like, listen, it's an honor to bring the Princeton Tigers out here to the Otis Spunkmeyer Classic. You know, it's a great competition, great basketball region. He goes, and when it's all said and done, the man makes a hell of a cookie.
Well, listen,
that's what he says.
That's true.
One of the great lines. All right, Papa and Lund. Bob Melvin in our life, 10:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think it's phenomenal, and I think it's wonderful. Awesome. Everybody is trying to win for the Giants this year, and they're doing it. They're winning. That's baby.
There it is. It's Back to the Future, Paulie Mac. It's Back to the Future. That's
my
Marcus
kind of trip.
Found that commercial. You want to tell us what exactly was that, Marcus? Tell the listeners here, buddy.
It's the Hum Baby song, Murph. Simple as that.
No, but I mean all the voices and stuff. Was it a commercial or was it a YouTube thing or what was it like?
Oh, it was like a promo that the Giants did. I want to say 86, 87.
There it is, buddy.
Very nice
There it
find.
is.
Good digging, Marcus.
Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Marvin Berry at the thing. So we got to get out because I got to race down there.
Okay.
So Papa and Lund, you guys ready to have
hard questions? Is it going to be like Gabe's press conference?
Oh, man. Do you guys remember that?
First question. Well, I'd be like this. First question for
and
Bob.
Killian's, she was foaming at the mouth.
Oh, that was awkward as hell.
No way. This is going to be like.
How about that? Great question. Great question.
Oh, that was tough.
Great question. Great
I'd be like,
question.
hey, Bob Melvin, what's your favorite hamburger place in town? Oh, wait, sorry, wrong press conference.
Yeah. No, I'm going to be like, isn't it true that Juan Soto and you didn't speak for weeks at a time?
Ask him about Blake Snell. Are you good friends with Blake Snell? How did that
Actually, my first question is going to be like, Brian Murphy, KNBR, where's Juan Soto? Where's he?
When's he coming out?
Your luggage.
So, all right. Well, listen, you guys have it from here. Let's sign off. I'm racing down to say hi to Bomel. Dallas Braden going to join you guys today at 1:15. That's a promo
Very
for
nice,
you there.
John.
Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
If they win, I will retire on the spot.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Phoenix is 1 of 10 in the third quarter. Paul to pull up pop. Book it.
His first bucket of the night. 1 for 7 now. That mid-range jumper has been a staple of his game.
Booker, shot clock down to 3, down to 2, gives it up. Okogie, got a 3! Big one for Okogie. For Thompson, 8 seconds. Chris Paul, side rim on a 3. Clear it off the Looney rebound. They need it. Thompson can't hit. And that is it. The Suns come into San Francisco and knock off the Warriors on opening night.
All my old buddies in Menlo Park. Come to the Padres game on Sunday, and Ryan's will give all of Bob Melvin's friends a free Giants cap.
I mean, we all know his ability to read a game, his intelligence to the game, and he's also a tremendous people person.
Strong Bay Area ties. The dude went to Menlo Atherton High School, so local guy.
I'm from the Bay Area, and I went to Candlestick Park and watched the Giants, and, it was always a dream of mine to play in Candlestick.
And Melvin now, 4 hits in his last 4 at-bats.
He has decades of experience being a major league manager. Instantly commands the respect. He also has a past relationship with Farhan Zaidi.
There you go. Thanks for joining us. We broke it on the air yesterday, about 24 hours ago. Andrew Baggerly had it first, and then everybody else jumped aboard. The Giants get their wish. Bob Melvin is the manager. 10:30, a mere 28 minutes from now, you will hear the Bob Melvin press conference. And then Bob Melvin himself is going to join us at 12:30 in between a bunch of good guests. We got to talk Warriors as well. They lose the opener to the Suns. Same old problems, some of them at least. Chris Paul, Kevin Durant, lots of storylines. And, of course, upon further review, 49ers never a shortage of things to discuss. Good morning, my friend.
I am back to Santa Clara.
Good to see
It's
you.
Installation Day. We'll move on to Joe Burrow, Joey Ice, and the Bengals. And to me, it's a lot of the same challenge that you had with Kirk Cousins, the way he runs that team at the line. And the one difference is their front line wide receiver, Jamar Chase, is not on the IR. So we'll get into that, certainly more so tomorrow and Friday, John. But we started out, chanting KD, 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 very moving video, as we told you the Warriors had before the introduction of the Phoenix Suns. And then KD was introduced and took the floor. And honestly, I hardly noticed him. It was one of the most non-dominant KD games I've ever seen. And I think the Warriors guarded them pretty well. Andrew Wiggins guarded them, even, Klay Thompson. He kind of got where he wanted to go against Kuminga, but and Peyton had a turn on him. But he was really not a factor. In the fourth quarter, he was no factor. He wound up 7 of 22. I thought he rushed some shots. He didn't make that 4-point play above the break left, but just not a typical KD game. And they didn't have Bradley Beal, but they had Devin Booker. Wow, that guy is just so difficult to deal with, no matter who was on him. Josh Okogie, you heard Ian's call, left baseline. He had a hard time in the playoffs last year, but he railed that one. The pick and roll he ran with Jusuf Nurkic. Nurkic had 14 rebounds and a double-double by halftime, John. Just an outstanding performance. And from the Warrior perspective, it was, the Giants gave us the term grindy. We're hearing Fred Warner say they need to win grindy games. They've lost 2 in a row that have been close on the road with the Niners. And last night they needed to grind one out, as Steve Kerr said, going to the fourth quarter, and they just couldn't. I'm not going to overreact. It was a first night out, but there was no rhythm. There was no flow to the game. They had a nice spurt in the third quarter. Foul trouble was a big part of it. Kuminga got 3 right away. Steph got, into foul trouble right away, which screwed up the rotations. And he got into foul trouble partly because he got posted by Devin Booker, who was the best player on the floor last night. And they had the second best player, Josh Okogie. I guess the odd part of last night, John, was Warrior fans embracing. We knew they would embrace the return of Kevin Durant, and good for them. They should. But Chris Paul got a CP3 chant in the game last
Even
night.
he afterwards was like, that was weird. Yeah. You know what? I think it shows intelligence. I think it shows intelligence to act the way they did towards Kevin Durant. That was well done by the fans, and they should be commended, because in some places people would boo him, which I think would be crazy. And then as far as CP3, look, he's on your team, man. You might as well embrace it, and they did. And although he struggled in the first half, didn't hit a shot until, I think, 6:49 of the third, missed his first 6 in the first half. He showed you why he's going to be a fit on this team. He played well in that third quarter to key that run, and it's going to be a key. We talked about it all through the playoffs, the non-Steph Curry minutes, and he's going to settle the team in. But you just pointed it out, some of the same old things that hurt the Warriors last year hurt them in this game. They got offensive rebounded, out-rebounded, so size is going to be an issue. I know Draymond's going to be back, and we'll see. But down the stretch for a veteran team, they got beat too many times in crunch minutes last year in the Final Five, and last night, the same kind of thing happened, and you got to give Devin Booker credit, like you said. I mean, he's, I think, one of the most underrated stars in the league. He doesn't get talked about among the elite, but he is, and he just took over the game, and that's just what happened. The Warriors didn't shoot well. Klay didn't shoot well. Steph was okay, but it was some of the things that had plagued them last year plagued them again.
Yeah, with Phoenix, I mean, look, you're losing Chris Paul and going to a Booker, Bradley Beal backcourt. The talking point is you don't have a pure point guard. I don't think they need one. Before Chris Paul got there, Devin Booker ran it like James Harden. We'll see what Bradley Beal can be the primary ball handler in a pick and roll. I think it's fine. I think Phoenix is better than the Warriors. We'll see. Obviously, health is going to be a big determining factor for both teams. I like Nurkic. 14 and 14 last night. He fits a little better than DeAndre Ayton with his willingness to rebound. And that's where the Warriors got beat. They got beat on the glass, 60-49, and the 17 offensive rebounds. Warriors had 18 offensive rebounds, but they couldn't put them back in. They just didn't shoot well enough. And, we'll get into Klay and Steph, and Andrew Wiggins was a no-show last night. Did not play well. With Chris Paul, though, I still am not feeling it. I'm not. I just, I think he needs to be more aggressive to score, and I'm not sure he has the ability to at this stage of his career. He looks to pass all the time, and it's brilliant. He's going to make guys a lot better, but sometimes he just needs to try to be more aggressive to score. He got to the line a little bit last night. I just got to see it over a longer haul, and I'm seeing him at the end of his career. And this one's been hard for me. For Chris Paul to be a Warrior is still difficult. When I see him when he bends over and he's tired and he just drew a foul on you, and he's grabbing his shorts, and he's looking up at his eyes in the sky. He's just got that snarky look on his face like Chris Paul, and you've been battling his whole damn career, certainly since he got to the Clippers. So this one's going to be a little more of a slow warm for me to get Chris Paul. And I'm mainly, if he was Devin Booker, there's no issue. If he's Kevin Durant, there's no issue. Bradley Beal, no issue. It's just I don't know what he has really to contribute here. He's a good player. He gets everybody better. He gets them all lined up. But, they need more than a game manager at times, and they needed that last night. But in any event, from CP3 chants last night to, and I heard you talking to Murph and Mac, they're not going to chant Bo Mel, because John Shea is just not going to do that. But we'll get into it different, though. Now, right? I can't think of a single negative in this hire. If you're negative on it, you're reaching too much. The A's ties, he was a winner there. 11 years there. The guy expertly ran that team, Arizona's team, Seattle's team. He beat the Dodgers last year to go to the National League Championship Series in San Diego. They had a good run at the end. He's a giant. He's from the Bay Area. He went to Cal. He satisfies the fan base as far as the likability factor you didn't have with Cap. He's able to work with Farhan in an analytically balanced way, the way they did in Oakland for 3 years and throughout his 11 years with Billy and David. They kind of, I don't want to say they invented it because I think Sandy and Earl Weaver did, but, Billy took it to the next level there with a low payroll. Honestly, John, you were talking to Murph about what questions you got. I mean, the Gabe Kapler introductory press conference was contentious because of what happened off the field with the Dodgers, and Farhan had to stick his neck out. I think this is, I can't think of a single negative in this hiring. They didn't even have to give up compensation to get him from the San Diego Padres. So they're not going to chant Bo Mel, but maybe when people are listening around the Bay Area, because we'll have it live at 10:30, can you think of a single negative aspect to hiring Bob Melvin to be the Giant manager? And I think even more so directly after Gabe Kapler.
No doubt. Couldn't be more of an opposite hire. We'll get more into it as we get along in these next 4 hours. You don't want to miss anything because we're going to have the press conference of Bob Melvin at 10:30, and then Bob himself is going to join the show at 12:30. So make sure you make an appointment for both of those things. We'll talk more about that, more on the Warriors. Text line is wide open. Hit us up on the text. You got questions, comments until 10:30. If you want to talk Bob Melvin, if you want to hit up on the Warriors, upon further review on the 49ers. Lots of stuff going on today. So Bob Melvin at 10:30. We're also on YouTube and Twitch as well, so start the conversation there. It's Bob and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Don't know if you heard, but the Giants have officially hired Bob Melvin as their next manager. 10:30 for the press conference and all the story and stuff you need. Trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Oh, hello there. I was waiting for the laser. Either you got to play it every time or you never play it. So hang on. You have it? Okay, never mind. Danny has dropped the ball today. Laser beams. That's right. The laser I said are Silicon Valley. It's awesome because I tell you about it all the time, but you can find out for yourself. Now, I had CLR. It's called custom lens replacement. If I can back up for a second, Dr. Bindi, Dr. Ling at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and it has been a life changer for me. I told you that on many occasions. I can see again. It's fairly important. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, though, a free live CLR webinar, and it's coming up this Thursday at noon. Let's see, that's tomorrow? Thursday at noon, that's tomorrow. It's a great opportunity to find out all about custom lens replacement. Now, at this webinar, the doctors are going to answer any and all questions you have, like what's the difference between LASIK and CLR? Am I a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? I can answer some of those questions. The procedure is simple. It takes minutes. You do a couple of those, you get really honed in on, and my goodness, you're seeing again. It is awesome. So you can find out how CLR is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It is a free live CLR webinar coming up tomorrow at noon. Now, space is limited. It's free, but space is limited. So register right now at lasereyeclr.com. Lasereyeclr.com. It's a Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Dr. Bindi, Dr. Ling, they'll take care of all your questions, and then you'll be ready to go. Again, tomorrow at noon, register now at lasereyeclr.com.
It's in essence a sophisticated heat beam, which we called a laser.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
The San Francisco Giants hired my former manager, your former teammate. The reason why you and I met for the first time in 2007 in Arizona. Bob Melvin, your thoughts?
Has always been a class act as far as the manager position goes. He has been with Oakland. He's been with the Diamondbacks. He's been with the Padres. All the players love him. Nobody's going to say anything bad about him. Bob Melvin is kind of a version of Bruce Bochy. He does things the right way. He does it behind closed doors. He doesn't do it through the media, stuff like that. And so, personally, I think it's a good hire.
That's Will Clark on with our pal Eric Burns. And Burns played for him. So you can tell how enthusiastic Burns is about that, although Burns would be enthusiastic over anything. So Will Clark giving in a full endorsement as well. And somebody on the text line that took up your challenge, you said, who would say something negative? Somebody on the text line said, well,
of course they would.
What is...
we got to read it?
What is Bob Melvin won? I'll just cut to the chase on it because it's worse than that. But he says, what is Bob Melvin won?
He's been in the playoffs six times in 11 years with the Oakland A's.
Case closed. I mean, if you look at the resources, especially now that the A's give their teams, and you say that Bob went 6 of 11 years to the playoffs, plus all the young players, think of the young players that he helped develop. Where are the Giants right now? They need to develop young players. Matt Olson, Matt Chapman, Marcus Semien, all those guys, lots of pitching, always runs a bullpen well, to Will Clark's point of kind of Bochy-esque.
What did Bochy ever win before he got
right? And the other thing, too, about Bob Melvin, and look, maybe I'm wrong on this, but it seemed like when Gabe Kapler managed, it was completely by the book, and as an organization, it's the way it goes. I think Bob Melvin's going to have a little more leeway to manage from the gut. It doesn't mean he's going to go rogue every single time, but a lot like Bruce Bochy. If he likes the way a guy looks, I think that he'll have the leeway to maybe let a guy go a little bit more. Maybe not. It could be wrong, but he's earned that, and I think that's an important element of this hire.
But Bob Melvin's mentor as a manager is Scrap Iron, Phil Garner, going back to the A's days. And so he's Bob's 61. He's going to turn 62 on Saturday. When he started to manage, he was young. He was 41 in Seattle after, being with Bob Brendley and the staff in Arizona when they upset the Yankees to win the World Series. And now here they are 22 years later trying to do it again to Bruce Bochy. So he watched Bob's entire career as a manager. 2 years in Seattle, went right to Arizona, did well there. That's where, Burns, he's talking about the 90 wins there. And then we got to watch him really closely with the A's, and he's got a lot of Bochy in him. I think he's a little bit more of a buttoned-up, refined kind of Bochy. Bochy just lets it all hang out. Bob, it privately tells you what's going on like Bochy will. Publicly, he's not going to rip anybody. And really, he just runs the game expertly in all regards. He embraces platoon, but not strict platoon. He's smart about, great hitters like he had in San Diego, certainly at times with the A's. They had dominant players. You mentioned developing young players. That's going to be a big part of it with Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt and everybody. I honestly cannot think of a single negative. The media is going to applaud this move. The fan base, because he's a former Giant, and he's going to bring former Giants to the Bay Area, and I think we'll see if there's an announcement about Matt Williams today. But the bottom line is, I think what you're going to hear from Bob Melvin when he starts talking at 10:30, he left a veritable all-star team in San Diego with a high payroll. The owner's not doing well. He's battling something again, and they're going to pare the payroll down. But still, when you line up these two teams come opening day, I think most people will go, we'll see what the Giants do. With his ties with Ichiro going back to when he replaced Sweet Lou in Seattle, maybe he could lure Shohei or others to come here. He's going to help in free agency. But I think what Bob is going to say today is he loves the Bay Area and he wants to come home. And you heard him, with his remarks when he was a young, squeaky Bob Melvin as a Giant. Born in Palo Alto. I'm in Santa Clara, not too far from where I am. Grew up in the peninsula, Menlo Atherton High, then went to Cal. That freshman year, the Golden Bears finished third in the College World Series back in 1980. And then he transferred. He left Cal, and he went to Canada College in Redwood City and continued to play there. Began his career with the Tigers. was traded for Matt Noakes here, but he played more games with the Giants than any team. He played with Baltimore, the Royals, the Yankees, the Tigers, the White Sox, the Red Sox. He played in both leagues, but he played more games with the Giants than any other team. He had more plate appearances with Baltimore and at-bats than the Giants, but he was here. He played with Will Clark. I honestly think, and he may not admit this flat out because he wants to have respect for the Oakland A's, and he grew up loving both sides of the Bay. Loved the Raiders. We talked a lot about Raider football growing up in the Bay Area then. The Niners, obviously. Cal, Stanford, everything. He watched it all. He watched the Giants, but he also loved the A's. He wore number 6 when he managed the A's because of the respect he had for the captain, Sal Bando. And he wore 3. He wore a lot of numbers in his career, 18, 7, 9, 36, 2, 3, 43, 49. He wore 3 as a Padre manager. I wonder what number he's going to wear as a Giant manager. Maybe out of respect, so he pulls out the Hum Babies number. I don't know if he'll do that. But I think what you're going to hear him say when he goes live at 10:30, John, to be introduced as the 39th manager in Giant history. I mean, at times in your life, don't you just want to go home? When you're young, I always wanted to go home. You got to a point where you couldn't go home anymore. At age 61, he'll turn 62. And he managed the A's for 11 years. But he grew up a Giant. He was on those mid-'80s teams with the Giants. I think to a lot of respect, and certainly it got contentious in San Diego at the end, and he wanted to leave there. It was his choice where he wanted to go, and he ultimately chose, I would rather manage the Giants than manage the Padres. It was his call. And then ultimately, I think he just wants to manage the San Francisco Giants. I wonder, the A's was a great run, and he had a lot of success. He's the winningest manager in Oakland A's history. He passed Tony La Russa. Think about that. The only guy who went to more playoffs in the green and gold was Connie Mack. But I think, and he may not say this flat out, but this is the fulfillment of a lifetime dream to come back and manage the Giants.
All right, let's hear it. Bob Melvin's going to have the press conference coming up next, and then at 12:30 we will hear from Bob himself. So you don't want to miss the press conference. A little bit different tone than when Gabe Kapler was introduced, completely different tone. And then at 12:30 we'll have the man himself. So Bob Melvin, press conference next exclusively on the home of the Giants. KNBR 680 and 104.5, the Sports Leader.
Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
All right, we have word that Bob Melvin and the powers that be with the Giants are standing off to the side of the stage and getting ready. And it is 10:30 on the dot, so we will throw to it as soon as Danny gives me the A-OK. Bob Melvin's going to be introduced, and I will take copious notes, and we shall discuss. And then Bob Melvin himself is going to join us at 12:30. So that's how it's going to go down. By the
It'll
way,
be Greg Johnson. It'll be Farhan Zaidi. I don't think we're going to have a Larry Bear presence there today, John, and then Bob will be introduced. The Giants announced this early this morning. I mean, they called the press conference for today to say a major announcement, and then this morning they sent out a detailed press release on Bob's accomplishments and also detailing the press conference, which will start today in just, it's about 12 seconds late, but we'll get there when it starts.
Let's go.
It's in the Alaska Airlines club level, as Andrew Bagley pointed out.
Oh, it's on the dugout?
No, they no longer have the Nick Peters interview room. They used to have a nice room off the side, but they took that over for analytics. So when Farhan actually gave the news that they fired Gabe Kapler, they did it in the dugout, a little breezy. This will be up on the upper level, the Alaska Airlines club level, third base side, section 231. And it will be Giants chairman Greg Johnson, president of baseball operations Farhan Zaidi, and Giants manager Bob Melvin.
I think we are ready to go. No. Still not ready. Oh, 2 to 3 minutes. Okay. I was trying to read hand signals, which I'm not very good at, and they were giving me a 3, and I thought they were giving me a 3, 2, 1 countdown.
That's Bob Melvin's number.
So.
Maybe what number is he wearing? Do we know? He wore 3 with the Padres.
Well, he could just tell Casey Schmidt, dude. Sorry,
but he can't wear 6 here in honor of Sal Bando. That worked for the A's.
No, but he wore that with the Padres too.
He wore 6 or he wore 3?
Did he wear 3 with the Padres? I thought he wore 6.
I think he did.
Oh.
With the A's, he wore 6 out of respect for Captain Sal. Maybe he'll take Will Clark's 22.
No, I don't think so.
They've retired that one.
I don't think so. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Maybe he will do.
And I think the first thing is going to be the negotiation. Was there any negotiation between Farhan and A.J. Preller, between Greg Johnson and Steven Seidler?
Not if you read the piece today in The Athletic.
Yeah, they're just saying there's no compensation involved. But how did this all come down, the timing of when they fired? And they're not going to say this today, John, but one thing that is, I think, interesting is that last week of the year, when it went all sideways on that last road trip to Denver, Phoenix, ultimately in Dodger Stadium, the Padres came in that last week of the year, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and they fired Gabe Kapler after the off day on Thursday, Friday, going to the last games of the year against the Dodgers. I just wonder, and it wouldn't be like Farhan going down to the Padre clubhouse, but you just wonder if there was any communication at all between them, and they would not be able to do it. Okay, here's Bob Melvin's introductory press conference.
All right, good morning, everyone. And my name is Matt Chisholm, Vice President of Media Relations for the Giants. And I would just like to welcome you all here at Oracle Park as we introduce the 39th manager in Giants history. I'd also like to welcome those joining remotely on sfgiants.com, sfgigantes.com, the Giants YouTube channel, NBC Sports Bay Area, the NBC Sports Bay Area app, and those listening on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM. Well done. Joining us today on the dais is Giants Chairman Greg Johnson, Giants President and Baseball Operations Farhan Zaidi, and then Manager Bob Melvin. Today's program is going to feature opening remarks from both Greg and Farhan, and then we'll do a brief jersey presentation followed by a photo opportunity. Bob will have a few remarks, and then we will get into questions from the media. So with that, I'll turn it over to Greg.
Thank you and welcome. On behalf of the Giants organization, I'm really excited to be here this morning to welcome Bob back home to the Bay Area and to the Giants family. Having been a member of this organization before as a player and growing up on the peninsula, Bob has seen firsthand the importance of Giants baseball to this community and to our fans throughout Northern California. He also knows how dedicated and loyal our fans are throughout the country and the world. I know I speak for many people, both in this room today and following from afar, that we are so excited to have him leading our club. I can't think of any other person in baseball with the level of integrity and respect and achievements that Bob's had in his career. Well, maybe there's one, but he's a little bit busy these days, so I think of. So congratulations. We're thrilled to have you here, Bob, and I'll now turn it over to Farhan.
Thanks, Greg. I echo, obviously, Greg's sentiments. I guess I would, first of all, say really fortunate that we had the opportunity to talk to Bob, thank the San Diego Padres for being accommodating and allowing us to pursue the perfect candidate, and for giving Bob the opportunity to come home and get an opportunity that he's really excited about, just as excited as we are to have him. And again, as Greg said, we just view Bob as the perfect manager and perfect leader for this team and this organization right now. All of his accomplishments in the game, winning Manager of the Year 3 times, and you won't see it on paper, but for myself and so many of the people who've been around Bob Melvin through the years, hearing from players how passionate they are about playing for him, about his in Oakland, had success there. But honestly, when you look at all the reasons Bob's a great fit here, that is so secondary to his accomplishments, his leadership, and what I think he's going to bring to the organization. So I want to thank ownership for their support in making this happen, all the people in the Giants organization who are here in support of Bob and this hire today, and to our fans, just sharing your excitement at Bob joining us in this role. When I think about our familiarity, which I think can only help as we kind of embark on the next few years, which we're really excited about. As we went through this process over the last couple of days, Bob had the chance to speak to a few people in our baseball operations group, had a chance to speak to Greg, Larry, and other people in our ownership group. And really, right as we were kind of entering the red zone, I actually had to ask Bob, hey, is there anything we need to talk about? I'm just assuming that we're good, but just want to make sure that any concerns or anything you want to talk about gets raised. Don't want to presume a fit, and also, want you to feel like you can get anything on the table. And I think Bob himself had to kind of think about that question for a bit. I'm sorry, I have to share this. He asked me, hey, where are you on pitchers with reverse splits these days? And I thought, man, is that really where we left things 9 years ago? But again, I think the fact that we had to dig so hard to find topics to discuss and feel like we need to hash out is reflective of the comfort level I think we have in each other. My complete and absolute trust in his ability to manage a team and lead a clubhouse. And again, I joined Greg, our entire ownership group, and our entire organization in welcoming Bob and saying we can't be more excited to have you as our next manager. And with that, we will present the jersey and see if we can get this on him in one attempt.
Oh, we're doing that now? All right.
I think so. Yeah.
It's been a while since I had that jersey on. You have to speak once it's on. That's the deal. All right. Thank you. That's good. 2 birds.
You're listening to the Bob Melvin introductory press conference. By the way, number 6, Casey Schmidt. You got to switch numbers. Bob Melvin on the Sports Leader.
Fits.
Well, thank you.
Well, thanks. This is kind of a surreal moment for me. I grew up around here, as everybody knows, a absolute crazy Bay Area sports fan. Whether it was Cal and Stanford, whether it was the 49ers and the Raiders, whether it was the Giants and the A's, the Warriors, I was into it all. And, I was walking over here today thinking, talk about full circle. And, for me, this isn't even something as a kid you could even dream of, to be able to not only play here, manage here, go to Cal, manage the A's. It's not something you even dream about. So at some point in time, this will sink in. I guess putting the jersey on and the hat is partly that way. But when I got up this morning, it just seemed like it was too crazy to even comprehend. So, to be back here and be in an area that to me is so important, and the Giants are so synonymous with the city, it really...
Okay, thanks, guys. With that, we will open it up to questions from the media. Just a reminder, if you do have a question, just please raise your hand. We'll get you a wireless microphone. And then I do ask you just please state your name and affiliation. Let's go. First one to John Shea.
Yeah, how many years? What is the contract for, the length?
The contract is through 2026.
Okay, 3-year deal. And you are still at 1 year, Farhan?
Yeah, I don't know, Greg, if you want.
Bob's day here.
Yeah.
I think we said before that we have full confidence in Farhan and for the stability of the organization. We've agreed in principle for a deal for Farhan through 26, and we'll announce that shortly.
And Bob, why does this work for you? It worked well in Oakland. You did a lot with a little in terms of payroll. In San Diego, maybe the opposite was true. You beat the Dodgers in the playoffs, but last year was kind of a mess. Why could this work for you when it didn't work in San Diego?
You know what? I think it's just being part of the fabric of this community really is the most important thing to me right now. Obviously, with the resources that we have here and the commitment from ownership and everywhere else, you're always going to have a chance to win here. So I realize that. There isn't a team that I haven't managed that no matter what the personnel looks like, when you go out to play a game, you are very convicted and you're going to win. So in Oakland, we might not have had a lot of the resources some other teams, but we had some success, and that was based on the commitment from everybody, from the top down in the organization, and that's the way it's going to be here too. Even more so with more. I mean, you look at this ballpark and the fans that come out here and support this team, the city and everything. There are all the resources here to win. So I don't take it too much farther than that.
Yeah, I would just follow up with that. Bob's track record as a manager in many ways speaks for itself. He's won Manager of the Year for 3 times, been to the playoffs many times, took the Padres to the NLCS in 2022. And, as we went through this process, we spoke to a bunch of different candidates. Some people would be first-time managers, others who had some experience. And I think when you're going through this process, you're looking at the totality of someone's career, their leadership, their characteristics, and you're not looking at kind of recency bias or what happened over one season, whether it was 2023 or some other season. Again, I've been around Bob, seeing how he runs a clubhouse, sees how he runs a team, and I would put his leadership and management skills up against anybody in the game, and so that's part of why we're so excited to have him.
Let's go the back here, Danny.
Yeah, Bob, this is Danny Emmerman with KNBR.com. Why was this job with the Giants a better job for you than San Diego?
Look, I really don't want to get too much into the San Diego situation other than the fact that I really enjoyed my time there. Some things transpired last year in a difficult year for the team with high expectations. I think there was a narrative at the end that probably wasn't going to go away with me being on my last year of my contract. And I think as far as that organization goes, it's probably not fair if that narrative continued through, next year. So all things considered, this opportunity came about, and for all the reasons I stated, this feels like the right one for me. But I very much enjoyed my time in San Diego. It just seems like with a lot of things that were popping up there, it just was time to move on.
Let's go to the back left, Tim.
Yeah, Greg, I know you don't want to look back, but we don't get to ask you many questions. Not too long ago, you said there would be no changes. What happened, and what do you want to see specifically from both Farhan and Bob that's different than you saw in the last few years?
Yeah, I mean, I think if anybody asks me a question about somebody who's under contract, are they going to be with us, my answer is always going to be yes, until they're not, first of all. And there was some noise around both at the time that we just wanted to eliminate during a season. I think Farhan's a person that has done, I think, a very good job, and I think there's an openness with Bob. There's some things we need to do a better job of, and I think Farhan is certainly on that path where he every day you learn and you try to improve, and that's why I feel very confident that these two together, along with our board and ownership group, are the right people to get us back to where we need to be.
Let's go up front here, Janie.
Hi, Bob. This club's had a big coaching staff, put a lot of focus on mental health, and Sean Manaea pitched for you in San Diego and has been outspoken on these things. How much do you kind of envision potentially looking at some of the staff who've been here, and also, you build your own staff, but it's been a big group and a lot of focus on that.
Yeah, there's big groups everywhere now. So I mean, from Oakland, which was a little bit of a smaller group, I went to San Diego, which is a very big group, and I think that's just the way it is nowadays. You're trying to find as many resources as you possibly can to contribute to the team and make it better. So I don't know what Sean said about that, but as far as the staff goes here, we haven't really even gotten into that. I have a few ideas and some guys that I would like to bring with me. It's different now in that years ago you had 6 coaches and that was it, and you considered them those are your guys. Nowadays there's a lot more. So you kind of, everybody has a lane to kind of stay in and try to prove the team and be productive. And most teams are have bigger staffs now, which means there's a lot of buy-in for different ways to be successful.
Let's go right here, Brian.
Hey, Bob. Brian Murphy, KNBR. Welcome home. When you managed against the Giants the last 2 years, what was your opinion of the Farhan Zaidi, Gabe Kapler club, and what's your opinion of the roster you're inheriting?
Yeah, they were a tough team to match up with because they created a lot of problems as far as in-game moves, and when you're bringing in relievers, you're looking at, you got to really do a lot of work on what do you think the best matchups are, right, left. A lot of unpredictability that you had to deal with on the other side, and when I set up my card every day, I do my lineup card every day. It usually takes around 45 minutes or so. It always took over an hour to set it up against the Giants, so you kind of had to be on your toes a little bit more about some of the moves. So I think the personnel here is terrific. I know we're talking about making some moves and enhancing the team. But a couple years ago, it was a team that won 107 games, and it is operating the way it did then. Some years are going to be better than others, but this was a difficult team to prepare for and to play against.
I just add, Murph, that as we thought about our strategy over the last couple of years, it was really important for us that we made Bob spend extra time putting his card together. So it's really heartwarming to hear that.
Up front here, Steve.
Thanks, Matt. Bob, you played for Roger Craig. Of course, made an indelible impact on this city. What have you taken from his teachings, and have you ever applied them to your managing?
I hope I apply. So there's certain things I learned from every manager, but what really for me, Roger was the guy that made me watch the game like a manager, and you will hear from guys like Bob Brenly about how probably my time was going to be more productive as a manager than as a player, but he really what made me watch the game a different way than I was used to watching the game. And because I had to follow along with him, I had to know his signs, I had to really every pitch there was that kind of unspoken communication between the manager and the catcher that I had never had before. So he forced me to watch the game like a manager does, and to this day, I'll always, be indebted for that.
Back right or front right, Manolo.
Hello, Bob. Manolo Hernandez, Dwayne from Baseball por Gotas. You mentioned in your introduction the meaning to be, here in the Bay. Your roots are here. You managed your team for 11 years here. You played for the Giants already. But I'm wondering if at any time in your career you have managed other teams, it crossed your mind that someday you will use that uniform again, but as a manager, and when that happened?
At least once every time I was here in the opposing dugout, I would look. Larry and I had been back and forth for years a little bit too, kind of ribbing each other. But I think that probably every series, I would look in that dugout and look over the other side and say, maybe someday, hopefully. I typically run the stairs the first day of the series. So it gave me time to, look around, look out at McCubby Cove and the bay and all those sorts of things. I used to slide down the slide for luck, but they started locking it because I think we started to have some success, and they didn't want me to slide down it anymore head first. But there were always times here, I can admit that now, that I was hoping at some point in time I'd come back.
Right here to the left.
Hi, Bob. Jason Mastronato with Bay Area News Group. I was just curious, when you look back at your playing days here, what do you take away from those days, and how did those days kind of shape you as a future leader in this game?
I didn't play a ton when I was here. I was in the bullpen quite a bit, but I think what it did was it started my career. I came up in the Tiger system and then was traded over here after a half year with the Tigers. It started my career and an understanding of I'm going to have to have longevity in this game. I'm going to have to work hard and try to see all different angles and understand at some point in time I probably wasn't going to be an everyday player, and understand the role player. And I think as a manager it served me well because I understand what failure is. I understand what the entire roster is thinking, whether it's bench players, I was a catcher, with bullpen guys, starting pitchers. I kind of understood the entire breadth of, what it takes to play a Major League Baseball game. So, and the fact that, here at home, it was very inspiring to be able to play 3 years at home. So it just kind of started my career, and I started believing then that I had maybe a longer Major League career ahead of me than, maybe when I first got to the big leagues.
Let's go left here again, Alex.
Simon from SF Gate. Greg, you've previously said that you don't foresee the franchise massively overextending into the luxury tax. As you approach this offseason, it has been several years since the Giants were in the tax at all. Should the fan base expect that to maybe be kind of an upper limit for the team's spending ahead of the big offseason?
I think it depends a lot on who we target, and when you look at luxury tax, I mean, in a 1 year number, you could go past that if you had to. I don't think it's something we want to do for a long period. And I think if you look at the teams that have jumped up in free agency, they didn't really have great years this year, with the spending. So I'm not sure there's a direct correlation there. But we plan on being active, and if we have to go through that, we will go through that. But we also, represent a group that hopefully our goal is to somewhat break even, which is somewhat a challenge in this business. But everybody, I can tell you from the ownership side, the goal is to win, and that's what we are doing everything we can.
Let's go all the way in the back right.
Bob, Aaron Wilson with Cron 4. You spoke a lot about how much this area means to you, being from here, being a native here, also playing with the Giants, and now you're back as manager. Is there any pressure that you feel coming in, knowing the success that they've had and knowing that the fans here in the area are itching to get back there, especially with two guys that are, related to the Bay Area competing so deep into the playoffs this season? Is there any immediate, we need to get back there ASAP?
Well, there's always that, and there's always that expectation, especially when you have the resources here. I wouldn't say pressure. There's always pressure when you go out and play. It's more responsibility that I feel here, even more so maybe than wherever I've been, because of the fact that I grew up here. So, pressure is just part of it all. But the expectation is going to be to win here from day one, and definitely have the resources to do it.
Let's go middle left, Ann.
Hi, Bob.
Hi, Ann.
There's an exasperation with the fan base right now with what they view, I think, as an over-reliance on analytics. And you've always had a reputation as being able to kind of straddle the line there as a manager. I'm just wondering if you can kind of state your philosophy about the role of analytics, to maybe state it to the fan base.
Yeah, it's very important. Every team, even the teams that you see now that are playing deep into the playoffs, analytics are part of it. They're bigger staffs now. There's more people that are, have input. And coming from Oakland, without analytics, we wouldn't have had the success that we did there. So there's always a balance to everything. And Farah and I have talked about that for years. So, 1 year goes a certain way, and you make adjustments if you need to move back toward the middle or whatever you think's the right thing to do. So that's just an ongoing thing. But I learned from my days in Oakland that there's a lot of smart people that contribute to this game. And there's also a lot of old school baseball people that understand what it's like to go out there and compete. And that's one thing, analytics doesn't show you, is kind of the competitive bone on certain people and certain players. And we've always had really good talks about players over the years, and we'll continue to.
Let's go right here, Taylor.
Hi, Bob. Taylor Worth, NBC Sports Bay Area. One quality that Farhan mentioned in his next manager that they were looking for was an effective recruiter in free agency. Just how important is that as a manager? Is that something you embrace and enjoy? And do you have any memorable stories from your time as a recruiter, as a manager?
It is. I guess it is important. In Oakland, we were a little bit more reliant on the players from the system. So there might not have been as much recruiting then. And, in San Diego, there was a lot of that. So, look, whatever I can do to help that, hopefully respect around the league, my time in baseball adds to that. So if I can help in any fashion, that'd be great. And it would make me feel, even more part of the job here. So we'll see where that goes. And I'm willing to help out in any fashion that I can.
Brian?
Sort of following up on that, it's been written already that you have a lot of connections to players from Korea and Japan. Is that a truism? Is that something that's part of your resume and something you bring to the table?
Well, I had Ichiro in Seattle. I had Matsui. I had Nomo when I was a bench coach with Phil Garner in Detroit and Milwaukee. Obviously, Darvish. Had a lot of prominent players from the Pacific Rim. So, and Ha-Seong Kim as well last year. Shigetoshi Hasagawa, Sasaki in Seattle as well. So I do have, some familiarity there. Also, with Oakland, we opened up a couple times in Japan as well. So hopefully that resonates.
Let's go to the back left, Chris.
Hey, Bob, Chris Haft, congratulations.
Thank you.
What made, baseball aside, what made growing up in and living in the Bay Area such an ideal place for you?
Well, there aren't many places, if any, that you have as many sports teams, high-profile sports teams, to be able to follow. So, we were playing pickup basketball in gym in Menlo. Basketball season, basketball was my favorite sport. Football season, football is my favorite sport. Baseball. So, you get very well-rounded here in sports in the Bay Area, probably as much as anywhere in the world.
Let's go to right here, front left.
Hi, Bob. Ron Ludy, San Francisco Business Times. Roger Craig was brought up. I'm wondering who's the biggest influence on your managing style, and how have you managed the game? How has that evolved over the many years?
Right. Well, Phil Garner. Phil Garner was the guy that I was his bench coach. It was the first time I was at the big league level as a coach. So most of my chops were cut with him and philosophies and so forth. And, like you said, over time you have to make adjustments and you have to move with the times. And, those philosophies always stay with me. He was very old school. I called him scrap iron, and he just had a terrific way about himself with the players, the competitiveness that he had. And then Billy Bean, when I got to Oakland, to see the other side of it, the analytics side of it as well, and Sal Bando as well. Those are probably the three guys that really kind of formed who I am as a person in baseball. So I feel like I'm pretty well-rounded due to those guys.
I can't believe you mentioned Billy.
Well, you told me to.
We're never going to hear the end of that now. So,
All right, let's take 3 to 4 more. Middle left, Andy.
Hi, Andy Baggerly from The Athletic. I want to ask about Chris Half's jump shot, actually, now.
It was actually pretty good. I hate to say that in this forum, but it was pretty good.
One question for Farhan, one for Bob, if I can. Farhan, we haven't heard about any compensation from San Diego. Was that part of any conversations, or did you arrive at anything?
no, there's no compensation with the hire. And again, I just want to reiterate our appreciation that they were kind of flexible and accommodating in the process.
And then just related, Bob, did you think that San Diego would grant permission, and what were your thoughts as you were going through that process?
Well, I had a lot of conversations with AJ. So when this one came up, this is probably the only one I would have listened to. But he was good enough to tell me about it and ask my thoughts on it, and we had some conversations, and so yes, the answer is yes. Talk to me.
Let's go to the middle left here, John.
Specifically, I mean, you were asked about being a recruiter, but what about Ohtani, and what about Snell, and what about Yamamoto, and your impact on bringing big-name players here? Because the Giants haven't really done that. They've finished second a lot of times.
We'll see, right? I mean, those are all pretty good players. We'd like to have every one of them, but financially, that's a stretch. But I think all those guys will be talked about, and hopefully, I do have an impact in that. We'll see where it goes.
And tough question here. You were 6 in Oakland because of Bando.
Yeah.
That's kind of being used by one of these young players. What are you here?
What am I here?
6.
6. Yeah, I was aware of that. I'll probably have a conversation with him. I haven't gotten to know him yet, but appreciate the sentiment.
Bags, you want to ask about compensation there, or?
See, you had to do that, right?
Let's go to the back right.
Hey, Bob, good seeing you. Ryan Leong with NBC News Radio.
You wearing that jacket there for me?
Of course.
Thank you.
Speaking of which, your ties to the Bay Area, did this job become the one that you really coveted? I mean, all the steps you've taken from starting in Seattle, Arizona, of course, Oakland, San Diego, and then here. Do you feel that this is the place that you've always wanted to be at, and you're hoping that this could be the culmination of all your experience to succeed here in San Francisco?
Well, I mean, down the road, maybe. I think once I got to Oakland, it felt like, how's it going to get better than this? Being in the Bay Area, being back home. Really, originally when I was a player here. But then to manage Oakland, it was like, how does it get any better than this? But, after I moved on from Oakland too, I have some friends here from the Bay Area, some guys that you might see show up here a little bit later. There were conversations about, could you imagine? So now I'm getting to imagine.
All right, we're going to take 2 more. Back left, Chris.
Hi, Bob. Chris Alvarez from ABC7. Congratulations and welcome home. I'm curious what the phone call was like for you and the emotions that maybe overcame you when you initially agreed on the deal. And then if you could also speak on just the history of this team and this franchise and you now being a manager here.
Yeah, well, I mean, once Farhan and I started going, through some things, the fact that he didn't interview me and everybody else did, and I finally got to speak to Buster Posey, by the way. I have never spoken to Buster Posey in all these years, and you know what? That's a good thing, because he was about winning and about playing and about competing, not being somebody's friend. And so when we spoke the other day, it was a great experience because all of a sudden I felt like I knew him, where before I just didn't like him because he was such a pain all the time. You know, whether it's big homers, whether it's you get 2 strikes on him, he shoots the ball the other way. Like, come on, make an out sometime in a big situation. So I do like Buster Posey very much now. And as far as phone calls go, my first one was to my daughter, who's in New York, and she's co-producing a play called Here Lies Love, which is a fantastic play. But she was every bit as excited as I was. She wished she could be here right now, but she's got a pretty big job right now. And if you ever get the chance to see that, it's a pretty good show. But it kind of struck me with the emotions that she had as well. So some good conversations.
Okay, last one, Janie.
Farhan, how many players did you really need to speak with to know how much they love Bob?
I mean, I knew that through the years, you know. I know on our current club, I think it might just be Sean that played for Bob, and I know how Sean feels about Bob. So, which again is consistent with, the conversations that I've had with every player that's played for Bob, and getting just kind of building off of that on the strategy question. I think one thing that Bob brings to the table as much as anybody that we possibly could have wound up with, and that's why we're so thrilled, is just the credibility and the trust that he builds with. I mean, he is my complete trust in how he manages the day-to-day. I've just seen it, and I have a complete belief and faith in his ability to do that in terms of managing relationships, in terms of strategies. And I just also think, Bob mentioned that you look in the playoffs, there's a lot of matchup baseball being played, and it's tough because players want to be out there for 9 innings, pitchers want to stay in games, position players want to stay in games, and having somebody who has a great feel of that, who will have the trust of the players, that even when there's a move being made that they might not like in the moment, they understand this is a guy who's been around the block and has had a lot of success. So, again, every I just can't emphasize enough how every player, I've been around a lot of players, different personalities, position players, pitchers, they'll run through a wall for Bob, and that speaks for itself. I did, by the way, just want to quickly acknowledge Dwayne and Glenn Kuiper being here. Really appreciate you guys being here. Glenn obviously spent a lot of time in Oakland with Bob, and I just wanted to say that, when I started in Oakland, 2005 was a bit of a scared puppy, and Glenn was one of our broadcasters. He'd come into my room and talk baseball, and, that meant the world to me. So it's great to see you guys both here today. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Okay, with that concludes today's press conference. Appreciate everybody coming out.
All right, there you go. There is Bob Melvin's press conference. Quite a bit different than what we saw from Gabe Kepler just a few years ago. There is so much to discuss. We'll get into that in the next segment. But, Bob, I'm going to put you on the spot just real quick. Something that jumped out in these couple minutes, and then we'll talk more about it because there's tons to go over.
Yeah, I think it went exactly as we thought. And the way Farhan, and he interviewed other people, and Stephen Vogt's interviewing with Cleveland for a second time, but he referred to Bob Melvin as the perfect candidate, the perfect manager, and the perfect leader. So I really wonder, when it transpired, when the season ended and San Diego had their end of season press conference with A.J. Preller, Bob never spoke. That was on October the 4th. It seemed like Bob wanted to leave San Diego. And, he just said, the narrative around him in San Diego and the relationship with Preller wasn't going to go away. And it was the last year of his contract, and it was time to move on. So I think what we were talking about late last week, what does Bob Melvin want? And Bob Melvin wants to manage the San Francisco Giants. And we're going to talk to Bob coming up at 12:30, and he loved all the Bay Area teams. Whenever I see him, he talks 49ers, Raiders, he talks Warriors. He just loves Bay Area teams. But for him to be honest, because I think we all kind of thought one day would he manage the Giants, but he was doing so well in Oakland. He had the big payroll team in San Diego. But for him to say at least once every time I was here, he thought about managing the Giants.
Running the stairs, looking at the Bay Bridge.
Someday, hopefully, he probably even, envisioned it. Well, when he first started managing, it wasn't Candlestick, but I wonder, if he thought about it as a player. And that's not going to sit well with the A's fans across the bay because he's the winningest manager in Oakland A's history. But it is the Giants, and it's the power of the Giants. So can't wait to talk to him at 12:30. But I think everything went exactly as I thought.
There was one thing, though. There was one big surprise, though, that Greg Johnson kind of casually threw out there, which
contract.
is, hey, they've agreed in principle to a deal through 2026, which makes sense because Bob Melvin's deal is 3 years. So you want your president of baseball operations, and I'm sure Bob Melvin does, to have the same length of contract that he does. So Bob's got a deal for 3 years through 26, and it looks like Farhan does as well.
I don't think that's a surprise because we heard that they were going to do that when they were starting the managerial search. Susan Slusser said, I think she said it was like, dotting I's and crossing T's, and likewise for Baggerly. So there was a movement to extend Farhan, and then John Shea Hayes got to ask the question. So, the terms of the San Diego deal, do they just get out of that contract, I assume? And so is he managing for $4 million this year? We don't know. But what Bob, got was 2 extra years on his contract. He only had 1 year left in San Diego. So Bob's under contract to manage the Giants for 24, 25, 26, and likewise Farhan. So I don't view that as a surprise because we kind of had heard that they were going to quietly extend Farhan Zaidi this offseason as well.
All right, thoughts. Text line is wide open. Give us your thoughts. Remember, YouTube and Twitch as well. Start the conversation. How did you think Bob Melvin's first impression went? We'll discuss it because, as always, for every press conference, we have meticulous notes, and there are many things to discuss, including, clearly, Casey Schmidt is on the trade block. It's Papa and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now? On KNBR.com.
Dwayne Kuiper tells Murph and Mac who he thinks Bob Melvin will bring with him on his coaching staff, including speculation on Pat Burrell and Ryan Vogel's song. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
around the globe. Stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
At least once every time I was here in the opposing dugout, I would look. Larry and I had been back and forth for years a little bit too, kind of ribbing each other. But I think that probably every series, I would look in that dugout and look over the other side and say, maybe someday, hopefully. I typically run the stairs the first day of the series. So it gave me time to, look around, look out at McCovey Cove and the bay and all those sorts of things. I used to slide down the slide for luck, but they started locking it because I think we started to have some success, and they didn't want me to slide down it anymore head first. But there were always times here, I can admit that now, that I was hoping at some point in time I'd come back.
By the way, underrated part of the press conference, Farhan was on fire with the dad jokes today. I mean, there was 4 or 5 of them. It was amazing.
He slipped a few in there about the compensation for Casey Schmidt giving up number 6.
Wow. I mean, he had some jokes, man.
Yeah, but Bob Melvin bringing down the house saying that he wrote down Guzzler, the slide, which I have gone down many a time.
After Guzzler,
yes.
You have done that.
I have.
Lots of things to discuss. I'm going to get through this quick because I want to hear what you have to say. And again, text line is wide open. Give us your thoughts on Bob Melvin's initial press conference, but it's a 3-year contract through 2026. Farhan has agreed in principle to Greg Johnson said, for a deal through 2026 as well. Asked why it didn't work in San Diego, didn't want to get much into that. Got into Murph asked him a question about his opinion of the Giants. He said it was very difficult to prepare for, and then Farhan, of course, quipped in a joke about that. Said Roger Craig made him watch the game like a manager who was asked about his influences. Pressure coming home. He said it's not pressure, it's more of a responsibility, as you kind of heard him in there. Recruiting was an interesting question that he was asked because he has managed so many players from Japan and, of course, Kim from Korea. Could he help in that area? And he was asked about specific players in that regard. No comp going to San Diego that way as well. His number 6, which is currently Casey Schmidt, is no longer Casey Schmidt. And something that was really interesting, too, was he said until the other day he had never spoken to Buster Posey, and he actually hated him because he was so good. But now, of course, he's on Buster's side, and he loved him. So I wanted to quickly go through that. There was a lot more, but clearly a very positive press conference. You could tell that Bob Melvin is, as he said, a responsibility. He even woke up today and said the feeling was so real that he was going to be the manager of his hometown team, the San Francisco Giants.
Happy birthday, Bob. On Saturday morning, he'll turn, or actually when midnight, on Friday night to Saturday, he turns 62 years of age. He looks youthful. I think he got in that top drawer of Tony La Russa's desk where the hair product is when he managed the A's. And he passed Tony. He's the all-time winningest manager in Oakland A's history. And I think this is just about SFAF. I think the fact that he played for the Giants, and I'm going to have to push him a little bit. He mentioned Phil Garner, and I knew about Scrap Iron. Sal Bando was also the GM of the Milwaukee Brewers. So I think he mentioned the 3 biggest influences he had. Bob Milano, I thought he mentioned Bob Milano, who was his baseball coach at Cal, and we have reached out to Coach Milano to come on the air and talk Bob. He's not doing well physically, but our thoughts and prayers go out to Bob, and hopefully he'll get through it because I know when Bob first started playing, that was a big influence. But Phil Garner, when he was first hired as a coach in Detroit, and then in Milwaukee, and then Captain Sal. So that's why he wears number 6. But I think it's even more than the A's connection with Bob wearing Sal Bando's number 6. It was his time that he spent with him in Milwaukee. And he also mentioned Billy Beane, which I thought was really interesting. So when Bob was hired as the manager of the A's, they made a change middle of that year. Bob Guerin was the manager. I think his first game may have been at Comiskey Park in Chicago, and there was a disputed call with Angel Hernandez, of all people. Anyway, Farhan was there as well. Farhan's first year with the A's was 2011. So middle of that year, they fire Bob Guerin, who Bob Guerin was tight with Billy Beane, obviously best man in the wedding and all that. And it just didn't work out for Bob Guerin, and that was a bad team. And Bomel was able to flip it where they were a pretty solid team. He went 47-52. Then right away, they won 94 games. They won 96 games. They won 88 games the 3 years that they were there the entire time. So when Bob joins us, Bob Melvin, at 12:30, John, I do want to get into just the relationship with Farhan. because he did mention Billy and the analytics, but Billy's not really around the team on a day-to-day basis. Paul DePodesta from Moneyball fame would travel with the A's, and David Forst would later years. Depot was always there with the laptop. Was Farhan the guy that traveled with the A's those early years when he had the title of assistant GM, and was he there on a day-to-day basis where Billy was kind of overseeing the entire organization? And Billy would be there for home games, but he hardly ever traveled during the regular season. So I just wonder about the relationship that Bob Melvin had directly with Farhan, because when he first became the A's manager, Farhan Zaidi was the assistant GM of the A's there for those 3.5 years.
Again, lots of stuff on the text line, lots of good questions. So keep them coming, and we'll read them in the next segment. Monty Poole is going to join us at 11:50. We're going to take a quick break on Bob Melvin and talk about the opener for the Warriors.
Monty knows Bo Mel. Before he covered the Warriors on the beat, he covered everybody for the Oakland Trib, so he knows him.
So we'll do it at 11:50. 415-808-5627. 415-808-KNBR. Hit us up with your questions, and we'll get to the best ones. Two other quick things. The spending was interesting. Greg Johnson said that short-term they could go into the luxury tax, but it's not something that they want to do long-term. And he said their goal is to break even, but win. I don't know that fans love to hear that it's break even, but I understand what he's saying. And then what you said about the analytics is interesting, and I think this probably excited a lot of Giants fans. And again, I don't know the inner workings and how much Gabe Kapler or how much leeway he was given to go with his gut and his feel. I get a sense that he didn't have a lot, whereas Bob Melvin, I think, answered the question perfectly, which is, analytics are very, very important. I knew how to do it in Oakland, but as you pointed out earlier, you got to strike that balance, and he did strike that balance in Oakland, and he acknowledged the fact that when he came to Oakland, and that's why he put Billy Beane there as a guy that influenced him so much, is because he came from, okay, it's a gut feel now to the analytics, and now he's found that middle ground. And it sounds to me like, again, he's earned this respect through the years, is that if he's got a gut feel, I think Bob Melvin is going to be able to use that gut feel. And he said that's kind of the happy medium that you strive to get.
Well, it's just communication. It's talking to your guys. Like if if the matchup card says to bring in this left-handed reliever to face Bryce Harper in this situation, and the guy's just not sharp. He doesn't feel well. The arm is tired. He used him before. It's just knowing day to day how your athletes and guys on your card feel. It's not just a number. They have to be up for the assignment. So I think that's where Bob is the great communicator. And it struck me odd that Cap, who's so communicative to the media, and he just could not talk to the fans. And I don't know if the players seem to have a disconnect with him. You would think he'd be a great communicator. And Bob Melvin clearly was that. He communicated with everybody. People walking in, parking his car, security around the ballpark, the clubbies, members of the media, obviously, and then his own staff, the ownership, and his players, and the other side. I mean, Bob is one of those guys. He's just, because he's so accessible as a human being, that people are disarmed by him. You can talk to him easily and be honest, and he's going to be honest with you. Maybe Cap just didn't have that quality where people warmed up to him because he didn't warm up. I don't know. And Gabe's gone on, and hopefully he'll get something else. Boston did hire a new president of baseball ops. It's not Cap. But I think Farhan and the relationships that he had with Billy, and when he joins at 12:30, get more into that. Because the one thing that Bob Melvin told me when I saw him in June at Oracle Park this year when he was going through with the Padres, he couldn't trust the analytics. He didn't think what he was being supplied and given from the organization and A.J. Preller and the whole staff. It's not just one guy. It's probably dozens of people. He just didn't think he could trust it. It wasn't something that he could apply. And the stuff that Billy and Farhan and David Force were giving him when he managed the A's, he could trust it. And then the other part of it is I'd like to know more about the filling out of the card and how he actually does that. He said it takes 45 minutes for a typical game. Whenever he played Kapler's Giants, it was an hour or more, which is not a lot of labor, but it's pretty much your game plan on how you want to match up once you go to the bullpen and, if they're going to use an opener or not, and, what matchups you want for the later innings. So that's fascinating to hear him talking about the process of laying out his card, which has to be, like Kyle Shanahan's script to open the game and just how he's going to manage the game. But to your point, it's subject to change based on how guys are feeling, may get a call from the bullpen, and The left-handed reliever's not feeling well tonight, he's not, it's whatever. You may have to deviate from that, or you don't want to go to the card early in the game, whatever it is. But I think the bottom line is, of course, the analytics is the data that they're given on matchups. It's very much a matchup-driven sport. You set your defense that way, and they've taken away the shift now. It's a big part of it. It's been a big part of it for a long, long time in baseball. Earl Weaver did it. The 69 Mets were very much an analytic-driven team. It's just the way it worked. They had a strict platoon system. So, but I would like to get into more with Bob about his relationship with Farhan and just how, the analytics that he was supplied then were analytics that he could trust. And I assume that's going to be the same case now that he's with the Giants and Farhan.
All right, more on Bob Melvin. Text line is wide open. Hit us up, and we'll take the best ones. There's some good ones on there with some questions about Bob Melvin. He's going to join us at 12:30, so don't miss that. Even if you have to sit in your car and eat lunch or something, Bob Melvin's going to join us at 12:30. Monty Poole in about 20 minutes to not only talk Bob Melvin, like you said, he knows Bob Melvin, but also to talk about the Warriors' opening night loss to the Suns. We'll get into that in about 20 minutes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, Phil Garner. Phil Garner was the guy that I was his bench coach. It was the first time I was at the big league level as a coach. Most of my chops were cut with him and philosophies and so forth. And, like you said, over time you have to make adjustments and you have to move with the times. Those philosophies always stay with me. He was very old school. Called him scrap iron and just had a terrific way about himself with the players, the competitiveness that he had. And then Billy Beane, when I got to Oakland to see the other side of it, the analytics side of it as well, and Sal Bando as well. Those are probably the three guys that really kind of formed who I am as a person in baseball. So I feel like I'm pretty well rounded due to those guys.
I can't believe you mentioned Billy.
Well, you told me to.
We're never going to hear the end of that now.
Farhan's got jokes. Bob Melvin is officially the manager of the San Francisco Giants, who will wear number 6, no compensation, going to the Padres, and a 3-year contract through 2026. And Greg Johnson, chairman of the Giants, casually threw out there, too, that they have agreed in principle with Farhan Zaidi to go through 2026 as well. So they are on similar tracks as far as their contracts are concerned. Text line is wide open, and there's a lot of good ones out there. 415-828-5627 to comment on Bob Melvin as the manager of the Padres. Our friend Monty Poole is going to join us at 11:50 to talk about Bob and the Warriors' opening night loss. We'll do that in about 13 minutes. This is the question that one of the questions I have. It says here on the text line, happy to see Bob back with the Giants organization. Do you think he can persuade Blake Snell or Matt Chapman, some of his former players, to come to San Francisco?
Sure,
that would be
why
nice.
not?
I'd like to know what his relationship was with some of those players who are free agents when he left San Diego. Does he have a good relationship with them? Or not?
I don't. I mean, every relationship is different, but I can't imagine anybody who played for Bob not liking Bob. They may not have liked the circumstances and how he was handled. And Susan Slusser did a big piece in the Chronicle about Josh Donaldson and how he wanted to be more of a middle-of-the-order hitter, and Bob was hitting him down in the order. And he kept going to him, and they said, why? And Bob had a reason. He lengthened our lineup. We want to score in every inning. And then he kept asking them. And finally, Bob said, Josh, where do you want to hit? And he said 2 or 3. And he wound up moving him to the 3-hole the very next day, that day. And then most of the year he hit second. So Bob is a player. He was a catcher, so he was involved in all aspects of the game, like so many great managers today and forever in baseball have been former managers. And Bob's just a great people person. He can tell stories. He relates to people. He wasn't a star player. He was a high pick. He was the number 2 overall pick in the amateur draft this year. So he thought, he was going to be a long-time big leaguer, and he realized he was going to be a backup player. And he found a way to play a long time in the big leagues and manage for 20 years. So he relates to people that have played for him, present, past. I think right away, as far as guys on the roster, you can talk about guys that like Matt Chapman or somebody else. That would be more of an organizational thing in third base. You've got, Casey there. You've got Marco Luciano. Where does he ultimately play? Do you want to block those guys? Chapman to be a tremendous influence. One thing you want to ask Bob is about his coaching staff.
Absolutely.
And Farhan's being interviewed right now by our friend Carlos Ramirez in NBC Sports Bay Area. And he said they do want to have a coaching staff in place in a week to 10 days. So, is he going to bring Matt Williams back to the Giants? I think would be interesting. And then Mark Hallberg may move on the bench or some other role. Mark did a great job as a third base coach, but it's Matt Williams. And wouldn't it be great to have Matt Williams around Casey Schmidt? We kept bringing up the parallels this year with Casey coming up as the hot shot. What's he going to play? Short, third? That was Matt Williams. And then Matt struggled. Casey at least had a hot wave for a while. Matt had a hard time with the curveball. They had to send him back down to the minor leagues, then bring him back up. And, obviously the strike year, he was on his way to maybe breaking the all-time home run record that year in 94. And they wound up trading him to Cleveland. He had a great career, and he's been a coach and a manager. So, will they have Matt Williams on the staff? We'll see what he wants to say about divulging potential hires there. They're probably in the process of all that. But also Farhan was saying the timeline's interesting, John, because it seems like, we go back to late in the year. And I don't know when I connected the dots of Bob managing the Giants. I knew in June he was not happy in San Diego. And I was waiting for any minute getting an alert.
Because you talked to him.
That Bob Melvin, well, he just,
I think people should know that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know him all that well. He grew up Bay Area sports, so he's listening to me do all the teams. He always talks Warriors and Raiders and Niners with me. And but he was unhappy with the situation in San Diego for different reasons, did not trust the statistics is what we called it for decades. Now it's analytics. I love that. He didn't trust the numbers he was being given, as we talked about that versus what Billy and David Forrest and Farhan gave him with the A's. And then just the preparation, the workload on the field he thought was excessive. But I thought Cap just won 107 games. I didn't feel anything like Kapler was going to be dismissed as the Giant manager, but I kept waiting. I thought Bob would quit maybe the All-Star break. I thought he's going to resign as the Padre manager. He stuck it out. He made it through the end. They had a nice run at the end to get to 82-80. Where'd they go, like 14-2 in their last 16 games? I guess I thought about it that last week of the year when he came back to manage against the Giants with the Padres, and his fate would have it his last week as San Diego's manager. And then you just got a strong feeling based on that terrible road trip the Giants had that Kapler may, in fact, lose his job. And then you thought, who would be the perfect guy? And it would be Bob. And we talked about it. And then Kawakami and Marty went to talk to Bob, and Kawakami wrote the piece. And then you thought, how would it work? And then they fired Kapler. So now San Diego's going to want compensation, right? Why would they just give him to the Giants? They didn't. They didn't seek compensation at all. Farhan was just telling Karam on NBC Sports Bay Area that he didn't start talking to Bob Melvin until last week, which I find interesting. He said it was out of respect for what they were doing there. And maybe, Bob articulating to A.J. Preller and Steven Seidler, their owner, that I don't want to be here. So are you really going to ask for compensation? I'd rather manage the Giants. And who knows how that whole process would. We'll ask Bob about the timeline.
I mean, you can tell on both ends of it and everything that's being written. And Bob Melvin is a very forthright guy. He flat out said, and our own Danny Emmerman asked the question, he just didn't want to talk about it. And so you can tell, and I mean, what he talked to you about, and he was on with us, and I give
But he
him
was under contract to manage
He
them.
was, but I'm just saying in the aftermath of it all, that given everything that was written down there and them not getting along, and then the way Bob handled it, and he handled it very professionally in the press conference, they just didn't see eye to eye, and it was nasty.
He wanted to leave.
Right.
I mean, that's the National League All-Star team. So,
and the very fact that San Diego didn't seek compensation, and then today there's another piece written in The Athletic that essentially said the Padres were just waiting for the Giants to call. I mean, they let him go. And it's the one thing we haven't mentioned, but we have in the past, is this is Bruce Bochy all over again. And hopefully you have similar results, because it's, Bruce Bochy came, no compensation. Sandy Alderson said, let him go. And, that's the shocking part to me, that if I'm the owner of the Padres, even if I get an A-level prospect, I just want something. This happened before, and it turned out great for the Giants and terrible for the Padres. I mean, Bob Melvin is a hell of a manager, and he'll prove it to any naysayers, and there's not very many. I mean, on the text line, it's overwhelmingly positive. And a lot of it is because Bob Melvin's a Bay Area guy. He wants to be here. We all love that when a guy wants to come home and wants to be here. But, I mean, the reality is he knows. He said he's got a responsibility to win here, and I think he will. But if I'm the Padres, this happened before, and I'm just going to let it happen again?
well, I don't think it was the same ownership, and it wasn't the same GM, obviously. But anyway, I mean, whatever happened there, Bob made it clear that he wanted to leave. But he was under contract for one more year. So as far as the contract, the Giants just gave him 2 additional years. 25 and 26. They did likewise for Farhan. He's under contract for one more year. And whatever they're paying Bob this year, and it was $4 million on a San Diego deal, so assuming it's the same deal, they're still playing Kapler. Kapler's going to get paid this year to not manage the Giants. So,
by the way, during the press conference, and I don't think this was by coincidence, during the press conference, he on Instagram put out a picture of him on a beach.
With Klay Thompson?
No, but it's like, hey, the Giants are paying me to be here. That's cool. Whatever. I mean, clearly, that's not an accident. Whatever.
The other side of it we'll get into with Monty is just no one's brought this up except us, is that he's the second guy in the history of Bay Area baseball to manage both teams. Alvin Dark did it in the 60s with the Giants, and then, Charlie Finley fired Dick Williams, and he got that 74 championship, and I actually managed Charlie's team in Kansas City at the end. But the significance of, but Bob Melvin's career and playing for the Giants and managing the A's and now managing the Giants, I mean, he's He's one of only two. Bill Rigney managed the Giants a couple of different times, but he never managed the A's. Now, he was right there with Walter Haas, and he was his right-hand man. But for Bob Melvin, it was just the emotion, and we'll talk to Bob about it at 12:30, but Monty can speak to it because he knows him so well. To manage the Oakland A's for 11 years, he's the winningest manager in the history of the Oakland A's franchise, not the A's. Connie Mack's got that title, obviously, but he won more games with the Oakland A's than Tony. That's impressive. He didn't win a World Series like Tony or go to 3 in a row, but he was able to go to the playoffs about half the time he was there, John. And now to manage the Giants is the only real, from a Giant perspective, to me, it's an absolute win-win. Go back to when we first started this process. I was not on board with firing Gabe Kapler. I didn't think he mismanaged anything. But if you could tell me you do that and get Bob Melvin as the manager, then I'd do it. There's no doubt. This was the absolute pie-in-the-sky endeavor, was to get Bob Melvin, who checked Trent Baalke listening every box. He speaks to your fan base. He's wildly popular. He's a former Giant. He speaks to the former Giants like Will Clark, to Dwayne and Mike. He embraces analytics, but he's a 20-year manager who grew up with scrap iron, Phil Gardner. Every single regard. The media loves him. Ann Killian, hi, Bob. Hi, Ann. How are you? It's just, they go back to Ann Killian's posture at Kapler's press conference when he was introduced. Totally different. So there really is no negative at all, with the exception a segment of the Giant fans may not be happy with the fact that he is the winningest manager in Oakland A's history.
I think it's like Chris Paul. Once he gets introduced and he puts on your jersey and your cap, you're happy to have him. And anybody who doesn't think that Bob Melvin isn't a good hire just doesn't know. We've had on we heard Will Clark going into the press conference. Sean Estes played for him. Eric Burns said holy S-balls. Anybody who has played for Bob Melvin that I know of, especially with a Giants affiliation or Bay Area affiliation, just loves the guy. And like I said, you and I have interacted with him. I remember talking to him at Cal games. He came on every single time with us during the season, even as bad as the Padres season became.
The only time he didn't come on was the last series this year.
Right.
He respectfully declined because there was too much going on.
He knew that there was a lot going on. But during the season, in the midst of all the garbage that was going on and them losing games and everything, he came on, other than that, every single time, and he was very gracious about it. So I know why guys love playing for him. And I think he's going to bring an air of Bochy. I'm not saying 3 World Series. I'm not saying that. I'm saying a credibility where I think he can find the middle ground between the analytics and his gut. I think he can recruit players. There's a lot of positives, and people love this, regardless of it. Outside of the baseball thing, people love it when you're from the Bay Area and you want to be home and you have a passion for this team and this city. People like that, and you just never got that feel from Gabe Kapler. Not that it really mattered in wins and losses, but Bob Melvin is a Bay Area guy, and you can see on the text line people like that.
Totally on board with Bo Mel. Now, one part of me is against it. The CP3 thing, that's going to take a little time.
You're going to come around.
I'm not sure I am. I don't even care. Part of me does care because it's basketball. If you throw a helmet on and shoulder pads and thigh pads, I wouldn't know it's him. But when he bends over and pulls his trunks down and looks up at you, it's like, damn, that's Paul. He's whining at the refs, and he's an agitator.
You would tell me to get over it.
Backcourt.
You would tell me to get over it.
But it's not that. If he was Devin Booker and played like him, I would love it.
You couldn't have got him.
I don't know what he's going to give you here.
He was all right last night. He started 0 for 6, but he was huge in the third quarter.
Okay.
In that 40-18 run, he was big.
He was fine.
He's going to be big in the non-Curry minutes. He'll be much better in the non-Curry minutes. You're disingenuous.
I'd rather have Jordan pull him clear the side and go on. I don't know. It's just as a player, and I think that's as good as he's going to get. I wish he was in better shape.
He'll be better.
Really? Have you watched his seasons as time goes on?
No, but he's going to get better continuity with the team.
I'm subject to change. I'm lukewarm on him, and I'm being kind. It's not even that. It's still weird.
All right, Monty Poole can multitask because he's been around for all of it, so he can talk Bob Melvin and, of course, the opening night loss to the Suns last night. We'll do it all next. Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a 4-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness. Aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels, it delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online, and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. Elliot may take care of you, so stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double casked, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Draymond, you guys are one of the smaller teams in the NBA. Does that concern you at all?
No, I don't necessarily overly worry about that. With that very small team, we won a championship a couple years ago. And then there's other things that the bigger teams have to handle when they're playing against us with our speed. So I don't necessarily worry about that. And the reality is, you got a few bigs in the league that are absolutely incredible, and everybody else you kind of just deal with.
Unfortunately, those bigs on those teams are the Nuggets, the Lakers, and others. Really good teams. So we'll get into that.
Right when he was talking to Ian Eagle and Coach Van Gundy, Yusef Nurkic, I think, grabbed an offensive rebound, John, and stuck it back in as well. So
108-104, the Warriors lose the opener. Some of the things that happened last year, we were talking about the size, out-rebounded offensive rebounds, lack of execution down the stretch. Great third quarter, struggled in the fourth, some shooting issues. Getting Chris Ball going, 0 for 6 from in the first half, but did get going in that third quarter run. So a lot of things to talk about with our good friend Monty Poole. Make sure you're following him and reading all his great Warriors stuff. But Bob Melvin was just introduced, of course, and you heard it right here on KNBR. And we'll have Bob on at 12:30. So we're going to start there because Monty knows Bob Melvin, and then we'll get into the Warriors. Monty joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good, man. So I know we're going to talk a lot of Warriors, but what's your thoughts on Bob Melvin to the Giants?
I like Bob. I mean, as a manager, I thought he did a tremendous job with the A's, just, given the circumstances of any manager who takes that job. I thought he did a terrific job there. So, I still look at the Giants, though, and think, I don't know what manager could have taken last year's or this season's team and won 90 games. And the roster just didn't seem to match up. You had two starters. The lineup, who was the guy in the lineup that you really, really feared?
No
Who
one.
was that? Yeah,
Nobody.
And the bullpen, started springing some leaks. So I just didn't. I mean, I don't know how good or bad Gabe did at the job, but I was like, every time I looked at that team, I thought, this is an average team. This is not a very good. This is not a playoff team. And yet, after they made the move, it sounded like they thought they should have been in the playoffs. And I thought, how? Who you compare to? Houston? No. Atlanta? No. Philadelphia? No. I mean, it didn't make sense
Arizona,
to me.
maybe. I think that's the team they were looking at.
Maybe, but Arizona has some pretty good talent over there.
Yeah. And they're going to the World Series to go against Bochy. So just the one factor, and I mean, you're Oakland true and true. Any weirdness, Alvin Dark managed the San Francisco Giants first. Then he managed the Oakland A's when Charlie fired Dick Williams. We've never had a guy manage the Oakland A's, then go to the San Francisco Giants. They're the only two to manage both teams. From an Oakland perspective, is it weird to have the winningest manager in Oakland A's history now become the manager of the Giants?
Nah, not really. I mean, I think it might be if the A's had won a couple of the World Series or two. But, I mean, like I said, Bob worked under certain conditions there in Oakland. And we all know what those are. And I thought he did a great job under the circumstances. But we all thought that if the A's were really trying to win games. And by that, I mean, not just by recruiting or by drafting and trading, but also by, investing. I thought Bob would have done a better job, even better job. I think his results would have been better. So the fact that Bob, came into baseball as a Giant, I think, should, to me at least, wipe away any weird feelings about that. I think him going to the Giants feels right.
Monty Poole is joining us, NBC Sports Bay Area, talking a little bit about Bob Melvin, of course, being the new manager of the Giants. Let's transition over to the Warriors. They lose the opener, and some of the things that we saw last year kind of reared their ugly head. It was a typical opener. I mean, ups and downs. Second quarter, they struggled. Third quarter, they really got things going. But let's start at the beginning. Kevin Durant, as weird as it sounds, since 2019, had not played, since he left in 2019, had not played in front of the home crowd. And I thought it was cool having the video for him. The crowd treated him right. What did you think of the reception that KD got?
Yeah, I mean, it was what I thought it would be. You can see he appreciated it, tapping his heart and waving. And again, I think Warriors fans are a different group than Thunder fans. I was in Oklahoma City when he made his first appearance back there, and it was ugly.
That cupcake guy and all that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, people were bringing signs in. They were booing and yelling and screaming. And I thought, I kind of get it, because for those fans back there, Kevin was their guy. He was their hope for a championship, and they felt abandoned. I get that part of it. And they were bitter about it. And you could see that. And so I think for those people, and again, you're in Oklahoma City. So, you might have a little bit of an inferiority complex, maybe, So, Kevin leaves Oklahoma City for the Bay Area, and you're thinking, oh, he's going to California. He's ditching us for California. And so I kind of get that, but I didn't expect anything like that from the local group, and you didn't see that. You saw love, which is what it should have been. I mean, the guy I think he was pretty good when he played with the Warriors.
Won 2 finals MVPs the first 2 years, and they would have won. They would have won the third one. There's no doubt. He not got hurt, and you brought it up in your advance of the game last night, and I remember it so well. May the 8th of 2019, Game 5 against Portland in the Western Conference Finals. He rose up in that baseline, made that shot, went back on defense, started grabbing his calf, and you're like, what happened? And then he came out, and he wound up tearing the Achilles in Toronto. He was never that same guy. So that was the first time he played in front of fans in the Bay Area, and that was over in Oakland. The guy that I saw last night, and you know how much I love Durant, Monty. I thought the Warriors, the best part of last night's game to me was the way they guarded Durant. He just took off-balance shots. He just didn't look like himself. Coming down the stretch, it was strictly the Devin Booker show, both scoring and facilitating. Okogie left baseline for the 3, the pick and roll to Nurkic. And they didn't even have Bradley Beal play last night. So when you look at the West, where do you put the Phoenix Suns? Are they, even ahead of Denver at the top of the West, Monty?
Well, I mean, I think the odds makers are looking at Denver maybe a slight favorite over Phoenix right now, but they're pretty close. Some of them may even have them even. But the thing about the Suns is that how good Durant, Booker, and Beal are. The question is, how will they work together? And the other question is, what about the bench behind them? They fortified the bench in the offseason because for a while they were like, this bench is going to be really bad because they got rid of almost everybody in bringing in KD and Beal. But they fortified that, and it looks better now. And I think they're going to be a top 2 or 3 team in the West if those guys, if KD, Book, and Bill stay healthy. They'll be a really good team because they're going to score, and they're going to give up points, but they're going to score. And Vogel's a pretty good coach. So I think for the Warriors to play as poorly as they did last night, and the only quarter they played well in was the third, for them to play as poorly as they did last night and come within 4 points of winning that game, I saw more positives than negatives. And there was both, but I saw both. And I think the Suns are going to be a team they're going to be tough to beat. But I think a full-strength Warriors team, a full-strength Suns team, I think it would be compelling.
Monty Poole's joining us at Monty Poole NBCS. Make sure that you read all this great stuff as we get you a little Warriors as we get to Bob Melvin at 12:30 today, so about 25 minutes. Chris Paul, even he was surprised when he was getting the CP3 chance. 14 points, 9 assists, 6 boards. Started 0 for 6, hit his first field goal at 6:49, and then he kind of got a rhythm going. He had 10 points in that big third quarter for the Warriors. What did you think of his debut, and what did you think of those chances? It was a little weird.
Yeah, I mean, that was weird because, he's been, number 1 or 2 or 3 on the enemy list for a long time. And so, but again, I think Warrior fans understand what's going on here. And they realize Chris Paul is one of them now, and you might as well just accept it and even embrace it, especially if he plays well. And so, his work in the third quarter, that's what led to that CP3 chant because he was a big spark in that quarter. Even when Steph was on the bench, he was getting good things done. So I think overall, Chris, I gave him a B, and I say that because 2 things. The primary reasons the Warriors brought Chris Paul over here was, one, to try and solidify the non-Steph minutes. That's been kind of an ongoing issue for years now. There's been moments when it wasn't so bad, moments when it was really bad, but you want to stabilize it, and that's what you're bringing Chris. And the other thing is to try and take better care of the basketball. And he had 9 assists and 1 turnover. That's amazing. That is amazing when you get the way the Warriors play, and that's not realistic for the course of the season. If you can go 3-1 or 4-1, that's really ahead of the game. So the 2 areas that they most want Chris to be good in, he was good. The Warriors were +5 in the non-Steph minutes, and he was 9-1 with turnovers and assists. So I thought he played pretty well. The first half, he wasn't very good, but second half, I thought he redeemed himself.
Yeah, and with Steph getting into foul trouble, the rotations got all changed up where Paul had to play longer in that third quarter and Steph had to come out. Draymond Green obviously did not play last night with the ankle injury. They're going to be in Sacramento on Friday night, and it's a tough stretch. 7 of the next 8 are going to be on the road. Just the one home game against Sacramento the night after Halloween. So when do you expect Draymond to play, Monty? And when he does, is Paul coming out of the starting lineup?
From what I'm hearing at least, it seems like they're hoping he can go Friday. He is participating fully in practice. He's 5-on-5, and it's just conditioning now. And so if he were to play Friday, then he's not going to play 35 minutes. And that's the question: is okay, at what point will you want to? Is he ready to play when he can give you 25 minutes? I think they'll ramp up his minutes as they go. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him on Friday, and certainly wouldn't be surprised to see him on Sunday when they go to Houston. So I think when you add Draymond into the mix, it's a little bit different team, a better team. So obviously the defense will be better. But yeah, I just think when you look at the way they are built right now, not having him around makes a difference.
I think it's huge because as I look at the lack of Draymond last night, and the suit he was wearing was great, and he was on TNT talking about, I'm not worried about the size. He was asked by Stan Van Gundy about the size of the team. But if you look at the bigs, Dario Saric is not a big physical guy. I mean, he's tall, but he's not big and physical. Kuminga looks soft to me. I thought that was a disappointing night. As you pointed out, he had those 3 early fouls. He's got a little bit of size, but he's not physical. The guys they have with some size just aren't physical players. And at some point, and Draymond said, well, there's a few bigs in this league and the rest of them we're not worried about. Well, the bigs are in Denver and LA with the Lakers, and those are the teams that you have to go through potentially in the West. And if you were to get through that, then in the East, there's size as well. And that's definitely a concern. And we saw them out rebounded and on the offensive end last night.
Yeah, their answer to the size question has been, how big were we in 2022? But my counter to that is that, things broke right for that team in 2022 in the postseason. And they played well when they had to, and they also got the Denver Nuggets before Jokic had a team around him. Jamal Murray wasn't on that team in 2022, and the Warriors took him out in the first round. But Jamal Murray has come along. Aaron Gordon has solidified. They added KCP. Michael Porter Jr. is healthy. So it's a different Denver team than the Warriors last saw in the postseason. And so the size thing is real, I think. And I think at some point they're going to have to address it. I don't know how or with who, but, you're asking Lund to do a whole lot out there. And if he gets in any kind of foul trouble, it's an issue. And beyond that, and they're aware that they don't really have a finisher in the paint. How many times did the Warriors miss bunnies last night? Get to the cup and then miss the shot. 8, 9, 10, 11 times. I mean, I counted 7 in the first half, I think. So that's something that is going to be an issue for this team. They think they can work around it. I think that remains to be seen. It is a little bit of an issue to me.
Well, they missed all kinds of shots last night. Bunnies around the cup, mid-range. They were 10 for 43 on the 3-ball. And the one thing I want to ask you about, Steph's going to make his shots, is Clay. And, we're getting the reports from Sham. The negotiations are at a dead point, a significant gap. I mean, a max-level deal for him at this stage of his career. Wow. But you never know what the Warriors are going to do. But my concern is just Clay's different than Draymond. Draymond's Saganasty. He can kind of go into the final year of a deal, use it as a motivator. Clay can, do all the IG lives on the Bay, but things bother him. And I thought last night, he had a couple of moments where he made some shots, but he had 2 different times where he took back-to-back shots, one when he was leaning to his right, got the rebound back out to him, missed it again, did another 2 in a row in the fourth quarter, and it just seems like it can bother him. So just your thoughts on the Clay going into the final year of his contract, Monty, and how that may force him to press.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know. I mean, we can speculate about that, but certainly Clay is not shooting as he normally would. Every season he's going to go through slumps, but he looks bad right now with his shot. The guy, even in preseason, his shot wasn't there. And then last night he gets open looks and he made a couple of them, but he missed a bunch of them. And so I think with Clay, one thing Clay did a great job last night was, you mentioned Durant and how KD didn't really hurt the Warriors last night. Clay was huge in guarding KD. He did a great job, I thought. And that's something that Clay's going to have to do this year. And Steve Kerr's pointed out that, he's going to have to guard some threes and fours this year because that's where we are and that's where he is in his career. And I think physically they know that Clay can no longer chase around the little point guards anymore. You can't put Clay on John Morant, But he did a great job on KD last night. But on the offensive end, if Clay is not scoring for you, chances are he's not helping the offense at all because he's not a big assist guy. He can do that. But last night, I thought his best work was rebounding. He had 7 rebounds, and defense on KD. His shot was not there, and the Warriors cannot be the Warriors unless Klay Thompson is shooting at 40% from 3.
Monty, great stuff, man. Thanks for taking the time. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon.
You got it. Take care, guys.
Take care, man.
Monty!
That is the great Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. He's got all your Warriors stuff. Gave us a ringing endorsement on Bob Melvin as well. And speaking of Bob Melvin, the new manager of the Giants, who you heard exclusively here on KNBR at 10:30, is going to join us at 12:30, and we've got some more questions as well. Some of the questions that didn't get answered, like the coaches, we'll ask Bob about as well. And if you missed it, you're in for a treat because he's very passionate to be back home in the Bay Area. We'll talk to him in about 15 minutes. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Kevin Durant, the former Warrior, remember him? He gets a standing ovation. He actually left in 2019, but it was the first time he had played in front of fans at Chase Center. Got a tribute video in his return. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Yeah, in terms of the specific role Bob plays, I'm sure he's going to be involved, as managers always are, especially in some of the bigger pursuits where players are going to be signing long-term deals and really want a sense of the plan and the leadership, who they're going to be working with. I don't know how much of Bob's influence is going to be sort of the day-to-day recruiting versus just the reputation he has. I mean, players who have played for him have loved the experience. You know, anybody that we're talking to in free agency is going to ask around, and they're going to get that positive feedback, and that's just going to mean a lot. In terms of our plan in free agency, you know, we've talked about wanting to add to the top of the rotation. We've talked about, you know, middle of the diamond players and our need to upgrade there. So those are going to be our priorities. And again, when you're talking about middle of the diamond, top of the rotation, you know, that's aiming pretty high in free agencies. And we'll monitor the trade markets too. If there are players available who meet what we're looking for in those areas, we've got to be open to that as well.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. Bob Melvin at 10:30. And you heard it right here on KNBR, the home of the Giants. He gets introduced, very passionate to be back in the Bay, and we're going to talk to him in about 10 minutes about it. And that was far on after the press conference, talking about his recruitment of players. And certainly, Bob, anybody you talk to, the players love playing for him. So hopefully he can help in that regard. And the other thing is... Exactly. And the other thing, you know, that probably hasn't been discussed enough, that when he was with the A's, guys like Matt Chapman and Matt Olson and Marcus Semien and young pitching that they had, those guys developed under him. Where are the Giants right now? They have a bunch of young guys that have potential, and hopefully Bob Melvin and the staff, and we'll ask him more about the staff when he joins us at 12:30. That was one thing that wasn't answered. Hopefully that's, because to me, that's the number one charge. They might go out and spend some money, but Greg Johnson said, chairman of the Giants, they're not going to go over luxury taxes. They're not going to be a big-time spender. So while they have more resources in the A's, obviously, they're not going to go crazy and be the Red Sox, the Giants, or even the Padres. So they've got to develop the talent that they have. And Bob Melvin did that with the A's at a high level.
Twice, because when Monty was talking about the limitations, Billy would, you know, sell them all off like cars. So he did it when he first got there in 2011. That was not a good A's team that Bob Guerin gave him. And right away, they started to play well. It was a little like when Jim Harbaugh took over from Mike Singletary here in Santa Clara. It's like, wow. Then the next year, you know, the young guys arrived, and it was mainly Josh Donaldson and Sonny Gray and that group. And, hell, they won 94 games right away. You know, they won 96, and the Giants won that World Series in 2012 and beat the Tigers. Remember the A's and how they ran down Texas and Josh Hamilton and that playoff run? And then they sold off those pieces and came back with the Mats, Matt Chapman and Matt Olson, and then Sean Murphy as well. And the A's made the playoffs 3 straight years in 2018, 2019, and the pandemic era 2020. And Bob won 97, went 36 and 24 in 20 when the Giants barely missed out. So a little like, you know, Connie Mack's teams where he would win, sell everybody off, reinvent himself. The A's did that twice with Bob. So we'll get into it all. I mean, just so much to talk to with Bob. This is the first time we're going to talk to him as the manager of the San Francisco Giants, John. We've spoken to him so many times as the manager of the Oakland A's and the San Diego Padres. And as he said, every single time that at least once every time he came back to the Bay, and as a big league manager, it was third and king. he wondered, what would I be here someday, hopefully, and talk to Larry Baer about it? And it just all aligned here for it to happen now. And Bob's going to have his 62nd birthday on Saturday. So we'll get into the emotion of a guy who grew up, born in Palo Alto, Menlo, Atherton, and has love for all Bay Area sports. And so now what do they do? And the timeline on when this became a reality for Bob Melvin, I mean, the Padres just granted permission formally to the outside world for the Giants to talk to him on Sunday. And then, boom, it's done basically on Monday, and the details yesterday, and then the press conference today. So when did he really realize that he was going to be the manager of the Giants? Did he push for it there? And then the one thing that was not brought up at the press conference, John, is the coaching staff. What's his thoughts on that? There's been a lot of rumors about Matt Williams coming back home. That would be amazing. I mean, Matt's been a lot of different spots, including with Bo Mel in Oakland as his third base coach, and likewise the last couple of years in San Diego. I mean, Matt Williams is beloved here. And then the Ryan Vogelsong, will there be a spot for him? What's his thoughts on the pitching coach and the hitting coach? We're hearing Pat the Bat. How much say is he going to have in the coaching staff? I think with the A's, it was a give and take with Billy and David Force there. But Bob basically got the guys that he wanted, that he had to have. And he was talking about how big the coaching staffs are. So I think the next order of business before you even hit free agency is to assemble the coaching staff. And Farhan was saying a week or 10 days for that. And then right after the World Series, 5 days after free agency starts. And I know there's a lot of Padres that are going to be out there. They have a certain pitcher you love as a starter. Closer that's a left-hander that's going to be a free agent. It sounds like San Diego's going to pair the payroll. Well, they trade Juan Soto. But they did ask him about his connection with the Pacific Rim players leading to Shohei without mentioning Shohei, and he mentioned Ichiro. He's managed a lot of great Japanese-born players in his time, but none better than the great Ichiro Suzuki, who he had his first 2 years as a big league manager. And you know that Shohei grew up idolizing the great Ichiro.
Absolutely. All right, Bob Melvin joins us coming up next. A lot of questions. He's excited to be back in the Bay. If you missed the press conference at 10:30, you're in luck. He's going to join us next, the new manager of the Giants. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Especially growing up an A's fan. I might fanboy a little bit the first time I meet him, but I'm just super excited. He's won 3 managers of the year. The experience is there, everything is there, and talking to the other guys, we're all really excited. It's definitely going to be a little different than we've had the past couple years. Sometimes different is good. So excited to meet him. Excited to get to know him and play for him.
That was Logan Webb. Bob, just to tell everybody, Bob Melvin's been delayed about 10 minutes, we're hearing. So maybe 12:40, 12:45 in that range. But we will have Bob Melvin, so keep it right there. We're not doing it to keep you in suspense. He's very, very busy, very popular guy. He's the new manager of the Giants. 10:30, we had the press conference for you, and Bob will join us in about 10 minutes. By the way, somebody's got to get to Logan Webb. I know you're watching down there in Santa Clara. Somebody's got to get to Logan Webb and let him and relay to him that when you're doing the video on the iPhone, you got to bring that thing a little up and a little out, because what he did was he did it like eye level, and then every time he would move his head up, he looked like Thanos. Like he had a giant chin. It looked like it was like gigantic.
He was on the golf course.
I know, but he has to. You got to know what you're doing with the video and the picture. You got to bring it up and out so that your chin doesn't look like Thanos.
He was shotgunning beers as he went from the ninth hole to the 10th beer.
There's a technique.
I was impressed that he's even been there, and Farhan said that he was very involved in this process. He became a de facto assistant general manager and luring Bob Melvin here. So, and he grew up, we know, he loves every Bay Area East Bay team but the Warriors, loving the Sacramento Kings. He loves the Raiders and Logan Webb, although he is your starting ace for the Giants, grew up an A's fan. So I think he knows Bob Melvin well.
By the way, here is Bob. He was actually asked, see, this is how quickly things go. So Bob actually answered that question of, he said he was going to fanboy and all this kind of stuff. This is what Bob said in response to Logan.
A winning culture, and that's what this, has been all about here. So I'm glad to hear him say that. And respect's a big deal. It's a big word. So, as far as a new manager coming to a new team, it's important that I create that respect right away. I remember my first year in the big league, Sparky Anderson was my first manager, and I was scared to even walk up and talk to him. Now, it's a little different nowadays, but I think it starts with respect, and then you develop those relationships, and you become a little bit more friendly. There's always a little bit of a line between, being too close as far as that goes, but that's music to my ears to hear him to say that. He is quite the competitor. I remember he pitched a complete game against my team here last year. He's a staff leader. He's an ace. And just hearing a lot of the comments that he's had, not only during the season last year, but now, it's all about winning for him, and that's music to my ears.
That's cool. Look at that instant response.
So Bob broke into the big leagues in '85, and that was the year after the '84 Tigers ran roughshod over baseball. And Sparky won, his third World Series, too, with the actually won one with the Reds earlier. So he won in 75 and 76, and then won with the Tigers as well. Anyway, he was there briefly. So, and Sparky was Captain Hook, and to be intimidated. And then he got traded to the Giants. And what he spoke about was really how his professional baseball career started with the Giants. He played very little, just 41 games with Detroit. And he was a backup player with Roger Craig and those Giants teams, Al Rosen. Isn't it funny how life just comes full circle? So really he began his Major League Baseball career as a San Francisco Giant. And I'm not going to say he can't manage beyond this, John, and he may have a Bochy-like run. But he's going to have his 62nd birthday on Saturday. And so he's going to manage under contract. Who knows? Contract doesn't mean anything. You just get paid. But in theory, he would manage age 62, 63, 64 years of his life with the Giants. Would he sign an extension? So I think he's looking at it as life is coming full circle. He's from the Bay Area, grew up loving all the Bay Area teams. His grandfather was very well connected with his business. He actually got to meet Vince Lombardi when he was 7 years of age, and he knew Dick D'Oliva, the great trainer of the Warriors, so he got to go to all the Niners games, and I think his grandfather put together a package of people to buy the Niners in '68 from the Morbidos. But in any event, I mean, just think about loving Bay Area sports. We got to find out when the A's played the Giants in a young Bob Melvin's household, who was he rooting for? And when the 49ers played the Raiders, and the Raiders were a dominant team when Bob was young, which side was he rooting for? But for him to be able to manage both teams, only he and Alvin Dark, and really kind of make a circle of life, start his major league career largely with the Giants as a player, and then maybe end his managerial career, John, after 20-plus years with the Giants as the manager of the Giants. That's pretty amazing, isn't it?
I have some friends that may be young, but they act old, and they act or look young. I think, like, Bob Melvin's 62. You're a young man despite your advanced age. I mean, the reality of it
it's
is,
all just for Bob and just for Greg.
But what it is that there's a mentality to it. Also, obviously, Bob stays in shape. I mean, I think, who knows? I mean, I don't know Bob on that kind of a level to know if he is, but I do know that he was talking about running stairs, which is something I've never done. Look, I'm an old for my young age, and you guys are young for your
Don't lump me up with
age.
Melvin.
Well, pretty close. But all I'm saying is that it doesn't astound me. I know how old Bob is and all those kind of things, but he seems like a young man.
Has he had any health issues?
I don't think so. Has he?
Matt Williams had a cancer bout. Yeah. Obviously, Bochy had the heart issue, and his dad, he had stents and balloons put in.
He waddles like a penguin, which is fine. But
Who,
I mean,
Boch?
Yeah,
well, he's got a heart issue. I mean, he stepped away from the game, and I think that was underrated in 2019. I didn't know if he'd manage again. He had heart issues. He, a couple spring trainings, he had to go in and have an angioplasty, and they put stents and balloons in, and obviously Bake, and it looks like Bake's managed his last game. He's had major injury, not injuries, cancer bouts, prostate cancer, and then the stroke that he had. Dusty had a stroke. I don't think Bob Melvin has had any kind of major health issues like that at all, has he?
We can ask him, but here's the other.
How's your health, Bob?
Right, but my other point to it is, and he alluded to this a number of times during the press conference, and I think his time with the A's, obviously with the winning, but it did him well in that.
That would give you agita managing Billy's team.
Absolutely. It would age you. But here's the thing, is that Bob is, there's these, I wouldn't even call Bob an old school manager, because when he was with the A's, it got him into the analytics, and everybody uses it, and for some reason analytics is a bad word, but Bob is a modern day manager who can find the happy medium. So my point is that the game is not going to, he's not going to age out in the game. And I think there are certain managers who will age out of the game. Dusty Baker gets it. Bochy obviously gets it. Bob Melvin gets it. If I was a Giants fan, that's what I would be, among many things, that's what I would be excited about, because I do think that he is perfect, and we saw it with the A's, in that he can find the medium, and he has the respect of that baseball side. So if he wants to go rogue a little bit every once in a while, I think that he can do that. And that's not even the right word. Just, look, I got a gut feel here. Let me do this. And I don't know how much Gabe had that, but I know that Bob Melvin will. So not only from an age standpoint do I think he's fine, but also from a standpoint of he's a modern-day manager despite the fact that he's been around a long time.
He expertly manages a baseball game. There are a lot of people that are not great game managers. Art Howe. And I love Tony, and I think Tony's strength was preparing to manage a game. When you actually got into a game, and it's changed. Billy Martin was one of the greatest game managers of all time. Bruce Bochy. There are guys that just can manage a game. I don't think I've ever seen a game where I thought Bob Melvin mismanaged this game. He just, the reliever maybe didn't get the guy out, but he had the right matchup. He never gets out managed. But I never felt that way about Kapler either, with the exception of a couple of times. I always felt like he got the matchup that he wanted. And, in 21, it worked with a line change and the major league record for pinch hit home runs and 107 wins. And the last couple of years, it hasn't as much. But I did drop an agita on you. I went Yiddish on you, which leads to my buddy Thomas Goldman, who's listening.
Yeah.
Sent me a text last night. We love Thomas. Princeton guy, went to school with Bill Bradley, great tennis player. Is this the first time in baseball history that a Jewish manager has been replaced by a Jewish manager?
Jeez, that's a good one. I don't know. I never even thought of it.
I mean, Gabe Kapler, and now on to Bo Mel. I mean, I put Marty Lurie on that last night, John. He said, I'm on it, and I got nothing back there. So I know Bo Mel's the second guy to manage both the Oakland A's and the San Francisco Giants with Alvin Dark. But how many franchises has gone from one Jewish manager to another, and Gabe Kapler to Bob Melvin? I don't know if that's ever happened before.
All All right, Bob is expected to join us coming up next, running a few minutes late, as you can see, talking a lot of media today, and it's a homecoming for him. So the new Giants manager is going to join us next. It's Pop on Lund on a Bob Melvin Wednesday on the Sports
Stage
Leader.
cancer. He did have front stage surgery. Bob Melvin.
Hello, friends. I want to tell you about my friends at Modesto Toyota. Let's grab the keys. You and I will go out there. We'll hang out. Those are my friends at Modesto Toyota. You can get great savings on that new Toyota you want with, get this, no dealer markup. And every day, new cars, SUVs, and trucks, they're arriving, and there's never been a better time than right now. Never been a better time than right now to get that new Toyota that you want from Modesto Toyota. So what I did when I got my brand new RAV4 hybrid that I proudly drive every single day is I checked out the incoming vehicles at Modesto Toyota. I picked out the one I wanted. It had all the bells and whistles. Yep, that's it. Yep, it's got that. And then I reserved it. It's that simple. And there's a huge selection of hybrids, or you can check out the fully electric BZ4X. That BZ4X is at a great price right now. Special lease deals, and it's time to say no on high gas prices. Modesto Toyota's been family owned since 1965. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer. Now that means getting you a great deal, the very best price, and of course, great customer service. So come grab the keys at Modesto Toyota on that new car, SUV, or truck you want. And the time right now is right because there's no dealer markup. No dealer markup. And a great deal on your next Toyota at Modesto Toyota, where I get my Toyotas, where my son's Toyota came from. That's right, Modesto Toyota at ModestoToyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you talk about game calling and you talk about things to look for from your pitchers, as pitchers, we are taught to become our own best pitching coach because there's nobody out there holding a hand on the mound when things start to go awry, when things start to speed up on you. So what he's able to do is really turn that catching position, like many like to do across the game, into that field general, somebody that really is an extension of Bob Melvin out of the dugout onto the playing field. And when you watch the relationships that he forms with his catchers and the backstops and really just the entire pitching brain trust, you really start to see why the impact looks the way it does. So for Bailey, a guy who has a lot to like about him and has made a big impact, I think the game being taken to the next level is going to have a lot to do with the nuance of that position. And
of course, that is a good friend, Dallas Braden, saying that Bob Melvin is going to be big for Patrick Bailey. And, of course, the A's developed a lot of young players, like you said, a couple of times under Bob Melvin. And we'll talk to Bob Melvin in about a minute. Real quick before we get to Bob Melvin, and he's going to jump in with us in just a second. Brock Purdy in concussion protocol, and that's where you are down at 49ers.
Which
Brock
play?
in concussion protocol. I don't know. But that's just the word that came across.
The play where Daniil Hunter threw him down and he threw it initially they thought it was a fumble?
Could be.
What other play? He got it scrambled. He got hit a couple of times in the game. He ran away from that one sack, got out to his right. Oh, boy. That's why I asked to interview Brock Purdy. I was told he have a second guest.
I
didn't know that.
Here's the word, Matt Mayoko saying the 49ers are having a walkthrough today, and Brock Purdy, and he puts in parentheses, concussion is allowed to participate in that. So he's got time, but it says that Sam Darnold will take number 1 reps today in practice. Purdy is allowed to get on the field for some of the walkthrough portions of practice. So
I'm going to practice right after it's over, so we'll let you know. But, I mean, you have to think he played the end of the game and maybe throw both those interceptions. I mean, the one play, John, and he kind of got whipped down and his knee went down. I don't remember his head hitting. But besides the play that Daniil Hunter beat Colton McKivitz inside and Brock spun out of it and got out to his left and then wound up throwing the ball away. Do you remember any of the play where he got hit on it like that? And that wasn't even that violent. His body kind of got whipped down. Maybe it was that play.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll get more. Well, you'll get more information today, and you'll have it for us tomorrow as you'll go out there and I'm sure find out what's going on. But again, Brock Purdy in concussion protocol. We're waiting on Bob Melvin. He's going to join us momentarily.
He's actually going to the broadcast booth.
Bob is?
He is.
Yeah, he's going to sound good.
He's going to sound great.
It's going to be high quality.
It's going to sound like John Miller and Dave Fleming.
Yeah. So
DC is teeing us up here, John.
Bob Melvin in just a moment. By the way, Dallas Braden, who you just heard from, is going to join us at 1:15, and he's close.
Fabulous.
So Dallas is great. So he's going to join us at 1:15, and we'll get some assessment, too, on Bob Melvin. And it is awesome. And I know that he had a press conference today, and I know he's talked to a lot of the media, and he's probably tired of talking about it.
He saved the best for us, though. The best for us.
New manager of your San Francisco Giants, Bob Melvin. Bob joins us courtesy of the guest line. Hi, Bob. Congratulations.
Thank you. I am not going to sound like John Miller. I can promise you that.
You are in the broadcast booth. Are you in the broadcast booth, though?
I'm in his seat right now, but I'm not going to sound like him, I promise.
So no adios pelota or anything like that?
Probably not.
Okay.
No.
So when you were growing up in the Bay Area listening to Bay Area announcers, were you a Lon Simmons guy? Were you a Bill King guy? Who was your broadcaster when you were growing up?
Both. A little more Lon because I was on this side of the Bay. But, at certain times it was going to be Bill King depending on which team was a little bit better. But Lon Simmons was on the radio wherever I was, and I can hear his voice right now.
All right, so just for those who missed it, you were introduced and we carried the press conference at 10:30, and what was so fun about this is this is a lifelong dream for you, and you talked about the responsibility of being the Giants manager, and you talked about waking up this morning that it was a surreal feeling. Can you just kind of elaborate on that how cool this is that you're now wearing the orange and black?
Yeah, beyond surreal. So, I mean, I grew up in Menlo Park, and, you aspire to one day be a San Francisco Giant, and I was able to do that, and then go across the Bay and manage the A's for 10 plus years, and then have the opportunity to manage the Giants, I mean, that's not something you even dream about. So surreal is probably minimizing the feeling, but it's probably the only word I can come up with.
Yeah, and you know so much about the history of Bay Area sports, Bob. Are you aware that you're the only the second man in history to manage both the Oakland A's and the San Francisco Giants, the other being Alvin Dark?
Yep, I know that. I looked that up, and I don't know if Alvin Dark grew up here, but
no,
yeah,
you got him there. You got him on the trifecta.
I had to look that up because it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and you did say, you were honest today about, saying at least once every time I came here, I was here, you thought about managing the Giants, including the times you were managing the A's. You thought someday, hopefully, and you were good. You came on the air with John and I every single time the A's played the Giants or the Padres. The one time you did not was the last week of the year when a lot was going on in San Diego. And I just have to say, that last time you came in the last week of the year, was it more than just once that you thought about managing the Giants? Did you begin knowing your situation and what was going on and maybe Cap's situation? When did you first think, I guess is my question, that you would be introduced as the manager of the Giants, Bob?
It never happened when I was managing a game here, and I never thought about taking somebody else's job. This is more kind of a fantasy thing if everything aligned. And it starts, so I would, every first day here, I run the stadium stairs, and I was saying earlier, I used to do the slide until they locked me out of it up there. But that's really kind of when I would look around and say, man, this is unbelievable. Could you imagine? But it was never like, okay, this really could potentially happen even toward the end of this last year.
Bob Melvin, new Giants manager, joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. So I think most, if not all, of the questions were answered today in the press conference, but one we had was coaches. Obviously, that's an important thing for you. Have you decided on coaches, or when might that be decided?
Well, we're going to start talking about that now, and I don't want to potentially talk about someone that might be under contract somewhere else or about to finish his contract somewhere else, but I have some guys in mind, and one in particular will really resonate here, so hopefully that comes to fruition.
Maybe coach third base. You never know, huh?
Never know.
Just overall, your relationship with Farhan, because when you joined the A's middle of that 2011 year, and you were able to turn that team around, virtually overnight, you guys became competitive. It was impressive. And then the 2 years that you had after were good, and then the third year. So you're with Farhan for 3.5 years. You mentioned Billy as far as the analytics, along with Phil Garner and Captain Sale. But on a day-to-day basis, how much did you interact with Farhan Zaidi those 3.5 years, Bob, you were together with the A's?
So he was my point guy. He was the guy that I would talk to on a daily basis, probably multiple times. The night before, talking about lineups, the day of game. He got to know me pretty quickly and when to talk to me and when not to. I'll tell you a quick story. Early on in my tenure, and when I came over in 11, we had a game, and I was interim. So we had a game in Texas, and Josh Hamilton hit a walk-off. And after the game, Farhan was in my office waiting for me, and we had I think there was a lefty the next day, and he was kind of going over what the lineup might look like the next day. And I never heard a word he said, because I replayed that homer. What could I have done differently? Should I have pitched around him? A million things, right? So the next day when I showed up in the office, this was in Texas, he was already there. And he closed the door, and he said, you know what? He goes, we're gonna have a relationship, and I'm going to be a guy that you're going to, have to talk about these things with. And I go, of course. I mean, what would make you say that? He said, well, I was trying to talk to you after the game, and it didn't really feel like you were listening to me. And I'm like, you mean right after the game? I said, Farhan, I wasn't. Everything you said just kind of one ear and out the other. I was just kind of replaying those things. So very quickly, he knew my timeline and when to talk to me and when not to talk to me. And we formed a really good relationship. It was really easy to be able to talk to him. He spoon-fed me the analytics that I was just learning from the A's, and it was just a great relationship. I was really, when he left, I don't want to say disappointed. I was happy for him, but we had a great relationship.
Bob Melvin joining us, new manager. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. There are many reasons why you're coming home, but I would imagine one of the things that excites you, and you did such a great job, you and your staff over in Oakland, with guys like Chapman and Olsen and young pitchers, and you had to do it a couple of times because that's just what the A's do. You get them, you develop them, they trade them. You did it again with those guys I just mentioned, and now you look at this team. And Dallas Braden, you didn't hear it, but he came in and was talking about this is great news for Patrick Bailey. And you got Schmidt, who you already stole his number, and Matos and Luciano and all these young guys that you got coming up through the system. And it reminds me kind of those A's teams that you had where you're just constantly having to develop young players.
Look, I love it. Because when you come up through a system, it's almost like being, getting finally to varsity at the University of California. And there's a pride factor that younger players from the system, once they get to the big leagues, bring to the table. And typically they can push the veteran guys with the enthusiasm and the way they go about it, knowing, hey, look, I'm finally a Giant. So I think it's very important to every team to have younger players from within the system. It's a great mix to have. And it kind of starts with the guys that really, really feel like, the first time in their life that they've gotten to a place they need to be in an organization they have a lot of pride in.
One of those guys played the same position you played, and that's catcher, and he's actually a finalist for a Gold Glove Award, and Patrick Bailey as a defender was a revelation. Had some timely hits all the way through his run. He did tire, and he told the world he got tired that last month of the year. Now that you're going to manage him, we ask you the same question when you managed against him. What do you see from Patrick Bailey, Bob?
It's a unique style. The switch hitting part of it is fantastic. You're always going to get your matchup with him. Obviously, you're going to have probably a little more of a dominant side. Sometimes that can change, but it's the way it seems like he bought into their system so quickly. And, all of a sudden you hear this guy's here all of a sudden. I didn't know much about him. You do a little research and so forth. Then you watch the mechanics of what he does. You see it's unique in his throwing style, almost like a Thurman Munson style to him. That's very unique, but very accurate. But he was very impactful. He was a guy that usually it takes a little while to worry about a guy on the other side. And he was a guy I worried about very quickly. And you could see the pitchers. He gained a lot of respect from the pitchers. It's tough for a young player to do that. I know that in this organization, dealing with guys like Mike Ruocco. When I first came up, it was a quick study. And to be talking about him as a finalist for that, it's pretty cool stuff.
Bob Melvin joining us, new manager of the Giants. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Suite. I know you were asked today at the press conference this question, but we just talked about the young players. But just as a whole, and I know you heard what Logan Webb said about you, but just you managed against this team, so you know this team very well. What is your overall feel for this current roster?
Yeah, it's a tough roster to prepare for. I was saying in the presser today that it usually takes me around 45 minutes to an hour to get my card ready for my template for a particular game. It takes a little bit longer against the Giants. Teams like the Giants, teams like Tampa and so forth that are going to maximize the matchups, and they have guys on the bench that specialize in certain things, and so it takes a little bit more time for that. And this team's 2 years removed from winning 107 games. So, everything's on the table. The one thing that you're going to demand is a certain style of play, and that we're going to come to play every day, and that we're going to expect to win no matter what the roster looks like. And if you get that kind of conviction and you get it wholesale amongst everybody on the team, and then you start to win some games, and then it becomes more and more powerful, sometimes it's the mindset and the conviction that really kind of rules the day. So that's what I'm going to try to imply to this team right away.
That card that you bring into every game with, the template, I'm fascinated by that. Is that all the matchups you want as far as your pitchers against their hitters and vice versa for later in the game, Bob?
It is. It's counts that guys run in. It's which guys run off lefties, which guys steal third, and what counts they're doing it. It's ground ball rates, it's pop-up rates, it's strikeout rates, it's walk rates. A lot of things that go into forming your decisions over the course of the game. And when you nothing goes perfectly as far as the game goes. There's never really a script that goes perfectly. But if it's going in the fashion that you expect it to, and how you kind of script it out, there's a lot more confidence in some of the moves you're making, and the confidence that you exude in the dugout.
Bob Melvin is joining us. As far as the analytics, and you explained this today very, very well. I don't know when analytics became a bad word, but as you pointed out today, everybody does it. But I think one of the things that gives fans confidence is that you did kind of straddle that with the A's. Do you feel like you have more leeway during a game to say, look, I have a gut feel here, let me go with this a little bit versus the analytics? How does all that work?
You do, and, gut's not a great word. I worked for Billy Beane for a long time. He never wanted to hear that word. So he understood, though, and the way I would explain it is say, look, I can't write an algorithm for this feeling I'm getting, but it's my experiences over the course of a long period of time, player, coach, manager, that here, a red flag's coming up right here. I've seen this situation before. I don't like it. So sometimes you go off script and do things a little bit differently. You have a particular player in there that you might just match up against righties who's having a good game. You left him in there against a righty a couple games before. He had really good at-bats. He's hot. So sometimes you kind of go off the reservation as far as the matchups and the analytics go. But I don't ever use the word gut anymore because it's almost like shock value when I use that word. It for some reason, it's not gut. It's just learning from experiences.
Instincts, feel for what's
Exactly.
going on, reading people. And I know you have great respect for the data, the analytics, statistics, we used to call it back in the day. Now it's analytics, that Farhan and David Forrest and Billy presented to you. So basically, do you take all that data that was given to you, and that's where you form your card, your template for how you're going to manage the game that night?
Right. So, like on a particular player, it'll have an analytic number against lefties, against righties, and this is, in general how they do. Obviously, there's some specifics that come into play as well. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of formed who I was. If I got a guy that's plus 11 against left-handed pitchers and a minus 12 against right, and now I got a righty in there that's dominating righties, he's not going to see that matchup, and that just makes sense. So it was, it took a while for me to understand that when I was in Oakland, but look, it's part of the way I think right now. It's a part of the way a lot of managers think right now, and Oakland was at the very forefront of that, and we needed to be disciplined with doing that. Based on some of the resources that we had in Oakland and needed to use all the potential, factors that we possibly could. And there was a lot of success with, maybe not as many of the resources that other teams had.
Bob, Melvin has joined us. You were asked this, too, at the press conference, which is the recruitment, which obviously there are places that this roster can improve. And one of the most interesting answers I thought you gave was, and I don't know if this is just coincidence or if that's an actual thing that you have, but the Pacific Rim, and you mentioned obviously you started with Ichiro in Seattle, and you had Darvish with the Padres, and you had Kim with the Padres, and obviously there's some guy named Otani. I don't want to get you in trouble, and Yamamoto is over there in Japan, so it's obviously become more and more that these players are coming over. But is that more of a coincidence, or is that a connection that you have with these players?
Well, as far as the Korean players, I think Ha-Sung was the first one for me, but we've developed a great relationship, and he really blossomed as a player, especially last year. But I think it's also the experiences when with Oakland, we went over and opened to Japan a couple times. So kind of being semi-known there. My first couple years, I had Ichiro, who's still one of my best friends to this day, my good friends to this day. And then was, when I went to Oakland, Hideki Matsui was there and formed a great relationship with him. I lived in New York at the time. We'd go to dinner in the off season and so forth, and just established a really good relationship. Not so much just because they are who they were, but it's how they play the game. I really, really love the way they play the game. And I used to go over there, and when we went to Japan and opened up, we'd play a couple of the Japanese teams before we'd play the regular season games, and just love the style and the passion that they play the game. So I don't know if I'm impactful in that area, but I certainly respect all the guys that I've have managed, and obviously a lot of them have been premier players in the game.
You said during your press conference, Bob, that you never spoke to Buster Posey before, and you didn't like him a whole lot because you couldn't get him out.
Yep.
Kept shooting the ball the other way to you with 2 outs. How involved was Buster in this interview process for you to become the manager of the Giants, Bob?
It felt like pretty significant. And as it should be. I'll want him around as much as I possibly can. If I can get him in uniform in spring training and around the team as much as I can, because those type of guys resonate. And there's a history to this organization that the younger players and people that come over here need to know. I certainly know it. Some of the coaches I hopefully will bring in know it. And, it's like a couple of pillars that you're standing on. You're not standing alone. There's been a ton of history, a ton of success here. And if you're around those people, they just exude winning and exude confidence. And Buster really exemplifies that.
All right, we need to pin you down here. So obviously you grew up in the Bay Area and you're a huge sports fan. I've run into you at other sporting events, Cal basketball, those kind of things. So growing up, who were your teams?
Okay.
Can't say all of them.
I know.
Can't say all of them.
I will admit I was a front runner.
Okay.
So, early on, I'm 10, 11, 12 years old, and the A's are having during that run. Yeah, I loved them. Sal Bando, I mean, my God, I wear 6 for him. And then I spent more time at Candlestick and Willie Mays. I mean, my God, we used to wait outside his house in Atherton on our bikes to watch him, if he came and go, just to get a glimpse of him. So, the Warrior teams, my godfather, Dick D'Oliva, was the trainer for the Warriors.
Love Dick.
For years and years and years. I used to go to practices and read Nate Thurman his fan mail. So I was
What? You read Nate's fan mail?
I did. I was the ultimate front runner. I will admit that here. But
All right, football.
Well,
John Brody's Niners.
John Brody used to play golf at
Snakes,
Sharon Heights.
Snakes Raiders that they're playing.
John Brody used to play golf at where my grandfather belonged at Sharon Heights in Menlo Park.
Right.
And like you said, Stabler and I again, front runners. Now, I always went to more San Francisco games just because I lived on that side of the bay, but I was for whoever was doing great.
And we're about the same age. I'd be the same way. I'd love them all.
Exactly.
Except when they played each other. So through your grandfather, you met a lot of great people.
Yep.
Tell me about the story of Vince Lombardi coming into your house to see a young Bob Melvin.
Yeah, so we actually got to throw the football around with him. He went to a Little League game of mine. He was a really close friend with my grandfather, Bud Levitas, who was a businessman in the area, a wholesale liquor company in Brisbane. And he originally grew up and came from Wisconsin. And I don't know what the story is, but how they met. But they were very close friends. My grandfather was a pallbearer in Mr. Lombardi's funeral. And whenever they came to town, he was over for dinner at least once. And, I was young. I was, 7, 8 years old or whatever. But you could just kind of feel and sense what this guy was all about. And I'm actually mentioned in a couple of his books. If you look at some of the books that are written about Vince Lombardi, there's one in particular where it's quotes from all his friends. And so there were a few where I showed up in that type of thing. But, there's a little sentiment for the Packers, too, to be honest with you. I know I'm a Bay Area sports fan, but I love the Packers just because of my, the connection there.
Pop will get you some tickets. He guarantee you.
Not to the Packers. I'll get you. When are you coming to a Niner game?
Yeah, let's go.
When are you coming to a Niner game?
It is weird hearing you broadcast Niner. I will tell you that. I mean,
you do every time I see.
Yeah.
Deep down, you're more of a Raider fan, aren't
But
you?
Logan Webb hates it.
You're more of a Raider fan. No, I wouldn't say a Raider fan.
Wait a minute. You're more of an Oakland A's fan. I can go right back at you.
There you go. So we can't get into this right now.
No, you know what, Bob? What's funny is Logan Webb comes on with us, and he idolized Greg because he's a big Raiders fan. And then so when Greg switched over, Logan was like, so you're not alone.
It means he's paying attention,
Logan's
which is a
huge.
good thing.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
You spend much time with Bill Walsh when you were a Giant player? Did you ever interact with him?
No, never met Bill Walsh. Nope. I mean, obviously watched the teams, and actually there was a time when I lived in Redwood City when Joe Montana lived up the street a little bit, so obviously those teams were easy to follow.
So good.
Very cool.
Congratulations to you. I could just see the way you handled it today. It was just beaming. So when did the timeline, because Farhan said he really did not reach out to the Padres until last week. When did this all come to reality in your mind, Bob, that I'm going to be the manager of the San Francisco Giants?
Well, it's a little bit of a blur. It did happen quickly. It has been 5 or 6 days or so, and I was meeting with A.J. Preller in after the season at our spring training complex and kind of going over, what next season was going to look like, what the off season would look like, so forth and so on. He said, the Giants called, and I was like, okay, it kind of. I mean, I read some of the reports, and that's one of the reasons I think that I ended up here is the fact that the narrative was never really going to go away. in San Diego, and I don't think it was good for the organization or the players or the team or whatever. And then when it ended up being the Giants, it was an easy one to say, all right, you know what, based on all the things that went on at the end of the year there, I'll take a look. And once I did talk to Farhan, it happened pretty quickly.
Sounds good. Congratulations, Bob. I know you've had a long day in talking to all of us, but welcome home. Like I said, the reaction that we've gotten through callers and text and everything else has been really, really positive. People are excited to have you home, so congratulations.
Thank you very much, guys.
You got it.
Thank you, Bob.
All right, there is the new manager of the San Francisco Giants, Bob Melvin. Hit us up on the text line. Give us your thoughts. We got to get to our good friend Dallas Braden, of course, who dealt with Bob a lot, interacted with Bob a lot with the A's, and thinks it's a great thing, especially for Patrick Bailey, that Bob Melvin is coming aboard. We'll get more insight from a player perspective. Dallas Braden joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Dwayne Kuiper tells Murph and Mac who he thinks Bob Melvin will bring with him on his coaching staff, including speculation on Pat Burrell and Ryan Vogel's song, that podcast and more. Trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. It's always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP, and Steve can help you with all your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking ERC. Tell us about that.
ERC. This is where the federal government is giving away up to $26,000 for every employee that you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. Now, there's two ways to qualify. One way is a certain drop in gross revenue. That's very easy. It's math. But a lot of CPAs that I've talked to are stopping there, and if you didn't have the drop, they're saying that's it, no ERC for you. They're ignoring the other test. The other test is a facts and circumstances test. Why would they ignore it? Because it's a lot more work for the professional. But that's what we do as tax attorneys. We do analysis, legal analysis. Do you qualify? Now, of course, not everybody qualifies. That's the scammers, where they say everybody qualifies and get you in a lot of trouble. We will go ahead and make the determination, and if you qualify, and a lot of people do that have been turned away because of no drop in gross revenue, you want to get every penny to which you're legally entitled. And a lot of the clients have gotten hundreds of thousands of dollars or even more.
Call right now, Steve Moskowitz, ERC. He's got all the details for you. It's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
I think he's a huge asset for free agency. He's going to see that the San Francisco Giants have hired a guy who, obviously uses analytics, but he's a people person. And you always want to have a good culture in your clubhouse with guys that are around you, staff included, that want to win and know how to win and can relate to you in a way that is both analytical and both baseball savvy. And you have that with him. He's a guy who can look a free agent in the eye and tell him exactly what he believes, which is hopefully what they want to hear.
That is our good friend, George Contos, talking about, did my voice just crack like Peter Brady?
George Contos.
Contos.
You did.
Time to Contos. Contos. It's probably because I made fun of Logan Webb and his Thanos chin, so that the gods are getting me back. From NBC Sports Bay Area, that's our good friend George Contos. Not a negative word to say about Bob Melvin, and that now it becomes who are his coaches going to be. One thing, there was a lot of great stuff from the interview.
Certainly hinted at Matt Williams.
Thank you very much. That's where I was going.
Said it without saying it.
Yeah, he said that in the next couple of days he'll get his coaching staff done. That was probably the only thing that was unanswered from the press conference today. We asked him about it. And his exact term was somebody that resonates, someone that resonates here is what he said. Someone that resonates here, and that could be probably Matt Williams.
And he also coached third base for Bo Mel in Oakland.
He did. Yes, he did.
And I said third base, and he kind of confirmed it.
Yeah, so that's
Matt
good news.
Williams.
All right, let's talk to our good friend Dallas Braden. And we played a cut from you earlier that talked about Patrick Bailey and, of course, Bob Melvin being a catcher and how much he'll help Patrick Bailey. But we just love talking to Dallas Braden, even if it wasn't Bob Melvin. Dallas joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
How we doing, guys? Always a pleasure.
It is our pleasure, man. So expand on that a little bit. Like, Patrick Bailey, Bob Melvin makes a ton of sense that this kid who was pretty good but kind of wore down at the end of the season, what's Bob Melvin going to bring to him?
Well, I think he's going to bring a different level of preparation and I think just some insight into that craft and what is required of you to be able to man that post day in and day out and to be able to handle the responsibility that is on the plate of young prospects and even more so on young prospects who are catchers, because there is a lot of information coming at these guys every day, and they're responsible for an entire starting rotation's worth of arms, as well as when you consider the turnover in big league bullpens these days, because we all know that the AAA bullpen is just an extension of the big league bullpen at this point. So he's responsible for everybody here in the big leagues at this moment in time, as well as some guys who might be up and down with frequency. So when you have somebody that's got the dirt under their spikes that Bob Melvin comes with, and the respect that Bob Melvin comes with, he's not going to have any issue gathering the attention of Patrick Bailey. And when those conversations really start to kick off, I think there's going to be a lot of wide-eyed moments for Patrick Bailey. And it's not to say that he doesn't understand what his job is and what's being asked of him. But when you start to get that education and that tutelage from somebody like Bo Mel, I think you really start to see an individual's understanding of what's being asked of them take off. And we all know, and we've all talked about, and we know Bob Melvin, that is one of his strengths, his ability to communicate what he's looking for and what he needs to his players. And that allows those lines of communication to stay open. And we all understand how important that is, especially with all of the information that I've kind of outlined.
Now, the relationship of former catcher turned manager to young aspiring catcher, it's a lot like Boch and Buster Posey, back in 2010, Dallas.
Yes.
And then as far as Bob, and you were there in 2011 when he first arrived with the A's, and we saw him in Seattle, we saw him in Arizona. But the way he did manage the entire pitching staff, and the real, secret sauce to, I think, what Bochy did and what Bomel does is and still Boch does, obviously, going to the World Series, being able to manage a bullpen. Just talk about, the way he ran the game, his relationship with the starting pitcher, the catcher, but it just seemed like he really knew how to use a bullpen.
Well, and Pop, those are all great points, and it's just back to the communication again. But he has a great way of allowing guys to sort of take ownership of those roles down there, and he's going to put everybody in a position to succeed initially, and he's going to give you the best opportunity to plant your flag, whether that's in a longer role or whether that's in a bridge role. Maybe you're somebody considered for high leverage scenarios, 8th, 9th inning. He's going to give you those opportunities. And as an athlete, that's all you want, is the opportunity to go out and prove that you can get the job done up until you can't. And at that point, you understand that you're probably going to be at the back of the line. When that phone rings, it's not going to be your number. So you need to keep your mouth shut, keep your eyes and ears open, and figure out what these guys are doing now, because your turn is not now. But Bob Melvin does a phenomenal job of getting guys back into the fire as well. And I think that is just as important as being able to put guys in positions to succeed and identify where your leverage is coming from, is making sure that guys still have that vote of confidence in them, even when things aren't going well. So that was something that Bob was phenomenal at. As I said, walking around during BP like managers do. Hey, how do you feel? What do you got? Do you got one for me today? You got a couple for me today? Or, hey, look, we've been on you a couple days. We know you got up last night, didn't get you into the ball game. So if that happens again today, rest assured you're in there. You're probably going to take 2 of the 3 lefties that we're looking at. So it's just that kind of communication is what I think is really going to allow guys down there in the bullpen to know that, hey, we've got a great opportunity to take ownership of a high leverage situation, and that's all you can ask for.
The great Dallas Braden joining us, getting a player perspective on Bob Melvin, hired today, of course, by the San Francisco Giants. And just to kind of expand what we're talking about out, you look at the Giants right now, and we talked about Bailey, but Schmidt and Matos and Luciano and all these young guys that we don't know what they're going to be at this particular point. And he and that whole staff over there in Oakland did such a good job, and they did it a couple of times because the A's are the A's, and you got to redevelop the talent. But Olsen and Chappie and Simeon, and you go to the pitchers and Montas, and you go on and on and on. Him and that staff developing young talent, which is what is needed here with the Giants.
Well, that's exactly what you need, though, is somebody that not only can identify when the struggles are occurring, but is really that voice of calm and can be that voice of reason. And I think when you're a young pitcher trying to make your way, trying to cut your teeth in the big leagues, and sometimes you have a great run of success, and then there's times where you feel like, I don't know, should I try to throw this thing right-handed because it's not working out how I'm usually doing it? and you've got a guy in Bob Melvin there that just continues to pump confidence in you, and I don't think you can say enough about that. But on the flip side of that coin, where he's constantly giving you the opportunities, he also knows when to say when. And he knows when your time is up and you're probably not the guy for the moment here. And we can talk about that later in the office. And those are kind of come to Jesus moments where we're going to have to make some wholesale changes and some wholesale adjustments if you're going to get back into that leverage spot that you thrive in. But we got to figure out how to get you there. And then that all goes back to Bob Melvin not being afraid to get a guy out of the fire and then not being afraid to put him right back in it just to see if he can adapt.
And the key is, as you say, he's honest with guys. He communicates with people, everybody on his staff and everybody around the team. So there's an old saying about, coaching down and managing down and coaching up and managing up, meaning, down is to your players. It's a hard way to phrase it, but you are the boss when you're a manager or a coach. The players work for you. And then you have to also coach and manage up to ownership and to your general manager. Tell me about the relationship he had with Farhan. And we just had Bob on, Dallas, and he said he had a great relationship with Farhan. Farhan was his point guy. He's the one that travels with the laptop in the clubhouse for the road games. Billy's not there. Right. But just why did it, from the outside world, and Billy was tight with Bob Guerin, it just seemed like, and the numbers show it, the most successful manager that Billy Beane has had in Oakland. And Art Howe did a nice job, and Ken Maka and others, but it is Bob Melvin. Why did Bob Melvin and Billy Beane click, do you think?
Well, I think it's because, one, in Billy Beane, he's also an individual who is going to tell you, hey, look, you've got all the tools you need. You've got the resources you need. If that's the case, you've got the people around you that you wanted. Go play baseball. So he's not afraid to roll the proverbial balls out for his staff and let them play. Let Bob make some decisions. Now we understand that there's a lot of conversation and a lot of managing up and down in that managerial spot in Oakland, and being able to have those conversations and really being able to push back with the front office when you are convicted in a thought, or maybe you are convicted in the desire to have a certain player in a certain role. You have to be able to have those conversations, and I think that's part of the development of the relationship between a front office and a manager, or really anybody on that staff, is understanding that ultimately you're the conduit between what they're looking to get done and the players on the field that are going to help you get it done. And you've got to be able to have a relationship with both of those groups. And for Bob being able to communicate effectively with Billy Beane and communicate effectively with the rest of the front office, that trickle-down effect starts to occur. And now we've talked about it, Farhan essentially being the point of contact. So he's quite literally been in the trenches with Bob at times. And they've had some difficult conversations, and they've been able to come to terms on some difficult conversations. And you have to be able to have that type of relationship if you're going to succeed in the big leagues, because you're making life-altering changes and life-altering decisions, it feels like, before breakfast. And so you have to be able to trust in the individuals that you're having those conversations with. And that is what the relationship that has been fostered between Bob Melvin and Farhan Zaidi has really blossomed into, is now this opportunity where Bo Mel lands his dream job. Kid grew up in the backyard with a Golden Gate, and now here you are. You're the skipper. And I heard you guys talking about it a little bit, just kicking it around. You're going to bring in the man over there who used to roam at the hot corner, and he's going to be over there at third base now, Matt Williams. Surrounding yourself again with people you trust, people you're confident in, people that get the job done.
That's great insight. Dallas Braden is joining us. Pop and Lund talking about Bob Melvin, hired today by the Giants as their new manager. Just along those lines, too, about the comfort level with Farhan, it would seem to me just logically that the way teams are managed, certain teams will give some managers more leeway than others. And Bob didn't like the term. I used the term gut feel to him, and he said, it's not a gut feel. It's more just the experience I have. But I understand that analytically teams have to stay with their analytics, because over the long term, you got to have kind of a conviction about the way you do things. But I would imagine, just given his experience, like Bochy's doing in Texas, to get them to the World Series, that sometimes he would get more leeway than the average manager would get, because he's got all these pelts on the wall to say, look, I just got a feel here. I got some experience here. I know how this guy is going. We're going to go off the analytics here. And look, I'm an analytics guy. I don't know when they became a bad term and people got upset about it, but I think that will be something good that Bob will be able to say, look, I got a feel here. Let me just go with it.
Well, and I've trust me, I've had this conversation plenty of times, and I do feel a certain way about the decision-making capabilities of individuals with the experience that a guy like Bob Melvin has. And I've always felt, especially with the new wave of analytics and how the game has evolved, it continues to change, that managers, and this isn't the case, this isn't fact, but I feel like to an extent there probably is some truth to this. And if you can imagine a manager sitting down writing the lineup out, or in the 5th or 6th inning having to make a pivotal decision, a huge impactful decision, there's a chance he probably has 2 lists that he can choose from. One of those lists is backed up by information and data, and everybody agrees that should this decision get made from this list here and things not work out, it's okay. The numbers told us this was the move. Everybody understood and agreed that this was going to be the move. No harm, no foul. We'll go get him tomorrow. The other list is that ugly G word that you threw out that Bo Mel quickly corrected you and reminded you, buddy, I got a lot of dirt under these spikes. You want to call it a gut feeling? I call it knowledge and institutional knowledge. So no, I'm not guessing here. I know what needs to be done. So should he make that decision from that list and things not work out, well, you're probably going to have a conversation with the powers that be in that manager's office by the time the clock strikes midnight that night. So when you have the experience and you do have that institutional knowledge, think about a guy like Bruce Bochy that you just named, a guy like Dusty Baker in Houston. There's a good chance that they didn't glance at that first list too often. They took the information and they said, that's great. but I've been here, I've done this, and if you're going to give me the freedom to write the lineup out and you're going to ask me to lead this group of men, well, then I need the freedom and the ability to do so. And I think they're at a perfect spot between the data, his desire being Bob Melvin to use that data, and then also say, let's go ahead and create a perfect marriage with all of this information and my staff's ability to disseminate it effectively and efficiently.
That is great stuff, man. Dallas, hope all is well, man. Thank you so much for your insight. We'll talk to you soon.
Always great talking to you guys. Take it easy.
Love you,
man.
brother.
That is the best. Dallas Braden, great insight, man. Is he the best or what?
He's great.
That was awesome. He nailed it. All right, well, here's what we're going to do. We had Bob Melvin on, had our interview, but if you missed the press conference this morning, you were in luck because we're going to play it for you coming up next in its, well, not entirety because it went a ton, but we will play the biggest parts of it. If you missed it, great stuff with Bob Melvin in the media today as he was introduced as the Giants' new manager. We'll give you that coming up next. Pop and Lund, sponsored by our good friends at Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. More Bob next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Hello, friends. Papa and Lund on a Wednesday. I will see you tomorrow down at Oracle, Levi Stadium.
See you, John.
I was thinking Bob Melvin, Oracle.
No.
Levi Stadium. Levi's. And we'll get into a discussion. If you just joined us, Brock Purdy is in concussion protocol, so we'll talk about that coming up next. But we wanted to get you some Bob Melvin from the press conference. We had him on live on the show. If you missed that, go to KNBR.com. But answered all the questions except for the coaches, and he said that'll be worked out in a couple of days, and maybe one Matt Williams will be on that staff. So we got that information from him. But here is Bob Melvin with the media today.
Joining us today on the dais is Giants chairman Greg Johnson, Giants president and baseball operations for Honzaidy, and then manager Bob Melvin. So with that, I'll turn it over to Greg.
Thank you and welcome. On behalf of the Giants organization, I'm really excited to be here this morning to welcome Bob back home to the Bay Area and to the Giants family. Having been a member of this organization before as a player and growing up on the peninsula, Bob has seen firsthand the importance of Giants baseball to this community and to our fans throughout Northern California. He also knows how dedicated and loyal our fans are throughout the country and the world. I know I speak for many people, both in this room today and following from afar, that we are so excited to have him leading our club. I can't think of any other person in baseball with the level of integrity and respect and achievements that Bob's had in his career. Well, maybe there's one, but he's a little bit busy these days that you can think of. So congratulations. We're thrilled to have you here, Bob, and I'll now turn it over to Farhan.
Thanks, Greg. I echo, obviously, Greg's sentiments. I guess I would, first of all, say really fortunate that we had the opportunity to talk to Bob, thank the San Diego Padres for being accommodating and allowing us to pursue the perfect candidate, and for giving Bob the opportunity to come home and get an opportunity that he's really excited about, just as excited as we are to have him. And again, as Greg said, we just view Bob as the perfect manager and perfect leader for this team and this organization right now. All of his accomplishments in the game, winning manager of the year 3 times, and you won't see it on paper, but for myself and so many of the people who've been around Bob Melvin through the years, hearing from players how passionate they are about playing for him, about his leadership, about his care for them. There are so many players out there who played for Bob who to this day will say he's the best manager they've ever played for, and that carried so much weight for us in this process, and it's one of the many, many reasons that we're excited to have him as our manager. I know that some has been made about, our history, and we had a really great partnership in Oakland, had success there. But honestly, when you look at all the reasons Bob's a great fit here, that is so secondary to his accomplishments, his leadership, and what I think he's going to bring to the organization. So I want to thank ownership for their support in making this happen, all the people in the Giants organization who are here in support of Bob and this hire today, and to our fans, just sharing your excitement at Bob joining us in this role. When I think about our familiarity, which I think can only help as we kind of embark on the next few years, which we're really excited about. As we went through this process over the last couple of days, Bob had the chance to speak to a few people in our baseball operations group, had a chance to speak to Greg, Larry, and other people in our ownership group. And really, right as we were kind of entering the red zone, I actually had to ask Bob, like, hey, is there anything we need to talk about? I'm just assuming that we're good, but just want to make sure that any concerns or anything you want to talk about gets raised. Don't want to presume a fit, and also, want you to feel like you can get anything on the table. And I think Bob himself had to kind of think about that question for a bit. I'm sorry, I have to share this. He asked me, like, hey, where are you on pitchers with reverse splits these days? And I thought, man, is that really where we left things 9 years ago? But again, I think the fact that we had to dig so hard to find, topics to discuss and feel like we need to hash out is reflective of the comfort level I think we have in each other, my complete and absolute trust in his ability to manage a team and lead a clubhouse. And again, I joined Greg, our entire ownership group, and our entire organization in welcoming Bob and saying we can't be more excited to have you as our next manager. And with that, we will present the jersey and see if we can get this on him in one attempt.
Oh, we're doing that now? All right.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Well, thanks. This is kind of a surreal moment for me. I grew up around here, as everybody knows, a absolute crazy Bay Area sports fan. Whether it was Cal and Stanford, whether it was the 49ers and the Raiders, whether it was the Giants and the A's, the Warriors, I was into it all. And, I was walking over here today thinking, talk about full circle. And, for me, this isn't even something as a kid you could even dream of. To be able to not only play here, manage here, go to Cal, manage the A's. It's not something you even dream about. So at some point in time, this will sink in. I guess putting the jersey on and in the hat is partly that way. But when I got up this morning, it just seemed like it was too crazy to even comprehend. So, to be back here and be in an area that to me is so important, and the Giants are so synonymous with the city. It really is. San Francisco is the Giants are San Francisco, and I don't think anybody understands that more than I do, and no one is going to be as responsible and caring and know this matters to the city, what this team means to the city. So thank Greg and Farhan and Larry and everybody else here that brought me here. Very surreal moment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys. With that, we will open it up to questions from the media. Just a reminder, if you do have a question, just please raise your hand. We'll get you a wireless microphone. And then I do ask you just please state your name and affiliation. Let's go. First one to John Shea.
Yeah, how many years? What is the contract for, the length?
The contract is through 2026.
Okay, 3-year deal. And you are still at 1 year, Farhan?
Yeah, I don't know, Greg, if you want.
Bob's day here.
Yeah.
I think we said before that we have full confidence in Farhan and for the stability of the organization. We've agreed in principle for a deal for Farhan through 26, and we'll announce that shortly.
And Bob, why does this work for you? It worked well in Oakland. You did a lot with a little in terms of payroll. In San Diego, maybe the opposite was true. You beat the Dodgers in the playoffs, but last year was kind of a mess. Why could this work for you when it didn't work in San Diego?
You know what? I think it's just being part of the fabric of this community really is the most important thing to me right now. Obviously, with the resources that we have here and the commitment from ownership and everywhere else, you're always going to have a chance to win here. So I realize that. There isn't a team that I haven't managed that no matter what the personnel looks like, when you go out to play a game, you are very convicted and you're going to win. So in Oakland, we might not have a lot of the resources some other teams, but we had some success, and that was based on the commitment from everybody, from the top down in the organization, and that's the way it's going to be here too. Even more so with more. I mean, you look at this ballpark and the fans that come out here and support this team, the city and everything. They're all the resources here to win. So I don't take it too much farther than that.
Yeah, I would just follow up with that. Bob's track record as a manager in many ways speaks for itself. He's won Manager of the Year for 3 times, been to the playoffs many times, took the Padres to the NLCS in 2022. And, as we went through this process, we spoke to a bunch of different candidates. Some people would be first-time managers, others who had some experience. And I think when you're going through this process, you're looking at the totality of someone's career, their leadership, their characteristics, and, you're not looking at kind of recency bias or what happened over one season, whether it was 2023 or some other season. Again, I've been around Bob, seeing how he runs a clubhouse, sees how he runs a team, and I would put his leadership and management skills up against anybody in the game, and so that's part of why we're so excited to have him.
Let's go the back here, Danny.
Yeah, Bob, this is Danny Emmerman with KNBR.com. Why was this job with the Giants a better job for you than San Diego?
Look, I really don't want to get too much into the San Diego situation other than the fact that I really enjoyed my time there. Some things transpired last year in a difficult year for the team with high expectations. I think there was a narrative at the end that probably wasn't going to go away with me being on my last year of my contract. And I think as far as that organization goes, it's probably not fair if that narrative continued through, next year. So all things considered, this opportunity came about, and, for all the reasons I stated, this feels like the right one for me. But I very much enjoyed my time in San Diego. It just seems like with a lot of things that were popping up there, it just was time to move on.
Let's go right here, Brian.
Hey, Bob. Brian Murphy, KNBR. Welcome home. When you managed against the Giants the last 2 years, what was your opinion of the Farhan Zaidi, Gabe Kapler club, and what's your opinion of the roster you're inheriting?
Yeah, they were a tough team to match up with because, they created a lot of problems as far as in-game moves, and when you're bringing in relievers, you're looking at, you got to really do a lot of work on what do you think the best matchups are, right, left. A lot of unpredictability that you had to deal with on the other side. And when I set up my card every day, I do my lineup card every day. It usually takes around 45 minutes or so. It always took over an hour to set it up against the Giants, so you kind of had to be on your toes a little bit more about some of the moves. So I think the personnel here is terrific. I know we're talking about, making some moves and enhancing the team. But a couple years ago, it was a team that won 107 games, and it is operating the way it did then. Some years are going to be better than others, but this was a difficult team to prepare for and to play against.
I just add, Murph, that as we thought about our strategy over the last couple of years, it was really important for us that we made Bob spend extra time putting his card together. So it's really heartwarming to hear that.
Up front here, Steve.
Thanks, Matt. Bob, you played for Roger Craig. Of course, made an indelible impact on this city. What have you taken from his teachings, and have you ever applied them to your managing?
I hope I apply. So there's certain things I learned from every manager, but what really for me, Roger was the guy that made me watch the game like a manager, and you will hear from guys like Bob Brenly about how probably my time was going to be more productive as a manager than as a player, but he really what made me watch the game a different way than I was used to watching the game. And because I had to follow along with him, I had to know his signs, I had to, really every pitch, there was that kind of unspoken communication between the manager and the catcher that I had never had before. So he forced me to watch the game like a manager does, and to this day I'll always, be indebted for that.
There's your Bob Melvin press conference from earlier today. And, of course, we had Bob on the show. If you want to hear that conversation with Papa and I, all you have to do is go to KNBR.com. But coming up next, got to get some Niners in today. Brock Purdy in concussion protocol. What's the latest? Papa tells you next. Plus, we'll jump in. FP in for Copes today. FP and Tom at the top of the hour. FP will jump in as well. It's Papa and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
started getting symptoms on the plane. So I found that out when we landed. We were all pretty asleep, but then he got all checked up today or yesterday, and now he's in the protocol.
Does he have enough time to clear protocol in order to be available for the game Sunday?
Oh, yeah, he does have enough time. Just got to go through the process.
When you watch the film, where do you think he hurt himself? Quarterback sneaks, maybe?
Possibly. We don't know for sure because he didn't start getting until the plane, so I don't know exactly, but I'd probably guess that.
Yeah, we got so into the Bob Melvin news today, and it's certainly a big day, and it was great having Bob himself on the air. We kind of let this slip, but it's going to be a huge story, and I'm going to go to practice right now. They're going to be on the field at 2:10, but Brock Purdy is in concussion protocol. Began to feel it when the Niners landed, and they didn't land till about 2:30 in the morning at SFO, and Monday turned to Tuesday morning, got to the facility at 3:15, and so it doesn't sound like he'll be able to practice today. I was trying to figure out what play it happened on, and Danielle Hunter did beat Colton McKivitz inside fast one play, and Brock spun out of that, but I don't think it was that play. FP Santangelo joins me now. I think it was in one of the couple of what we call the Purdy plunges, the quarterback sneaks, where there was one where he was laying on top of the pile, and the Vikings middle linebacker Jordan Hicks came over and laid his helmet right on Brock Purdy's helmet. So you know the deal, trying to get through protocol. There's a process to lead up. At some point, he's going to have to pass a baseline test, and then he's going to have to get his cardio up and get on a treadmill and show that he can pass a test later in the week. So the bottom line is, Frank Paul, I don't think he's going to be able to practice much this week. He may get cleared to play, but it may not happen until later in the week, maybe Friday or even Saturday.
Sometimes, what's going on, Greg? It's good to see you.
How are you, FP?
It's good to see you, man. Thanks. I got my Niners shirt on today.
Yeah, I see that.
Sometimes, I've had a lot of those things, the concussions, and I've had amnesia a few times. There's a thing called a whiplash concussion, and on the play you're talking about in the third quarter with about 12 minutes left when he spun out and he threw the pass, they thought it was a fumble. His head does kind of go back.
It does?
Yeah, where in a whiplash concussion is you don't have to make contact. It's just your brain moving into your skull, and it hits the side of your skull, and it's a bruise. But on that quarterback sneak, I mean, it's obviously there's helmet-to-helmet contact. So maybe it's a combination of both of those two plays where it's a double whammy, so to speak. And then, you got to be careful with this nowadays. But like Chase Utley in the double play and Buster Posey and the collisions at home, does this end the whole brotherly shove, tush-push thing?
Yeah, it's a little bit different play. I hear what you're saying. And that one, I look at Jason Kelsey, the center of the Eagles, every single play, Travis's older brother. And I pray he gets up because he's the center that gets beneath everybody, and it's all on him. I mean, how much mass is on his head and his neck? To your point, I remember talking to a guy at a function earlier this year. He actually works for NASA, and he studies head traumas. And he said, to your point, it's not really the collision of the head where you bang into something. It's the decelerating of your head, and it's where they say, you got your marbles knocked around. That's where that term comes from. It's the movement of the head to sometimes brace or other body parts cause your head to move. So maybe it was the Danielle Hunter play, but they asked Kyle about it. The bottom line is you don't know, and I think Brock didn't feel it during the game. It does lead to the 2 interceptions he threw at the end of the game. Were they partly attributable to just his brain being a bit fuzzy at the end of the game?
I played the first game of my senior year as a receiver, and I peeled back and hit a linebacker, and I was running plays my junior year, and I didn't remember the whole game.
Wow.
And the side effects of it, and I've had a few in the major league level where I ran into Rondell White, and I've woke up in the hospital a few times not knowing my name. It probably explains a lot for the listeners on KNBR tonight. But no, it's a serious thing.
No,
and the symptoms are just like, Greg, it's almost like a dream sequence. I remember I had one at Sacramento City Junior College, and I was getting recruited by the University of Miami, and Tommy Lasorda, who was friends with Ron Frazier, called the house to recruit me to go to Miami. And I remember my mom and dad asking me in the car ride on the way home, do you remember talking to Tommy Lasorda on the phone the other day? And I'm like, no. And it's just like you're in a dream state, and your hands always go to your head because what you're going through, it feels like you're in a dream. Like it's fuzzy, you're not in it, you're not out of it, you're queasy, you're nauseous. Somebody will ask you something and you'll be just like, you're slow in response, you're sensitive to light, you're sensitive to sound,
And it's just literally the worst feeling in the world. And I've had it far too many times. I've been tested for CTE post-playing days and all that stuff. And I'm sure when I die and they dissect my brain, there's a lot of stuff going on there.
That'll explain a lot of your behavior.
It will explain a lot of my erratic behavior.
Which leads to, part of being a quarterback, you just don't show up Sunday at 1:25 and play the Bengals.
Right.
You got to prepare all week. So, again, he may get cleared later in the week, but can he put in the amount of preparation throughout the week to play his best on Sunday?
But at his age, don't take any chances. And here's a silly question. Is there any chance he gets Wally pipped this week if he doesn't play?
Well, if he clears concussion, they'll play him, I think. But I think different positions, to your point, he just may not be able to lock in. He may be fuzzy. So we'll see. That's why you signed Sam Darnold, and he would be the backup. Sam Darnold has started, 55 games in this league. He's a number 3 overall former pick. It's why Brandon Allen is on this roster. And the irony is the Niners are playing the Cincinnati Bengals. He's been the backup quarterback to Joe Burrow the last 3 years there. So is there any better guy to run the scout team? So now what happens is Darnold is the starter. He runs with the ones. Brandon Allen is the scout team quarterback to get you ready to play the Bengals. He's a former Bengal. So I don't want, we want Brock to play, but that's why you have the backups you had that Kyle is confident in.
Yeah, we'll see, man. I mean, there's not a lot to talk about today. I'm shocked that you guys got through your show.
Bob was great,
I
wasn't
know.
he?
Well, he was awesome.
Great at 10:30 live and at the press conference, and then we had a nice 20-minute chat with him. He was great.
It just feels good to have somebody running the show that knows what it means to wear the orange and black. Like, that's simple. I mean, we can get into depth about how he's a player's manager, and the Shohei Ohtani thing might be in play all of a sudden again, and who knows. I'll tell you this, they didn't hire him to rebuild.
No.
So
they were close last year. Look at Arizona. I mean, look at their win total and what they're doing right now. They're going to the World Series. Why could that not have been the Giants this year?
Because they're way more athletic.
Yeah, I know.
And they're a better team. And I was on them since spring training. They were the best team. They were the best team I saw in Arizona.
9 in a row, didn't you think they're starting to fade and maybe they're a little too young for all this? I mean, it's amazing what they're doing now.
I just thought they didn't have the depth when you're that young, and maybe they didn't have the organizational depth. Usually teams that are young like that, you're already going into your minor league system, and if there's some injuries and some guys get hurt, how deep can you go? You go all the way down to A-ball, but man. Torey Lovello, dude. I had spring training with Torey Pops one year, and he's the coolest. He's the most chill, like wild. I mean, he just plays hard, and he was my locker. He was my locker
in the
mate.
Braves system in the '80s. He was in Richmond when I was calling minor league baseball.
You just don't. You thought of UCLA. He's a chill SoCal dude, but when he got on the field, man, he was a different guy.
He was a good player.
Yeah, he was such a good. Well, I guess a teammate for spring training. I was a big fan. Still am a big fan.
Yeah. All that being said, we're rooting for Boach, right?
I see that. Yes, but they're telling me to wrap it up. But he's also. I'm a National League guy. I know you're an American League guy. I always root for the National League in the World Series. So I don't know.
Bochy, come on.
All right,
I'm rooting for Bochy.
I am too.
I'm rooting to talk to you, man. You look clean today.
Thanks. I celebrated my birthday yesterday with myself and had a good time.
Thanks for inviting me. How many birthdays? We're about the same age, aren't we? You're a little younger.
I'm a lot younger, Greg. You're like 102. I'm 67.
There's Bob Melvin on the same.
No, I turned 57. I turned 57 yesterday.
Well, we're close.
We are close.
We're close.
I know.
What are you talking about?
I know you and I.
We're 4 downs apart. You act like you play the role of John Lund, where he's way younger than you.
I think
we're almost the same.
I did my first big league game with you. I believe
Team Italia.
Team Italia. I think we did Seattle. It was
we
Seattle.
Got swept there, didn't we?
It was the Mariners-Giants interleague play, and like today, I had no idea what I was doing then.
No, you were great.
All right.
Have a good show. You with Tommy today?
I am. I'm filling in for Copes. Tom's here. We're going to have fun for 4 hours, and we have nothing to talk about.
All right, man.
Great sports day. All right, Pops.
I'll celebrate your birthday with you belatedly. Let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll go to Gino's and Carlos. I'll talk to you later, buddy.
All right, man.
I'll see you.
Be good, Paul.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Short one today. Sorry. We're trying to maximize the voice. So you get what you get. FP Santangelo, Tom Tolbert with you. Copes is out. He's attending some family stuff, so he will be back, when he's ready to be back. I would assume shortly, but I don't know that. So FP and myself will get you through today. Sean Estes, Farhan Zaidi going to join us at 3:50. Sam Amick, Steve Kerr will join us at 5:30, and then Dante Whitner at some point. So a lot of stuff. We got football. We got Brock Purdy. We got Bob Melvin. We got the Warriors last night. So we got all kinds of stuff to get into. What's up, FP?
How you doing, Tom? I'm excited to do a show with you today. How you feeling, man?
Yeah.
The voice,
okay.
no bueno?
I'm feeling okay. Yeah, it's hanging in there. It's hanging in there. So, whatever. We'll get through it. I'm glad you're here. 4 hours. 4 hours alone would have been a tough slog with this voice. So, it happens sometimes at the beginning of every year because it's just I don't think my voice is used to 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours of yakking a day, and then I think. With a baby in the house, there's always always bugs going around. So, and usually I'm pretty immune to that, but I think the combination of the two kind of got me. So, whatever. We sally forth, as Ralph liked to say, and I mean, we got a lot of options here. Let's start with Bob Melvin. We'll get to the we'll get to the Warriors and the Suns. Good game last night. Wasn't aesthetically pleasing, but good game. Two good teams. We'll get to Brock Purdy, of course, and I don't know what to say about it. It's a concussion, and either he's going to be cleared or he's not. But I've always liked Bob Melvin. You played in a certain era. I grew up in a certain era watching baseball. He, to me, is what a manager is supposed to look like, how a manager is supposed to act. You get the feeling he's not afraid to let you know when things aren't being done to his liking. He's also new school enough to where he accepts the realities of baseball today, but he understands, and I think Steve does a great job of this too, Kerr, in that, analytics, I use them. They're just numbers. That's all they are. They're just stats. But you got to know what they mean. You got to know what they mean and how to use them. And that's, I think, when you get the best of both worlds. When a manager, embraces them, but isn't beholden to them. Doesn't look at a chart and say he's out of the game because it says here he's out of the game, or we let him get to 100 pitches, or we don't let him face a lefty because he's a lefty and he doesn't hit lefties, or he hasn't hit lefties, even though we don't know because we haven't let him bat against a lefty in 3 years. We're just kind of guessing that he's not batting good against. So I want a manager, a coach that uses it. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you use more info? The more info at your disposal, the better. You should use all the info you have at your disposal. It is your job as a manager to sift through it all, figure out what it means, and how to apply it to your team. And how to apply it to your team on a day-to-day basis. Not one size fits all, not let's use this for a month, or this is what we're going to do this year. No. How's the team feeling? How are guys playing? Some guys may be a little under the weather. Some guys may be hot. Some guys may hit better in a certain ballpark. Some guys may face guys a number of times and see the ball coming out of their hand better, even though the stats may say this matchup isn't great. It is because you've seen it. Or you're just watching the game, and you see the flow of the game. You see the swings the guy's getting off, the timing that he has. Or a pitcher, you see his location, the velocity, all that kind of stuff. That all plays in. And I think that's Bob Melvin. I think Bob is that guy that, he gets all that. Give me all the information because I need it. I want it. I want to be able to use it. Let me figure out what it means and how to apply it.
Yeah,
that's why I love that hire.
Yeah, Tom, and when that information meets with what you're seeing with your eyes, right? If you're on TV, you know this, or radio, and you have a point to make, and then you have a stat to back up your point, it always makes your point sink in a little bit more with the listeners or the viewers. And I think the same thing goes with analytics. If I want to make a move and all of a sudden I look down at my sheet and those things sync up, or I want to have a lineup, and those things sync up, now it's making me more confident in my decision-making process. But I think if you're too far on one end or too far on the other end, and you're not open to interpretation or real-time interpretation based on what your eyes are telling you and your experience is telling you, then you're doing a disservice to yourself and to the people in your dugout and to your fan base and to the organization. Like, now you got a guy that's been there and done it. And I think more importantly than all the stuff we're talking about is that the Giants are getting back to having somebody that's wore the orange and black and knows what it means to wear the orange and black, and hopefully hires coaches that have worn the orange and black. And no offense to the last coaching staff. They were some of the nicest people you'll ever meet in your life, and they were so accommodating to me whenever I talked to them on the trips and when I was hanging around the team. But now you have coaches that have won a World Series and been on a parade in Market Street. And maybe you have a coach that was part of the organization where you have a manager that was there for 3 years. And so if I'm on the back of the plane having beers with guys that have been in the trenches and have dirt in their cleats and have wore the orange and black and know what it's like to struggle on the biggest stage or been in the postseason. Now, if I'm a player and I'm having beers with that coach on the back of a plane, you know this better than anybody, Tom. Like, been there, done that. My ears are going to perk up a little bit more, and I might not just go like blank slate ADD when we're talking about launch angles, exit velocities, arm angles, spin rate, and just that, right?
Yeah. No, I don't think there's any doubt about it. Like, all that being said, I think we both really like the hire, really like Bob Melvin. I just think it fits. It all fits. I love the fact, too, that Melvin said, sitting in the opposite dugout, he'd find himself looking over at the Giants dugout thinking, God, maybe one day before I retire, I'll get a chance to manage that. That to me is kind of cool. Like, he's thinking of what it'd be kind of coming back to San Francisco, putting on the Giant uniform once again. That's pretty cool. I like that this means a lot to him. So that's really, really cool. But, and we'll talk to Farhan about this at 3:50. I mean, I don't care if you bring back Connie Mack himself. If this roster doesn't get an upgrade, I don't care who's in that dugout. I mean, thank you, Farhan. It's just not going to matter. I mean, they need an upgrade, period. I don't know how many of the young guys they're going to count on. Bailey's a given. We know that because he can catch, and Farhan has said that many times. And I'm sure Bob Melvin feels the exact same way. If you can catch and you can lead his staff, any hitting you give us is a bonus. But other than that, not really sure exactly what we're going to get with some of the younger guys. Is Luciano going to be a guy? They're going to give him every opportunity. Schmidt, is he going to be a guy? Matos, is he going to be a guy? I mean, I don't know about these guys. So we will see next year, but I know they're going after the pitcher from Japan. I know they're going after the outfielder from Korea. I'm sure they'll make a bid on Ohtani, but they need an upgrade. And I've said this all year long. When you platoon for your number 3 hitter, you have problems, period. Just by definition, there should be certain parts of the order where it's like, that's for you. Don't even need to look at it. Just come into the dugout, come to the clubhouse, and boom, you're in the lineup. They didn't have enough of those guys, if any of those guys, and that's got to change, period. Point blank, has to change. Don't care who's managing. If it doesn't change, it's not going to matter. So anyway.
No, I'm with you. Tyro Estrada batting second, playing second all season long. Just leave him right there, and we'll see what happens. All right, got a great show for you today. Sean Estes, Farhan Zaidi's coming on right around 3:50. Sam Amick around 4:30. Dante Whitner, Steve Kerr. We're going to talk some Warriors on the other side of the break. FP Santangelo filling in for Adam Copeland. I'm here with Tom Tolbert till 6 o'clock. I'm in the daytime. I'm a vampire. The sun's out. What am I doing? There's people here at the Sports Leader. We'll talk some Warriors on the other side of the break. You're listening to the Sports Leader.
Alameda. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Alameda's Sports Leader.
Bob Melvin, Bo Mel, was officially introduced today as the new manager of the Giants, and he joined Papa and Lund today to discuss his dream job becoming reality. Everything on Bob Melvin joining the Giants is available on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law SF Tax Team.com. Is there a life circumstance that's led you to tax issues? If there is, give Alex Kugelman a buzz. You know, sometimes life does get in the way. There are priorities. You got to take care of what you got to take care of. Family crisis pops up, and you just can't avoid what you have to do, and that will leave you short on the back end when it comes to your taxes. That's it happens. It happens to a lot of us. But you do have to take care of it. If you don't take care of it, the IRS isn't going away. They're going to be there, mailing you, knocking on your door, calling you. You don't want that. You want to get rid of that stress as quickly as possible. Nothing worse than waking up with stress and going to bed with stress. How do you get rid of that stress? Schedule a consultation with Alex Kugelman. He did my tax return. He's very knowledgeable, very personable. He knows what he's doing. I felt over-prepared. I was just doing regular taxes. I know this is what he does, and he will be able to help you. And if not, he'll tell you. Very honest assessment of what's going on with your tax problems, but I'd be very shocked if he wasn't able to help you, being that he does it all. So give him a buzz. Get that first step out of the way to putting your tax issues behind you and schedule a consultation with Alex by visiting sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com, or just Google Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tama Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Okay.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah, I thought he looked really comfortable tonight. I mean, obviously he didn't shoot it well, but the shots were there. The shots were good shots. 9 assists, 1 turnover. Like he controlled the game for much of the action, and we're one of the areas that we're really focused on to improve is our turnovers. We were last in the league last year, and Chris is going to help in that regard. Only 11 tonight, and we have to make sure we continue on that path. It's the turnovers, the fouls, and the rebounds. Those are the keys. We actually nailed 2 out of the 3, but the rebounding bit us tonight.
That's Steve Kerr talking about Chris Paul. FP Santangelo filling in for Adam Copeland alongside Tom Tolbert here till 6 p.m. tonight. So, Tom, Warriors,
Yes.
they lose
Yes.
first game, 108-104. Your thoughts on last night's game?
Good. I mean, it was a good game. Competitive. They were competing. They were getting after it defensively. Aesthetically, it wasn't very pleasing offensively. Nobody could shoot. Steph had some good, efficient numbers. Booker had some really good efficient. Booker's tough. Booker is really good. He's been in the league 9 years. It's like 26. I mean, it's like insane.
I didn't know he's
Like,
that good a passer. I was watching, I was doing the show last night, looking up, and every time I looked up, he was making a sweet pass.
He's good. He's really good. Like everybody's like, are they going to have a playmaker, a point guard? And I'm like, they got Booker. I mean, Booker can do that kind of stuff. He can handle it. He's just really good. The offensive rebounds killed them in the second half. Just wore them out. They couldn't keep Eubanks off the glass. They couldn't keep Okogie off the glass. Okogie had a hell of a game. I think he was like 7 for 9, 19 points. I think he had played really good defense, and I mean they didn't shoot the ball well. I mean neither did the Suns. They had some shots they're normally going to hit. The Warriors had a whole bunch of shots that I think they're normally going to hit. But it's funny because Chris Paul, you stick him on a new team, and oh, by the way, I think I speak for all Warrior fans except for the ones that were there last night. And not that I don't really care that much about this, but the CP3 chant too soon. Not first game. This guy was like the Warriors' mortal enemy for a decade plus, and they're chanting CP3. I'm like, too soon. Like, come on, literally give him a month at least. Like, make him like he earned his stripes in about a half of basketball. Like, oh, good, you're one of us now. We're good to go. I'm like, bro, are we gonna like vet him a little bit more? Maybe check him out a little bit. But he looked like Chris Paul. Like, that's what Chris Paul looks like. Controls the tempo, doesn't turn the ball over, gets into you, is feisty. I mean, that's who he is. He didn't shoot the ball well, but a lot of guys didn't shoot the ball well last night. Suns are going to be good. I mean, so we may have seen the 2 best teams in the Western Conference last night on TV, the Nuggets and the Suns. Excuse me, but the Warriors are going to be fine. They're going to be fine. Get Draymond back. They're going to shoot the ball a little bit better, but they didn't turn the ball over only 11 times. Although 5 of those were in the fourth quarter, and a couple of them were kind of egregious turnovers. The one Steph drove baseline, threw it right to Booker. That was an awful one. They had a couple more that were like not good. So to have 5 of them in crunch time when the game's close, that was tough. But again, I know in baseball and basketball, opening day is like a huge deal, and then you realize, like, damn, it's a long season.
Yeah,
we got a lot more of these to go. It feels like 2 or 3 games, but it's only 1 game. You lost 1 game. Now, here's the thing with the Warriors. I think 7 out of 9 on the road, 7 out of the next 9. So you would like to get the home ones and try to go 500 on the road, which they weren't even close to that last year. They were brutal. I mean, not brutal. They were beyond brutal. Brutal would sue for slander if you wrote that. They need to get just 500 on the road's fine, but you don't want to get yourself behind the 8 ball again this season. They found themselves doing that last year, and guys had to play a few more minutes, and Clay started playing back-to-backs at the end of the season, which I think is fine, but they had to press a little bit to try to get themselves decent positioning. But I think they're going to be fine. They didn't foul last night. They actually had more free throw attempts than the Suns Didn't see that much last year. Didn't turn the ball over a ton, only 11 times. Suns turned it over more. Didn't see that much last year. Excuse me. The offensive rebounds did hurt him, though, in the second half, particularly, I thought. And in the first half, too. But that really hurt him, the offensive rebounds. And look, that's something they're going to have to contend with all year long. They're not big.
They're small.
You know, Looney's the guy. And if Looney's not rebounding, I'm going to have to look at the stats again. I think Wiggins had 1 rebound. 1. I mean, can't happen. Wiggins wasn't good last night. He played defense. He was okay, but other than that, he wasn't very good. But I mean, you just can't. Everybody has to rebound. You can't expect Looney. I mean, Looney's an undersized center as it is.
That can't happen.
Thank you. You can't say, Looney, get all the rebounds. Like, no. How about everybody pitching in a little bit? Let me see. Wiggins, 1 rebound. Can't happen. Just can't. Clay had 7. That was awesome. I love it when he rebounds. That fires me up. Steph had 5. Paul had 6. Perfect. Kuminga got in there and got 6 in 20 minutes. Nice. Sarge, 7. So, everybody else was rebounding. I mean, you just need a little bit more from Wiggins because he can do that sort of thing. But again, 1 game, not that big a deal. That's a really good team they lost to. And they'll be better. So will the Suns.
So opening day in baseball is always such a big event, right? The planes fly over. Should be a national holiday, and it used to take us, I want to say, at least from a personal standpoint, like 2 or 3 weeks to get into a rhythm, to get into a groove, to get into the flow of, whatever, driving to the ballpark. Your routine before the game, I think, varies from year to year based on the team you're on. And then all of a sudden, I would say mid to late April maybe, you get into that routine early May. And for me, when the weather got warm in June is when I started to really feel the rhythm of a season. In basketball, Tom, how do you get into that groove? How long as a player does it take you to get into the rhythm of a new season after the first game?
I would say, I don't think you really know what a team's all about until January because you don't know what the rotations are going to be. Especially with a guy like Steve. Steve likes to tinker with the rotations, and because he knows I don't really need this thing to be a finely tuned machine until the end of the year. Now, that being said, you can't fall behind like you did last year. That was detrimental, no doubt about it. But I would say January. Again, mid-January, you start seeing what the personality of a team is. Are they an offensive team, a defensive team? What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? Stuff like that, I would say. I think the Warriors this year, they're not going to play super fast. They got to be efficient, though, and I think they can be, but they're gonna have to be. Defensively, I think they can be good. I don't know that they can be like top 5. I don't know if they're going to be top 5. Maybe they can be because Steph's better than people think defensively. Clay was good last night. Defensively, Wiggs was pretty good last night. Defensively, we don't need to talk about Draymond. We all know how good he is defensively. So I guess now that I think about it, Gary Payton, maybe they can be a top 5 team defensively, and that would certainly help. But they're just not big, and everyone has to say, look, we got to rebound, each and every one of us. We have to, because last year the bigger teams really hammered them on the glass, and it really hurt them. So if they put it this way, if they turn the ball over 11 times and win the free throw battle against the opposition, they're going to win a lot of games. I thought that was a great sign last night that they wanted to take care of both those things. They took care of both those things. You end up losing, but that was really good to see because I was tired of last year, every game, getting crushed at the free throw line and just throwing the ball away. And that didn't happen. And maybe the Chris Paul effect helps with both those things.
Well, a guy that has won a lot of games, 2,183 big league games, officially called it quits today. Dusty Baker retires. We're just getting the news right now. So wow. Dusty Baker's shutting it down. There was rumors that he was telling everybody that he was done as a manager. And there was always the inside baseball rumors about the analytics department with the Astros and Dusty kind of like button heads. But I don't know. And to your point, like I always thought that manager or a coach helped me get into a rhythm of the season, getting to know your new manager, getting to know your new coach. how they're going to play you, how they're going to use you, helped you, where you're going to fit in. And there was nobody better than Dusty Baker at that time. Like, he was so communicative. He would let you know when you're playing, when you're not playing, how's the wife, how's the kids. I mean, he was before his time in an era, Tom, when managers would walk right by you if you were 0 for your last 15. And, like, if you're not helping me win games, I don't want to even see you on the plane. When you walk by first class getting on the plane, the manager's usually in the first seat, and you just didn't even want to make eye contact with players if you weren't doing well or with your manager. And Dusty was the whole new school kind of embrace players and care about players before that was a thing.
Yeah.
And
I love that guy. He's so cool, and I'm so happy that he was able to come back and win a championship. That was like the one thing he hadn't accomplished in the game, and to be able to do that, win a championship as a manager. Of course, I think he has one as a Dodger. But that's just awesome. I remember meeting him, I think I want to say for the first time when he was managing, Trevor Wilson was a Giant at the time, and I was playing for the Warriors. And I think he was there. Was he there, or am I making stuff up? I think Dusty was there. I thought I met Dusty then. Maybe it wasn't. God, am I losing my mind?
No, Trevor played for Dusty.
Yeah, I thought he did. Yeah, because I knew Trevor. Trevor and I grew up together. So yeah, and I just thought he was like super cool. I remembered him with the Dodgers because I was a Dodger fan up until I was about 12, and had some sense knocked into me. And I go, "What am I doing? Rooting for the Dodgers, dummy." So then I stopped rooting for the Dodgers, but I believe he was still there when they won the World Series. It's a super cool guy, and you're always happy for good people when good things happen to good people. So two things happened today. One, we can all applaud Dusty Baker for getting that championship as a manager that he so richly deserves. And two, now everybody can go back to hating the Astros. So business as usual, everybody. Carry on.
Carry on. Well, what a great Hall of Fame career for Dusty Baker. 4 years in Houston, he went to 4 ALCSs and 2 World Series, and he won. I mean, you talk about what that organization went through. The only reason any of us slightly cared about the Houston Astros, just a tiny bit, was because of the man that was the manager, Dusty Baker. Like, I had trouble rooting for them last year because of all the crap they allegedly did, whatever, however you want to say it. And they're just like, well, Bake's got to get his ring, and Bake's getting his ring with a team that's cheated. And oh man, but what a perfect guy to clean up that mess and just go to Houston and figure things out. So
no doubt about it.
Happy for Dusty Baker.
Yep.
Got a tremendous show for you. You guys get the gas in the daytime, boy. I'll tell you what. Sean Estes coming on at 3:30. Farhan's coming on after Sean Estes. Sam Amick. We'll talk some football. We'll talk some basketball. Dante Whitner coming on. And then Steve Kerr, Tom's friend, Steve Kerr. I'm excited to just maybe ask one little question to Steve Kerr. I'm a huge fan, so I'll fanboy on that interview big time. FP Santangelo filling in for Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert alongside. And on the other side of the break, Tom, I want to get into the Bob Melvin thing. I mean, this is huge news today. We got Brock Purdy on concussion protocol. Yep. Giants name a new manager. We got all kinds of things to talk about. We're going to touch on the Giants next on The Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is kind of a surreal moment for me. You know, I grew up around here, as everybody knows, a absolute crazy Bay Area sports fan. You know, whether it was Cal and Stanford, whether it was the 49ers and the Raiders, whether it was the Giants and the A's, the Warriors, I was into it all. You know, I was walking over here today thinking, talk about full circle. You know, for me, this isn't even something as a kid you could even dream of, to be able to not only play here, manage here, go to Cal, manage the A's. It's not something you even dream about. So at some point in time, this will sink in. I guess putting the jersey on and in the hat is partly that way. But when I got up this morning, it just seemed like it was too crazy to even comprehend. To be back here and be in an area that to me is so important, and the Giants are so synonymous with the city. You know, it really is. San Francisco is the Giants are San Francisco. And I don't think anybody understands that more than I do.
Bob Melvin, the 39th manager of the San Francisco Giants. The Giants made it official today. They had the press conference over at the ballpark. I thought it was a feel-good press conference, man. And I've been banging this drum on the night show, Tom, talking about, you know, this is the biggest hire the Giants have had in a long, long time. And they need to get back to people that know what it means to wear the orange and black, people that have actually been there and done that, whether it's the manager, whether it's the coaching staff. And it's no offense against the last coaching staff. A lot of really great people were over there on the corner of 3rd and King that really cared about the players and cared about winning. They did. But there's just something that hits different when you have people that have been there and done that in this uniform, that know the history of the franchise and know how that pertains to the future and how can use that to propel you into the future. Like, you don't want to live in the past, right? You don't want to just be stuck in 10, 12, and 14. But there's certain people that have done certain things in this organization, and the history of it, I felt like, needs to be embraced more. And I guess it's probably a silly analogy, but like, you know, like when you have these fabricated parts of a community or a city that you know, they pop up and there's new condos and new apartments and everybody wants to be a part of the new thing. But then there's the old part of town with the history. And I think we're getting back to like the good old part of town, whatever that is. And that's not to knock anybody that was here before, but I just think it's so important that now maybe you hire a Pat Burrell or a Ryan Vogelsong or, you know, Stephen Vogt. Like, who knows where the staff goes from here. But it just feels good that the organization is getting back to its grassroots. And as a player, Tom, I said this a lot, like whoever they sign, I want them to want to be Giants first and foremost, not just play for the San Francisco Giants, but they want to be a Giant. I think that's, if I was recruiting somebody or was going after a free agent, the first thing, if I was Bob Melvin, I would ask him, like, do you want to be a San Francisco Giant? And then we'll get to the contract and the money stuff second.
You know what? I never really felt that way. I remember I was talking to some Wildcats before they hired Tommy Lloyd, and I know a lot of them wanted to get, you know, a fellow Wildcat, whether it's Stoudemire or somebody else, to come back and coach the Cats. And I said, just get the best guy. Get the best guy. So I'm not huge on the whole sentimentality of it all. If that was the case, they would have never hired Bochy. But I do like it. Like, if that's part of it, then I think that's cool. But it can't be like number 1, 2, or 3. It's got to just be baked in there somewhere. And if it happens to work out that way, then it's great. Like, I'm not fired up about the Bob Melvin hire because, you know, he grew up here. He's a fan of the teams here. He played here, all that. I'm fired up because I think he's a really good manager. And then when you bake that in, then I think it becomes cool. Like, when it's in the mix somewhere, I'm down with it. But I just want somebody who knows what the hell they're doing. and I think he knows what the hell he's doing. And I think it will be, again, he's different than a lot of guys that are managers now, where he is going to, you know, there may be some pushback on the front office a little bit. It's not just going to be go along, get along. What do you need me to do? Because a lot of those guys, it's their first job. And let's be honest, a lot of them wouldn't be managers if it wasn't for the, hey, this is a plan, this is what we want to do, you need to go along with it. All right, cool. Because if not for that, then I wouldn't be managing. So I'll do it. He'd need to do that. I mean, he people know who he is. I mean, he has a rep in this game, and it's a very, very good one. So I like it from that standpoint. And yes, the fact that he was a Giant and grew up here, went to Cal, all that's super cool. Like, I love it. But for me, it can't be the number one thing. But I just feel like it is. It's just a really solid hire. It's exactly what they needed. I don't know that anybody's gonna quarrel with this one. I don't know that anybody could say anything bad about this one. I mean, yeah, you could say, oh yeah, well, look all the talent he had last year in San Diego. What happened there? If he can't win with that team, how's he going to win with this team? Well, he won with some A's teams that were a lot less talented than that Padre team. And trust me, it's not about talent. It's not only about talent. There's got to be chemistry that goes with it too. How do people fit together in the clubhouse? How do they fit together on the field? Are they all pulling in the same direction? Do they all want the same things? Do they want different things? I mean, that's a real thing that managers have to contend with. And then when you're battling, your general manager down there, AJ Preller, and that becomes a thing, then it's hard to succeed because players do feel that sort of thing. So I'm excited about watching him next year, but I would like some different players, and I like those players. I like them all. I hate saying this over and over again. I like the Giants players. I just think some of them are asked to do maybe more than they're capable of doing. Like they need to be. It's like a reliever that you keep pitching in the 9th inning, and he's really an 8th inning guy, or an 8th inning guy who really is a 7th inning guy. Like if everybody has their roles on that team, I think it could be a really good team. But you need some workhorses. You need some guys that are going to carry the load a little bit, and they just don't have that. So I think this offseason, I think I've been saying this for like 3 years now, it's a massive offseason for the Giants. In fact, I'm going to paste that and just say it just push a button every year because it feels like that's the case. But God dang it, I mean, not like they don't have money. Go out there and overpay somebody. Just like say, screw it. Screw you, computer. Suck it. We're paying this guy more than he's worth. Bite me.
See, but I just think it's been just a little sterile around here the last few years. And so if I'm a little sentimental and Italian here and my emotions are taken over, that as Giants fans, we want to fall in love with our manager. We want to fall in love with the players again.
Cool.
And
Yeah.
I don't want to drive 2 hours from Sacramento and see my favorite player get pinch hit for in the 4th inning. And now all of a sudden you got a guy that has instant credibility to the organization, 3-time manager of the year. And now if I'm a player, I want to play for that guy. And what is a player's manager? And in baseball, Tom, and you know him probably in basketball, like you can count straight shooters on one hand. Like there's something powerful about the sport and the position, whether you're a front office guy or you're a manager, that I guess it's hard. So you're less than honest with people because you're trying to please so many people at once, whether it's the fan base, whether it's your players, whether it's the front office, whether it's the media. And a lot of times you get lost along the way on who you are as a skipper. And I've seen some really good bench coaches, some really good coaches turn into the head guy, and all of a sudden their persona changes and their demeanor changes and their identity changes. And I think the guys like Bob Melvin, they can be true to themselves and be authentic, still be a good manager and be a guy that you want to play for. And I could probably count 5 managers in the history of baseball that you've never heard a bad thing about, whether it's Bobby Cox or Dusty Baker or Bob Melvin. Like, you can never please 25, 26 guys. There's always going to be a guy that, like, he's a jerk. I can't stand him. It's impossible. But the guys that succeed, and I don't know in your instances, are the guys that are true to themselves and they don't get caught up in it. They don't get caught up in the fame or the cameras or their sound bites or what they're saying to the media or how they're presenting themselves to the players or to the front office or to the fan base. And they're just themselves. They're super true to who they are. And everything you hear about Bob Melvin, I don't know him. I'd love to sit here and tell you, I love Bob. He's the greatest guy in the world. And I'm sure I'll feel that after I get to meet him and know him and hopefully be around him a lot next year. But like right now, this is awesome for the organization. And for me, it is from the sentimental standpoint. Like it is from, we're getting back to Giants and Giants baseball and what is Giants baseball. And if the names that I'm hearing, and maybe we'll ask Farhan about it, like the names that we're hearing might be in the uniform next year. This is all trending in the right direction for me. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think there are going to be a lot of people, Giant fans, that are going to have a negative thing to say about this. But, again, check out free agency. They'll have negative things to say in about 2 months if they don't sign anybody. I guarantee you that. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But I think what he has is he has the respect of people. He has the respect of players. I mean, Burnsy played for him. He speaks super highly of him. You could just see it in him, like the way he handles himself, and he's probably a no BS type guy with some new school in him. Like, you can't be totally old school. Like, Earl Weaver could never manage a day. I mean, good God, could you imagine that? Like Earl Weaver, Lupinella, just like crushing their players, jumping down their throats, and going to get in the man. It'd be fun, but it's never going to happen. So that's the most important thing, is just the respect of your players, and you don't got to like them. I mean, I thought Nelly was a great coach. I love playing for Nelly, but there were times where he was like a massive a-hole. I was like, really? You're gonna get that's the route you're going here? But I knew he put in the work, and I knew he put us in good positions to succeed. I knew he knew what the hell he was doing. I knew he cared about it too. And I same thing with Bob Melvin. I think if you talk to players, most of them will tell you that they just, whether they like him or not, and from what I hear, most of them like him, but they respect him. They know he knows what he's doing, and ultimately that's what players want. Can you put me and the team in a position to succeed? Because if you can, that's going to be money for everybody. Because let's not forget, this is a job, and everybody wants to make as much money as possible in a short amount of time. They got to know you know what you're doing. They got to know they can trust you when they say move over here or do this or look for this, or they know you put in the time and the effort, and what you're telling them is more than likely going to be true. So that and I think he has that. So when a coach or manager does that, that's when you respect him. Like, this guy really wants to win. He puts in the time, because managers and coaches that feel that way, it's a lot of time. I thought I wanted to coach at some point, and I was like, oh, damn, hell no. I don't think I want to do that. Because these guys put in, the good ones. The bad ones don't. They just kind of show up. Like players. They don't put in the time, and then when they tell you something, you're like, what? What are you talking about? That ain't right. We can't even know. And then you lose it right away. I think he has the respect of the players, and that'll be huge.
Am I going to get 4 at-bats in the same game would be the first question I would ask him if I'm a free agent. moving forward. This show is like stacked. We got Sean Estes coming up, Farhan's coming up, Sam Amick, Dante Whitner, Steve Kerr. I'm on the afternoon show filling in for Adam Copeland with Tom Tolbert. This is so much fun. We got 2 jocks talking about sports till 6 o'clock. We're going to open the phone lines on the other side of the break. 808 KNBR, your thoughts on Bob Melvin, where the organization's heading. Are you fired up about him as your skipper? Your call's next on The Sports Leader. The Warriors open their season with a loss to KD and the Phoenix Suns, 108-104. That story more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You know, in Oakland, we were a little bit more, reliant on the players from the system. So there might not have been as much recruiting then. And, in San Diego, there was a lot of that. Look, whatever I can do to help that, hopefully respect around the league, my time in baseball adds to that. So if I can help in any fashion, that'd be great. And it would make me feel, even more part of the job here. So we'll see where that goes. And I'm willing to help out in any fashion that I can.
MP Santangelo filled in for Adam Copeland. It sounds like Copes will be back tomorrow. Tom Tolbert alongside Bob Melvin talking about the local ties. And I don't know, I'm a sucker for this. I really am. And maybe it's because I'm a Northern California kid and I grew up going to A's games. I grew up going to Giants games. I went to Cal Berkeley for a couple of years, so I consider myself half Golden Bear.
Hold on, how'd you get into Cal Berkeley?
I cheated on the SAT, Tom.
Okay.
And
God, I knew something was up.
No, and then some guy named Jeff Kent took my job at shortstop, so then I transferred. But then, and playing for the A's and playing for the Giants and broadcasting for both teams, I get this. I totally get it. Resonates with me maybe more than others because one of the things I'm most proud of is playing for both teams on each side of the bay. And as a kid, if you'd have told me, 12-year-old me in 6th grade, that I would have played for the Giants and the A's when I used to go to their games. So I get what Bob Melvin's going through on a smaller extent today. And I'm just a sucker for this. I think it's going to help when he recruits players. I think if somebody calls the Giants now, the first question would have been if Gabe was a manager, is how much am I going to play? Are you going to tell me I'm a starting pitcher and then I'm going to be an opener? Or you tell me I'm going to be a starting pitcher and then I'm the feature guy? Are you telling me I'm going to be an everyday guy and sign me to a $45 million contract and I hit a home run, you're going to pinch hit for me the next at-bat? So I think it was going to hurt the Giants in the free agent market based on how they went about it and how sterile it's been. And it's just been math and matchups and trying to get the edge any way you can. And now you have a local guy that's a manager. And maybe I am too sentimental in this, but it resonates with me. And I think it's going to help them, Tom, when they try to recruit free agents this year.
Hey, I'm still asking those questions.
Oh,
they might not be my first question anymore, but I'm still asking them. I'm like, oh yeah, just before I leave, how does the whole matchup thing work? What do we see here? So no, I think this does help him. Apparently, I read this in a story that he had a great relationship with Ichiro when he was up there for a year. Had a good relationship with Darvish, so. Maybe that will help him. I can't remember the name of the pitcher, the Japanese pitcher who's going to get posted, who's supposedly incredible. He's 25, and I can't remember the name of the Korean outfielder who's supposed to be really good too. So, whatever you got to do, wherever you got to go to get him, just get him. But it would be nice to have, with Webb, you got a frontline starter, and to have one more frontline starter. Would be nice. And then maybe Harrison becomes that third guy. And if you have that, then you start feeling pretty good about it. But no, I'm with you. I don't dislike it. it's a little further down the list for me. But yeah, it's going to resonate a little bit more with you. You played here. You grew up here. You were a fan growing up, so it's different. It'd be like if I actually played for the Lakers. I did play for the Clippers, but that wouldn't resonate at all. Zero. Nothing they would do would go, yeah, I remember I played that. It's so special to me. It's a Clipper. Oh, yeah, it's great. No. But no, I can see that. That's obvious that it means something to you, too. So I just, again, I think Giant fans probably are going to really, really, really like it until the season starts. Then, it's all about wins and losses at that point.
Yeah, and I think all this is resonating with me too, Tom.
Somebody said Yamamoto on the YouTube thread.
I got it right here.
Okay, yeah.
It is Yamamoto.
Got it. Okay.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Okay.
Yes, and he throws 1 billion miles an hour, 25 years old. We'll see what happens with that. But yeah, when you're talking about what's going on right now, it's just, I don't know. It's all good. What do you think about the Farhan extension announcement by Greg Johnson today?
I think it made sense.
Right?
It made sense to sync them up. It didn't make much sense to me to have Melvin come in here and sign a 3-year deal and then who knows what's going to happen with Farhan a year later, and you have somebody come in here that didn't hire Melvin. So it sounded like in reading the story, I don't know if his bag story, whose story it was, but it sounded like that was kind of like Melvin said it during the press conference, that if they didn't give him an extension, he would have just kept his 1-year deal and then worked from there. So this works out better for everybody. I know a lot of people are down on Farhan, and I don't blame them. I still think, I still believe in him. Like, I still believe smart people end up figuring it out eventually. Sometimes you got to get out of your own way a little bit, and sometimes you got to look at yourself in the mirror and say, you know what? This isn't working, and we need to go a different direction. Even though I do believe eventually what I do works, but it's not, and we got to kind of figure this thing out. I do believe I do, and I could be wrong, but I do believe he's smart enough to figure this out and realize that what they've been doing the last few years just isn't working. That they caught lightning in a bottle 1 year, period. That's all it was. That wasn't the 1-year contracts. That wasn't signing guys off the scrap heap. That wasn't, being magicians and saying, wow, look at what we can do. It was a magic carpet ride. It was 3 veterans who played better than they had played in a long time, and then pulling the lever and the lever working like every time. It was like they were on Let's Make a Deal, and they went with box number 3, and it was like a trip to the moon like another trip to the moon. This is incredible. Like we did it again. Like literally every button they pushed was the right button. It was incredible that year. Bring up Duggar for a week. He hit like 2 triples and drive in 3 runs, and one of them be a game winner. Like everyone contributed. The bullpen was incredible. Just everything worked. And I think that gave them a false sense of security a little bit, gave them a little bit of a security blanket, and it was quickly taken away because it became very apparent early on that wasn't a building block. Like the 107 was a mirage. I think everybody knew that, but people expected, they can settle down at 90. They're still a good team. They're not going to win 107. Well, that was dispelled too. Like they weren't even close to that. It was one of those years. And you got to kind of reset. Like, okay, look, that worked, but that wasn't the norm. We got to figure out how to blend what we do and what Melvin likes to do. And I do believe Farhan is smart enough to figure that out. I do. Again, could be wrong, but I do believe.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. A building block is losing 100 games. The Rangers lost 102 in 2021, and the D-backs lost 110 games in 2021. They're in the World Series now.
I know.
That's more of a building block, it would appear, than winning 107 games. Let's go to the
figure,
phones.
huh?
We got Taylor and Hayward around the Hayward Bridge. Taylor, you're on KNBR. What's going on, man?
Not too much. How you guys doing?
Wonderful.
Yeah, what I'm most happy about Melvin is that he is not going to sit there like Kapler and just talk to you and try to beat around the bush and with all these $5 words, and you're thinking to yourself, yeah, okay, but how does that make the team better? Where Melvin, I think, is just going to give it to you like how it is, and that's what I want in a manager, and that's what I like.
Yeah, I think a lot of Gabe's sound bites were more concerned with sounding smart than actually telling fans stuff. And I don't think you're going to get shirtless pictures of Bob Melvin on Instagram anytime soon. So, I mean, here's the thing, Taylor, and Tom will tell you this. Like we had our time as players, and players nowadays are smarter than ever. They're more in touch than ever. They're more in tune with what's going on more than ever. And players will tell you left and right, when a manager gets more attention than them or they're a top step guy, they're not fans of that because it's our time to shine right now. You had your chance. And I think with a Bruce Bochy or a Bob Melvin, they realize the importance of, hey, it's your time now as a player. You go do your thing. I'm going to do everything I can to put you in a situation to succeed, but I don't need the attention. And I think that's the biggest difference you're going to see between Gabe and Bob. And that's not a knock on Gabe. Gabe was always nice to me. Did I like his managerial strategies and the way he went about it? Probably not, because I'm more of an old school guy, but he wasn't a bad dude. He wasn't a bad person. He was always accommodating to us in the media. But I don't know, Tom, did you ever play for a coach that was like, hey, look at me on the sidelines versus a coach that was about you?
No.
I don't think you did.
I played for a coach who wore fish shoes or fish ties and tennis shoes on the sidelines. No, it was just like, it was a different era. I mean, yeah, I don't think Nelly was doing burger reviews during his time. He ate a lot of burgers. He wasn't doing reviews, though. So it's different, man. The whole era is completely different. And again, Gabe had his style. It was a style. I think what Yaz said kind of resonated, that somewhere along the way this year, people started kind of doing their own thing. And it stopped being everybody kind of pulling for everybody and everybody kind of getting their own deal going on. And I think Gabe's probably a much better manager for a team when things are going well than when they're not going well. Because I don't think he's not confrontational. And that's fine. He said as much. He just did not like it, that type of managerial style when he was a player. So he wasn't going to be that way as a manager. But sometimes you got to be uncomfortable in the clubhouse. You got to be uncomfortable in the locker room. You can't just walk in there and feel like, oh, everything's good, man. We lost 5 in a row, but we're good. Coach is fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. No, you got to have somebody that you feel like a little bit on edge when you're around them if you're losing. Because you have to. I always make the analogy. Do you want a best friend dad or do you want a dad? I want a dad. The best friend dad is to me, it's the worst dad. He'll go out and get you oh, you guys want some beer? Oh, you're only 17, but yeah, I'll get you some beer. Oh, and everybody loves that dad. That dad is awesome. Everybody loves him until you're about 30 and you're yeah, that probably didn't teach us much, did it? That wasn't good. You don't like the dad that says, hell no. Wait till you get 21. Buy your own beer. I'm not going to go get you beer. I'm not going to hang out.
Dad.
I'm not going to hang out with you. No, I'm your dad.
Dude, my son and I have had this talk a million times. Yeah. He's 28 years old, and I said, we don't go drinking out in the city together because nothing but bad things can happen, and I'm your dad, I'm not your friend, and we have to separate that line. If there's an event and I want to bring you to it, like a Giants game, great. Yeah. But every time we've gone to North Beach and had a couple of drinks, it ends poorly because I don't want to be I want to be the dad, not the cool dad. Yeah, even though I am the cool dad, but there's that blurry line, right? That you have to draw that line of I'm your dad. And we've had some deep discussions about it, too.
Yeah. No, and I think Melvin's that type of guy because he came from that type of era. Right? He's not going to be an ass, but he's not going to be hey, we're just buddy. And again, I don't think that wasn't Gabe's style because they didn't like that as a player and he wasn't comfortable with it. If either you are or you aren't. But the coaches I played for that were like that, Lute was like that, Nelly was like that, and those were the best. Those were the 2 best coaches that I played for. Some of the other guys that you didn't have a little. Fear is probably not the right word.
Respect.
Respect. But there's also a little bit of fear in there. Oh God, we lost 2 in a row. This guy's not going to be thrilled. Lou would get up in your face, didn't curse, but he'd get after you. Nelly would curse, of course, but he'd get up in your face too. You got to have that. You don't want to hear it sometimes, but you need to hear it. And you're happy at the end of the day, or maybe at the end of the month. Maybe you're not even happy that day, but just tell me how it is. Tell me how it is. Tell me what I need to do. If you're not happy with me, don't sugarcoat it. Just give it to me. And I think Melvin could be that type of guy.
I think accountability, too, is a big word.
True.
You can't just be on your own program, do whatever you want. There has to be consequences if you don't run a ball out, if you're not hustling, if you're not playing hard, you're not diving for a loose ball, and you're just going through the motions. There has to be accountability, and I think the Giants found that in Bob Melvin. We got to talk about Brock Purdy on the other side of the break.
Okay.
This is the other huge news story of the day. He's in concussion protocol, and it looks like he's not going to play Sunday. We were trying to do the homework and figure out what play it was, so we're going to talk about Brock Purdy and what's going on with the 49ers. You're listening to FP Santangelo, Tom Tolbert. Adam Copeland out today. Sounds like he'll be back tomorrow, but in the meantime, we'll talk some Niners on the other side of the break. You're listening to The Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
Kyle Shanahan told reporters today that Brock Purdy is in the NFL concussion protocol. That story more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Started getting symptoms on the plane. So we found that out when we landed. We were all pretty asleep, but then he got all checked up today or yesterday, and now he's in the protocol.
Does he have enough time to clear protocol in order to be available for the game on Sunday?
Oh yeah, he does have enough time. Just got to go through the process.
When you watch the film, where do you think he hurt himself? Quarterback sneaks, maybe?
Possibly. We don't know for sure because he didn't start getting until the plane, so I don't know exactly, but I'd probably guess that.
Can you tell at all, I guess, when you're coaching on the sidelines, relaying in calls, whether you kind of sense anything like that? I know that you have an independent neurologist who's supposed to be looking for that, but as a coach, do you?
No, because I don't get to talk to him when I'm calling plays in, but he on the sidelines a couple of those series. Nothing with Grease hearing it, and I know after the game he talked to you guys and Corey, so it's kind of a surprise when I woke up on the plane.
Is there anything on film you saw that would suggest he wasn't himself in retrospect?
Not really.
I don't know, maybe that one pass that he threw to nobody in the fourth quarter. We watched the quarterback sneak where there was like helmet-to-helmet contact. And then one play with like 12 minutes left in the third quarter when he spun out of the blitz and they called it a fumble initially and he did a little sidearm as he was going down. He did the whiplash thing. And there is such a thing as a whiplash concussion where your head bobs so hard. You don't have to hit the ground, but what happens is your brain hits your skull and then that bruises your brain. So you don't necessarily, concussions aren't always contact concussions. And I've been big on this, Tom, because I've had a bunch of them, and I'm super sensitive to it when I see it. I think it's what's going on in baseball and football right now with concussion protocol is a great thing because we used to just like when we grew up, it was like, oh, you got your bell rung, and you just went back out there and you played. And I remember games that I don't remember in high school football. I don't remember complete games that I played in. There was some fall ball games at Sacramento City Junior College where I didn't remember the whole game I played in because I ran into a first baseman from Laney College. And my head hit his leg at first base because he jumped up for a ball. So this is all super sensitive to me. And it's just, the concussion protocol is a good thing. It says here, Tom, that he has enough time to clear and be able to go against the Bengals. It'd be the first time this season the Niners had to play or suffer from concussion 1 week and play the next. Guard John Feliciano did it in week 4 and 5, returning to step in for an injured Aaron Banks. So I guess that's the last guy to do it, John Feliciano. Is he related to Jose? I'm not sure, but when you're talking about Brock Purdy, I don't think you can be too safe here, Tom, is my long-winded point with this kid and him being the future of your franchise. I know you got a great backup in Sam Darnold, but your thoughts? What do you think they should do with Brock Purdy? And I don't know. This is more serious than I think it seems.
Well, look, this one's out of their hands. He's cleared. He plays. If he's not, he doesn't. That's what the concussion protocol is there for. If you clear the concussion protocol, you're good to go. You can play. And if you don't, you don't. And to me, it's that simple. This isn't a should they let him play or what should they do with him. It's can you play? Yes. Then play. Can you not play? I cannot. Then don't. That's what the doctors are there for. So coaches don't have to make decisions. So players don't have to make decisions. So players don't go, I'm good. Put me in. It just, tap me on the inner part of my thigh 3 times, and I'll tell you what number you're holding up just so I can get my ass back in the game. Or a coach going, you good? Yep. Okay, get back in. Coach is like, I have no idea good or not, but he said he was good.
Yeah,
so
what city are you in? Oh, close enough.
Exactly. What city you in? Hot Dog. Good. Get in there. There's got to be a city named Hot Dog somewhere. So, no, it's simple to me. Hey, should they give him an extra week's rest? Should they be careful? No, the doctors are there to be careful with him. The doctors are there to make sure he's ready to go. That's why they are there. So, yeah, this one isn't even a decision to make. It's up to the doctor. Doctor says he's cleared, he plays. Doctor says he's not clear, he doesn't play. And you got somebody like Sam Darnold. You got a veteran backup there who, we all know. We don't need to go over who Sam Darnold has been since he's been in the league. But he's a veteran, and so that makes you feel better if you're Kyle Shanahan. So we'll just wait and see. But I don't even know if there's anything to discuss. It's just when he's ready, he plays, and until then, he doesn't.
Is there any chance he gets Wally pipped on Sunday if he doesn't play?
No. It's not going to happen.
No chance Sam Darnold throws for 400 yards and 5 TDs?
No, I'm pretty sure Lou Gehrig in his first 3 years in the league wasn't like a middling first baseman, and then all of a sudden, and then came in and took over and then said, "Hey, you're a guy now. Go ahead and play and get her done." So no, Brock Purdy ain't going anywhere for the time being.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, coming up on the other side of the break.
No, not we'll see. He's not getting replaced.
We'll see. It's just shaping up like Wally Pipp to me. I don't know. I'm just spewing nonsense on the radio like I do every single night, but I'm doing it during the day now, and it's far more significant. On the other side of the break, Sean Estes is the bestest. Former Giant left-hander is going to join us to talk about Bob Melvin, all things Giants on the UMA guest line. We can't wait to catch up with Sean Estes on the other side of the break. FP Santangelo in for Adam Copeland. Copes will be back tomorrow. Everything will be back to normal. Tom Tolbert as usual. We'll talk to Sean Estes next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
All right, we are efforting Sean Estes right now. We'll get him on the phone on the UMA guest line here in a second. Let's go to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And I want to ask Tom this, too. The 480 chiming in, why did it take 3 days to figure out Brock has a concussion?
Well, I mean, sometimes concussions pop up right when you do it, or a day after you do it, or 8 hours after you do it. Like, you can have a concussion, but the symptoms, like, it's not you broke your leg. The symptoms pretty clear. You broke your leg. It's going to hurt like hell. You're going to know what's wrong with your leg immediately. That's the scariest thing. The brain. And that's why they're trying to be so careful with concussions, because it's the brain. We don't know enough about the brain, and it's not like the leg or the arm, where somebody runs a car into your leg. It's like, God damn, that hurt. My leg's broken. How do you know? I got a bone sticking out. That's how I know. And it hurts like hell. Thank you. You get a concussion. You may not know it. You may know it, but you may not.
My brain's sticking out.
My brain's sticking out.
Coming
I'm
out
dead.
Of my eyes.
Good night. I'm dead. So, I mean, look at Brandon Belt a few years ago when he had the concussion. He had the concussion, came back and played. Symptoms came back. Came back and played. Symptoms came back. Like, it just, you had them. I mean, I've never had them, so I don't think I've had them. I mean, maybe I have when I was younger, which would explain something, but you don't know, so you got to be so careful with because we still don't know as much. I mean, think about the brain. I mean, the brain's like god dang outer space in there. Like, I don't know if they're ever going to know everything they need to know about the brain. So, yeah, it's not like anything else is what I could tell you. It's not you get a concussion, you have immediate symptoms right away. Doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, I was 14 years old playing a pickup football game at a park, and somebody threw me down as the quarterback, and my head hit the grass, and that's all I remember. My mom found me walking down the street, didn't know where I lived. She said, "I'm your mom, get in the car." And I said, "You're not my mom." And the next thing, this is just all stories. I still don't remember. And I woke up in the hospital the next day. I told the nurse I was 2 years younger than I was. I called her. I called her a B right in front of my mom. Like, and I never even used that word at 12 years old or 13, whatever I was. And then, like I told you, there was a couple of games in high school football that I don't remember. There's a couple of baseball games that I don't remember. And it's just like, back then it was you got your bell rung. And then I've done CT scans and brain scans where I guess my brain's abnormally close to my skull. So if I just get dinged a little bit on my head, it's a concussion immediately. And, I'm glad that we're sensitive to it now, at least. Because like you said, Tom, it's your brain. Yeah. And I wonder all the time, like, if I'm going to lose it someday, or is it all going to catch up to me someday, or why am I grouchy today for absolutely no reason? And you start to think about like the ramifications of it. And when you're in your 20s or in your teens, you're not thinking about that. You're just thinking about, whoa, that was kind of trippy. I forgot yesterday. And then you're nauseous and queasy, and you sleep a lot for a week. And I'm sure those effects hit Brock Purdy on the plane, where maybe the altitude and the cabin pressure had something to exacerbate the symptoms, and then all of a sudden you're just like, whoa, I'm feeling trippy right now. Like, this plane ride is a trip. And you're just like, you say things and you act in a way that just, it's foggy and it's almost real, but it's not real. It's kind of real. And you have a headache, and it's a pounding headache, and you're nauseous and you're queasy. And it seems like, whoa, that's Nick Bosa sitting next to me. Like, he's a really good player. And it's just like, it's like you're out of body in a dream sequence, so to speak. It's hard to explain. People in their cars right now, listening, streaming, whatever, on YouTube, if you've had a concussion, you know this feeling. And it ain't fun at all in any way, shape, or form.
They're like, dude, you sure you aren't talking about psilocybin?
Dude, I don't. What's psilocybin?
Mushrooms.
Oh yeah, I'm down for a little tiny microdose every now and then. Why not?
I'm not down for mushrooms at all.
I don't do anything. I don't do the gummies. I don't do that. But I have dabbled in that, and it's not. It's kind of fun at times.
Yeah, I've never done it. Yeah. But look, that's why they have spotters at games. that are supposed to alert officials when something looks off with somebody.
Well, how did they miss that helmet-to-helmet, Tom, on the quarterback sneak? That's violent. If you go on Twitter right now and you look at the play, they're saying he got a concussion. It's like, boom, helmet, boom. Like he got smoked.
Yeah, I don't know what they look for. I think they look mostly for when you get up, do you look stable? And if you do, then, you're good to go. And I'm not saying they catch everything. I doubt they do. But they're supposed to catch the stuff where if you look a little goofy when you're walking, it's like, well, wait a minute, that didn't look right. They get that guy off the field and go get him tested right now. Again, that could be a quarter later where it hits you. So again, I trust. Maybe I shouldn't.
No, I don't think you should.
I trust that the doctors will be, because look, they've already had lawsuits. They don't want more lawsuits. So I think they're going to err on the side of caution with the players. And it's a good thing that it's not team doctors anymore, because that never made sense to me. Because the team doctors get pressure from the team. Do you want to keep employment here? And, for doctors back in the day, being affiliated with a team was huge for them. More people wanted to come see them, more money, more prestige, all that stuff. So it's like, well, if you want to continue being the doctor of this team, you're going to get that dude back on the field. So you had incentive to push someone back onto the field before they were actually ready to be back onto the field. Now, it's got to be independent. It's got to be independent when it comes to the brain. Because, again, the player can't even say, oh, it hurts, because it's your brain. It's not your leg. So this has to be independent. And could there be some chicanery going on with that? I guess, probably. I wouldn't be completely shocked. But I'd like to think independent doctors will let a team know and let the player know and be on the up and up. Like, look, you're good to go. You passed protocol, you're good to go. Or, no, you're not. No matter how you feel. No, I feel great. Doesn't matter. Didn't pass the test. So, again, for me, it's simple. Pass, play, don't. That's it.
Yeah, I hear you. McCaffrey got smoked. I think it was either the Dallas game or the Cleveland game where he had two helmets hit him at the same time, and he had like the little alligator arms for like a 1,001, and you saw him when he was down. And if I'm seeing that at home, like, where was the spotters on that one? He just got up. He didn't wobble, to your point, Tom. He didn't wobble going back to the huddle. But I saw that at home, and I'm like, oh, that was helmet to helmet. He had like the two arms for 2 seconds, and then he got up and went back to the huddle. And I thought he was going to get concussion protocol, and nothing ever happened to them. So I don't know that I'm confident in the doctors. I didn't mean to say that about what you were saying, but I don't know if I'm confident in the spotters right now.
Yeah, I mean, they might not catch everything. I don't know how many of them there are. I don't know if they're looking. I mean, I would always have somebody watching the TV, just watch the game, and then have other people on the sidelines that are looking for people. But, yeah, I mean, you're going to miss something, and you can't expect the coaches to see it. I mean, the coaches are doing so much stuff that you can't expect them to focus on one player and how each player is getting up after a hit. So, I mean, look, it's come a long ways. Is it perfect? Of course not. I don't know that it's ever going to be perfect, but it's better than what it used to be when they were covering stuff up and saying, no, you're good. You're good. You can go play. Have a cigarette while you're at it, too. We'll be like, I mean, it was like the big tobacco of sports. Go play. You're good. And then after you get done playing, you're not good.
Yeah.
You're not good at all. Well, at least I have pension insurance. Well, not as much as you thought. Oh, really? You got to pay for my medical? Well, some of it, yeah. You're going to have to. So, yeah, I mean, it's much better than it used to be, as it should be. I still can't believe the NFL pension doesn't take care of all medical for every player that ever played in the NFL. As much money as that damn sport makes, how you don't take care of everybody that ever played in the NFL when it comes to medical needs, I'm like flabbergasted. It's like no one should have to pay for their own medical after playing in the NFL. Like, let's say 3 years. Okay, that's fine. But everyone after that should be like, you pay nothing, zero, put your body on the line for that damn league and don't get guaranteed contracts. You would think that's the least they could do is get everyone's medical taken care of. But
the least.
Rich people don't become rich and stay rich by accident. They can save their money with the best of them.
The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, the 510 chiming in. I was in the ICU for 10 days. This is after being hit by a car going about 35 miles an hour. I had no helmet on, and I don't remember those 10 days at all. Was it a cruise car? Just like, I'm just kidding.
Wow. Whoa.
I was in the ICU for 10 days, 35 miles an hour. Don't remember
That's
the 10 days.
unbelievable.
And then the 707 chiming in on the same text line. I got a concussion in high school playing football that I still do to this day. Do not even remember the entire day. I remember waking up the next day and wondering when my football pants were in the bathroom. So everyone with their concussion stories right now on the text line. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not fun. Are you, Tom, your confidence in Sam Darnold if he has to play Sunday against the Bengals?
God, he hasn't played all this year, but I mean, I feel confident that like he can lead the team. He's a professional, right? I mean, he can make the throws, and I think he'll be fine. I mean, look, he didn't turn the ball over. I want to say the last 7 games last year, 7 or 8 games. So he did a pretty good job with Carolina last year, and he's been in the league a while. And no doubt he can make all the throws. Turnovers have always been a problem for him. But to my point, last year he didn't turn the ball over. I think if he didn't turn the ball over, I think they'll be fine. Again, we're talking about a pro here. He's a pro, and I think they'll be good. But I'm not even concerned with him really. I'm more concerned with the defense and how the defense plays, and specifically that defensive line. That's what I want to see. I want to see him win this game on Sunday, like the 49ers win games. Just dominant defense. Burrow's running for his life. They're getting after Burrow. They're physical as hell. Greenlaw and Warner are knocking dudes out, but they're getting to the quarterback, and they're able to run the ball. Last couple games they haven't been able to do that either. So that's who they are. I mean, it's fun when they're scoring 35 and 38 and all that, but who they are at their core is physical, run the football, stop the run, and then decapitate the quarterback. Just get after him. That has not happened the last few games, so that's what I want to see. I don't think they're going to lose the game because of Darnold. I'll say that. Will he win it for him? Doesn't have to. They got weapons around him. So, but I want to see the defense. This is supposed to be one of the best defenses in the game. Supposed to be one of the best defensive lines in the game. That's what I want to see. I want to see him go out there and just kick ass and get after it and look like a 49er football team, especially on the defensive side.
You know, I said last night, Tom, that Nick Bosa looks like he missed camp, and there's a reason why there's been camp for all these years. And then he said something along the same lines today about how he's kind of playing catch up. And I think the whole Steve Wilkes thing and learning new schemes. If you read between the lines of Bosa's quote after the game, and you read that he and Warner sat in their lockers for 20 minutes after the game, kind of with a State of the Union thing, I don't know. I just don't think the scheme that Wilkes is throwing out there, the stuff they're doing is what I think they're missing D'Amico Ryans a lot right now. And that might be a dramatic overstatement, but the defense isn't the same defense. They don't look like they're getting to the quarterback, like you said. And Nick Bosa was saying that he's still playing uphill right now, and that there's a reason there's camp, and he missed camp. Like, I don't care how good a shape you're in. I don't care how many uphill sprints you run. I don't care what your body fat is. There's no substitute for like the learning the new schemes, learning your new teammates, not thinking and playing at the same time, and just going out there and knowing your assignment, like because you practiced it so much.
I mean, I get that, but damn. We're 7 weeks through the season already. I mean, this is like camp plus a month.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm not going to say that I'm not buying it. He's the one that knows, but it just seems odd to me. Like, it's not the second week of the season. If he said that the second week of the season, that would make more sense to me. When you say it the 7th week of the season, like at what point do you say that doesn't work anymore? Like in the 13th week of the season, can he go, I didn't have camp this year and I'm still behind? Like, bro, we only got 4 games left. Exactly when are you going to catch up to us like during the season here? We're like 7 games in, seems like more than enough to get caught up with the season and good to go. So, like, I don't care what the reasons are. I don't care what the excuses are. I just know what this team looks like when they're winning football games. I know exactly. And this year, even though they're 5-0, it still didn't really look like it a lot of the time. We all enjoyed the fact they were scoring 30 every single game Brock Purdy was playing. That was great offense. But there was always something in the back of my mind that was like, why is this offense better than the defense? Like that, they shouldn't be the identity of the team. It could be close, but it's still got to be the defense. Like the defense is still the identity of this football team, or at least in my mind should be, because it's the way they built it. It's the way they executed drafts. It's the way they paid players. It's the way they went into free agency. Like that's who they are. Like they're supposed to be a badass, kick-ass, nasty defense, and they really haven't been. Even though their numbers were good, they're top 5 in yards per play on defense. It's still so that's what I want to see. I'm not even really focused on Darnold unless he's like just so extreme one way or the other, whether it's great or awful. I suspect he'll be more down the middle. I just want to see the defense. I want to see the 49er defense that when you watch them play, you're like, ooh, man, I hate to go against that team. That team is just nasty. I haven't felt that way in a few weeks, and that I'd like to see that this week. Yeah, is this week okay? I mean, are we far enough past camp now that we're good to go this week? Or
I don't know.
How many more weeks do we have to wait?
I don't know. It sounds like it's a complicated defense to learn. I don't know.
I mean, maybe if the front four could get to the quarterback more often, maybe they wouldn't blitz as much.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But it just seems like they're just bull rushing. There's no I don't know. There's no imagination. What do I know? I don't know anything about the defense in the NFL. I do know that it was a big day for the Giants organization today. They announced a new manager. Their president of baseball operations got extended to 2026. So we'll have that very president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, coming up next on the other side of the break. FP Santansel filling in for Adam Copeland alongside Todd Tolbert. Giants baseball, Farhan Zaidi, coming up next on the Sports Leader. Kyle Juszczyk joined Murph and Mac today and discussed what went wrong in the loss to Minnesota. That podcast and much more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, our first guest today on the UMA guest line is President of Baseball Operations for your San Francisco Giants, Farhan Zaidi. Farhan, it's FP Santangelo filling in for Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert here. Anything big going on today? Anything we should know about happening with the Giants? Like, what's going on?
Well, I'm calling from the manager's office right now. I've just been hanging out here. Bo Mel hit the road. He's heading back to Arizona, and I'm decompressing in here. So, yeah, this was the scene of the crime. It was a good day for us here.
Is it still a bar, or are you guys redesigning it?
Yeah, I asked about that. Bob just said, I don't know if the standing desk is going to work for me. I need a regular desk with some shelves and some drawers. So he's a simple man, but we'll have to get the desk upgraded for him.
So in looking for a new manager, Farhan, what was your criteria? Like what boxes did you want to check?
One of the biggest ones was just to sort of, change the vibe and, in some respects change the narrative around the team, because anytime you have a disappointing season like we had in 2023, some of the negativity is going to take on a life of its own, whether it's fair or unfair. And you want to bring somebody in who's going to change the energy, who has a lot of credibility and ideally stature in the industry. And, we're just really fortunate that things worked out in a way that we had a chance to bring Bomel in, because I think he does that instantly. I mean, it just felt very different being in the building, having him here, having him put on the Giants jersey. And so day one of the Bomel era went about as well as could be expected. And again, that was really the big thing, is somebody who could really change the energy, which has been down after a disappointing season.
Yeah, it was super cool. I mean, for a kid that grew up in Northern California, played for the A's, played for the Giants, rooted for both teams as a kid, went to Berkeley. Like, today really resonated with me, almost like at an emotional level. When I saw you guys' press conference, it was just a feel-good day all the way around. Farhan, you've talked about the clubhouse culture and how that's important. And along the lines of what I'm saying, how does like a local guy that grew up here, played for the Giants, is a Bay Area guy, how does that help create maybe a different culture in the clubhouse?
Well, Bob talked about it a lot, and anybody who's been in this organization or around this organization knows how much this team means to the city, to this community, to this region. And, when you hear somebody who's experienced it, who's rooted for the Giants colors or had the fortune of putting on the Giants uniform, it just resonates differently. And so I think Bob is going to bring a different sense of accountability and responsibility to the clubhouse, because he's lived it. And when you've lived it, you recognize the responsibility that everybody else wearing the uniform carries as well. And, as a leader, we talked some about it, and maybe we'll be talking about it more in a bit. But, he's just somebody who knows when to really be supportive with players, but he knows when to be tough too. I mean, I've seen him be tough, and that's really how he gets the most out of guys. And again, I think he's going to be pushing those buttons, knowing the responsibility that comes with putting on that Giants uniform that he rooted for himself as a kid.
Farhan, how do you think you have to view winning baseball moving forward? Does it change based on what's happened the last couple years? And if so, like how do you see that maybe manifesting itself?
Yeah, it's a tough question, because I just view every year, the last couple of years we've come in like, hey, October baseball is our goal. And, that's how we're going to view 2024 as well. So Bob got asked the question today, and I thought he answered it really well. Like, do you feel more pressure coming in, feeling like it's a win now situation? He said it always feels like that when you're in the big leagues, especially in a big market like being here. But he said, I feel less pressure and more just a sense of responsibility. And that's how I feel too.
Talking to Farhan Zaidi, President of Baseball Operations for the Giants on the UMA guest line. Can you go into more details about your relationship with Bob for maybe those that don't know, how you guys started, how it developed, and where you guys are at right now?
Yeah, I was with the A's for 10 years from 2005 to 14, and the last 3.5 years of that, Bob was the manager. He got brought in the middle of 2011. Billy Bean had a relationship with him over the years and thought he would be a great fit on an intern basis in the middle of 2011 when we were looking for a manager. And so, we started our relationship, myself as an assistant GM and him as a manager, completely cold. I'd never even met him before. And so it sort of took us a while to find our footing. But, we were together for 3.5 years, 2012, 13, 14. We were in the playoffs all 3 years. And, 2012, I would say, was one of the, best, most surprising years in Oakland A's history. It was his first full year as manager, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. And, I got to see firsthand the relationships that he built with players, and so many of those guys that we were around together, to this day will say he's the best manager that they've played for. And it just gave me an appreciation of what that kind of leadership and manager-player relationship and interaction looks like when it's working at its best. And so that's why I have complete faith and trust in his ability to lead a clubhouse, to manage players. He knows how I think about the game, and I think we have a lot of mutual trust when it comes to game strategy, and that's why I think it's just going to work so seamlessly.
I'm going to try to phrase my last question in a different way, better, because that sucked. That was a terrible phrasing. That's my bad. I'm going to take the heat for that one. I know you guys want to win. I get that. But I guess what I was asking, do you view how to win? Will you view how to win differently this year? Like, do you anticipate as many platoons? Times the bullpen starters are going out there. Do you look at it differently in terms of like that could win? We just got to do it better. Or look, there was a little too much of this, a little too much of that. There's some things philosophically we got to change moving forward.
Well, I think that's one area Bob's going to be huge for us because he's so good at having a finger on the pulse of the clubhouse. We might view a strategy on paper as, potentially being effective, but if we're having conversation and he says, look, I think we need to scale back on this, I think we've got to give this player a little bit more runway to sink or swim. I've just seen him be around players and navigate those situations so well that, that trust is going to be there. So, I think his layer of experience and understanding of the clubhouse is probably going to change some of those things. But you heard him talk today. I mean, he's a believer in matching up, and he mentioned how the game was going in the playoffs. And of course, the playoffs are different from the regular season. So I think the layer of judgment and his experience that he's going to bring from a roster role and game strategy perspective, I do expect us to look a little different in those areas next year.
Far, do you hear the heat from outside from fans saying they don't like the analytics, they don't like the platoon, they don't like what's going on? Does that ever factor in? I talked to Ned Coletti a couple of weeks ago, and he said, if I let the fans dictate what I do as a president or a GM, then I'm doing the wrong thing. But are you aware of this? Do you even care about it, the way that things were and how they're going to be?
Yeah, again, I think we need to put out an entertaining product for fans. So, if fans say, I don't want to see 9 pitchers pitching in 9 different innings, whether you're going to win that game or not, I think there has to be some degree of sensitivity to that. Right. But, some of the, strategy decisions, again, Bob is a manager who's got a lot of credibility in the game, but is somebody who's done a great job matching up and maximizing, whatever roster he's been given over the years. And so, I think sometimes it's easy for things to roll downhill and become about the strategy when a team goes through a frustrating stretch like we did over the last couple months of the season. And again, I think, having somebody like Bob with his kind of experience, whether it's players, whether it's people in the organization, or whether it's fans, I think they're going to buy into his judgment on what the right way is for us to win games. And again, I expect that to look a little different. And, I hear that frustration, but again, I think it all comes down to creating buy-in and playing winning baseball. And I think when you're winning baseball games, it takes care of itself.
I know even in asking this question is going to be interesting because last year you were asked about it and you were saying, we want to be really aggressive in the offseason. I think you were aggressive. You just didn't get anybody for your troubles. I mean, actually came to an agreement with somebody, and because of medicals, that didn't work out. But it wasn't like you weren't aggressive. Do you see the same approach this year? Like, because to me, that I look at these teams, Farhan, that are in the playoffs, and you can switch. I mean, you can have some platooning here and there, but they do have guys in the middle of the order where it's like you're batting third, you're batting second, you're batting leadoff, you're batting fourth, and you don't need to look at the lineup card every single day. You're batting first, you're batting second, you're batting third, you're batting fourth. Do you anticipate trying to go out and get some of those type of players? And I know you will, but maybe even more so than that, the need, like we got to have those type of players in the front of the order, like guys who we can just stick in the lineup and say, you're good to go. Don't worry about the rest of the stuff.
Yeah, look, I actually think even functionally one of the issues we had down the stretch was we didn't have a lot of players who had even played 150, 160 games in a season. And those guys just kind of wore down over the course of the year. And when we really needed to step on the pedal, we were really struggling. And that's one of the reasons we fell out of the playoff race. So, having everyday guys who are durable, who can grind their way through 6 months and 162 games is really critical. And, having kind of flag bearers for your organization in the lineup who are out there every day, it's not just great for the fans, it's great for the manager, it's great for the front office, it's great for the other players. And having somebody who sets the example of being out there on a day in, day out basis, even when your own guys are physically grinding, they're looking to the leader of the clubhouse and saying, hey, if this guy can play 150, 160 games, I better make myself available too. So there are a lot of layers of value to having those types of guys. And I think it has a chance to create a lot of improvement for us. So, whether it's trade, free agency, I think creating, and we talked about it last year too, we continue to try to create a little bit more consistency and stability in the lineup. And it's really less about not matching up or platooning. It's more about some of the other benefits from having that kind of consistency.
Yeah, posting is a valuable tool. You get a guy like Freddie Freeman, and he's looking at you sideways because he's going out there for 160 games, and that's the way he goes about it. And you got a hangover or a hangnail, and you're not playing today. That gets back to the clubhouse culture thing. And I think with the coaching staff you're about to assemble, with the manager you just announced today, do you know when that's going to be announced, the coaching staff? Maybe give us any hints on, will the fans recognize any of the names, who's going to be coaching the Giants next year?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're going to take a week, the next week or so. Like I said, Bob was just in and out for the press conference, and, we'll be on the phone the next couple of days. Like I mentioned at our press conference, Bob and I actually didn't talk that much baseball over the last 72 hours, since we first got permission. He talked to a lot of owners. He talked to our other baseball people. And, really in the 11th hour, I was like, hey, do we need to talk at all? And, it was just nice to be able to fall back on that relationship that we had. But the coaching staff, I want it really to feel like it has Bob's stamp on it. So I know he's got some people he's got relationships with that he'll want on his staff, and we'll work on that in the next week to 10 days.
I know you guys have been linked to Yamamoto, who's going to be posted. I think in a month or so he'll be posted. Snell's a free agent. Ohtani, everybody's going to want Ohtani. Poor Angels. Anyway, how comfortable are you right now with where the staff is? Do you feel like we need at least one addition? I mean, Harrison, Cobb, and Webb are right there. I don't know 4 or 5, but how do you look at the formation of the staff right now and how comfortable you are right now? Or do you anticipate, some additions?
Yeah, I did have the chance to go over to Japan to watch Yamamoto in person last week. As a baseball fan, it was just a great experience. Every time you get a chance to go over there, the baseball's just different. He's a great pitcher, and the chance to see him in the playoff game was awesome. I won't comment on whether I went over there to get out of some of these serial interview days, which are a grind.
Okay.
As far as the rotation goes, I do think that, we talked about adding to the front of the rotation. We've got some young pitchers coming up. Keaton Wynn is another guy thrown the name in the mix with the names you mentioned. Carson Wisenhunt, who's a top 50 prospect, had a little bit of an injury, but he's rehabbing and throwing the ball well right now. I think we're going to have guys like Tristan Beck and Keaton Wynn, the way they popped up for us in 23. I think we've got a few more guys who are on the radar for 24. But if we can add someone at the top of our rotation, another anchor to go with a Webby and a Cobb, and give guys like Harrison and Wynn and Beck a little bit more of a chance to develop, that has a chance to really help us. So that's definitely something we're going to be looking at this offseason.
So, Farhan, when you look at what's going on in the National League West right now, does that come into play with what you do in the offseason? Because the Dodgers are going to be the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks are in the World Series. The Padres have a great lineup and lost a bunch of one-run games or lost a bunch of close games this year. Like, it's arguably the best division in baseball. So does that influence, like, where you go, how much money you spend, how much money ownership's willing to spend to catch these teams? Or are you just trying to make the Giants the best possible team you can and then just let the chips fall where they may?
Yeah, I kind of feel like the NL West has been a grind over the last few years, and you're right. The D-backs have been a little bit of a sleeping giant with all their young talent, and, as great as their run has been, I do think there's a part of us that feels like that could have been us. We were neck and neck with them going into the last couple of weeks of the season and didn't finish well, and it just shows the value of getting into the dance. Anything can happen, and anybody can get hot. And again, a lot of credit to them. They played incredible baseball over the last couple of weeks. But yeah, I mean, we're going to have to, up our games. And again, I feel like our division has been headed in this direction for a while. You even look at a team like the Rockies with Nolan Jones and a couple of their other young players. They're going to be better. So yeah, the stakes are just going to continue to get higher. And I think the Padres are going to bounce back. It was a weird year for them, but they've still got a lot of talent on their roster. So we're going to have to make sure that we can compete with all those good teams.
How much will you prioritize athleticism this offseason?
I think it's a big deal for us, and that's why when we just talked about the starting pitching. On the position player side, I think for us to add middle of the diamond guys, shortstop, we're hoping Marco Luciano can take that job and run with it, but if we can add a little bit more depth there, I think that would help. For us to add a pure center fielder, we've got guys who are capable of playing center field like Yaz and Austin Slater. They're even better in the corner, so if we could add somebody there, I think those spots, really upgrading the athleticism and the defense up the middle is going to be a high priority for us as well.
What do you Casey Schmidt next year? He ended up hot. He was hot as hell. Hottest player on the planet to end the season, I believe. He had 2 home runs his last 3 at-bats. But what do you want to see from him next year to maybe look at him as a starting third baseman? I'm not sure if he's there yet, but what would you like to see from him?
Yeah, I mean, to your point about athleticism, it can come from outside targets, but it can also come from within. I mean, some of these young players that came up, if they can take a step forward, that's, again, when you look at teams in the playoffs, there's so many homegrown players. That's always the engine for successful teams, in my opinion. So a guy like Casey, just looking for a little bit more consistency on both sides of the ball. We know he's a Gold Glove caliber third baseman. Maybe we try to get his playing time just at that spot a little bit more consistent rather than moving around as he did at second and short this year, even though he did a nice job at those spots. And just, when he swung the bat well at the big league level, he's an aggressive hitter. But when he just tightened his zone a little bit and had a little bit better plate discipline, it went a long way. So I think for him, that's going to be the key, just having a good strike zone, and then his athleticism and talent will do the rest.
Talking to Farhan Zaidi on the UMA guest line, nice enough to join us after a big day for the organization, big day for Farhan. I mean, it's been kind of a feel-good day. Farhan, are you open to trades? I know you talked about it during the press conference today, and maybe after I heard you in some interview talking about it, but maybe more so than the trade deadline, you saw a greater a sample size of the prospects that you called up and be creative in trades where maybe there'd be some names you didn't think about trading in July that you would think about trading now in order to make the team better for 2024?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the trade deadline, so many of the trades, there aren't just that many need baseball trades. It's always, younger players for rentals and guys who you're only going to have for a couple months. So, when you're in the process of building like we feel like we've been in and with all the young players that we had this year, that was a big part of it. But in the off season, it's almost like you can go more to those baseball deals, the pitching for position player deals, the infielder for outfielder deals, and I think that'll open up more channels for us because one thing we've talked about is we've got a lot of pitching, we've got young pitching that I think we're excited about and that other teams are excited about. And so, that might be a way that we can address some of our needs in terms of improving our defense, improving our athleticism on the position player side. So I think that could be something that formulates as well as we get into this offseason.
Who are some of the other guys? I mean, I mention the same guys all the time. Moving into next year for the young guys, Bailey and Schmidt and Luciano and Matos and Meckler played, and I started losing track of them. It's like I was calling for them all these years, and all of a sudden you guys dump trucked them on me all in 1 year, and I have a hard time keeping track of all the young guys that played last year. But I mean, when you look at what they did last year and maybe help next year, who are you looking at? Like that may be able to team, whether in a starting role, bench role, but just somebody that you think might be ready to come up and be a guy here for a full season.
Yeah, who I have a lot of optimism for, and I hope he carries the positivity from this season into the offseason. I think he will, is Elliot Ramos. He's been, I think we forget how young he is because he's just been on the radar for so long. He got drafted as a really young 17-year-old high schooler, and 2022, you look at the season he had in Sacramento, it was a little bit disappointing. The numbers really didn't jump off the page like you would want for a really highly regarded position player prospect. This year, he was hurt earlier in the year with an oblique injury that slowed him down. But when he got going this year in Sacramento, he was the best guy there. He was absolutely on fire, and we saw glimpses of it up here. And, I guess one of my regrets from this season is we didn't have a chance to just run him out there every day for some stretch. We were in that period in July and August when he came up where we were just fighting to stay alive, and we probably just didn't have the opportunity to let a young guy play for 2-3 weeks straight and just see them sink or swim. So he's in a great frame of mind. He just had what I think was his best pro season, and we know the physical talent and ability he has. So hopefully he has a great offseason and wins a job in camp next year.
Yeah, on the night show, taking calls from angry Giants fans getting kind of old. Do you need a first base coach next year? Listen, I can audition right now. Ready? Back!
What the hell?
Back! I got it. I think I could do it. Like he's a 1-3-4 to the plate. Back! If you need a first base coach, I just figured out audition right now on air.
I'm forwarding all of these to Bomel right now.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. So I'll get your name to him too.
Thanks. I feel like that was my interview right there. You got to shoot your shot, and I just did.
My goodness gracious! I'm gonna leave you with a quote from Vacation, Farhan. When ownership comes to you this year and says, "What do you need for the off season?" You're gonna say, "What do you got?" And then you go from there. and then
all right, I'll have that one ready when they ask.
Just move from there and go, how much you got? Oh, man. Well, a good day. I mean, I think everyone around here will say this is a universal home run. He's well-respected. He's from here. You can tell it means something to him to wear those colors, and I think reset for the organization. Look, Gabe did his thing. He was just different. He did some great things while he was here, but sometimes it's just time to move in a different direction, and I think Bob Melvin is a fantastic choice. So congrats on the day. Now comes the off season, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you at some point during the off season, but enjoy today. Congrats, and we'll talk soon.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. It was a lot of fun.
Thanks, Farhan. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was the wall scene when he wrecked his car in Vacation. How much is it? How much you got? I was like, ooh, that's rough. That's savage right there. And then how much you got? And then they didn't fix his wheels anyway. Wheels are all crooked and everything. Travesty. Desert gas station. All right, coming out, we will continue on. Steve Kerr is going to join us. We have Dante Whitner. That's still to come. I want to feel like we have somebody else still to come, too.
Sam Amick's coming up.
Sam Amick. Yeah, that's right. So we're going to talk a little hoops with Sammy. And Stephen Douglas will join us at 5:30. All right, coming up, we'll continue on. We'll get back into some Warriors. We didn't, and we got NBA starting tonight. I'm looking right now. Not started. games. Knicks and Celtics getting after it right now. So maybe we'll get into some hoops. We can stick with phone calls if you want. We can get back into baseball. We can get back into the Niners if you want to do that. Anything and everything on the table. 808 KNBR right here on the Sports Leader.
Antioch, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Antioch Sports Leader.
Melvin Bomel was officially introduced today as the new manager of the Giants, and he joined Papa and Lund today to discuss his dream job becoming reality. Everything on Bob Melvin joining the Giants is available on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Seawall, the 1-2. Swing and a high fly ball right field. Playable for Carroll near the line. Carroll under it. He's got it, and that does it. The Arizona Diamondbacks are going to the World Series. The Cinderella run of the Arizona Diamondbacks continues. They're the National League champions, and they knock off the Phillies in 7. Wow.
Boog Shambi with the call on ESPN Radio. The Diamondbacks, who lost 110 games 2 years ago, are in the World Series. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line chiming in the 415 saying, great interview with Farhan. Thanks, Tom and John. It's FP Santangelo filling in for...
Wow, they went back 2 hosts. Jeez, they went way back.
I've done shows with John before, and they're like, you guys sound exactly the same. So I get
hilarious.
that. That was fun. Thanks for Farhan coming on. A big day. That was really good stuff. And we were just sitting there peppering him with questions. Like, you go, I go, you go, I go. Boom. And he was just like, on a long day coming on the show. That was really, really good stuff. So the Diamondbacks in the World Series, there's no way I thought they were going to win 2 games at the bank. The Phillies had it going, whatever it is. They were singing songs. The crowd there was amazing. I think that's what October baseball is all about. Chris Russo said if they lose both those games, he's going to quit his job. And they did. I don't know if Russo went to work today. But, Tom, your thoughts on the Diamondbacks in the World Series?
It's the World Series nobody wanted, except for people in Phoenix. Even I'm not a Philly fan, but let's be honest, the electricity in the building made it worth watching. Like that was fun to watch. You're just not going to have that in Arizona. Arizona's a fun team. I mean, they're a fun team to watch. Just nobody knows who they are. They're young. They're athletic. Gallen has struggled though. That'll be an interesting watch because that Ranger lineup is tough to get through, but. No, that we talked about it. Copes and I talked about that to start the year. Even last year, we thought the Diamondbacks were like kind of on the up and up. I didn't think they'd make it to the World Series. I just thought they'd make the playoffs. They went around, but sweep the Brewers, swept right through the Dodgers, and then I'm with you. No chance they're going to win 2 in Philly. Just wasn't going to happen. I mean, Philly was dominant at home. In fact, I don't think they'd lost before they lost those 2 at home in the playoffs. Harper was just swinging it. Schwarber swinging it. Turner swinging it. I mean, and they just stopped. While they were there, guys just stopped hitting. And Castellanos was just lost. Like, as hot as he was in the last round, that's how cold he was in this round. He had a home run the first game against Arizona and then didn't get another hit. I think it was like 1 for 26 in the series. And baseball, it really is like, oh, man, I can't be stopped. And then all of a sudden it's like, do I even belong here? I suck. I can't think what the hell's going on. And that was an extreme to be sure, but it was kind of symptomatic of what happened the last 2 games. I didn't think they'd win those games. But they got out. They finally got out. They didn't get buried early, with just a barrage of home runs. And the home were kind of like 3-pointers over at Oracle, where the Warriors were hitting 3-pointers, and that was like the Warriors. That was the Warrior fans' drug of choice at the time, man. Clay and Steph are hitting threes, and the crowd just goes bananas. Like, I mean, more so than any other arena. And that was what it was like at the bank. Like, Schwarber and Harper hitting home runs. Everybody gets excited for a homer. But those guys went berserk. So you're playing from behind. The crowd is energized. They're loud. And you just don't have anything. Game 6, boom, boom. Back-to-back jack. Ooh. I think we got something going here. Up 2-0, and we're able to hold on. And then Game 7, who the hell knows what could happen? They got the 2 in the top of the 5th, I think it was, to retake the lead after giving it up in the bottom of the 4th, which was huge. They got it back right away. And then the bullpen, man. If you'd have told me, Tom, they're not scoring again, I'd have been like, yeah, right. There's no way you're holding scoreless for 5 innings. Not going to happen. And they did. So this is a really good team. And excuse me, don't be shocked if they beat Texas. Texas is favored, and they should be. But, I mean, they made the Dodgers look bad. But the Dodgers were a 100-win team. It wasn't like they were bad. They just finally exposed that pitching staff.
I think we're having some trouble with Tom's reception right now. I was going to ask him a Game of Thrones question. I know he's a Game of Thrones guy, but Tyrion Lannister and Corbin Carroll are like twins. Peter Dinklage, Tom's on it right now. Yeah, what the Diamondbacks have going on, like Torey Lovello is the best. Like I was lucky enough to have a spring training with him once and get to know the guy. I'm a big fan, and he's not an analytic guy. He believes in what he sees with his eyes. He believes in game time decisions and what he's seen real time. And when you talk about the last two managers standing, are we all in for Bruce Bochy and the Rangers? Because here's my dilemma. I'm not a Texas guy. There's nothing about the state of Texas that I've ever liked, even in the least bit. But it's Bruce Bochy, and he's going for number 4. And then you have Tyrion Lannister leading off for the Diamondbacks, like maybe one of the best players in all of baseball right now, in Corbin Carroll. And so I'm a National League guy usually. So, Tom, who are you rooting for in this? Are you going with Boch all the way? Or do you care? Because my interest is like minimal. If the Phillies were still in it, I've been getting crushed on the text line. Like, you're a Phillies fan. I'm not. I'm a baseball fan. And to me, what was going on in Philadelphia was special with the fans. And that's the only reason I was gravitating toward that. But now I honestly have little interest in the World Series.
Yeah, probably Texas, because I'd like to see Bochy get a ring. But generally speaking, when I have no interest, and not no interest, like I'm always interested in watching the World Series, but I have no rooting interest, I'll root for the underdog. So yeah, I'll root for it. I wouldn't like I'm not pulling. It's not like Houston was tough because I really wanted to see Houston lose because of what they did, but Dusty had never won one before, so I wanted to see Dusty get a ring. Boch has won before. He won three of those things, so I don't feel that bad for him if he loses this one. Would I like to see him get one? Yeah, because I know him well, but I know him, and he's a super cool guy, so I'd like to see him win, but it's still going to be hard not to root for the D-backs. It is. It's a really good story. The way they got into the World Series is pretty incredible, and they got a fun team. They're athletic, they're young, so yeah, I might even find myself rooting for them. You ask me now, I'm going to say Texas because Bochy, but I might find myself rooting for the for the Diamondbacks, even though it's a sterile ballpark.
Yeah, I agree. And if you missed it, Dusty Baker decided to shut it down and call it a career today. 2,183 wins. He was 320 and 226 as an Astros manager, 4 straight appearances in the ALCS, 2 in the World Series for the Astros, and an organization that was reeling when he got there. A good friend of mine. I love him. I'll always be thankful for the times we spent together, whether it was in San Francisco or Washington. And I just want to say on air, congratulations, Dusty Baker, on a Hall of Fame career. And I feel lucky to have known you and call you a friend. So, I mean, he's not dying, but he is retiring. And he just says, I'm out. That's it. Dusty Baker's out. He retires today. So, on the other side of the break, we're going to talk some NBA with Sam Amick. He covers the NBA for The Athletic. He used to be with the SAC B when I used to do the morning show on KHTK. So, I know Sam very well. So, Sam Amick talking some basketball next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
FP Santangelo, Tom Tolbert with you. FP filling in for Copes today. Let's talk a little hoops. Athletics. Sam Amick, we've had the pleasure of having Sam on for years and years and years, and it's always fun to do so and kind of go around the world of NBA hoops. What's going on, Sammy?
What's up, Tommy T? How you doing, my friend?
We are good. Just, getting ready for a full slate of games tonight. Got a chance to see the two last night, and Jokic just, rolled out of bed, got off his horse, and had a triple-double. Standard stuff.
That sounds like a song lyric right there. We have heard that before. He's incredible, man. And I didn't watch every minute of that Nuggets game, but they clearly, heard the Lakers chirping going into it, and I kind of like the fact that even though they won the title, that they're going to still have that disrespect type slant, if you will. They look good. He looked great.
No, how do you see the Lakers? And we're gonna get to the Warriors here in a minute. Everybody's like, I can sense people out there listening, going, "Whoa, why are we talking about the Lakers? Let's get to We're gonna get to the Warriors, okay?" And we're going in chronological order. That was the first game. How's this gonna work with LeBron? Darvin Ham said they wanted to keep him to the 29 minutes he played last night, right around there for the year, which I think is a smart thing. I mean, he's got to be ready to play in the playoffs and fueled up if you have any chance to win. So Anthony Davis has got to lead the team this year. And I don't want to make a referendum out of one game, but it's always been a question about him leading the 17 points first half, none in the second half. Can he be that guy? Because I have serious questions. I think he's an awesome number 2. I don't know that he can ever be a guy that says, "Hey, I got this. Follow me." I mean, how do you see that thing playing itself out? Because you don't want to get too far behind and get into a situation where you got to play LeBron more because you're trying to fight to get into the playoffs.
I know. I agree. AD at his best, we know what he can do defensively. Even when he struggled in the playoffs last year, he was that guy.
No doubt.
So that carried them for a lot of the postseason. But it's a terrible tone to set to have the Jekyll and Hyde game like he did in the season opener. The LeBron stuff, I get it because he's damn near 40 years old. But, part of me, my first reaction, Tommy, was like, all right, I covered that game 4. And if, anybody happened to forget, they got swept by the Nuggets. That part got glossed over. And in game 4, LeBron plays, all but 7 seconds of the game. And it still wasn't enough. He had to be Superman throughout that series, and it still wasn't enough. They were competitive, but they still got swept. So, I like their team. I think the LeBron thing is going to be challenging because last couple of years, AD has talked a really big game when it comes to availability, multiple times being quoted saying, I want to play all 82, but the numbers have not bared that out. He hasn't been able to stay healthy. So they're good, but like every other team in the West, I know we say it to an extent every year that parity kind of reigns supreme, but I think even more this year, and it's going to be dangerous for teams like the Lakers. If you try to load manage too much, you might find yourself, fighting for the play-in.
So I was watching the game. I was doing the game last night, me and Tim, the Suns and the Warriors. And it occurred to me, while I was watching the game, I think Tim may have ever said it, Booker's in his 9th year. Are you kidding me? This guy's in his 9th year already, and he's 26 or 2. I forget how old he is, but this guy has, I watch him play now, and he's a total star. He gets it done on defense. He gets it done on offense. He may have the best mid-range game in the league, maybe even better than his teammate Kevin Durant, but he is really tough. And I'll tell you what, Sam, if he can play make like he did last night, one of the worries of this team was who's going to be the point guard. Well, if he can kind of fill that role as well as be a scorer, good luck with that team. They're going to be tough to beat anyway, but that'll just make him even tougher to beat.
Yeah, they got to feel good so that they get the best of the Warriors, without Bradley Beal and obviously taking on their old buddy and Chris Paul, and the stuff you're talking about with Booker was impressive. I think he had the last 8 points of the game assisted by him. That one roll on Nurkic was high-level stuff. He's a monster, man, like an absolute monster. I actually had a cool experience in the offseason. Real quickly, I'll share it. He was up at the Jamal Crawford crossover Pro-Am tournament in Seattle that Jamal does every year. And I was up there for something else, and Book comes through, and he ended up doing a training session with Jamal's younger son, who's 13, and it was so cool to watch. But it also just showed a different side of Devin, just the way that he works. He was out there with his trainer. He's just an absolute hooper. He's only gotten better every single year. I think should be in the MVP conversation this year, even though he still gets overlooked. So they're going to be dangerous. I do still have questions about, can he kind of have that, play that PG role consistently every single night? He looked like it last night. We'll see where that goes. But I like Phoenix.
Sam, FP Santangelo here, back from our Rise Guys Day in Sacramento when you were working for the Bee. And so,
FP, great to hear your voice, brother.
We used to have Sam on weekly to talk about the Kings, and now I'm in the Bay Area. I'm all about the Warriors. I live right down the street from Chase. But the Kings made a lot of noise with lighting the beam last year. Your thoughts on how they're going to do this year, and do they have a chance to win the Western Division?
So FP, I'm a broken record here, but it's the same thing with the West. It's just, I feel like there's like 8 or 9 teams in the same boat. Shameless plug here. We actually, myself and Anthony Slater, Warriors beat writer, who also hits on other teams at our place, we have a pretty extensive, long piece on the Kings coming out tomorrow morning, getting into their entire season, getting into specifically the fact that, and the athlete in you can appreciate this, Mike Brown is not effing around, for lack of a better way of putting it, and he's got his foot halfway up, their backsides coming into the season. Oh my gosh! Like the sneak preview here is that the lead to the story shares an anecdote, and there's actually a video of this that was kind of sleeping online. A practice on October 13th, Malik Monk in a scrimmage gets mad about a non-call, and he starts complaining to the ref. And he just kind of stops playing, and he's complaining and whining. And Mike Brown just comes like a bat out of hell from the left side of the camera angle and just says, "Malik, you keep effing doing that, I'm going to lose my top." And he kind of barks back at him a little bit. And Mike just says, "I don't give an F. I don't give it." Like, he is not here for his, like, in the backstory there is that, and we write about this, is that in the Warriors series, Game 4 in particular, Mike was upset with his guys because he wanted them to play through stuff more. Like, stop complaining, stop trying to have the refs bail you out. And I think it almost triggered him in that moment, and he kind of had his message be heard pretty loudly. So there's been an intensity about their camp that they hope not only helps holistically, I guess, but also they got to get that defense better. They were 23rd in the league last season. They're determined to make that a top 10, top 15 defense, just good enough to be in a title contention conversation. They've got big aspirations, but like their own GM, Monty McNair, says in the story, we could win the West, or we could be fighting for the play-in, or worse, and that's kind of just the reality of the West.
Where do you see the Warriors, Sam? I mean, we kind of know who they got. Chris Paul looked like Chris Paul last night. I wouldn't even have known he was playing for a different team. Kind of orchestrating, didn't shoot well. But the same things you expect from Chris Paul, you pretty much saw last night with the Warriors. The game flow was a little funky. Offensively, it wasn't very pleasing. Steph got in foul trouble, which kind of hurt that a little bit. But where do you see them once Draymond gets back? I mean, same as everybody else? Because I agree with you. I think the Warriors could finish. I don't know if they could finish top 2. I think Phoenix and Denver probably get those spots, but maybe. But I also could see them at 7 or 6. I mean, that's just, I start looking at these teams, and I'm like, oh, yeah, New Orleans, if Zion stays healthy. That's right. I forgot about them. So, I mean, there's a bunch of those teams in the West you kind of like forget about just for a second. You're like, oh, yeah, them too. So, I mean, what do you think of the Warriors' chances of, let's say, being a top 4 seed and having a legitimate chance of winning a championship?
So I like their squad. The Chris Paul move, I'm always a sucker for, like, at least help me understand why you made this move. And I do definitely understand the logic behind the Chris Paul addition. And really, it bared out last night in a pretty major way when they spent most of the game winning the turnover battle against the Suns and limiting, just the degree to which that hurt them. And that's been a major issue in the past. You guys have heard kind of the messaging from the team about how Chris Paul is obviously a fantastic assist-to-turnover guy, and they want him to manage and to, get the ball under control. But with that, you're going to have a little more ISO, so that is not as pleasing to the eye and not as Warriors-esque as we're used to seeing. I couldn't really have major takeaways last night just because Draymond is so important. You know what I mean? I think he's got to be out there, even though you got a playmaker in Chris, playmaker in Steph. Draymond is going to be the guy, I think, that is going to unleash the offensive talents of all these guys. And then really they got to have, a combo of Chris and Draymond if they're on the floor together playmaking. The Wiggins factor, though, as far as the Warriors conversation, I do think nationally anyway that people are sleeping on just how massive it is that they've got Andrew Wiggins at the start, this year. I mean, last year that part just kind of got forgotten. They win 48 games while not having Andrew Wiggins for most of the year. Yeah. That easily would have been a lot higher if they had him. So a lot to figure out, and it's an interesting kind of basketball experiment that Steve Kerr and his staff are taking on here, but I think they've got a crack at it.
Yeah. Before I get to a couple teams in the East, as another team I kind of forget about, the Clippers, just because I always figure they're the Clippers. They'll Clipper it over. I mean, they just do. The Clippers, I can never trust them to do play the way they should. I don't know if they're going to play at all. I have no idea how much George and Kawhi are going to play this year. I would think they'll have a little more sense of urgency in terms of, hey, we got to win some games, give ourselves a decent playoff position instead of sitting. And I think that comes back to a lot of teams, Sam. They're like, let's just get to the tournament, then we'll be fine. Actually, home court, and it kind of helps some of these teams. Anyways, I don't want to get off too much on a rant, but what do you think of that team? Because when I look at them, they got 2 stars. They're really deep. They got a center that can match up against other big centers. I actually think the worst thing they could do is go get James Harden. I think that would make them worse. So they ought to thank their lucky stars if they don't get him. But what do you think of their chances?
I mean, first of all, Tommy, Russell Westbrook is upset that you're not calling him a star anymore.
Yeah, sorry, Sam.
I mean, they're the if team, right? All caps, bold, underlined. They're the if team. It's if they're healthy, if this, if that. The talent's there. I'm definitely programmed to subconsciously just completely look over them. Yep. Because, they have had their crack at it. The one time they stayed healthy, and I remember it well, they had their team in the bubble, and they started, jacking threes off the side of the backboard and crumbling after they were up 3-1. So other than that, it's been, health and load management is the legacy. And maybe that changes this year. It's crazy to me to focus on Kawhi for a minute. It's like, man, this guy was, he beat the Warriors in the finals, and he was in the conversation for best player in basketball. Now you look at the different rankings that come out, and it'll be like, oh, Kawhi's in the 20s. My God. I know. When he's himself, he's that guy. Paul George can still play. The Harden thing, I think James's decision to move the way he has over the past week or 10 days is definitely complicating his prospects of getting to the Clippers because, I think he needed to play and show where he was at basketball-wise to make that thing happen a little more quickly. But, yeah, I mean, they got talent, and they need to change their mentality. And maybe Ty Lue can convince them because last year, guys, there was a lot of chatter about Ty Lue being pretty fed up with the way that the organization approached just playing the game of basketball, that he understood that he had to talk to the medical folks all the time and hear about why this guy can't go or that guy can't go. But his frustration level is pretty high, and I get the sense this year that, they might let him put his fingerprints kind of on the program even more.
Yeah. I talked to Sam Amick of The Athletic. I can't even get into the Harden Philly situation. Maybe we'll do that at another point. I'm so happy Morey and Harden have each other because they deserve each other. Let me ask you about the Bucks and the Celtics, because I think I'd be shocked if it wasn't one of those two teams coming out of the East, barring any health concerns. But what do you make of Milwaukee? Because you get Dame and you lose Drew Holiday. So defensively, you just got worse. Offensively, you got better. And they got shooters around. Brook Lopez, fantastic defender. So is Giannis. Where do you see them? Like, how much better did they get? Because Drew Holiday is a really, really good player. Now, he's not Damian Lillard, and their offense ought to be damn near unstoppable when you have Damian and Giannis on the court at the same time with the shooting. It's going to be sick. But they're going to be able to be scored upon as, like, how'd you see that whole thing? Did it make them a lot better? Did it make them better, but maybe only during crunch time when they need buckets? Like, how did you view that?
I mean, it's a bit of a cop-out, but I got to see more to really know what my opinion is.
Yeah.
I saw them in the preseason when they played the Lakers. I was down in L.A. It was a little clunky, and they talked after the game about the idea that they've changed a lot about the offensive system. And bear in mind, that was before the kind of mysterious Terry Stotts exit. He was on the staff for Adrian Griffin and then decided to step down after they kind of had a little situation at practice. There was a lot of tension there. But I think they're going to have to get through some uncomfortableness early on, and ultimately it'll pay off. The thing that Kenny Smith last night on TNT made a great point, which is that all these years of teams using the infamous, Giannis wall to kind of be his kryptonite, you just can't have a wall anymore. It's just not something you can do, because with Dame shooting and with Chris Middleton on the other wing, that takes away the thing that had slowed Giannis down when it mattered most at times. Now on the defensive end, massive step back with no Drew Holiday. I think the key is, can Giannis take his defensive game up to another level? He can't shirk some of those primary wing assignments like he has the last couple of years and put those on Drew Holiday. I think, honestly, the weight of that is going to be on Giannis. I don't know if he's ready for it, but, he is excited about having Dame. And if you want the help on the offensive end and you want life to be easier for you there, I think you got to kind of do even more on the defensive end.
Real quick, I know we got to run, but since you mentioned the Terry Stotts thing, it got me thinking about Adrian Griffin. And not a great start when you're asked about Middleton's availability, and you're like, who? What? Where? I was like, that was the most ridiculous press conference I've ever heard, right. Sam. It's like, just answer the damn question. Like, this is first press conference as a coach. This isn't New York, by the way. That's no way to start a relationship with the media, being ridiculously obtuse without having to be. You didn't have to be that way. What did you think about that? Because I'm like, God, that's how you want to get this thing started? That is not a great look.
Yeah, it was strange. I don't really know Adrian at all. Said hello to him briefly in L.A. Our guy who covers the Bucks at The Athletic, Eric Name, was the one asking all those questions about Middleton. And I talked to Eric about it on the side, and he kind of was like, listen, like, Griff's been fine, like, but listen, it's not a real secret. Like, media-wise, he's just a little tricky and unnecessarily evasive, which is saying something. Like, Mike Budenholzer was not exactly an open book.
That's true.
But he had a way of just, letting people do their jobs. And hopefully, it's never good when you make things uncomfortable. But first-year coach, and we're seeing some of those little qualities, right? Like the Terry Stotts thing, I'm not picking sides at it, but they're on it. But, it felt like maybe a little bit of that first-year coach insecurity thing combined with Terry Stotts being the old head who wants to be treated a certain kind of way. Egos become part of that, and they part ways. But, we'll see. But again, I would get to your Bucks question. That means they have a lot to work through, including the coach's leadership.
No doubt about it. We'll get to the Celtics some other time. They're going to be good. They're good now, and they'll be good the next time we talk to you. Sammy, it's always fun catching up with you. Hopefully to do it frequently throughout the course of the year. Always enjoy reading your insights on The Athletic. If you love the NBA, then I suggest check out Sam. Has some really good stories and really good insights on what's going on in the NBA. Sammy, always a pleasure. Let's do it again soon.
I appreciate you guys, Tommy. I'm going to leave you with this, brother.
Yep.
The Tom Tolbert urinal at Chase Center just never ceases to get a good laugh out of me. Like, come on, man. Haven't talked to you in forever, and I'm just trying to pull up the other day at the game, and, you know, there's just something uncomfortable about seeing your name in that urinal.
Just be respectful, Sammy. That's all I ask. Have a good one,
guys.
Sam.
You too.
All right, man. Sam's a great guy.
Wait,
Yeah,
you got your
people-
own urinal?
Yes.
This is. I should know this. Is this like famous, like Vin Scully's urinal behind the booth in Dodger Stadium?
I would know. I mean, and I would never say I have anything in common with Vince Scully, but yes, I have my own urinal at Chase Center. Tom Tolbert urinal.
That is awesome. Goals, life goals. I want a urinal somewhere. I don't know where I could get one, but maybe just outside the studio somewhere around here.
Make that happen.
Can make that happen. Well,
yeah, we'll christen it.
We'll christen it, and I'll get a plaque, and I'll have the FP urinal. Coming up next, there's no segue for this. Dante Whitner, 3-time Pro Bowl safety, 11 years in the NFL, former 49er, talk some football. Steve Kerr at 5:30. And I was just told Buster Posey's going to be on at 9:30 the morning show tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, and thanks to Sam Amick for coming on the Uma guest line. That was good stuff. Listening to you guys talk. I got a question in. I really didn't have anything to offer, so that was fun to listen to you guys chat it up. So coming up next, we'll switch gears a little bit and talk some Dante Whitner on The Sports Leader. The Warriors open their season with a loss to KD and the Phoenix Suns, 108-104. That story more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We are here with my good friend, Steve Moskowitz. We have him on the line right now. And today, I usually say tonight, but we're in the daylight today with Steve. We're going to talk about the ERC.
And we're going to put the daylight on how you can get all this money if you qualify. It's tremendous. The government is giving away, that's right, it's not a loan, they're giving away up to $26,000 for every employee employer had in 2020 and 21. There's two different ways to qualify. One way is a certain drop in gross revenue, but that's just math. Unfortunately, so many CPAs I've talked to, and you know, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA, are stopping there. And if you didn't have a certain drop in gross revenue, they're saying, no ERC for you. Wrong. The law provides an alternative method. So why aren't the CPAs doing it? Because they don't like it. It's not math. It requires analysis. That's what we do as tax attorneys, legal analysis. And if you qualify, of course, not everybody does. That's the scammers. They qualify everybody. But if you qualify, and we've met so many people who did not have that drop in gross revenue that did qualify under this method and got hundreds of thousands of dollars and even more. So if you've been